Certainly. There are also some who don't understand. After all, this is throwing money away. So many countries. There's a big question mark over whether we can pay back the money in the end. We have just escaped poverty, but we have to help the poor. We take out real money from our pockets and do this. It's confusing, but out of trust and zero, there wasn't much opposition. One object. Take a look around. Food. Worn. Used. To play. Live. What was it like before? How is it now? Ling's practical actions have proven his ability and wisdom. In recent years, Ling has replaced a large number of administrative staff. His maturity and efficiency, as well as his correct ability to govern, are impeccable. Although I can't figure it out. It may be that your vision is not broad enough and your vision is not high enough. When you don't understand, just look at it honestly and don't show your ignorance everywhere. Maybe one day you will suddenly understand. Until then, they can also say, "I'm so smart." Even if they mess up, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Their life will not be much worse than it is now. At most, it will be an extra bad debt, which has nothing to do with ordinary people. Think of this. There is no reason to object. At this moment, they were relatively simple and did not say anything like, "Give the money to everyone and we will divide it." Hurrah! Hurrah! Another convoy passed by, not honking continuously, but half-continuously. Although it was grand, it could not disturb the people. 5 motorcycles went in front, and an off-road vehicle with a special service was behind. In the middle is a marching vehicle. After, there are several commercial vehicles for the entourage of people from various countries. The last one is a symmetrical lineup with the front. Whether it's motorcycles, off-road vehicles, commercial vehicles, or marching vehicles, they are all made by the same company. Myanmar Bank Group. Click, click. People kept taking photos and posting them on WeChat moments. Looking at it makes me think of something. A tourist said, "Indeed, this fleet is not cheap. They're all bulletproof vehicles. I like the one in the middle. Same. Domineering. As one of the rare, super-large bulletproof off-road vehicles in the world, the marching vehicle has already gained a reputation. Especially in Nei Baidu, many rich people have bought one, and they can often be seen passing by on the streets. There are many rich people who come here for treatment. Take a look. Good. Some people will collect one. The price of more than 10 million Asian dollars is only about 2 million US dollars. For a slightly higher-level wealthy person, it is not a big figure. But, collect, and it's really good. Appearance. Interior. Detail. It is no worse than other luxury cars. This is not a military bulletproof vehicle, but a civilian vehicle. The experience is based on comfort. Even major car manufacturers have begun to launch such land beasts. What a big change. Yes. Last time I came here, the building was only half finished. I didn't expect it to be so beautiful. And here, it is actually completed. If we were there, it would be unthinkable in less than 2 years. It's great, as expected of China's speed. A big boss in the car looked out the window and chatted with his secretary. In fact, many leaders have been here before. Commodity, project, special. When the 3 major loan projects came out, many people came to visit Myanmar. But it was not so grand, there were no road closures, and at most Kanshin came to greet them. Unlike now, there were flags on the roadside, slogans everywhere, and their motorcade was the only one on the road. You actually use projection to this extent. I saw. There's a row of red projections on the roadside, like a transparent curtain wall. A faint yellow exclamation mark can be seen on the projection surface, which is to remind the surrounding people not to cross the road. Under the sun, but very clear, rich, willful. This skill is amazing. Everyone was amazed. At least, it's hard to see something like this elsewhere. I've long heard that holographic projections are used on a large scale to replace traffic lights on the main roads of major cities in Myanmar. This time, they cover the entire street. All I can say is, trench. It's not cheap, but when I think about its ability to make money, I feel relieved. The 2 trillion superorder last month shocked the world. It is not difficult to imagine how many things can be done with so much money. Envious. Especially that foundation donation. Be good. More than 35 billion US dollars is simply scary to death. You must know that 5 years ago, here, with a population of 50 million, the annual GDP was still far away from this figure. Now, donations alone can bring in such a huge amount of business. Simply, extremely envious. But Ling is generous. When he makes money, he does not hoard it, but uses it to help everyone. He is so generous, as if it is a product of his company, which is a great contribution to the human living environment. What a good guy. Soon, the motorcade arrived at the presidential palace. Ritual and music. Salute. Red carpet. There were a lot of them, and Ling personally received them. Looking at Zero, some people are so envious. He is young and holds a high position. Looking at it like this, it will be no problem for him to work for 20 or 30 years, even until he retires. No one within can object. At this point, more envious. Most countries in the world, most of them are influenced by the West. As a result, in a country, more than a dozen forces are running for election every time, fighting back and forth, and a lot of time is spent on internal friction, which is very annoying. Look at Zero. The wrist is strong, making it look like an iron bucket. Politics, military, economy, they're all twisted into a rope, and like their neighboring countries, once they work together, the power generated is huge. I heard that Europe and the United States have tried to finance Zero's subordinates many times, but they have failed. Later, no one dared to answer it, dare to take it. They have already gone home to walk the birds, and may even be imprisoned. I heard that Zero's crackdown has been quite severe, which has deterred some people who want to use external forces to play internal conflicts. And this, but they can't learn it. Alas, sure enough, we have been deceived. Free. Democracy. No problem at all. But too much freedom, too much democracy, completely restraining them. Europe and the United States can play because they have completed primitive accumulation, and those with the right to speak control the top resources and wealth in the world. In this way, it looks good to play with this set. But we're already poor, haha. If we don't concentrate our resources on development, we may never be able to survive. Looking around the world, how many people have learned the tricks of Europe and the United States and have lived a good life as a result? Not many. Even if there is, it is also most likely due to non-institutional reasons. Later, they were taken to a resting place. The meeting only started in the afternoon. In the morning, guests were welcomed. They had been prepared to receive so many distinguished guests, and a large villa complex was specially built. 2 days ago, security guards for various countries have arrived one after another to inspect the villa, even the fleet. Some of them were arranged by themselves, such as Polar Bear, which airlifted its convoy and security in advance. However, it was not as luxurious as the Americans. On one trip, there were 1,800 people accompanying them. No way. It has too many enemies. Neibidu. Suburbs. Miao Manor. It was also very lively at this moment, with many wealthy Burmese businessmen gathered here, drinking tea, chatting, and paying attention to the news. For such a big event, the news station broadcast it all day long. The kind that doesn't even have ads. Talk about history. Say now. Talk about the future. Anyway, the portrayal is very beautiful, making people feel as if the world is about to change, and there are even some sad scenes mixed in. A sense of purpose, sense of responsibility, a sense of sacredness. Suddenly, I felt spontaneous. While watching, everyone's lips twitched. It had to be said that Ling's team was absolutely professional when it came to guiding public opinion. They all couldn't help but give a thumbs up. No one else. Awesome. Strong. My blood boils with excitement. Everyone couldn't help praising him. At the same time, I'm extremely supportive in my heart. If I give it some pocket money, I won't benefit too many people. I won't be able to get the special loan because it is the business of the Myanmar Bank Group. But commodity loans, project loans, they can take a big bite of these too, even if the big part is still earned by China, but even if the rest is in units of hundreds of billions. TSK, TSK. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. Beautiful. In the corner of the living room, Miao Yin sat with several heads of big families, drinking tea and chatting. Tang Qing was also among them. chatting and laughing happily. I've never thought it was so easy to make money. That's right. Follow Zero and you'll have meat to eat. My factories will probably have no worries about sales in 10 years. Unfortunately, they are all quota-based, and we can't expand the scale of the factory casually. Be content. That's right. The existence of the Chamber of Commerce is not to protect the interests of any one member, but to ensure that everyone has food to eat and the most basic living security. This guarantee is the order. No mess. Bankruptcy is almost impossible. That's right. At this time, just listen to Miao Yin say, how much money is enough? What we should be thinking about now is how to maintain this system and make money while also sharing the worries of 0 Point. Always remember where our money comes from. The eldest son worked for Zero and was reused. Nature. The Miao family is an absolute supporter of Zero. That's natural. Absolutely. Money is just a number if there's too much of it. However, Mr. Tang is the luckiest, being the first to reach a place that is out of our reach. He said, everyone looked at Tang Qing. If the richest person here was not necessarily Tang Qing, but if the family was the richest, it was definitely the Tang family. Tang Wani, the second richest man in the world. Simply, how could the Tang family be so lucky? Tang Qing's natural talent and Tang Kai's ability to follow the dragon were really envious of them. They couldn't compare to them combined. Hear the words. Tang Qing quickly said humbly, where, no matter how much, it still means sleeping in one bed and eating 3 meals. This was what he was saying. Real. When I didn't have much money in the past, and my assets were only a few $100 million, I always felt that I was short of money. As a jeweler, most of the money I had was still on goods. Later, wealth is snowballing, getting bigger and bigger. At first, I thought that Tang Qing owed so much money, so I worked hard and helped. But reality proved that he thought too much. I'm making money. Tang Qing is a professional. Even if he owes tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, he can't resist the earning power of several companies that are crazy about making money. Comic Group, Microcrystalline Technology, Qingyuan Technology, Green Sound Effects. That's all making money every day, and part of the money Hummingbird owes was approved by the big guys at home. As for foreign cooperation, it was also the help of strong local forces. Therefore, I'm not afraid of bank debt collection at all. At last, Wanqing Mining, which is relatively money-burning, has billions of dollars in debt, but if Tang Qing is willing, this debt is not too difficult to settle. Then, Tang Qing gradually became interested in making money. He just followed the instinct of a businessman and pursued capital for profit. Even if he didn't move, his subordinates could push him. Didn't talk much about it. Soon, the topic returned to the WCO. By the way, Mr. Miao, the urban loan project in India is almost completed. I wonder if it will be included in this organization's project loan list next. Everyone looked at Miao Yin. This matter. In fact, everyone has made speculations for a long time, but there is no clear answer. If it were before, we could test the thoughts of those in power through various parties. Now, who dares? Ling's prestige is so great that he doesn't care about his eyes. Look at them. Miao Yin smiled. Nod. Yes. Hearing this, everyone is happy. Great. Miao Miao is still well informed. Qanshin was responsible for this matter, and the main organizer was Miao Yi. Even the other deputy chiefs didn't know much about it. The division of labor is different, and Zero likes to be arbitrary. Now, how much money will be spent? Everyone looked at Miao Yin again. To this, Miao Yin shook his head. I don't know, Yer didn't tell me. Everything is decided by Ling. Even if they are family, there are some things that Miao Yi will not tell. One listen. Although disappointed, everyone understands. Indeed, it's a big deal. In short, it's a good thing. Yes, we'll just wait for the results. Everyone is gearing up and preparing for a big move. City loans are big projects, often worth billions or even tens of billions. It's not a big deal. Everyone can eat together. Railway, airport, water conservancy. Such big projects. Their qualifications and skills are not sufficient. So it is good for China, but the construction companies in our hands can still undertake the construction of civil buildings with city loans. And this. It will also drive a lot of upstream and downstream industries. At the end of the month, how about we go to India to have a look? Someone suggested. Okay. No problem. Anyway, I usually have a lot of free time, so it's good to go and have a look. They have projects there, but they're all done by future generations. As the helmsman, they rarely take care of things. Drinking, chatting. The topic was flying all over the place, and after a while, it came to the United States. I was worried that the European and American media would criticize us in large sections, but now it's good. At least during the establishment of the World Cooperation Organization, they won't come to make noise. I won't come this time, so I can wipe my ass at home for my subordinates. I guess I regret it. Maybe. Actually, it's quite troublesome to come. There are 1,800 people, which seems to usurp the guest. They're used to being overbearing. I think it's good not to come. That makes sense. To the United States. Some of them used to like it and were rich, but now they're becoming less and less interested in it. In recent years, the United States has not been very friendly to Myanmar. Just take last year's massive flight of foreign capital, which made them completely hate the United States, and more than $100 billion in foreign exchange reserves were drained. Later, it took concerted efforts to stabilize the exchange rate. It can be said that it was a confrontation with Western capital, and they won, successfully defending the Asian dollar. Since then, confidence increased. The fear has also dropped a lot. Now, economic recovery. Foreign exchange reserves have also recovered, and are much more than before. Especially last month, the donation from the O Foundation arrived, causing the reserves to rise slowly. What a good man. Great guy. This rise, worth tens of billions of dollars, plus advances from other countries. Myanmar's foreign exchange reserves are currently worth close to $200 billion, which is unprecedented. Think about it. 5 years ago, Myanmar's foreign exchange reserves are only about $2 billion. Bitter haha. Poor silk thread. It is extremely difficult to earn every penny by exporting food and raw materials. What now? 100 times. The nearly 100-fold increase, along with the assets of everyone present, also snowballed. Compared with before, it was a completely different world. Therefore, their support for Zero becomes even stronger. Lang Kai, although I'm a little sympathetic, those who understand current affairs are heroes, whether his ability, skill, or the actual benefits it can bring to them. It's not on the same level as Zero at all. Now, its door is empty. No one dared to go. During the holidays, only a few would go to express condolences. I didn't know what to talk about specifically, but no one thought they could go. Do the math. They haven't contacted Lang Kai for a long time. The other side of the city. Lang Kai's family. Living room. On the sofa. Lang Kai watched the news with an excited expression. So many countries gathered together, which was something he never dared to imagine during his reign. Once, on the international stage, this land is so transparent that almost no one pays attention to it. But now, it is a very important presence in Southeast Asia. On GDP, last year, it was ranked number 1 from the bottom. More than $600 billion, more than Indonesia. This was a scene that could only appear in dreams before, but it actually happened, which shocked him. Okay. Yuan. Oh. He was talking intermittently. He knew about Zero's Yuan strategy, but he was still worried. No matter how you look at it, this is all walking a tightrope. But he couldn't say anything. Zero was now the big boss. He was as united as an iron bucket. He almost blindly worshipped Zero. This was no longer his era. The last thing I sighed. What is sad is that the Chat has become history, but it still ends with a very disgraceful devaluation. In the future, if it succeeds, no one will remember him. It can be said, his traces were almost completely wiped away. Near noon, when the last guest arrived safely, Ken said goodbye. It was good that nothing happened, otherwise it would be too unlucky. Let's go. Yes. Miao Yi followed. All morning. He has never sat down, so he is not tired at all. He usually pays attention to exercise. As long as he does not walk all day, he will hardly feel any discomfort. The one who arrived belatedly was the polar bear. First time here, looking out the window, a little surprised. It's really energetic. There are so many people. In the car, the emperor sighed, envious? No, there is no need for the polar bear's family background. Even for beauty, I don't envy it. The country's concept of money is different, although we don't have much foreign currency. But it's not that you can't make money, but it's very risky. The relationship with Europe and the United States is well known to the whole world. Therefore, holding their currencies is risky. If you don't protect everything, you will be cheated again. So, regarding being suppressed, the United States always controls oil prices and then affects its reserves. Although it hates it, it is limited. This is a strategic level. To big countries, as long as the foreign exchange reserves are sufficient, the only thing to guard against is the exchange rate being beaten into a dog. But there is one exception, which is that the country has strong financial controls, such as Myanmar. That time last year, even if foreign exchange reserves bottomed out, the Asian dollar depreciated. So, the influence is not devastating, because its strong financial controls make it difficult for foreign investors to make much money through bargain hunting, short selling, and loans. It is impossible to let Myanmar collapse, and at most it will hurt some muscles and bones. Think back to that time. You just wanted to laugh. The foreign exchange reserves were almost emptied, but they still stood firm and worked together to absorb all the assets they sold off. It will be difficult to come back. Purchase? Oh, the Myanmar Bank Group's cover has allowed a large amount of assets to come into its hands. If people want to buy it again, they may just give them a go-away look. People are not short of money. Noon. Banquet hall. A grand banquet was being held. They were drinking fruit wine, eating delicious food, and melodious music was playing. The bosses from all over the world were very satisfied and sighed in their hearts. Enjoy it. Food and drink. Environment. Healthy. The Myanmar Bank Group is changing the world more and more deeply. Within a year, the global high-end food market will be reshuffled. Too many concoctions were sold this year, but they believe that there will be more next year. There's almost a qualitative difference between the fruits and vegetables they cultivate and those grown naturally. The original ones are no longer the best quality. At least, in terms of taste, it is incomparable to these. It's so delicious. Delicious. I think the side dishes taste better than the meat. Yeah. Familiar people whispered, and there was nothing but envy. Even if the original transcription solution was cracked one day, it would not be the case with most of the countries present. Therefore, as an indirect beneficiary country, they hope in their hearts that this day will be as late as possible. The Myanmar Bank Group will make more money, so they can make more loans and seize this rare opportunity. Transportation, infrastructure, agriculture, these are far behind. Move. In the past, it was too difficult to borrow money, and there was a deficit every year. Even if you had mines, someone had to ask for them. Each big country has a large territory and is not in short supply. In developed countries, infrastructure construction has been slow for decades. Also, even those who have no money can't afford it. Only those born in a small country can know how helpless they are. I envy China's fighting spirit. Otherwise, even with half the effort, it wouldn't be like this. Afternoon, 3:30. The conference hall was filled with people, and the country's flag was placed on the table in front of each big boss. It looked quite grand, and the flashing lights never stopped. Today, the WTO is officially established. Believe it, the value of its existence is beneficial to the world and all countries. I hope that with our concerted efforts, there will be more good changes in this world. Mutual help. Win-win. Benefiting the common people. Great justice. It must definitely be occupied. Wait for zero to finish. He signed his name on a document in front of him. Signed. Then it was passed to the next boss. When they saw the contract, everyone was surprised that the materials seemed to be extraordinary, so they signed it without thinking much. There's so many countries, but actually not many are required to sign. Only a little more than half, a total of 29 countries, mainly from Africa and Southeast Asia. But this has just been established, and new members will be recruited every year. Those who join the first batch will naturally gain more benefits than those who join later. 5 billion Asian dollars. No interest. 30 years. It can even be exchanged for US dollars, which is very coveted. Of course, if it is not really useful, countries will not exchange it. Otherwise, it would be too unethical. Give you money. It's inappropriate for you to dig into other people's foreign exchange reserves. Finally, in the scene of Hand in Hand, the WTO was officially established, and everyone was happy. Fireworks special effects were even added to the live TV broadcast. Viewing seat. There are guests from all over the world sitting here. They are not here just for a stroll. None of them are idlers and will not do anything without any benefit. There is only one main purpose. Trade, commodity, project. The two major loans will generate huge trade volume, and the circulation of various raw materials and industrial finished products will be huge. Naturally, we hope that domestic enterprises will get a share. Otherwise, I really can only watch. This system is a bit closed. In the past, everyone didn't pay much attention to it, but as Ling started throwing money away like crazy, everyone had to pay attention to it. Even developed countries, British, French, and German, as the three giants in Europe. They represent not only their own country, but also the EU. If they don't come, they won't get any benefits, and they may be criticized by companies in the EU in the future. In this way, I readily agreed to visit. Join in? No. This kind of mutual aid is obviously impossible for a country being assisted, but if it is a relief party, Congress will not pass it and the people will not agree. So, developed countries come here mainly to gain experience points and let European and American companies see that they are working for their own benefit rather than doing nothing. As for the United States, it has the capital of arrogance. Sun Jiang was sitting in the front row, chatting quietly with a man next to him. It's not easy. Looking at Zero, the man sighed lightly. Yes. Sun Jiangshan nodded in agreement. These words. I'm talking about Zero, but I'm also talking about poverty. After being poor for so many years, I finally turned around and helped other countries. It was not easy along the way. Internal, external. The situation faced by Zero can be described as severe. Sun Jiang knows best. After all, in the past few years, when Ling first came to power, it was only a base in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Later, he almost used thunderous means to stabilize his internal affairs, and in a very short period of time, he managed to win over the most important force, the military, to his side. To know, Zero has no foundation inside. Such behavior, be in another country. It was probably a battle between dragons and tigers, and the waves were so huge that they couldn't keep themselves in line, but Zero miraculously did it and achieved control. Most of Lang Kai's old troops defected. Be opposed to? These people have all tasted the price. It can be said, Sun Jiang has witnessed the rise of Zero from beginning to end. If Myanmar's development continues at this pace, it will become a developed country in 10 years. Moreover, it was a leap from an agricultural country. It's also a blessing for China. The man added. Yes. Sun Jiang nodded. At least. In the past few years, China has benefited a lot from it, not only in terms of money, but also brought about very good changes in all aspects, including the environment, agriculture, and medical care. Afterwards, the tour departed, leaving only the signatories of the WCO. As it was just established, it was natural to hold a summit meeting of all members. Inside the hall, his eyes focused on Zero's face. Everyone, today a meeting. After driving for nearly 2 hours, everyone came out with smiles on their faces. If nothing else, they had received an interest-free loan of 5 billion Asian dollars. Secondly, it is to clarify the basic guarantees of member states. There is a minimum guaranteed loan amount every year, which ranges from 3 billion Asian dollars to 10 billion Asian dollars according to a calculation method that everyone has no objection to. Want more? Can. Some conditions must be met. First, it is also the most basic, that is, the evaluation of the previous loan usage cannot be messed up by you, but you still want to continue to get loans from Myanmar. This part, mainly for the free part, the previous commodity loans and project loans were very restrictive, but after becoming a member country, there will be some free use of funds. Buy whatever you want, just not too much. Second, it's the financial situation. Can be in deficit, but there should be no huge deficits as long as the loans reviewed are non-Myanmar loans. Otherwise, you will borrow money here to meet your urgent needs and then borrow money from other places. Do this? Obviously not. And, although it is mutual aid, you cannot earn 10 yuan and have to spend 100 yuan. If this continues, there will be no other way but to fall into a quagmire of debt. Therefore, financial income is an important indicator, which represents the repayment ability. Earn more, the higher the amount. Third, since cooperation among members is mutual assistance, it is not a unilateral matter for Myanmar, and trade issues cannot be caused casually among member countries. Fourth, fifth, all right, very long, but this is also the basic operation of this type of organization. Even if it is a company, there may be dizzying regulations, but countries do not think it is long. On the contrary, I also thought it was quite short. There are only a dozen of them. In fact, most of them are useless. Under normal circumstances, as long as they are properly regulated, they will not be violated, just like the laws of various countries. That word count. Thieves are scary. But if most people are good and don't commit crimes, no matter how thick the law is, it won't matter. Do whatever you have to do, just don't have any evil intentions, and besides, there are no evil intentions. Otherwise, if you are restricted from borrowing money, you will be in disgrace. Outside world, it is buzzing after the announcement of the basic benefits of member states. 5 billion? Every country. A lot. Yes, more than 20 countries. That's nearly 150 billion Asian dollars, interest-free. I don't know what to say. This is really throwing money away. What's the minimum guarantee? It starts with 3 billion, and then it's more than 100 billion, which is the annual basic expenditure. It's simply unprecedented. That's it, the only one. It's nothing. But if you float well, that's how big your heart is. After making money, you also want to help other countries. From a personal point of view, Ling has done a great thing. Yeah, there was a lot of praise. Myanmar, Africa, Asia, Europe. When the people who caused the trouble failed to do it, there were only voices of praise. Such large-scale actions to help developing countries are too rare. Poor, behind, famine. When humankind has developed into the 20th century, it has still not been fully solved. A considerable proportion of people live below ultra-low living standards, as everyone knows. People may not be willing to use money from their own pockets to help others, but when they spend money to help others, they usually praise this behavior. At the same time, the media in these countries are also working hard to promote Myanmar's generosity and lasting friendship, giving their people some hope. No one wants to be poor, don't want to fall behind. But I don't have much money in my pocket. Educate, medical, health, economy, a series of questions. It leads to a vicious cycle. Although it may not completely improve their lives, there is at least hope, especially if the infrastructure is well built, development can occur. Electricity, water conservancy, transportation, communication. Once these are established, they will be the direct beneficiaries. No matter how bad it is, there will be relief food. The investment will bring a lot of jobs, and there will be many benefits. Evening, grand banquet hall. A grand dinner began. In addition to bigwigs from various countries, there were also many businessmen. The WCO's mutual assistance is not only loans, but also corporate investments. Promote the economy. Create jobs. In this way, it can also strengthen the repayment capacity of these countries. To this end, a considerable number of members of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce have received additional investment loans specifically for WTO member states, totaling over 100 billion. Then, the members were excited again. Interest-free, light blame, backup. In other words, even if the investment fails, Myanmar Bank Group will not pursue it too much, but the premise is that it is properly rectified and cannot be messed up, otherwise there will be no next time. It is similar to the loan last year, but it is more relaxed. If you do well, meet the requirements, and want to expand production, you can continue to get the loan. This condition is amazingly good. Within the group, we've already had a good chat. Joining a merchant is simply the most important decision in my life, bar none. Same. I agree. I like the atmosphere in the Chamber of Commerce, mutual support, and the support of the Chamber of Commerce. Business is much easier than before. I can make money even while I am lying down. Members of the Chamber of Commerce have a special app on their mobile phones for interaction among members and for sending public and confidential information about the Chamber of Commerce. Easy to operate. Safety. We exchange information and often get along with each other. I really want to upgrade. One member expressed the thoughts of most people. I think the same thing. I can only endure it slowly. Alas, many people sighed. Inside the Chamber of Commerce, divided into 3 levels. Membership, core members. The difference is so big that the next level is absolutely envious of the upper level because there's a tenfold difference in benefits, and the core membership is between 50 and 20 billion Asian dollars. Down, just divide by 10. Arrive members. There's only a quota of 50 million to 200 million, 100 times difference. How can people not envy it? But it is too difficult to upgrade, and the inspection period of the Chamber of Commerce is not short. 3 years. After getting on the right track, it was settled. Go to those who are able. The mediocre will go down. This is also an important criterion here. This is not about whether you can make money, but whether you can abide by the rules of the Chamber of Commerce. This is the most important criterion, such as within the enterprise. Breaking rules, playing tricks, cheating colleagues. So what if you're capable? It's open. There is no shortage of food for you, no shortage of clothing for you, and a lot of benefits are given to you, but they are used to do some bad things. The Chamber of Commerce is cracking down very hard on this. To this, the members are very supportive. After all, no one wants to be cheated. To join the Chamber of Commerce, you have to go through the preliminary selection process. Those who like to cheat people have been dropped long ago and cannot get in at all. Everyone likes to do good business. Make clean money. Make stable money. Now, the Chamber of Commerce has created this condition and is naturally happy. I envy core members who can get investment loans with a minimum guarantee of $2 billion. Just now, the Chamber of Commerce issued a document decentralizing investment loan quotas for various levels. Finished reading. Envious to many people. Yes, there are 20 to 5 billion core members, 200 million to 500 million members, and 20 million to 50 million members. What makes me cry is that I am a member. Me too. +1. +1. It's nothing. Do your best, and you'll have a chance in the future. A member jumped out and said, as for the core members, this. Usually diving. No way. It's hard to talk about different levels. After 2 years, we must become a member. Together. Okay. The member at the back looked at it and felt helpless. It is relatively easy to become a member, but it is extremely difficult to get core members. After all, that represents tens of billions of low-liability loan benefits, which are not issued casually without deep interest ties and strong support from Myanmar. Don't even think about it. But, although it is difficult, the benefits are also obvious. This tree, as long as you hold on firmly, the rewards will be amazing. Thinking, their mood gradually relaxed, and they were not afraid of pursuing a goal, but they were afraid that the goal would not be worth it. But now, they think this goal is worth their trouble. A happy one. Ding dong. A red envelope of 6,666.66 Asian dollars was sent out and added, celebrate the founding of the WTO. It took less than 2 seconds. It was all robbed. Thank you, Mr. Ha. This number is auspicious. 66. A member of the Chinese team said, Aha, I grabbed 1,003. Hold the grass. What kind of luck is this? I only got 12 cents. The rules for grabbing red envelopes in the group are simply so awesome. I have to stay in the group for 3 minutes and be quiet. Don't go out tomorrow. Yeah, this is good luck. Don't drink water tonight so as not to choke. That's right. Red envelopes can be given out in the group, but there is an upper limit, up to 1,000 Asian dollars at a time. Although they are all bosses, what everyone is robbing is not money, but fun. To this, there are also strict rules in the group. First, the total number of red envelopes issued by an individual in a single month shall not exceed 10,000, and the total number of red envelopes issued in a year shall not exceed 100,000. Second, no gambling distribution rules shall be established. Everyone also abides by it. After all, giving out red envelopes is fun. There is no member in the Chamber of Commerce worth less than 100 million. There are too many big guys, and there is nothing to compare with. 100,000. Just right. As for the second condition, it is also to prevent them from making a mess and grabbing the most or least consecutive deals, which can easily breed gambling. After, everyone is more excited. 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. He even directly used up this month's upper limit of 10,000. It can be said, if an average person could get into this group, they can make a living just by grabbing red envelopes. If they were lucky, they might live a very comfortable life, but unfortunately not. There's no way anyone could sneak in. There is no place for outsiders to download this app. Wei Jun's house, Tang Qing and Wang Sa arrived together. As for attending the dinner, the two of them were not suitable. Neither of them were from Burma, so it felt strange to go there. Drink tea. Chat. It's billions again. I feel like the money is no longer money. Tang Qing couldn't help but smile bitterly. There was no word stable in the handwriting of Myanmar Asia Bank Group. Hundreds of billions are thrown out at every turn. A bit. Wang Sa also nodded. A few years ago, he only collected some tolls and his life was pretty good, but he never expected that it would be like this a few years later. What do you think we should invest in? Wang Sa asked. Agriculture. Non-staple food. Two words popped out of Tang Qing's mouth. Think about it. Wang Sa also understood. Indeed, for some relatively backward countries, these two prospects are very good. As for industry, forget it. Even for light industry, it is difficult to find supporting equipment. Also, there are not many skilled workers, and there is no industrial foundation. Most manufacturing industries cannot be built, and labor efficiency is a concern for many countries. Do the math. In other words, these two thresholds are a little lower. The former provides raw materials for the latter, which can be sold locally or exported to other countries. For example, China is a huge commodity market. These two. First, not too difficult. Second, creating a lot of jobs is in line with the original investment intention of a loan. From a business perspective, this is the most suitable combination. Tang Qing doesn't expect to make much money anyway. As long as it can be maintained, this money, it is not for them to earn money, but to maintain relations with member states. There is a trace of political factors behind it, which cannot be viewed with common sense. Not going out of business. According to the standards of the Chamber of Commerce, it is qualified. I'm afraid something might happen in the middle. Wang Sa sighed. Huh. Tang Qing chuckled. So what? We can think of it, and so can Zero. Since he has decided to do it, there must be a reason. We shouldn't worry about these boring things. Taking a step back, turning around, looking at Wang Sa. Even if something unexpected happens, what we have now is enough to live a lifetime of wealth. Tang Qing said, when it comes to making money, it is too callous to just run away if the wind blows in the wrong direction. That's right. Wang Sa shrugged. Indeed, what I have is already unimaginable before. It is enough to rank among the top 10 richest people in Thailand. It is just not on the list, so I should be content. No mess. This life is enough. The next day, morning, many big bosses left one after another. Britain, France, and Germany left, leaving only France. There were quite a few others who stayed and were taken around by Zero. Hospital, school, market, transportation. It's not a random look. It has a purpose. Although the city loan was not clearly finalized at the meeting, everyone knew about the project and could place an order after considering it. Early days. It is impossible to build a big city. At most, it will be like India, where 2 to 3 million people live in a city. Only with deepened cooperation in the later period can it be relaxed. This time, to show them the real thing of the same standard. City loan, in my opinion, is not a loan, but a commodity. Therefore, we only sell the best products to achieve a win-win situation for everyone. These words. The subtext is, we do the planning and design. No one has any opinion. Urban loans only build new cities and do not include buildings built in old cities by various countries. Since it is brand new, they are willing to build such a beautiful one. Drainage, pipelines, communications, equipment. We provide a one-stop service. All equipment is above the standard, even world-leading, and you only need to sign for the final product. So, everyone has no objection. If they can produce other things, they can say that they will consider our products more, but according to this standard, there is almost no such thing. Some cement has to be imported. If you disagree, it will also make people think that you want to make profits, so think about it and forget it. If you're interested, you can go to India. The same goes for the cities in India. Zero mentioned India more than once, and everyone couldn't help but look in one direction. Most of them were still afraid of this country. There was nothing they could do about it because of its large population. More than 1 billion. It has the potential to be a great power, but unfortunately, its development is a bit slow. In today's globalized world, it has not taken advantage of the momentum to rise like China, but has stalled. Decades. From being almost the same to each other, we now look at each other from a distance. Final. They don't know how far they can go. They only know that if they continue as they are now, they won't be able to fully modernize in another 20 years, and they will be looked at by so many eyes. The Indian representative was quite calm. What are you looking at? How? We can't borrow money, and there's nothing we can do about it. With such a large territory and such a large population, there are many different voices within it. If you don't borrow money, you won't be able to play at all. This is ours. That is ours. Listening to Zero's introduction, the big guys from various countries kept nodding. I have to say that these buildings are very well designed. It has the words, "I am expensive" written all over it, right? That's what it feels like. That's when we want it too. As for whether it's expensive or not, they don't really care. As long as it's good, it's a loan anyway. You don't want to let others make some money. Say it again. There's a trial basis in India, and India is usually very stingy. If they can agree to that price, it is obviously not a trap, and they are quite relieved. At last, went to the sewage treatment plant. Everyone is very interested, not because they want to buy it, but because they are curious. Many of them are still agricultural countries with relatively light water pollution, so there's not much demand for such equipment. But can't stand the zero bundle sale. These are part of the urban loan package. We are responsible for the users of the products. Yes. Having said this, who dares to question this is irresponsible to the people and is a bit embarrassing because it is not cheap. Don't buy it. Want to? Place an order. I feel bad again. One morning passed like this. Noon. After dinner. The big guys left one after another. Even the G20 summit only lasted for 2 days. It rarely lasted for 3 days, especially at this summit level. After, it's the communication between my subordinates. Phew. Airport. After bidding farewell to the last big boss, Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was only 2 days, he felt that it had been a long time since he held a meeting of this level. It's an achievement. It is also a challenge. Once something goes wrong, it will be a big problem. Fortunately, nothing bad happened during the period, and Western public opinion is still reporting on the unlucky guy. Today, that person has been dismissed from office by Bygone. The rest, even if it faces public prosecution, it will probably gain a few more days of popularity. Let's go. We still have a lot of things to do. Tang Qing said to Miao Yi that the World Cooperation Organization involves too many countries and hundreds of projects. For this purpose, Ling also set up a new department, Foreign Financial and Trade Committee, an agency under the presidential office. It is at the same level as various ministries and commissions and is a coordinating agency composed of the Bank of Myanmar, Commerce and Trade, Development and Reform, Foreign Affairs, and Industry and Information Technology. It is composed of people from 9 ministries and commissions, fully responsible for these operations. And Miao Yi, he also had the title of Deputy Director. Yes, Miao Yi said, after getting on the bus, I will be busy for a long time again. The new department has been established and needs to be adjusted. There will be a lot of things in the future. You can only have fun while busy. Otherwise, can I still resign? Joke. Be really brave. Meow. Ian had to plan his legs. And this is just something I can think about for fun. I'm not stupid. Now I can say that I am the top leader in all the ministries of Myanmar. They're all ranked high and have high authority. Recently, he also learned of very exciting news. That is, Zero is preparing to increase the level of deputy chief and department leader. Similar to China. By then, there must be a place for myself among them. Future deputy chiefs will only be promoted from this level. We will not jump from the department level directly to the deputy chief, as that would be too big a span. In this way, more scientific. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Seeing the complete success, Tang Qing's mouth curled up, and he was in a good mood, because after today, there was another continuous additional payment. Future. As the number of member states increases, it will become larger. To this, Tang Qing attaches great importance to it. The Asian dollar has an issuance limit. If it is enough now, it does not mean it will be enough in a few years. If you want to challenge the position of the US dollar, the currency base is very important. I want everyone to use it. First, the supply of Asian dollars must be sufficient, but its issuance mechanism is different from that of a fully credited currency. Credit currencies of other countries can directly start the money printing press. But yuan, the issuance condition system is very strict. If it is exceeded, no points will be issued. Moreover, the current issuance volume is not far from the upper limit. Therefore, for such funds that do not account for the quota, it is necessary. The key is sustainability. Just thinking about it, a message flashed before my eyes. Hey, it seems that you will all be busy by the end of the month. Tang Qing said with a smile. He just wanted to trap that cabinet member, but he didn't expect that the old American reporters were more interested. 3 more cabinets were targeted. All right. Amen. Good luck to you all. There's nothing to sympathize with. Flies don't bite flawless eggs. None of these guys are clean, and they won't be unjust if they step down. Just to point another one. In the United States. But there is no shortage of such people, and the cabinet is not promoted but appointed by the president, and businessmen can be selected. The gold content of the cabinet can be imagined. Not that it's bad. It's easy to find, as long as the president is willing. Even if that person was a businessman or a university teacher, he can join the cabinet. Take a seat on a long journey. Truth. If there wasn't a real force behind the scenes controlling the overall situation, the game would have collapsed long ago. The next day, weekend, I'm going to work. Okay. Lin Jiaxue got on Xinyue and left the villa. The department head did not dare to take the initiative to arrange for Lin Jiaxue to be on duty on weekends. This was Lin Jiaxue's own request. The reason is not complicated. Internship for so long. Everyone is worth it. She was the exception, and it was not suitable no matter what. Therefore, Lin Jiaxue took the initiative to treat everyone equally. Anyway, she would not suffer any disadvantage if she worked weekend shifts. In Comic Group, they work 5 days a week, and they're not allowed to work more or less. If they work on weekends, they could choose a day off from Tuesday to Thursday next week. Very humane. Under Tang Qing's banner, exploiting employees doesn't exist. 996? It's a good idea, but Tang Qing, the boss, is not worried at all. There is nothing he can do. There are too many capable people under his command, and the soldiers are too capable. Why do you work overtime? Regular working hours are sufficient to complete the task. Time to play. It's time to eat. It's time to drink. Want to earn my overtime pay? Cut. We also need to control costs. Okay? However, in the eyes of outsiders, this kind of behavior is a sign of great conscience, and he is completely a good boss of China. To this, Tang Qing expressed helplessness. I just want to save some money. You guys think too much. Inside the hospital, on the recliner, Tang Qing was like a salted fish, drying the front and then drying the back. After a while, there was a noise at the door, and Tang Qing remained motionless. Old Tang. Very quickly, I saw a familiar figure. Kaizi. Tang Qing smiled and waved. Although Li Kai was in the same city, the number of times Li Kai came to play with him could only be counted on 2 hands in the 4 years of college. Seat. Tang Qing pointed to the rocking chair next to him. Okay. Li Kai sat down with a smile. Rock me. Comfortable. Basking in the sunshine. Li Kai squinted his eyes and sighed. Others are curious about what Tang Qing does on a daily basis, but only a few people know about it. Tang Qing likes it when he is bored. Become a monster. Chess, calligraphy, and painting. play and sing, engraved design. Each one of them has almost reached the pinnacle. What is this monster-level performance other than being a monster? I only know that the distance between me and Tang Qing is getting farther and farther. Life, hobby, ability, topic. They're no longer on the same level, so they only come here occasionally and don't dare to disturb Tang Qing's time too much. Otherwise, they may be annoying. Other people's time and your own time have completely different values. Do the math. If Tang Qing earns 100 billion a year, 1 second is worth a month's salary of an ordinary person, and 1 hour is worth more than 10 million. Scary. 5 years ago, we are all students with only a few hundred yuan in our pockets. A bottle of black tea that costs 3 yuan makes us feel that we are ahead of most of the classmates around us. For years, 3 pieces. For the student party, it is also a lot. 5 years later, he is still ahead of most of his peers, with hundreds of thousands of pocket money in his pocket, but Tang Qing is. He is worth more than 2 trillion yuan. All right, incomparable. What, are you scared? Tang Qing said suddenly. One listen. Li Kai shook his head. No, it's just a feeling, so dreamy. He was not talking about Tang Qing's net worth, but himself. I'm going to be a father at the end of this year. I got married right after I graduated from college. It's already quite common. To this, Li Kai was also mentally prepared, but he did not expect that he would unexpectedly become a father. He thought it would happen after marriage, but it happened before marriage. Fengzi gets married. Not bad. Anyway, people have to get married eventually, and I have no intention of marrying anyone else. Uncle Jiang Wo is probably very happy. Tang Qing said with a smile. Yes. Li Kai nodded. He couldn't do such a thing as an abortion. After discussing it, he told his father. As expected, he laughed from ear to ear. The next day, I went to the woman's house. Unexpected? No. The parents of both parties got to know each other when they went to the airport in the 2nd semester of freshman year. After that, after they were sure that they were serious, the 2 parties also met. Have a meal. Drink tea. We also send greetings to each other during the holidays. Therefore, this visit was uneventful. The woman's parents also knew that the 2 children lived together. Besides, they were already graduating from high school. She has also reached the marriageable age. Moreover, Li Kai is not a bad person. He visited several times and left a good impression. No, both parents started arranging the wedding, and after receiving their diplomas, they returned to Qingyan City to hold the ceremony. At that time, the belly was not too obvious. Alas, we can't escape our fate after all. Li Kai sighed again. What? Tang Qing asked. Go back and inherit the billions of family property. Tang Qing rolled his eyes. If outsiders heard this, I won't beat you. It's good, a stable career and a stable family. It's okay, silly dog. Life is not bad. Otherwise, you can't encourage Li Kai to start a business. Li Kai originally planned to do this, but not everyone has such a firm determination in life, especially with family responsibilities. Li Kai has changed. Mature. Good thing. The Li family's business is enough to ensure a lifetime of food and clothing. Li Kai is one of Tang Qing's few friends and hopes that he will live a harmonious and beautiful life. Certainly, if you really don't want to be lonely and want to start a business, I will support you. That's all. The 2 of them sunbathed for an hour, and when the sun was dazzling, they returned to the house. Li Kai looked at Tang Qing, his mouth twitching. Why can't you tan? Hearing this, Tang Qing spread his hands and said with a smile, Character. Li Kai rolled his eyes. This face. If it weren't for the short stubble, he would be considered to be still in high school. I feel that Tang Qing's appearance at its peak will last for decades. 20 years old. Young. 30 years old. Mature. If you take good care of yourself, you can be handsome until you are 40 or 50 years old. With the aura of wealth. Well, if Tang Qing goes into the entertainment industry, he will definitely dominate the screen all year round. Such IQ. Such good looks. Never mind. Incomparable. Living room. Drinking tea, chatting, recalling the past, looking forward to the future. Time flew by. And soon it was afternoon, and Li Kai stood up to say goodbye. There's also a pregnant woman at home. To this end, her mother came here specially from Qingyan City, and neither of them had any experience. After the defense next month, I will go directly back to Qingyan City to prepare for the wedding. Next, gotta be busy. Good thing. There's no such thing as the amount of betrothal gift or whose name is written on the real estate certificate. At the door, watching Li Kai leave, Tang Qing couldn't help but think of his previous life. Li Kai kept wandering. This life. But he got married early and had children. Good. The next day, on Monday, Comic Group. Last week, we have reached formal agreements with partners in 15 countries including Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, India, Mozambique, and Australia, launching the country's short video project. In addition, cooperating to build a data center in the country, and launching an instant messaging software similar to WeChat and in line with the country's characteristics. Below, Tang Qing nodded lightly. This time, it is the Comic Group that has officially entered the international market on a large scale. These partners are naturally families from various countries that rely on Hummingbird to establish relationships. This way, it can save a lot of things. Policy, law, loan. There are a lot of benefits. In fact, some people in these countries are already doing this cooperation, and a considerable part of this cooperation is acquisition and integration. Video, short video, communication. The three major cooperative businesses adopt a method similar to that of Hummingbird. The head office is controlled by Comic Group, while the branch companies are not necessarily controlled by each other. Form a stable relationship. Anyway, Comic Group is going to be busy again. The company has also added a new international business department, which may become the largest business department of Comic Group in the future, like Hummingbird. There are 4 more business department directors and deputy directors who enjoy vice president level treatment. Asia, Africa, South America, Europe. Each person is responsible for one continent. There may be more in the future. When Pu Chaodong said this, he felt both excited and anxious. What was exciting was that the company was moving forward. The worry is whether it can be done well. Different customs, different cultures, different policies. You have to consider everything. This is completely different from making a movie. As the CEO of Comic Group, I feel that the burden on my shoulders is getting heavier and heavier. Finished. Everyone looked at Tang Qing and saw him nodding. Yes. In China, we are almost at the top, but it is not enough. Remember the original intention of our group, which is to bring Chinese culture to the world. Tang Qing said slowly. Get out. Making money is one of the purposes, but it is also a process of cultural output. Social networking, film and television, literature, and videos are all tools. Certainly, it has to be an excellent work, otherwise it would be embarrassing to translate it. Many of them are members of the World Cooperation Organization. Although some networks are not good now, they will be improved soon. There is a communication column in the project loan. For G, it is standard. 3G. Sorry, we have to ensure quality. After the meeting, Tang Qing came to the park not far away and continued on his own. Have a chat day. Great. An employee of Comic Group was gearing up and looking excited. Just now, he received an email that he would be temporarily transferred to a foreign branch, going abroad at public expense. There are also subsidies. Cool. There's a lot of envy around you. If you go abroad and get a promotion, the subsidy is also quite high, which is almost equivalent to a salary increase of about 15%. Already a lot. The group's salary is already high. If it were other companies, even Penguin, this range would be at least 30% or even more. I don't know. Does the company have enough money? Someone was worried. Yes, the group makes tens of billions of money a year, but it has to cover so many countries. I'm really worried about the branch's lack of blood in that country. Drag down the group. To this, someone immediately explained. It's okay. The money is definitely enough. I heard that the partners are very strong. Their funds and channels can help the company's overseas expansion. I see. That's good. Outside world. Comic Group's big move has attracted a lot of praise. This giant has finally extended its claws to the world, just like Tang Qing's other companies. Do the math. Almost every company is blooming in the world. Hummingbird, Eye of Heaven, the prosperous Tang dynasty. Zhongyu Tui, Wanqing mining. As for microcrystal technology and Xingyuan technology, the same is true. If you want to make money all over the world. I think they are much better than some domestic companies. Blushing. It didn't make the headlines. Low profile. If you want, it's very simple, but things have just begun, and the group feels that it shouldn't be too arrogant. It's not too late to brag about it when everything is on track. After all, this is only 15, there's still about 10 more. No rush. Moreover, in the past few days, things have been aroused in the United States, and Myanmar's WTO has occupied the second-tier hot attraction. Therefore, not many people know. A week later, the number changed to 23, and the time came to the end of April 30th, in the morning, on the first floor of the Jinghua Plaza shopping mall in Shanghai City. Outside a store, the door is not open yet, but it was crowded with people, and many melon-eating people also gathered around. "Young man, what's wrong? Why are you waiting in line to watch?" An old man asked curiously. Hear the words. The young man turned his head. "Unmanned supermarket." "What?" "Unmanned supermarket." The young man said. Today, 36 unmanned supermarkets across the country have officially opened. He came early to join in the fun, experience it, record a video, and click on it as soon as possible. That's right. He's messing around. What are you doing in a supermarket with no one around? After explaining, I see, technology is really advanced now. I'll go in and have a look. The old man was very interested. Unexpectedly, the young man asked, "Do you have a smartphone?" "No." The old man shook his head. "Then you can't get in?" The young man shook his head and explained, "Unmanned supermarket, you need real name verification to enter, and you need to download an app first." Huh? The old man was stunned. Cash is not supported inside. Only electronic payment can be used, so... The young man explained that this matter was announced online last night. First, real name. Second, electronic payments. Third, reserve. Considering the reception capacity of the experience store, looking at this scene, the young man finally understood why it was necessary to control the flow. There were too many people. Fortunately, the current limit. Otherwise, if they all squeeze in and each person takes the same thing, the shelves will probably be empty. What are you doing in front? I don't know. Let's go take a look. The mentality of joining in the fun made more and more people at the door. For this reason, the property management quickly sent more security guards to maintain order and avoid anything happening. A security guard shouted with a bullhorn. "Don't crowd. Get in line. If you don't have a reservation, don't wait in line. There's an access control at the door. Only the QR code of the reservation can be scanned to enter, otherwise you will not be able to get in. Abide by the order. Don't jump in line." But they didn't go far. Watch from distance. The smarter one went directly to the second floor and chose a good spot to watch. Wow, there's so many people. What are you doing? Tang Qing's unmanned supermarket has opened. So soon. Everyone is still very curious about the unmanned supermarket. After clamoring for half a year, it finally met the world. Those who had just learned about it quickly took out their mobile phones and wanted to make an appointment. The next moment, disappointed. There are no places left today. What a pity. It took a lot of effort, but the appointment is already a week later. Oh, it would be nice if there were more. There are only 36 in the country, which is not enough. That's right. Actually, it's not bad. This project, Tang Qing said a long time ago, is just to realize some ideas, not to make money. That's right. Tang Qing must be stupid to expect to open a supermarket to make money. Everyone agreed. It's not that opening a supermarket doesn't make money. It's just that there are too few. Chatting. Patting. After a while, reporters arrived, and reporters from Shanghai TV set up cameras and started filming. There were still 10 minutes before the official opening. Hello, everyone. Today, the unmanned supermarket officially opened. We can see that there are already crowds of people outside the store, all ready to take a look at the unmanned supermarket for the first time. Since December last year, after finishing the opening, under the leadership of the staff, the reporter rushed into the supermarket. As soon as he entered, he saw shelves full of science fiction. His first impression was, it's so thick, built into the wall. Above is a dazzling array of products. Food, Drink. Used. They are all familiar brands, but there is an extra label on them, exclusively for unmanned supermarkets. Are these for special use? The reporter asked curiously. This is special. It is different from the labels on the train. It is printed directly on it, not a sticker, which means that all packages are manufactured separately. Yes, our products are all specially manufactured. Look, he said. The staff member picked up a bottle of drink and pointed to a place. Huh. The reporter looked surprised. 6 milliliters more? Yes, 6 milliliters more. Our products are different from ordinary products. The weight of each one is slightly different from ordinary products. This makes it easy for equipment to identify. Wait, it is our first identification method. When you take it off the shelf, the smart shelf can feed back to the back end what you took. So powerful. The reporter gave a surprised expression at the right time. In fact, I'm really surprised. By judging the weight of the product, it can be regarded as the first line of defense to avoid some bad thoughts and behaviors. In this way, unless someone is professional and puts something of the same weight on it, it will be difficult to refuse the payment, which eliminates most of the luck. This is all due to research and development. Hearing this, the reporter nodded. You just mentioned the first one. Is there a second one? Yes, he said. The staff took her to the door, which was a small platform. Just put all the goods directly on this, and the checkout will be automatic. Don't you need to separate them? The reporter asked curiously as the domestic staff carried a bunch of goods up. No need. It doesn't matter if they are stacked together. They can be identified accurately. Almost instantly, a list of products appeared on the screen in front of him, with a total price below. There's an option to choose a plastic bag here. 2 cents each. Environmentally friendly. Degradable. After confirmation, click to pay. For the time being, only WeChat or Alipay can be used. Later, we will open cash payment to give everyone more choices. After the demonstration, the reporter nodded. Indeed, very convenient. There are few steps. You only need to take the items to the checkout counter, click on the product to confirm, and show the payment code, and the entire operation is completed. Then, the reporter took a bottle of water from the shelf. Didn't put it on the stage. That's it. Can I take it out? I thought the staff would show off some black technology to solve the problem of petty theft. Unexpectedly, the staff smiled and nodded. Okay. Huh. The reporter was stunned. What about the black technology we talked about? Soon, the staff quickly gave an explanation. As you can see, our access control requires real name registration before you can scan the code to come in. But when you go out, we don't set up too many obstacles. Even if you go out with a big bag of things, you can go out without paying. But, from now on, you will not be able to come in again unless you make up for the value of all the goods. The staff member explained with a smile. He had not understood this before. But, later, a colleague pointed me out. This project, the boss behind it is not short of money. Even if some goods are lost, it is not a big deal. I guess his boss just regards this as a public welfare project. Want to steal? Can. Just treat it like a treat. But only this once. Next time, cool wherever you go. This makes the R&D staff feel a lot more comfortable because they no longer have to think about anti-theft methods and save a lot of brain cells. That's right. It's really humane. The reporter nodded. This was done very grandly. Take it as you like, but don't come next time. If someone is determined to experience it once in a lifetime and can't help but do it, there is no way to prevent it. She wanted to ask, so, wouldn't it be a big loss? But in the end, I endured it. Joke. We are the media. It's a TV station. It is not appropriate to make this kind of malicious speculation about people. Although there's been a lack of integrity in recent years, this is a phenomenon and we cannot openly speculate on this kind of matter. That's great. Advanced. Do you have any plans to expand the scope? The reporter asked again. 36 families. Almost every province has one family, which is too few. Hear the words. The staff nodded slightly. It is still under research, but I believe that there will be more and more unmanned supermarkets in the future. We are not the only ones doing it, but there are also many others doing it. Very euphemistic. Anyway, he didn't hear any plans to open a large branch in the short term. This project, the purpose of our own boss is not to make money, but to come up with something interesting and save one by one. It's a little less, but it's pretty good. The most valuable thing is fineness. Not much. If it is spread too widely, the popularity will subside in the future, and it will easily be left alone. Haha, this project is not a separate company, but is linked to Qing technology. A team is in charge. Therefore, no matter how many stores you open, it doesn't count as performance, but as a matter of operating it well to satisfy your boss. Soon, it's time to open the store. Beep. The red light at the access control turned green. You can come in. As the staff member's voice fell, the people in line entered in an orderly manner. In order to ensure the shopping experience, a maximum of 30 people could enter at the same time. The store is quite large, covering more than 150 square meters. Quite spacious. After entering the door, customers looked around, and some took photos directly. This shelf is so thick. It takes up a bit of space. Indeed, this is not an ordinary shelf. Haven't you noticed that the ground level here is much higher than outside? I heard that the shelf can automatically replenish goods. Is it true? It's amazing. I'll try it, he said. One person empties one shelf and one product. Several people came over. 1 minute later. No movement. It's a bit embarrassing. Suddenly, brainstorm. I know, we just took it and didn't pay for it, so it's not out of stock, so there's no automatic replenishment. Right, that's it. Why is it designed like this? Some people were puzzled. That's right, if it's empty, it means there's a lot of demand from customers, so at least one more product should be replenished. These words gained recognition from people around you. To this, the person who made the suggestion at the beginning shook his head. Don't forget whose project this is, Tang Qing. We're not doing this project to make money. Therefore, what matters is extensive experience. I don't support this snap-up model. Suddenly, people around were stunned. 2. It's not about making money. It's about letting everyone experience it. It doesn't support the idea of clearing the shelves, so the replenishment is a bit slow. Okay, don't just stand there stupidly. Buy it if you like it. There are many people watching outside. Hearing this, everyone looked outside the glass door, and sure enough, a pair of resentful eyes looked at them, as if to say, "What are you talking about in there? Hurry up." After everyone understood the meaning, they started to buy products. Just took one. Come to the cashier. Identify. Payment. Finish. It's so convenient. I'm not used to using cash. Same. Mobile payment is really a good thing, but I feel like spending money is much faster than before. I can only say that there are pros and cons, and painless consumption also has a bad side. I heard there is one over there in Wanwan. Yes, in Taipei City, it also opened at this time. Tang Qing said that unmanned supermarkets should cover all provinces across the country. He really did a good job. Haha, that's right. Now, WeChat is rising too fast. In the Bend, there are also quite a few people using it, especially merchants. So many people travel and are accustomed to domestic mobile payments. Of course, merchants must cater to it. After using it, I also find it convenient. A wave. Another wave. I am becoming more and more conscious, shopping quickly and checking out quickly, because I have experienced the feeling of standing outside just now, and I deeply understand the mentality of being outside the door. It's better not to be scolded secretly in people's minds, even though they can't hear it. I feel like this thing can be collected. I can't bear to drink it. It's the same, seeing that it is only a fraction of a gram more than the normal product. Many people feel like they have seen a wrong version of the coin and feel that it can be displayed at home. All are customized versions. Sure enough, Tang Qing is different. I like it so much, but the manufacturer is probably going to cry. It's accurate to the last gram. Haha, that's right. The novel experience makes those who have tried it very satisfied. However, the products inside are a bit small, not as many as in a real big supermarket, but it's just a small thing. They came here not to buy things, but to experience it. It didn't matter whether the goods were complete or not. They left happily one by one. Photograph. Post to moments. Share. Now, behind the store, just across a wall, several employees were loading goods, and reporters were also there. They saw boxes of goods stuffed into the cargo opening, and the camera was filming hard. The staff explained, "It is an unmanned supermarket. You don't need to go and load goods. You can just go here. They will automatically go to the place where they should go to replenish the goods. Considering that it is an experience store, we do not support the purchase of large quantities of goods in a single category. Therefore, for daily shopping, it is recommended to go to major supermarkets. So, it's about pushing customers out. But now there are too many people trying it. In fact, what the company hopes most is that everyone who comes and sells the same product. Reduce the stress of loading goods. The reporter was speechless. Rich, as expected, he was extremely willful. It's not difficult to understand when you think about it. Although this supermarket is big, its profit in one day is equivalent to how many mobile phones it sells. Qing Technology is making money every day. If she were in Tang Qing's position, she wouldn't look down on this bit of mosquito meat. Full customization. Is your purchase cost higher? Yes. Compared to the current mass-produced products, our cost is about 25% higher. But since we get the goods from the manufacturer, we won't lose money if we sell them at normal prices. If a general company gave this opinion to the manufacturer and was accurate to the gram, they would definitely be kicked out, but no one dared to ruin Tang Qing's face. To be able to enter the unmanned supermarket, they don't need manufacturers. On the contrary, the manufacturer looked at them eagerly. First, were the advertising effect of unmanned supermarkets. Secondly, almost all of Tang Qing's major companies have canteens and shops. The goods consumed every day are a huge number, and they are really big customers. At last, add Tang Qing's name. Since they have a lot of money, they are willing to do it. Night. Villa. Today, the 36 unmanned supermarkets have almost all sold out. They have received more than 150,000 customers and made a sales profit of 350,000 yuan. All equipment is operating normally. The value of the lost goods is more than 8,500 yuan. A total of 305 people have been flagged as suspected thefts. Their applications for entry qualifications have been blocked, and reminders will be sent out tomorrow. Listen to the report. Tang Qing nodded. Good. It was a good start. Although the profit was not much, it was not bad. 36 stores had customers every day, and a single store made nearly 10,000 yuan a day. Already very high. After all, supermarkets have limited products. Although they are called supermarkets, they are actually just like convenience stores. They do not sell home appliances, fresh food, fruits, vegetables, etc. Not even a cigarette. Therefore, 10,000 a day is already pretty good. As for suspected theft, this word is not wrong. Some people are just bored and want to try what would happen if they don't give money. They are just out of curiosity, not for the purpose of possession. So, to save face, it was suspected of theft. Come to think of it, after sending the reminder tomorrow, some of it can be recovered. It's not that Tang Qing cares about this loss, but the process. Because they are all opened in large shopping malls. There are many people. Such behavior should not be too frequent in the future. After all, entry is based on real name registration. It's night in China, Europe, and America. It was just dawn, and the news about the cabinet members had already come to an end. For had stepped down, and 2 of them had been arrested and would be prosecuted. The melon-eating crowd felt happy for a while. But the good mood did not last long. Yesterday, a total of 36 unmanned supermarkets in China officially opened. The number of people who tried it on the first day exceeded 150,000, and it is expected to exceed 1 million within a week. Intelligent identification. Fast payment. No one is loading the goods. After reading, Western people were helpless for a while. It's him again. Damn it. Can't you stop for a while? Unmanned supermarket? I really want to give it a try. I heard that Tang Qing was going to do it last year. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Only a few months plus the Chinese New Year there. I like this efficiency. In an unmanned supermarket, you still need people and cash. So what is the difference between it and an ordinary supermarket? Soon, it became a joke. 36 stores? No loss. No loss. In the long run, there will still be profits. Most of these stores are the assets of Jinghua real estate and are rent-free. Therefore, no matter how much they sell, they will be profits. You only need to pay back the research and development costs. For Tang Qing, Most Western people are envious. He was a lucky man who seized the opportunity of smartphones and became the world's super rich man, worth over $300 billion. God, too many. It is 6 times that of the third place. Due to the impact of the economic crisis, Bill Gates' wealth has shrunk significantly. The former richest man was only 1/6 of Tang Qing. Too fast. The speed of Tang Qing's rise exceeded their expectations. Within a few years, he had become one of the richest people in the world, surpassing hundreds of millions. Its strength, already comparable to an ordinary consortium. Certainly, in terms of wealth alone, the influence is far from enough. The main reason is that the major financial groups have not only the right to speak economically, but also the ability to influence the direction of Europe and the United States. Therefore, they also have a sense of superiority. Look, so what if you have money? After all, it is just. The spiritual victory method is indeed a good way to heal the injustice in the heart. Next, there are some complaints. Why are we so slow? Aren't we a developed country? What about innovation? Where are the promised technology leaders? Where are the big companies? Where are the dreamers? Where have they all died? A series of questions. Later, the truth was given to me by my own people. First, it cannot be rolled out. Large-scale thefts are likely to occur. There are too many homeless people on the street. This is much easier than robbing ordinary stores. Second, it's still the original problem. Our electronic payment has not taken off at all. It cannot reach the level of China, where you can scan QR codes to pay almost any time and anywhere. We have technology, but suppressed by capital. Mobile payment has been around for more than a year, and Asia is developing in full swing. But there is no movement in Europe and the United States. It is still the same and looks quite backward. Never say that your posture for swiping a credit card or writing a check is more handsome. Handsome. Really handsome. Snort. You mobile payments have no soul. Just when the popularity of unmanned supermarkets just started and everyone turned their attention to Asia, another piece of news made a wave of presence in the media of various countries. Today, the urban loan project issued by Myanmar to India has been completed after more than a year of construction and will be delivered to India for use on May 1st. After reading, most of them were stunned. What? So fast? It can't be rubbish. Time has passed too long. In modern society, where information is produced at an alarming rate, what happened a year ago seems like a long time ago. Then, the media released a video. Drone photography. This is, really, it's so beautiful. This is probably the most well-constructed place in Indian cities. Some people lamented that when water purifiers came out before, various countries made a special program. Most of them introduce global water pollution. Then, India has the most appearances and is deeply remembered by everyone. By the way, the media also forcibly explained why this situation occurred. Ever since, dirty, chaos, difference, almost deep into the soul. It's really good. If I can keep it up, next time I go to Myanmar, I can cross the border and visit here. Forget about other cities in India. Countless people praised. It looks good. Planning, architecture, transportation, ancillary facilities, health, greenery. Everything was impeccable, and suddenly the world attention was focused on it. India, small town. It is still night here, and the lights are brightly lit. Compared with other Indian cities, this new city has a complete lighting project, which is the only one in India. Now, there aren't many cars on the asphalt. They are all undergoing final inspection and will be delivered to India tomorrow. After tomorrow, there will be an influx of 200,000 to 300,000 people. Now, the city is being stress-tested. Water, electricity, net. This is the most critical thing. This kind of test has been done for nearly a month. Compared with the operation time of a city, this test is not long. Streetlights, home lights, billboard. As long as it can light up, everything is on. Tap water, firefighting, irrigation. The water that can be boiled is almost always turned on, which is not wasted. Anyway, electricity cannot be stored on a large scale, and it will operate around the clock from now on. As for water, after passing through the drainage pipe, it can be reused, and it is also a city service that operates 24 hours a day. At this time, it is originally used. Street. Most of the shops were open. There are people inside, but not open for business. The shops will only open after today. These shops are almost decorated. The shopkeepers are quite excited and can't sleep at night, so they stay here, looking at the dreamlike urban environment at the door. It's so bright. Yeah. There used to be frequent power outages and power rationing because there wasn't enough, but here we have enough generator sets to fully guarantee 24-hour power. Is this a modern city? It's great. Yeah. I guess this is one of the most beautiful cities in India, and one can even get rid of it. I think so too. Most of the people who take these to the store are rich people in India and buy them directly with cash. This is not surprising in India. Rich thieves have money. The poor are also very poor. A small part is compensation for demolition. It can be said that everyone is optimistic about this city. With the environment and urban construction, many people think it is worth buying. Not just value, but great value. Medical, educate, health, environment. They are very satisfied, and it is adjacent to Longyu County, an important county in northern Myanmar. Whether it is foreign trade or tourism, it has great prospects. Ever since. It's only been a month since we started working. The shops and residences here are sold out. Looking back, I realize how wise my decision was. It has increased by 30% compared to when I bought it. It's even rising. It can be said, this is more profitable than investing. Under night. Street. A pickup truck was driving quickly. In the car, with the window open, Mihao was blowing the cool evening breeze and looking at the bright streets, feeling a sense of accomplishment. More than a year. Then a city grew up on a piece of wasteland. Think about it. It's a bit incredible. Alas, Mihao sighed, doing engineering. Naturally, he followed the construction site. The project here was completed, and he would go back next month. As for where he would be transferred, he didn't know. A few days ago, the World Cooperation Organization was established and identified urban loans as one of the projects on the list of member countries. If any country wants to do it, he may be transferred there. Asia. Fine. Europe. Impossible. If you go to Africa, all right, just go. What a big deal. I'm just a middle-level person in the company, so I have no choice. Now he has reached the level of project manager. If he resigns, where can he go? Doing engineering means running around everywhere. Change career? Forehead. It doesn't seem to be anything else. So, it's better to stop bothering. With an annual salary of more than 300,000 yuan, in 2009, even in the capital, you can make a down payment for a large house. How about resigning? Silly. After working for 3 to 5 years, I will have enough savings and I will feel at ease. When the time comes, I will see if I can propose to return to the head office and work in administration or marketing. Pin it down. If not, the deposit can also give him the confidence to resign. Soon, come to the north of the city. A straight road leads directly to the border. Then, about 500 meters away from the border, you turn left and drive for another 10 minutes to the border inspection station. Even at night, it's quite lively here too. Singing and dancing. Eat and drink to celebrate. Because starting tomorrow, they will also move into the new city. A large area of old houses here will be demolished, and new houses will be built according to the standards there. By then, connected together, it becomes a real new city. But the remaining projects are not big and are mainly handled by Indian construction companies. Projects worth hundreds of millions are not worthy of a fierce competition between Chinese and Myanmar companies. The bulk was eaten. Leave the small head for local consumption in India. Hi. Border checkpoint. Indian Inspector Chow Maheo said hello with a smile. For such a long time, going back and forth almost every day, it was difficult not to become familiar with them. Mihao even learned a little bit of Indian. Not familiar, but I understand. Goodbye. Good night. Tomorrow will be a good day. After chatting for a few words, Mihao returned to his residence. He didn't stay up too late and went to bed quickly. He was going to be one of the builders for the delivery tomorrow. To this end, there will be a vice president coming to the company tomorrow morning. Small town. The top of the tallest building. Here, you can overlook the entire small town. Suddenly, the space distorts and Tang Qing's figure appears. At this time, the lighting projects of the entire city are started. Every light, every room, every path. It seemed extremely lively. Tang Qing was bored at night, so he came for a walk. This city had placed a lot of expectations on Tang Qing. As a model project, the purpose is to attract foreign loans. For now, the effect is good. A specially produced promotional video was sent to the media in various countries and won wide acclaim. As for whether countries are willing to lend money, they still have to work hard behind the scenes. Joke. Who are we? If you want to do business, should you rely on God's will? It's up to people to plan things. Success is planned. Where's the sky? Tang Qing smiled. What if I turn it over if I don't like it? The building under my feet is the most luxurious hotel in the small town. It is part of the Myanmar Hotel Group. This enterprise manages all hotels under the Myanmar Bank Group. Under night, the main building is glowing. Non-lighting. It is the kind of XINU which is achieved through the inductive coating on the surface, but unlike the one on the car, this inductive coating can achieve color conversion. Chirp, chirp. Outside the outer wall, groups of projected fairy birds are hovering and rising, and the paths they fly over are sprinkled with starlight. It can be said that looking at it from a distance, it is simply stunning. As a model, of course I want to make it look good, but it won't cost much anyway. Or rather, this city is not too far away from getting the money back, because there was an agreement that the funds from the sales of shops and houses must first be used to repay the loans. India has no objection. Therefore, sales were booming, and by the time the sale was completed, 37% of the total loan had been recovered. The rest would be slowly deducted from taxes, and Bang would also have to pay back part of it. 37. Truth. It is not far from the cost line, only 9 percentage points away. When the cost is collected, the rest will be profits, which is also a lot of money. It is considered a continuous income. Pretty good. This trick. If India wants to renovate the project, it won't be able to save much money, because no matter what, the construction parties are all companies, and the company wants to make profits, unlike the Myanmar Bank Group. The cost on the Indian side is quoted by each company, and one's own costs are real costs. A big difference. Hoo-hoo. A gust of wind blew by, and Tang Qing's figure had disappeared. 15 miles away. Power plant. In the control hall, Indian employees were working overtime, looking at a circle of sci-fi-like equipment and even more sci-fi power grid data on the big screen. Bewildered. Good thing. The handover time between Myanmar and them is 1 year. After 1 year, urban service departments such as power grids, water plants, and communications will be completely handed over to India. Outside the window, far away, in their eyes, the city that lit up the sky was like a newborn baby. After seeing it, they all had the belief to protect it. Suddenly, the hall lights turned yellow. Alarm! K32 line is overloaded and protection has been activated. Please go to deal with it immediately. Then, work orders are issued. Personnel were dispatched to handle it. Certainly, this is just a drill. Everyone handles it in an orderly manner and follows the process. The city's power grid has a very strong carrying capacity and is not that prone to problems. And, on the other side of the city, there's another power plant as a backup. The two power plants usually operate together, each providing half of the city's electricity. Once one fails, the other will be at full capacity and power will be guaranteed. Coupled with the large amount of solar energy used throughout the city, it can be said that there is no shortage of electricity at all. Even, there is still room for power supply elsewhere. But didn't do that. Exclusively available. In the future, there will be a third source of electricity from a dam hundreds of kilometers away to serve as energy security for the future expansion of this small city. It's the end of another month. Please vote. The next day, early morning, Tang Qing sat marching towards the airport. May Day. During the Golden Week, naturally I couldn't stay at home. My second uncle was in Myanmar, so the adults in the family decided to go to an island in Delhi province to stay for a few days. Early in the morning, the plane carried several families from Qingyuan City to Shanghai to pick up Tang Qing. After, he will fly directly to Myanmar. Today, there were many more cars on the street than usual. Tang Qing couldn't help but smile. The traffic in China was undergoing a big test at this moment. Compared to 10 years later, there are few cars, but there are tolls on the expressways, and it has not been free on major holidays in 2009. Even if there are few cars, you can still imagine the congestion situation, and I wish them good luck. Just give a few more years. Now, in fact, some departments are already studying it, but the situation is not too urgent yet. The next 3 years. That's the cause. More than 3 years. The number of vehicles nationwide has nearly doubled. Yes, doubled. During the economic crisis, the authorities introduced a series of economic stimulus policies. Home appliances are sent to the countryside. Infrastructure, various subsidies, real estate. A series of actions allowed China to emerge from the crisis extremely quickly. In fact, in those years, what many people felt was not a crisis, but opportunity. That's all. With twice the number of cars, the traffic situation has become increasingly severe, and in addition to the desire to stimulate tourism, it was only 3 years later that free highways during festivals were initially implemented. Soon, arrive at the airport. Good morning, Mr. Tang. A beautiful female security inspector smiled sweetly, feeling happy in her heart. Tang Qing's face was too attractive to girls. Can't get enough of it. Handsome man. Talented. Also in good shape. It's so perfect I really want it. Good morning. Tang Qing also greeted with a smile. After being taken advantage of by the girl without leaving any trace, Tang Qing had no choice but to pass the security check. Well, he couldn't complain to others and said that he was not allowed to touch him. It's still acceptable, as long as you're not a man. After he left, several girls were chattering, discussed the feel. Far away. After Tang Qing heard this. Select block. Right now, Myanmar, Longyu County. A Boeing plane landed slowly, and a group of senior executives from Myanmar came down. The city loan project was delivered, and almost all the top executives from India arrived. Naturally, the specifications must be the same here. 0 first. Kanchin is behind. The state and county leaders have been waiting for a long time. After Ling greeted them, a convoy of more than 30 vehicles sped towards the border. The road was blocked after the plane landed, and thousands of people from the Public Security Bureau and the soldiers stationed at the border were dispatched. Street. There were a lot of people watching. There is excitement. Be curious. What's going on? The big shot is coming. Ooh, I don't know. It should be the senior people from Myanmar. An Indian said, the Indians living here are not much different from those half a year ago. Without it, no house. In Myanmar, it's almost impossible to stay in the local area. You can't even rent a house, and sleeping on the streets is even more impossible. And Longyu County is so big. Therefore, no swarms of Indians filling up the place. How many Indians wanted to buy houses here, but they were already sold out. After getting loans in the city, those people turned their attention to their own country. Waving banknotes. Bye. Some people buy both houses, which makes it easier to come and go. Although you can't obtain citizenship if you buy a house, there are no stay restrictions. Come and go anytime. At first, everyone was dissatisfied, but later, they thought it was okay. Even if you don't have citizenship, you can still enjoy the medical resources and educational resources here. Say it again. Those who can afford it are mostly wealthy people. To immigrate. Too many choices, unnecessary. The people who objected the most to this article actually wanted to be blackmailed. Naturally, no one paid attention to the needs of these people. Soon, then they saw a motorcade whizzing by. Subsequently, the sections of road it passed were gradually unblocked, but the soldiers did not evacuate. Instead, they stood guard and waited for the ceremony to end before blocking the road again. Mighty, domineering, handsome. Looking at these soldiers, who were like pillars, motionless with cold eyes, passers-by couldn't help but admire them. They were completely different from before. Stunt. Walk. An elite aura hit his face. Roadside. An old man sighed. After Zero came to power, everything changed. Where's this place? On the India-Myanmar border. Smuggling is almost a daily occurrence, as one can imagine. Later, Zero goes up. After taking charge of the army, in an almost drastic move, a large number of people entered, and after a rigorous selection and training process, less than a third of them remained. Since then, the bad atmosphere here has been cleared up. Order. After communication between the two parties, the door was opened and no security check was required. The motorcade drove smoothly to the small town and arrived at the town hall. Although the city is small, but Imbang still gave it a city level. At this moment, the Indian side has not arrived yet. There are only staff from both sides, and the square is crowded with people. Big. All the Indians who saw it said so. Blue stone floors. Carved pattern. In the middle of the square, there is a 6-story high monument in the shape of a triangular prism, with words such as eternal friendship written on each side. 3 languages. Gilt. Under the sun, it exudes a faint golden light. This is not a description, but it really shines. It uses the same technology as the Yangon Golden Pagoda. Those who didn't know it thought a treasure was born. Observation stand. Mihao was sitting in the crowd, inconspicuous. He was holding his mobile phone and videotaping a girl on a moving train hundreds of kilometers away. Turn the camera from time to time, aimed at the performance crowd. These are provided by the Indian side to warm up the celebration. You dance really well. The other person praised him. The picture is also clear. Mihao smiled. 4G. This was not available before, but City Loan has adopted 4G as one of the standardized city services, and its coverage far exceeds that of ordinary Indian cities. Suddenly, the crowd cheered. Look up. I saw a convoy coming, and it looked like it was from Myanmar. I'll hang up first. President Zero is here. Mihao said, although this has little to do with him, but the impact is not good, and some things should be paid attention to. Okay. The girl smiled. After hanging up, Mihao followed the crowd and clapped his hands and stopped for a while. The main reason was that the local Indians were too enthusiastic. Without Zero, this city would not have been able to stand. 5 years, 10 years, even longer. Maybe it's impossible. You know, the construction of this city is almost done in one step. Even if India is willing to develop here, it will be done step by step. Buttons and ropes. Swallow slowly. For G. No. There's a high probability that 3G will be developed first. For example, buying equipment returned by others is cheap. As for urban construction, water, electricity, and transportation, it will never be so good. On the square. Wow. Wow. There was continuous applause. There is celebration. There is a welcome. After a while, he stopped and looked at Ling. His eyes were full of kindness. He was a good man, like an angel. He built a city here in just over a year. Too efficient. One's own family knows one's own affairs. This city, even if India wants to rectify it on its own, it cannot do so. The main reason is that it has no money. Even if India buys and buys it all over the world, the debt it has accumulated is also huge. In equipment expenses. So infuriating. Fall. All kinds of falls. Then buy. It is almost a vicious cycle. And now it is difficult to even think about repaying it. As India's elite, they know very well that India has fallen into a debt quagmire. Future. One day, debt will accumulate to the point where you can no longer afford to pay it back with interest. Immediately afterwards, there is only one way. Borrow a new account. Repay old debts. Such a cycle. Endless debt default? How dare you? If you default on your debt, India's currency will immediately depreciate at an avalanche rate. Therefore, only apply for debt restructuring. Then, on the next debt maturity date, apply for restructuring again. Alas, looking at Zero, envious. Myanmar is not a debtor country, but a creditor country. It has almost no international debts. At most, the debt relationship between the Myanmar authorities and the Myanmar Bank Group is almost the same. Therefore, there is no fear of debt collection at all. In print, you can only stay on this road and never return. Soon, another convoy arrives. Wow, wow, applause rang out again. Although this matter was paid for by Myanmar, they also knew that the Indian high-level officials also made great efforts in this matter. Period. Due to encountering too much resistance. At last, gritting his teeth, the project was delegated to the state, with the state as the lender. Otherwise, until now, This matter may only exist in a quarrel with no progress. It can be said that they are very clear about the difficulties faced by the top management, and they also praise the high-level management's flexibility. This city is the result of joint efforts. Get off the bus. Rinda couldn't stop smiling. At first, it was he who traveled to both sides to promote this project. During the construction period, he came 3 times, and every time he came, he felt extremely comfortable. Quick, too fast. More than a year, one city. Almost unimaginable. But this is what has been done here. China's speed, Myanmar's speed, high efficiency, and high quality. Each of them is worth learning from India, but it cannot learn from it. No way. Get used to it. Also, there are some well-known problems that are hard to get rid of. Fortunately, this incident also pointed out a direction for them, a feasible direction. Aside, the president has moved towards zero. Rinda quickly followed. Nearby, the 2 leaders shook hands. They're all quite familiar. Ling met with Indian leaders at 2 G20 summits and the Davos Forum. As for Lunda, he also went there when the World Cooperation Organization was established. Click, click. The media from various countries were filming wildly. Such a big deal. The number of reporters invited by both sides is also huge, covering almost the top 100 media in the world. Myanmar wants publicity, and India wants political achievements. Each takes what he needs. Finished. It's a process. Raise the flag. Play songs. Give flowers. Salute. Then came the speeches, and the Indian side as the host came first. Go on stage. Today, I am very excited, especially after entering the city. What I saw, shared, and felt along the way gave me an unprecedented shock. For this, the first thing I want to thank is our neighbor and our friend, who served as the city's 3-party general contractor for loan, design, and construction. Thank you. Thank you to all the construction workers. It was you who, with your hands, turned the blueprint into reality step by step, allowing us to see its beauty. So quickly. Unscripted speech. To this end, he also memorized it for a while, mainly because he was stimulated by Zero. Every time Zero was around, reporters would praise him for his unscripted speech. No, it's better to take some time to memorize it yourself. Now, on Tang Qing's plane, a live broadcast from India is also being played. Not bad. India has done a good job in this project. Qin Yugong couldn't help but nodded. He didn't have to be on duty this May Day, so he took the opportunity to visit the island together. On television, while playing close-up shots, there's a distant view on one side. It can be seen that the city is quite beautiful, which changes his impression of India. Of course, he also knows that this is just an example, but it shows the courage of the authorities. Would you like to go play for a day? Qin Shichi suggested. Is it safe? Annie frowned. India. But there's a lot of bad news. It doesn't matter. There are bodyguards, right, brother? Qin Shichi looked at Tang Qing and winked. Obviously, it would be fine to bring Tang Qing in. Really, Tang Qing did not disappoint her. Not. If you only go to the city and don't go to other places, there will be no problem. India has made a big reform in the city's security. It's an attempt. First, in terms of public security, there are sufficient police forces and round-the-clock patrols. The crackdown on petty theft is very strict. Secondly, there are restrictions on population movement. Otherwise, with a city load of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, millions of people may pour in. Soon, the streets, alleys, and park lounge chairs will be occupied by densely packed people. This time, the Indian method is determined to be piloted. Great! Qin Shichi jumped up. Pa! Her aunt slapped her lightly. Why are you jumping? This is on a plane, not a train. Upon hearing this, Qin Shichi sat down with a pout. See this? Tang Qing smiled faintly. It's okay. Our plane is strong. Just kidding. Such a big guy can't bear a little girl jumping on it? That's a lot of rubbish. Not to mention, it's been specially transformed. Don't talk about jumping. It's fine if we dance together, but if we break the dance, I lose. Corner. Qin Shiyu and Tang Yinner were busy writing and answering questions. The college entrance examination was in 1 month. There was no May Day holiday, but who was the academic master? First in a grade. second in a grade, top academic level. In addition, it was not easy to take a leave of absence as he was taking the exams at Yantang University. Tang Qing could imagine the resentment in the eyes of the teachers. These were two young talents from the northern Qing dynasty. As for the reason for answering questions, he still wanted to catch up with Tang Qing. Then, Tang Qing became the top pick in the national examination with almost full marks. Their goal is to shorten the gap and strive to control it within 10 points. The two girls usually work very hard. Certainly, you still have to play when you have to, and balance work with rest. As for Tang Qing's parents, turn around, and I saw a few faces thinking hard. They found a super time-killing project from the plain jigsaw puzzle, and they were fighting with it. Certainly, it's not the tens of thousands of dollars that Tang Qing usually plays, but only $1,000. But despite this, it is estimated that the two of them will not be able to finish it by the time they get off the plane. Please give me some extra votes. Where is this? Dazzle, dizzy. It actually has a hypnotic effect. I'm going to take a nap. Tang's father couldn't stand looking at the densely packed puzzle pieces, leaving Tang's mother to puzzle alone. Then, Tang, come and help me. Okay. 5 minutes later. Go, I'll do it alone. Tang's mother looked at the picture that was almost a third of a piece, feeling depressed. This baby of hers can do anything. Aside, Qin Shichi felt itchy and thought she could do it too. I'll do it. Another 5 minutes. Goodbye. Alas, why are you comparing yourself to a monster? If you have this time, it would be nice to bully your sister. He walked over and took a look at the question Qin Shiyu was writing. Goodbye. Mother, it's so hard for me. India. Major media are carrying out live broadcasts of the whole process, and the beautiful pictures give many viewers the illusion that India has become a modern country. However, turn your head and look out the window. All right, we are overthinking it. Online, extremely lively. It's so beautiful. I'm sure it's the most beautiful city in India, if not one of them. I don't know when our state will have one. We want it to. Same as above. +1. At first, everyone also thought that their state might be next, but some people soon poured cold water on it. It is difficult for all states to get loans. Why? It's very simple. As soon as the World Cooperation Organization was established, there were probably many interested countries. At the beginning, Myanmar also said it was a pilot, and now the pilot has been successful. But it didn't say there would be a follow-up. Suddenly, many people are in a bad mood, and this seems to be the case. Then we build it ourselves. Someone spoke, and there were many supporters. The next moment, build it yourself? Where's the money? As for the donation from the O Foundation, we are still arguing about where to use it, and there is no result. Build another city. Don't argue more fiercely. Okay, it hurts my heart again. 2. If it can be done, but it has not been done long ago, what else can we expect? In addition, many people with active minds and well-off families want to visit, travel, and, if possible, see if there are any investment opportunities. There are also many people who want to work. But the thoughts just came together. On television, a basin of cold water was poured down. Pass. Temporary residence permit. Labor permit. There are a lot of demands, which are quite unfriendly, especially to those outside the state. It is not surprising to everyone that the states in India are already divided. Taxation is not unified between states, just like between countries. It is a bit like the United States. Not to mention states, the relationship between neighboring cities is also very far. But everyone still has a glimmer of hope. Give it a try. What if I can get a loan? Yes. Not many, just one. It's not for our enjoyment, but I hope everyone realizes that our current living environment really can't keep up with the times. That's right. One is good. I agree. For a moment, the clamor to build one in the state is getting louder and louder. Not many, just one is enough. It can be used as a benchmark. Only when you have experienced something good can you know how to change. Border. Loy City. This is the name of the town. In the Indian zoning system, the levels are not high. Below the state are counties, and below the counties are cities. Compared with China, the levels of counties and cities are adjusted. A scale of 2 to 300,000. It's a bit small. On the square. The speeches of the two presidents are also coming to an end. After that, Just watching the performance, there were many Indian celebrities here, singing and dancing. It was so lively, the atmosphere was very lively, and the cheers were loud. Near noon, the entire delivery ceremony ended. Then, the big guys came to the City Hall conference room. Welcome. Thank you. This city is a symbol of India-Myanmar friendship. After that, enter the topic. Mr. Zero, with the success of Loy City, we want to continue to expand the results. I wonder what your attitude is, said the Indian leader. After eating candy, I naturally want to eat it again. I was worried that it would take many years to repay the loan, but now that the situation is like this, the repayment pressure does not seem to be great. The pre-sales alone are a huge number. To this, Zero said very directly, this matter requires a comprehensive analysis. The success of Loy City is due to your courage and the state's efforts, but it also has strong geographical factors. Hearing this, the person on the other side's heart skipped a beat at these words. Direct enough. Geographical factors. Apparently, Zero means close to Myanmar, which is also the main communication channel between the North and India. The trade is relatively heavy. In addition, there are environmental and medical problems. Many people come here to buy houses and invest, not because of the infrastructure in Loy City, but because it is close to Myanmar and can go there at any time. Live, travel, educate. That's why it's so popular. Think about it. It's true. If other states obtain such urban loans, even if they solve the land acquisition problem, they may not be as popular as here. Everyone still has to look at the room for appreciation. In this way, lenders are under great pressure to repay. Everyone was depressed. Could it be? Is this not possible? But this time, he heard Ling Ling say again, however, we can consider expanding the size of Loy City. On this basis, we can first develop a big city and then expand. After listening, in India's heart, yes, this plan is good, but how could they not consider it? However, this will only benefit this one state, and other states will probably cause trouble again. Certainly, it is also possible to have the state act as the lender as before. However, Bang is not monolithic. He didn't see the benefits before, but he does now. Within the state, counties will certainly have to complain. Therefore, as for the next step, although expanding here is a good method, we must also take into account the needs of other places. Otherwise, it will be difficult to continue to implement it. At this time, he then heard Ling say, actually, we can still be flexible. Oh, everyone looked over. Both the Indian government and the state are facing problems that are difficult to distribute, but why not turn it into a business? Let the companies do it. What do you mean? Everyone was confused. Enterprise? What kind of company has so much money to do such good things? We can treat this as a commercial project. To be more detailed, it is a real estate plus infrastructure project. You can see how hot the real estate here is. Therefore, we can send out invitations to major companies in your country to invest. In this way, you don't have to be embarrassed, and the country doesn't have to be embarrassed, because this is a business behavior. After listening, wow, all the Indian personnel's eyes lit up. Yes, why go out and have a headache yourself? You can leave it to the commercial market. Guohang loans will be rejected, but corporate investment has no worries. Capital. It's all about profit. Please vote. Think of this. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but feel hot. Look at Zero. My eyes are full of, why are you so smart? But looking at Ling's expression, as if this was just a kid's question, I couldn't help but feel complicated. Could it be that in Zero's eyes, they're all idiots? Forehead. It's possible. All right. Stupid is stupid. Normal. I guess in the eyes of many countries around the world, they're really stupid. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to build a city and would have to find foreign loans. Just get used to it. Just get used to it. Come to your senses. Can this method be fully rolled out in India? Asked the Deputy Prime Minister. No. Zero shook his head. It's still the same problem as before. Business is all about profit. In the short term, the main areas for loans are still close to us. Everything is convenient. The meaning is very straightforward. If you want me to bloom everywhere, don't even think about it for now. There is not much problem with construction around Loy City, but when you go to other parts of India, you have to think too much. Hear the words. Everyone nodded. 2. People also have to consider giving back. Say it again. After the establishment of the World Cooperation Organization, Myanmar's expenditures have increased, and there are dozens more lenders available for urban loans, so Myanmar will not lend too much money to India. All right, it's better than nothing. It was difficult to expand Loy City before. Now that we have solved this problem, it is already a great progress. We can't be greedy. Not bad. We are very interested in this plan. The boss agreed. This matter. It did no harm at all, and it also rescued myself from trouble. It was perfect. In the crowd, the chief elder of the country was already smiling. Ha. I was just worried that my country would fall out of favor. Which material? 0 directly limited the area, and now he couldn't wait to provide 0. What are the requirements for the company? The boss was curious. First, strong capital. Second, good reputation. Both state-owned enterprises and private enterprises are allowed. We can accept their investment in public facilities such as roads, electricity, communications, energy, and water supply. But there is a slight difference. For private enterprises, they are mainly shops, residences, and other commercial facilities, etc. The two can also overlap, and there are no absolute project restrictions. A few minutes. 0 explained the entire plan. Shocking. All aspects have been considered, and it can almost enter the substantive implementation stage. As long as it is released, there will definitely be a lot of companies willing to invest. India's rich are not short of money. Missing items. Only. 0's idea is a bit big. According to the scale of expansion, the city size of Loy City will be 10 times its current size, with the capacity to carry millions of people. Transportation, environment, electricity, communication. The style is all according to the standards of Loy City. It can be said to be a huge project, with the investment required to be at least 150 billion Asian dollars. Oh my God, what a generous gesture. But the bigger the project, the happier they are, because the main investors are companies, and their pressure is suddenly reduced for the emergence of a huge new city. Quite welcome. But gradually, they thought of the Myanmar Bank Group. As the project initiator, they were expected to make a lot of money from it, which made them feel a little distressed. For a while. Take care of it yourself. This thought came up again. Go back and let the experts analyze it carefully to see if it is feasible. Even if it is unreliable, the idea must be completely dispelled by the analysis report. Such a huge benefit. I really can't bear it. Noon. After a meal, the two parties separated, and 0 returned directly to the country, while the Indian side, led by the management of Roy City, toured around the city. The city introduced it enthusiastically. The base station coverage is extremely high and can meet the needs of large swaths of 4G services. It can be said that this place has the highest 4G base station equipment among Indian cities. The highest density, the largest number, the fastest network speed. All households can handle broadband above 10 m. Rinda nodded. When we went to Myanmar a few days ago, he visited it. Not only did it have less emissions, it was almost like nothing. It was like black technology. Now, with the efforts of agents from various countries, many projects have been finalized. In addition, we have also built a large number of charging stations and charging piles, where electric vehicles can travel smoothly and very conveniently. The entire city has adopted underground pipe network technology. The power grid communication network, water network, drainage and sewage are concentrated underground, reducing the wiring layout on the ground. Underground, everyone admired. In developed countries, this has not been done so thoroughly. All kinds of pipelines are almost underground, and there are almost no wires pulling back and forth on the ground. Refreshing. Will it be flooded? Someone asked. No. The terrain here is higher, and the city's drainage pipes are wide and extend in all directions. Even if the rainfall is the largest in local history, we are not afraid at all. At this point, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "It's awesome." Loy City. When developed, it can be used as a business card. No one can live here. Looking at the underground pipes that are wide enough for cars to pass through, the boss said, "If something happens to this, it will definitely be a big area. It's natural. We inspect it every day. There's a dedicated handler at the main entrance, which is usually locked. Wanderers are not allowed to come in and sleep. Yes. Speaking of this, I can't help but be proud. You must know that in many places in India, there may be dozens or even hundreds of people per toilet, and the gap is huge. Some are higher. These words. The big guys were helpless for a while. The toilet issue is also a pain in their hearts. Almost all foreigners who come here will complain about this issue, but it is difficult to solve it for a while. Looking more and more, the more you listen, the more everyone feels that the possibility of self-construction is too low. If nothing else, India cannot produce these advanced equipment and complete supporting facilities on its own. Buy more. One purchase. It's money. If you earn it yourself, Myanmar may not give you any discounts. Even if Myanmar does not participate, you can still make a lot of money from it. This is too disturbing. The most important thing is, pardon yourself, urban planning may not have such high standards. In this case, the center of Loy City may be super modern, but the surrounding areas are very different. That picture, almost mocking them, the business card turned into a joke. In the last 4 hours, please vote. In everyone's brain, a picture gradually emerged. The central city is like a paradise, and everyone who comes here is amazed by its beauty. The suburbs are like slums, and those who leave them will be denounced. Such a strong contrast. What would outsiders think? This. It seems not difficult to guess contempt. Across the street, the two worlds will definitely make headlines in various countries again. Now, the senior officials on the Indian side suddenly felt that it was a bit ridiculous. In such a beautiful city, they actually felt upset. The reason was that there were too many calculations. Later, they came to the train station again. This is Loy Station, but it is not yet connected to the railway network. If it goes quickly, it will be open to traffic in early 1 or 2 years. The more he spoke, the softer his voice became. So ashamed. It takes 1 year to build a city, but you may not be able to complete a 2 to 300-kilometer railway in 3 years. There is really no comparison, so there is no harm. Here, the big guys frowned. 3 years. You are too efficient, but you also understand how difficult it is for the people below to do things. Loy City is in a special location, so land acquisition is easier, but it is still troublesome along the railway line. All right. Okay. If we can't solve this problem, then not solved. Besides, the reporters faithfully recorded the scene and even prepared a title in their mind. Beautiful Loy Station is completed, but the access road will take several years. The lonely station will be idle for another 3 years. Made. Or, it's better not to report this, right? Soon, the new Loy City expansion plan spread through various channels, and for a while, the Indian capital world began to tremble. New Delhi. Suburbs. The huge area of a house reflects the identity of the owner. In the courtyard, a large number of servants are busy serving the owner. In print, most of the servants in big families are hereditary, and ordinary people cannot enter. Backyard. In the pavilion. Sir, you asked me to pay attention to Loy City before. Just now, Myanmar made it clear that it will not provide any loans to India in the short term. But a new plan was proposed. To introduce commercial capital and jointly expand Loy City, Myanmar Bank Group will still be the general contractor for planning, design, bidding, and construction. The benefits will be divided according to the amount of investment. Oh, after listening, on the recliner, the sleeping old man slowly opened his eyes. The majestic look in his eyes made the housekeeper afraid to look directly at him, so he could only lower his head. Business capital, the old man murmured. Yes. What are the requirements? Reputation and strength, said the steward. Okay. A smile appeared on the old man's face. They didn't pay much attention to it before, but the success of Loy City is already in front of them, proving that this path is the right one. Now they just need to follow it. A sure profit. At least you won't lose money. But this Ling is very good at calculating. He can still make a fortune from it without paying for it himself. He is really brave enough to say that he is a general contractor. The housekeeper couldn't help but say, Huh. The old man smiled. He's really brave. Why? The steward asked curiously. It's very simple. He is very confident. No one can do better than the Myanmar Bank Group. He is more confident. Myanmar will definitely make a profit from the expansion of Loy City. He said, "Bah." The old man patted the armrest of the recliner, eyes flashing with tears. Good means. Good strategy. So, I'm waiting here. The more I thought about it, the old man felt more and more that this must be the case. What do you mean? The butler was confused. The first loan is said to be a pilot, but in fact, it can also be regarded as a sweetener. We think it is delicious, and we will definitely continue to buy in the future. But we all think that the subsequent purchaser will be the Indian or state government. Based on the analysis in this direction, the conclusion is the probability is very small. After all, Myanmar's money has many places to go. However, we didn't expect that Zero's second batch of targets was not the authorities, but commercial capital. I have to say that this round was so brilliant. The old man became more and more excited as he talked, as if he had discovered some big secret. Right? That must be it. Estimate. This was Zero's plan from the very beginning. He would first create a Loy City, but it would not be a big one. It would also make many people make money. Now, it was a disaster. Capital will definitely flock to it. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity to integrate and make a fortune from it, the old man couldn't help but feel that Zero's resourcefulness was so far-reaching that it was almost terrifying. Find a place. Easy. Count a country. Disaster. So powerful. The butler clicked his tongue. Think about it. A little bit good. The meaning of tempting consumption is to give you a little sweetness first, and then seduce you step by step. In the end, you will spend more and more and make a lot of money from it. Too shrewd. Yes. The old man kept nodding. Then we can completely deal with it ourselves and prevent his plan from succeeding. The housekeeper said, "Hear the words." The old man shook his head. "It's late." "Why?" the steward asked. "First, the purpose of capital is to make a profit. However, when we do it ourselves, we will definitely do it at the lowest cost with the intention of obtaining the highest return, but it won't work. Pearls first. Our costs cannot be reduced at all, so we must lower the standards. But there's another problem. Lowering the standards, how to ensure returns and appreciation. Second, just kick the Myanmar Bank Group out of the game. It's strange that other people's things are not given to you at market prices. In the end, you won't save much money. Even the cost is higher. The butler nodded. All right, this is indeed a problem. Business is all about profit. If you make a mess, you will only be able to make money. This is completely causing trouble for yourself. Then the old man said third. That is the future relationship. You have to know that Loy City is a lone project of Myanmar. It has feelings and has a series of preferential policies. Entry, education, work, trade, tariffs. Will the newly expanded urban area still receive this kind of treatment? A series of issues will become confusing. It can be said that the asset prices of Roy City. Zero has the final say. Bien said. The old man sighed. This game is simply shocking. Such a way of playing is really unprecedented. No other city in India has such influence, but Loy City is the only exception. Too close. But think about it from another perspective. There are many benefits to following the Myanmar Bank Group. The first is regulation. If India manages its own capital, there will definitely be internal disputes for a long time. Secondly, it is speed. The circulation of capital attaches great importance to efficiency. 1-year circulation and 3-year circulation are two completely different concepts. Think about it. It's better not to make useless ones. One has high risk, and the other has low risk. It's a good choice. After making the decision, the old man asked someone to contact the other party. Soon, the reply came. Sir, it's done. Although Myanmar Bank Group has not officially approved the project, it has opened the preliminary review process. We have passed it. The next step is the subscription amount. Guanjiawi reported. This efficiency. He was really shocked. Calculating the time, it seemed that it was less than 2 hours since the big bosses had reached an agreement. You had even gone online to make preparations. Do you want it to be so fast? At the same time, It also confirmed the speculation that had been anticipated for a long time. How much? The old man asked. For a single enterprise, the starting price is 300 million Asian dollars, with a cap of 1 billion Asian dollars. Two ways. First, pay it all in one lump sum before the start of construction. Second, pay it in 6 installments, with 50% as a deposit before the start of construction. After the start of construction, pay 10% every month. That is, pay it off within half a year. After listening, the old man nodded slowly. This little money, it's trivial. India's capital and cash reserve ratio has always been very high. With a cap of 1 billion, I understand that only by bringing in more people can the project go more smoothly. There is no benefit to paying it all in one lump sum, the old man asked again. Yes. The butler nodded quickly. After this expansion is completed, the property rights of the commercial buildings will be given to the major investors in proportion. We can set the price freely and sell it ourselves. As for the one-time payment, you can give priority to the area, but you cannot choose the buildings one by one, but you can get the real estate in a relatively good location. Wen Yen, the old man smiled. That makes sense. Otherwise, if there is no benefit at all from paying all in one lump sum, who will do it? Also, you can't choose buildings one by one. You also understand that in a city, the best locations are actually limited. It is only reasonable to pair the good ones with some bad ones. This way, it is estimated that Myanmar Bank Group will be able to raise a large amount of funds soon. As few as tens of billions. As many as hundreds of billions. If it were an ordinary project, an ordinary company would not dare to do this. However, the credit Myanmar Bank Group is too good, the background is too strong, and the project itself is good. Definitely welcome. Alas, the old man sighed. This time, its internal profits are estimated to be able to recover the last loan immediately, and the rest is pure profit. Thinking of this, he really has to admire him. Zero. What a thief. Shrewd. Capable. How could they use city loans like this? Same. After thinking about it, many capitals in India contacted the Myanmar Bank Group, and the results they obtained satisfied them. The limit was 1 billion, which only restricted enterprises, not individuals. Therefore, if you want, a family can subscribe 2 or 3 times. In India, the gap between the rich and the poor is far wider than ordinary people imagine, and they can buy hundreds of millions or billions. Then, the expansion of Roy City is doomed. On the plane, after learning about the movements of major capitals, the Indian senior officials couldn't help but feel happy. This news was originally released by them because they wanted to test the waters. It seems now, the effect is good. The capital was very interested, which greatly reduced their pressure. Their roles were reversed, and they became secondary participants, saving them a lot of trouble. Now, Roy City, it's settled. Yeah. Have a drink and celebrate. Okay. Soon, the aroma of tea overflows on the plane. One mouthful. Everyone has mixed feelings in their minds, and every time they drink it, they think about one question. Why doesn't the original transcription solution appear in India? It's so expensive to buy. Feeling distressed and enjoying it. In the Indian media, news about this was also announced. Suddenly, the heat has gone to another level. This is an incredible idea. I never thought of it before. I thought the construction of Loy City was coming to an end. I didn't expect it to be the beginning. This operation is amazing. Planting a flower and attracting a swarm of bees is a completely textbook method. Although it is not new in human history, it is very effective. It's over. There is no hope for our country. Yes, country, states. If it is this kind of official participation, they can still fight for it. Wherever you invest, as long as you don't invest in me, I will object and protest. However, the situation has now completely changed. Official withdrawal. Capital enters the market. Go protest, huh? You can't protest in front of other people's companies. You can invest their money wherever you like, and you can't interfere if you want. This is completely a 100 billion level project. It's too exaggerated. The person who proposed this method must be a master here. I know who it is. Who? Zero. No wonder this person seems to be capable of anything. Alas, if only he was our president, we will definitely get better and better. That's right. Rhythm. He was quickly led astray. In fact, it was just an angry talk. Then, small and medium-sized capital began to become active, and the first batch of real estate in Loy City was not purchased. This batch, can I get a set? Yes. Longyu County. Train station. What? Introducing corporate capital? Not leaving for now. After receiving the call, Mihao looked surprised. He thought that the project in Loy City was completed and the number of loan recipients from Myanmar would increase, so he would not lend to India in the short term. Which material? There is such an operation. Myanmar does not lend money, but it does not mean that it cannot get money. For good projects, there is too much capital that wants to come in. Awesome. In this way, it seems that I no longer need to go to Africa. The expansion of the new city, even if Indian capital is introduced, the voice of the Myanmar Bank Group may be reduced. But capital pursues profit, quality, speed, cost. Weigh it down. India is the last one to have an advantage, and the first two have no advantage at all. In this way, even if the projects that non-Indian companies get are 1/3 of the previous ones, it will be enough. Don't forget, the total investment amount this time is also 5 or 6 times that of the previous one. It can be said, as the cake gets bigger, the proportions get smaller, but it's still an astonishing number. Thinking of this, Mihao was quite happy because he didn't have to travel to a strange place. Soon, here, Mihao waved to the 3 people inside, mother, daughter, and the Chinese girl who I've known for a year and now teaches in Xi'an City. During the May Day holiday, he couldn't go back, so he asked his mother and daughter to come over. Just treat it as a trip. In the car, looking out the window, Mihao's mother muttered, "This place is so beautiful. The road is wide. The house is also very unique, completely different from the style of Xi'an City. Clean and clean, but they all adhere to a basic design concept. Nice. And, in some things, the difference is not big. Educate, medical, environment. They're all the same standard, clean and tidy. Diseases that can be treated in Xi'an City can be treated here. The education level here is no different from Xi'an City." At this point, he admired it very much. Treat everyone equally. Balanced development. But it does not demand urbanization, but vigorously develops the rural economy, builds new countryside, provides water, electricity, ventilation, and various subsidies. To this, Mihao believes that this is because Myanmar's industry is weak. A weak industrial country that engages in urbanization can easily lose track of priorities. Then I thought about stabilizing agriculture and started to work on it slowly. I have to say, good. At least they are not hungry. Although people earn less, it still depends on where they spend their money. Medical care, education, and housing are the 3 major areas, and the burden on people here is very small. The family has land. Plant vegetables. Eat food. It doesn't cost much, and even many young people are willing to stay in the village. After all, not everyone likes to venture out, and some just like to be ordinary. Made at sunrise. Rest at sunset. Driving a car. The wind is blowing. Outside the window, there are villa-shaped villages one after another. Mihao smiles. He is very satisfied with his current life. He will return to the countryside in the future to farm and provide for his retirement. Seems pretty good too. Certainly, it is best to be similar to the village in front of you, with complete facilities, convenient transportation, small villas for every household, and not a cookie-cutter look. Each one is slightly different, both beautiful and unique. Grow your own. Eat it yourself. Buy a small car, raise a stupid dog, plant an acre of vegetable land, TSK. Beautiful. At this time, the co-pilot's mother asked, "When will you return to Xi'an City?" "Not yet." Mihao shook his head. Isn't the project here finished?" "No." Mihao explained. Just today, high-level officials from India and Myanmar reached a preliminary consensus on the expansion of Loy City and are preparing to further expand Loy City. Hearing this, Mimi was surprised. Expansion, that is also good. When she said this, Mihao's mother breathed a sigh of relief. The project branches of the Myanmar Bank Group were too wide, and she was really afraid of being transferred to Africa. Now, Longyu County is a bit far away, but at least it is within the same country. It takes less than 2 hours by plane. The train departs early in the morning and arrives at noon. And Africa, what a difference that is. Partial. How big should we expand? 10 times the area. Capital. At least 100 billion Asian dollars. Miao said. So many. Mi's mother was shocked. Hundreds of billions. It's now 2009. This is such a huge sum of money, or at least at this moment. I heard Duani say, some people on the internet estimate that it may reach 150 billion. In the car, Mimyu was shocked again. 150 billion, terrifying, 10 times the area. In this way, soon, a big city will be built across the border. Although the population is only about that of a prefecture-level city in China. But the city area is much larger than that. She has read the news about Loy City. The population density is very small, and the houses are generally not high, so the area is quite large. 10 times. That has to be bigger. Soon, the car entered the county town and arrived at a hotel. It occupies a large area. Unique style. Is this opened by an Indian? Looking at the style, Mihao's mother asked curiously. Also, will it be too expensive? Just find an average one. No. Mihao smiled. This is a hotel owned by our Mr. Tang. We come to stay with our families at a huge discount, and you stay here for a week for free. No money. Mi's mother opened her mouth. Yes. No money. If we are stationed in other places, if there is a cooperative hotel in the local area, there will be 10 days of free accommodation for family visits every year. I haven't used it yet. Mihao explained. It made him feel very warm. It lasted for 10 days, and it was still a business standard. Even if it exceeded, you could still enjoy a 50% discount, but it was limited to the immediate family members of the posted employees. Otherwise, anyone can come. I'm afraid someone will cash out. Mr. Tang still runs a hotel? Duani asked curiously from the back seat. Yeah. Mihao nodded. But very few. We only operate hotels in a few places, and they're all high-end hotels. There is only one in Longyu County in this state. However, we have many cooperative hotels. You also know how strong the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce is. More than 90% of the hotels in Myanmar are partners. This point, Mihao is also slightly shocked. Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce. In this land, the strength is terrifying. As a core member, Tang Kai has a high status, and the treatment of his employees is very good. Lots of benefits. The reason is that I am still learning zero. Generous. Come in. Register. No proof is required. When entering the company, the family information is registered. All you need to do is hand over your ID card and get a large room. After that, putting down the salute, he drove to the commercial street of Duan Ejia store. Get off. Bustling. All people. So many people. Duan, he was also a little surprised. Mihao smiled lightly and said, It's normal. In the past month, with the completion of Loy City, it has greatly attracted rich people from India to come here. Some of them bought houses before, but they just started to move in large numbers today. These are high-quality customers. When the expansion of Loy City is completed, it will be even better. Being next to a city with a population of several million, business is naturally easy to do. One listen. Mi's mother worried. Will the landlord increase the price? Business is good. Raise rent. Although it is quite normal, it is also annoying. This kind of behavior has actually existed since ancient times, but it is not unacceptable as long as it is within a reasonable range. I'm afraid that if the price rises by a huge sum, ordinary merchants will not be able to bear it. Blackheart. No. Mihao shook his head. These industries are owned by the county and have signed long-term contracts. There will be rent increases every year, but they're all at a fixed amount and will not increase dramatically. This point, better than a private landlord. Certainly, there are also many privately owned shops in Longyu County, but most of them are on the roadside. These exclusive commercial streets are almost all state-owned industries. No messing around. No need. First, the county is not short of money. Since a large number of houses were sold, the Indians paid for it. Therefore, almost no money was spent on the renovation of the old city in Longyu County. There's even a surplus. Second, it's still a question of money. When business is good, taxes will naturally be higher. When taxes are higher, the benefits from rent increases are actually about the same, almost the same. Elsewhere, the subjects of taxes and rent are not the same. But they are completely integrated. Just like the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, they are almost all industries of the Myanmar Asia Bank Group. There is no such thing as a big increase in rent due to business. Certainly, this problem also exists in non-state-owned businesses, such as those private shops in Longyu County, but they should not go too far, otherwise they may be fined. In Myanmar, it is not a completely free economy. In the business field, the authorities have strong intervention and are not too laissez-faire. They have been using administrative means to maintain the basic business ethics of society. To this end, there is too much criticism from the Western media. Finance, exchange rate, invest, tariff. In recent years, Mian Yao has been criticized a lot, but Zero has remained unmoved and used his own way to maintain Myanmar's unique economic operation model. So far, the results are very good. Other side, the capital of Dream Province. Airport. The Gulfstream G550 landed slowly. The airport was not busy because the main passenger route destinations were mostly in Yangon, and there were very few direct flights to Tanlin Province. Very simple. In order to let people travel more and spend more, they went to Yangon and took a bus to Tanlin Province. The economy can be boosted along the way. Why not? To this, there are not many dissatisfactions. People who come to Myanmar will not go directly to this place for medical treatment. If they're traveling, they will not mind going to Yangon first. It's an attraction there. At the same time, the routes of major tour groups are also based on the principle of detours. Although there are no benefits such as forced shopping, there is a service fee in the process. Otherwise, how much money do group tours make? This year, thanks to the efforts of Myanmar Asian enterprises, during this May Day Golden Week, tourists from China have reached an unprecedented peak, and they're almost the most popular overseas route. The advantages are huge. First, close. Second, affordable. Third, the scenery is good. In terms of cost-effectiveness and the reputation it has accumulated in the past, it is almost the first-choice country for Chinese tourists to travel abroad, and all major tour groups are simply crazy busy. Airplane, cruise ship, long haul, full. The last route is very popular because you will enter the country from Yin Province. After you have played there, you can go abroad directly, and then take the passenger transportation network in Myanmar. Xiamen City, Naypyidaw, Yangon, Dream Province. 7 days is just right. To this end, the traffic in Myanmar is almost at its limit. Looking at all this, Tang Qing is very satisfied. How good it is. These customers, many of them are stolen from Europe, the United States, island countries, and other routes. It is natural to be happy to be able to steal their business. As for whether it will affect domestic tourism, how could it be? China's population is there, and what Burma can grab is mainly to travel abroad. Less than 1 million Chinese people were able to come to Myanmar during the May Day Golden Week. Quite a few. This can be compared to the total number of outbound trips of nearly 10 million per year. Not enough. There is still a lot of room for growth. The Tang family got off the plane. Just right. A white cloud drifted across the sky, covering the rising sun, and the breeze blew on my face, making it comfortable and cool. The weather is nice. Qin Shiqi opened her hands, took a deep breath, and then took a few selfies, but did not post them on WeChat Moments, as that would be too ostentatious. In the internet age, it's better to be cautious. Among friends, not many people know that she is Tang Qing's cousin. Even if she is in a dormitory, only her best friends know about it, and the roommates only think that she has some connections in her family. Also, there's also Qin Yugong's special status. District leader, deputy bureau level. If it was dug out, she would definitely be punished. Her family had not disconnected the internet, but she knew how violent some of the hostility on the internet was. Therefore, just shoot, not sent. Learn from Tang Qing. Never post anything. She kept diving, But when she thought about being known to everyone in school and being talked about behind her back, the little bit of vanity Qin Shichi had disappeared without a trace. Afraid. I am afraid that I will no longer be able to enjoy a stable university life. And I'm also afraid that some people with ulterior motives will approach me. I traveled before, but I was taught a lesson by society. Looking back, it's all tears. Out of the airport. Get in the car. There were 9 vehicles in total, heading towards the not-so-distant coast. In fact, you can arrange a helicopter at the airport and fly directly to the island. But everyone is here for a trip, so there is no rush. In the car. Brother, when will your aircraft be built? From now on, we can fly everywhere on the sea and have underwater submersibles. Qin Shichi chirped. Next year, Tang Qing said. There's still 1 year left. Qin Shichi was a little disappointed. Beside, Qin Yugong said, You think it's just a table, chair, or bench? This is already incredibly fast. Under normal circumstances, it takes at least 3 to 5 years from the design to the launch of this kind of aircraft. Speaking of which, Tang, you must be safe. Flying in the sky. Once a fatal failure occurs, the chance of survival is too low. The car loses control at high speed, and there is an escape lane. The plane loses control, and the only way is to parachute. This is natural. My model is definitely one of the safest airplanes in the world. Tang Qing confidently said. Adding one is considered low-key. Looking forward to it. Tang Yin'er clapped. Yeah. Qin Shiyu's eyes were full of trust. Soon, arrive at the coast pier. Now, a huge yacht was parked there. Since the morning, many people had been there, taking photos wildly and feeling extremely excited. They checked. 200 million. This yacht is worth a full 200 million US dollars. It can definitely be ranked among the top 5 or even top 3 in the world. Its huge size is like a warship. There is no parking space at the small pier. Tourists swarmed. It's so big. Beautiful. It's worth more than 1 billion yuan. Do you know what this is? It can build dozens of high-rise residential buildings. Its owner is so rich. Envy. Who does it belong to? I don't know. It's very mysterious. There is no public information on the internet, only the price. It's just a bit shocking. The country of registration is Myanmar. Are all the rich people in Myanmar so rich? Indeed. Yeah. In the past few years, the development has been so fast that it's scary. The year before last, the GDP growth was more than 400%, and last year it was more than 100%, which is more than 10 times. The original transcription solution is so profitable. This trip, seeing it feels worth it. Yeah, if there is an attraction, I would like to pay a ticket to visit it. It's a beautiful idea. There is no shortage of money for a billion-dollar yacht. Even if one person charges 100 yuan for admission and 10,000 people charge 1 million Asian dollars, is probably not enough damage. What damage? If it gets bumped, how much loss will it cost? No way. We have to look at the problem from the perspective of a rich person. A small bump may be more troublesome than losing 1 million. Don't just look at the problem from our perspective. Oh, there's no hope of going on this trip in this life. Suddenly, some people held telescopes and saw Tang Qing and his party, but they didn't know who they were. Someone is coming up. Where is it? Can't see clearly. Do you know anyone? I don't know anyone. It's all profile, but I can tell they are Asians, maybe from a big family in Burma. They rarely show up and don't know each other. Unfortunately, it looks like it's about to open. Disappointed. I just got here. The family boarded the yacht. Wow, is this yacht converted from a warship? It's so luxurious. It was the first time for Qin Yugong to ride on a 200 million US dollar yacht. He looked around and kept nodding. Every detail was perfect, like a small cruise ship. Guest room, bar, private cinema, dining room, swimming pool, tarmac. It is very complete. Every part is luxurious, and there are many ancillary facilities. It took Qin Yugong more than a quarter of an hour to visit the entire ship. For decks, indent layer by layer. Top layer. It is a 6-meter diameter swimming pool, and there is more than one swimming pool. One is on the first deck, open air, and the other is indoors on the negative floor. Each room also has a bathtub. It can be said, luxury at its peak. The entire ship has more than 30 crew members, and the tarmac is now empty. Qin Yugong heard that it had been parked on the island. Bow. Tang Qing stood with his hands behind his back. Wow. The yacht moved forward at full speed, riding the wind and waves. Because of its large size, it does not bump up and down like a small boat in calm water. Pretty smooth. This is where the big boat comes in. Certainly, on a real big wave, the giant ship also has to say, "You are awesome." Human technology is far from fearless in the face of the power of nature. This is the Bay of Bengal. Compared with several oceans, the usual waves are not high, and on the opposite side of the sea is the east coast of India. Thinking of India, Tang Qing thought of a person. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Vika, it took so long. It's time to send him back. Let's celebrate the holidays and treat him as an amnesty to Vika. The pseudo family's affairs are making headlines in Malaysia every day these days. Nothing good. Building. Will lean. Now, a cave on the east coast of India. Vika suddenly woke up. In a dream. He once again returned to the villa he had longed for, embracing not just one but 5 beauties. This was his favorite project. Super high. For more than a month, I can only rely on memories or dreams to satisfy my cravings. There are also few constraints in daily life, so the frequency of occurrence is very high. Ordinary people, even if you want to do evil in a dream, you're limited by a certain sense of abiding by the law. People like Vika often feel that they are beyond the law. Then, I often get excited in my dreams. Alas, this was his only pleasure. After seeing his surroundings clearly, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The corners of his mouth twitched. Maid, can you please stop putting the minefield sign at the entrance of the cave? It's very scary. I saw a big skull when I woke up. God, kill those 2 guys. After coming here, not eating well, didn't sleep well. He was also often asked to touch fish and shrimps in the water, and he was frightened every time. The minefield was on the coast, and its main purpose should be to block enemies from the sea. Then, touch the shrimp once. Touched an iron guy. When he picked it up and looked at it, Hunter was almost scared to death. It was a rusty thunder. Every time he recalled it, he had a psychological shadow on the sea and the beach. Before, I had seen those 2 robbers and stepped on one on the beach, but it was a near miss, and it was a dumb thunder, which made Vika disappointed for a long time. Gulu, hungry. 3 days. The 2 of them had disappeared for 3 days and left behind a dried snake. In order to survive, they had to eat it even if it was unpalatable. They ate a little a day and didn't dare to eat more for fear of running out of food. Run? Come on for fun. Where's this? Minefield. If he doesn't pay attention, he will be shattered to pieces. The safe zone he knows is from here to the beach. As for swimming from the sea to both sides, don't dare. Fear death. Not all of them were mute these days. There were 3 explosions he saw alone, and he was woken up by a loud noise in the middle of the night several times. It must have been stepped on by some nocturnal animal. So, he thought it was better not to take risks, lest he would be tortured to death. The 2 robbers should go ask the family for money. If they got there, they should be safe. Thinking the worst? No, that's scary. Suddenly, hi, a familiar voice came. Hearing this voice, Vika trembled all over. Sure enough, he saw that terrifying smile appearing at the door. You are back. Vika smiled uglier than crying. Let's go. Where to go? Get out. Do you want to stay here for the rest of your life? Vika stammered, a little worried that he would be dragged out and buried. At this moment, he suddenly regretted that he would have known better to go to the beach to gamble. Now, it's late. Don't worry. Your family paid the ransom and didn't do any tricks. We also keep our promises. Let's go. You can go home soon. After hearing this, woo, Vika suddenly had tears in her eyes. Cried. For more than a month, my life has been a history of blood and tears. Today I can finally return to normal life and be the young man I am. More than a month. The scapegoat should have been found as well. Definitely found. Suddenly. Listen again. I lied to you. Vika almost spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at the man, but the man had the same heartless smile on his face. Look at you. You can't even take a joke. Let's go. Hurry up. The corners of Vika's mouth twitched. Elder brother, if you continue like this, you will easily be beaten to death. On the yacht, finished shopping, Qin Yugong also came to the bow of the ship, grabbing the gilt handrail and looking at the blue sea. He was in a good mood. Because of his work, it was rare to travel so far. Usually, he is very busy at work every day, and he really misses the days when he was a junior deputy director. He goes home every day and doesn't have much work and entertainment. Get out early, return late, busy and lively. But now, he was transferred to the provincial capital. Although he was promoted, his happiness was not as good as before. Of course, this did not mean that he wanted to resign. This was two different things. Not so pretentious. Anyway, I'm in the province, and it's convenient to go home, so I'll adjust again. He probably won't leave the province either. At this time, on deck, the soldiers had prepared the meal, and the family was sitting in a circle, with white clouds in the sky and gentle breeze on the sea. Tang Qing enjoyed this atmosphere very much. Brother, our private chat group exploded. What? Mother Tang asked. Others also looked over. Didn't you arrange a group trip for them on May Day? They're all happy now. People from our department just got off the plane in Yangon. He said. Qin Shichi felt proud. Other companies, employees privately complain that their bosses are stingy, but I've been an intern at Tianyin for so long and have never heard of it. The most common thing I hear is, I want to work overtime, but 10 hours is the limit. No more. The company did not agree at all, which is absolutely non-existent in other companies. Various benefits are amazingly good, such as this May Day holiday. Various enterprises, except for necessary personnel on duty. Others. All tours are arranged by the company. It all depends on personal choice. Domestic, foreign. Almost all major attractions are listed. Of course, you can choose not to participate and go by yourself. However, the company will not provide cash subsidies for this, but it can be accumulated. Next time, during paid leave, you can enjoy the same treatment. And this time, most people choose to visit the most popular tourist spots among major groups. There are two routes. One enters the country from Yun and goes south by car. One will fly to Yangon first from south to north. In this way, can be diverted to avoid overcrowding in the same direction. Just now, the flight of her part-time department arrived in Yangon, and the entire group was posting on WeChat moments. Quite lively. Beside, Tang's mother asked curiously, Tang, how much will this cost? About 1 billion. Tang Qing said casually. So many. Everyone was shocked. Billion. A May Day? Tang Qing smiled and said, not much. This is the total expenditure of all companies. Not everyone could travel this time, and a lot of them have to be at work. About 50,000 people. But including those on duty, it is a little more than 1 billion. More than 1 billion. Is it much? It's not bad. Anyway, several companies are quite profitable. If you have money in your account, just spend it to make everyone happy. If you don't have much money, just save a little. Yacht. On one deck. The adults looked at me, and I looked at you, and we all saw the helplessness and relief in our eyes. It is also a happy thing for the younger generation to be so kind to others. A long time. Only then did Tang Mu hold back a sentence. Very good. Otherwise, please save some time. Tang Qing wouldn't listen. At this time, Tang Niner suddenly raised his head. Wow, brother, you're on the trending search again. Although it is far away from the coast, under the banner of satellite Wi-Fi, ultra-high-speed internet access is still available here. What's wrong? This May Day, Tang Qing's company has provided travel benefits for more than half of its employees, with an average cost of 10,000 yuan per person. Those who did not go this time can save it for annual leave. Domestic, abroad, you can choose any. During the trip, the company will cover all accommodation, transportation, and meals, and the standards are quite high. The rest, only personal expenses, need to be taken care of by yourself. Headlines, media, news. This incident was widely reported and almost spared no effort to praise it. Many people were extremely depressed and could not even rest. Holding grass, it's so cool. Envy. People are celebrating the holidays, and we are spending our days together. Brilliant. It feels like our company is fake. They are paying $10,000 per person. If we can give out 200 quick bucks as holiday expenses on May Day, I will be happy. What a gap. I want to be quiet. I have a classmate in the comic group. I just checked the moments, and I've already arrived in Yangon. I think I need to block the moments for a few days. Huh. Same in my circle of friends. It must be blocked, it's poisonous. +1. Also, after May Day, Tang Qing's new benefits will be officially implemented, and Social Security payments will be doubled for one's working years. I'm so jealous. Oh, it can't be compared. For a while, the popularity soared. Envious. Envy. Hatred. Blame. I hate myself for not being in a company owned by Tang Qing. And the last one is to my boss, looking at others, almost driving employees to travel. Some of us are still working overtime. And what's even worse is that we haven't received overtime pay yet. Thinking of this, I compared it to Tang Qing's company system, a 10-hour limit. What about us? 12 hours is the norm. Gap. Why is it so big? Seeing everyone's envy, Tang Qing's employees couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Even though they were industry elites, they also had vanity and were very satisfied. Once, it is hard to imagine that there would be a private enterprise in China with such good treatment. Even a large company would try its best to make people stay and work more. But what about this? No, I won't let you work overtime if you want. To the point. It's like rushing people, and the work arrangements are mostly based on what can be done during work. At first, I felt quite tired because I had to get familiar with the business. Later, as your business capabilities improve, you will gradually get used to it. In fact, the 8-hour task can be completed in more than 6 hours. The remaining time is for meetings, inspections, and preparation for tomorrow's work. Get off work. Spend time with your family. Kenichi Fitness. Go out on a date. Anyway, far superior to similar companies, my gratitude to my boss is growing day by day. I prayed silently in my heart. Tang Qing's business will always be prosperous. Certainly, you have to work hard yourself. Otherwise, if the company doesn't make money, how can it provide benefits? Afternoon, 4 o'clock. Woo! Vika cried as he looked at a small town in the distance. At this moment, he was holding a wooden stick, and his clothes were dirty and had many holes. The person's clothes were completely damaged. An hour ago, he was taken out of the minefield and then got into a car. After driving for half an hour, he was dropped and allowed to walk to the nearest town on his own. Then, the car disappeared from his sight. That moment, he felt like he was breathing freely, but because he was too hungry, his hands and feet were weak, so he found a branch, turned, and walked along the dirt road. I met many Indians on the way, and they all looked at him sympathetically, mainly because they were so miserable. Such looks made Vika angry for a while. I am the young master of the pseudo family. Rich, powerful, fragrant car, beauty. There is also a life that you will never have in your lifetime. During this period, he tried asking someone to borrow a phone, but he still overestimated the penetration rate of mobile phones here and the popularity of English here. All right, English is one of the official languages here, but most Indians don't speak it. Vika was excited when she saw the town because it had a landline phone. Bang! Ouch! From a store, Vika flew out. It hurts! Holding his stomach, Vika's face was distorted. He had been mumbling for a while, but the other party wouldn't let him make a call. He grabbed the phone in a hurry. Got beaten out. Does anyone speak English? Vika shouted. However, everyone was at a loss, and Vika yelled a few more times. All right. He gave up. Get up. Walking on the street, the joy of escaping gradually dissipated. Soon, he thought of another way, that is, to find the rich people in the town. Relatively speaking, these people are more likely to know English. Half an hour later. Name: Vika. Age: nationality: Malaysian. Why did you sneak into our India? Do you want to work illegally? That's right, Vika was in trouble. The family just called the police, and the town security guard arrived shortly. This question made Vika almost curse. Hold the grass. Working illegally? Is your thinking a little wandering? I'm not here to work. I was kidnapped. I want to contact my family now. You can also contact me on my behalf, Vika said. Okay. Hearing this, Vika breathed a sigh of relief. Well, things are finally on track. After a while, he really contacted the pseudo family, not his father, but the steward of the manor. No way. He didn't remember the numbers of other people in his family, and he didn't even remember his own mobile phone number. He only had a contact number for the family estate, or because it's easy to remember. Otherwise, you can only contact the embassy first. Boo, me. Vika wanted to cry again. She missed her so much, as if it was yesterday. Master Vika? The voice on the other side rose a few degrees. It's me. I'm safe. Send someone to India to pick me up. He hesitated. What's wrong? Something happened here. The one with you has never been caught. If you come back, you'll have to go to jail. Besides, there are too many things at home recently. Vika was dumbfounded. Hope for the stars. Looking forward to the moon. I finally escaped from the robbers, but now I was told, you are still hiding outside. Before the other person could tell what the big deal was, Vika was furious. What's going on? No one has been arrested for so long. No idea. The words from the other side made Vika feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. Because the pseudo family may collapse. India. On the East Coast, a police station in a small town. Hear the words. Vika jumped up immediately and lost her voice. Impossible. It was a joke. The pseudo family has a century-old foundation, huge assets, profound background, and wide connections. It is a powerful family that has shocked the world in Malaysia. Collapse? Are you kidding me? Where's my grandfather? That was the pseudo family's sea-fixing needle. Dead. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, Vika stood there fixedly, her mind empty. The news was so shocking that her brain almost couldn't process it and was buzzing. Dead. The backbone of the pseudo family is gone? No, this is not true. You lied to me. Vika murmured, unable to accept it. It's true. The old housekeeper sighed. Too fast. The speed of the accident in the pseudo family was too fast, almost like an avalanche, and the death of the old man was the first piece of snow to fall. How did you die? Vika trembled. With you. Me? Vika's body trembled. He was so angry that he was in a coma. Rescue efforts were ineffective. He passed away without even seeing anyone else for the last time. There was emotion in his voice when he said this. If not for Vika, today, the pseudo family would never be so miserable. One step in chaos. Chaos step by step. Now, let alone outsiders, most of the remaining family members want to strangle Vika. This guy has brought down the entire pseudo family by himself. Certainly, there are also reasons for the family itself, but the trigger is Vika. Police station. These few words, like a heavy hammer. It hit Vika so hard in the heart that he was hit so hard that stars appeared in his eyes. His eyes went black, and he fainted. His last thought was, I'm going to die. You do not say. This pot. The family will definitely let him take part of the responsibility. Even his father could not completely protect him. After all, it was his grandfather, his father's father, and the pillar of the family who died. 10 seconds later. Take a sip of tea. Vika wakes up. What are you doing? Feeling that he was being sprayed, Vika was furious. Looking at the Indian who banged him, he felt angry again. Laughing, are you still laughing? It tastes so good. Can't we use some scientific methods? At the same time, an explanation came to my ears. Our town does not have enough medical equipment. In your case, the best way is this. The Indian police officer spread his hands. It made Vika want to beat him. Bah! The posture in which he was unconscious just now was wrong, his mouth open wide, and he thought of himself. Vika felt like vomiting. After a while, I suppressed it and suddenly remembered the phone call. Pick it up quickly. Hello, where's my father? Vika asked hurriedly. He passed away too. Boom! Vika opened her mouth wide, and her eyes were full of disbelief. How could it be possible? My father was still so young. How could he suddenly die? You lied to me. I didn't lie to you. Alas. It's all alas. You're right. Vika said anxiously. The matter originated from the mistakes made by the pseudo family when they first started. They did not eradicate the root causes. The descendants retaliated and poisoned the food. Your father, resuscitation failed. Your eldest brother is still in the intensive care unit and is in a coma. The long list of names made Vika feel cold all over. So many people were either dead or injured. If the Pseudo family didn't survive, their vitality would be severely damaged. Vika fainted again. Wow. This time, whether it was cold water or splashing with a basin, Vika suddenly woke up with a jolt. A familiar feeling came over her. Yes, it was too familiar. I couldn't help cursing in my heart. You guys are just like gangsters. Ahem. After coughing. What should I do? Vika picked up the phone again. Let me ask your second uncle if he can still speak. Vika had already completely felt the Sue family's impatience. Soon, he got a reply from the housekeeper. You stay in India and don't come back for a while. I will make arrangements. Then, the phone was hung up. Vika opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't call again. Her father was the first heir of the family, and her brother was naturally the second generation. Now, father is dead. My brother is in a coma. So, will his second uncle take advantage of the opportunity to rise to power? Thinking of this, Vika felt anxious and wanted to go back, but when she thought about going to jail, she was immediately discouraged. It's over. Vika felt uneasy. If the second uncle felt that the eldest brother was in the way. So, the more I think about it, the more I am afraid. Now, the closest thing to me is my brother. If my brother doesn't wake up, his glory and wealth will really be destroyed. From now on, become an ordinary person. No, even worse than the average person. Gudong fainted again. However, no one rescued him this time. The people around him saw clearly that this guy was too fragile, so they might as well stay unconscious for a while, otherwise he would have to get up again. Carry it down and take good care of it. Yes. Malay, capital, in the ward. Vika's second uncle looked at the ceiling, his eyes a little dull. Even though he had experienced strong winds and waves, he could not accept the fate of the Tuaw family. Damn it. Hurt. Nuaw Da's family is almost torn apart. It happened so fast, there's almost no time to explain, and he passed away, leaving too many problems behind. Assets, connections, funeral affairs. It's all a mess. He is not the heir of the family. There are many things that Luo she knows that he does not know. The old man knows that Luo she does not know. Vika's brother? Useless. The main relationship gap between the two generations is a huge blow to this kind of family. Even if you try your best to integrate the remaining strength, you can't go back to the past. Even a third of the pageantry falls short. At that time. No, this time. The Pseudo family has almost fallen out of the first-tier family rankings. It is still very large in the eyes of outsiders, but compared to the past, no one dared to touch it. The gap is too big. Such a big cake. If he didn't dare to think about it. Heart fluttering. Vika, thinking of this person, he gritted his teeth. If it weren't for him, how could he be today? The old man wouldn't be angry, nor would he hit the doctor's assistant in anger. After, it will not lead the wolf into the house, and the family dinner will be poisoned. The most disgusting thing was that they found out afterward that when they found the other party's house, they only saw a note full of abuse against the Pseudo family. People? I don't know where it went a long time ago. So, everything was Vika's fault. Like the butterfly effect, Vika's drunken accident caused the Pseudo family to be in turmoil today. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Find Vika. He caused such a big thing. He must be punished. Find a place to settle down, find a job, and temper his temper. Yes. After all, he is a member of the Pseudo family and his own nephew. He is definitely not willing to see him come back to jail. Let him reflect in India. As soon as the ship docked, Qin Shichi jumped down and shouted happily. Finally here. After driving all afternoon, the yacht arrived at the island at 10 o'clock in the evening. It was far away from the coast, and the boarding point was far away, so it was only at this time that it arrived. Huge bay, clear water, excellent beach. Now, this island is already very famous. Most people cannot book the villas on the island. Except for the exclusive use of the Tang family, the others are rented out to friends on a long-term basis. Gradually, the whole island became a legend. Far away, on the beach, a group of men and women were swimming, playing ball, walking, and chatting, all dressed in cool clothes. In the tropics, it is very warm even in the evening. Now, a lot of eyes gathered. Back. Someone shouted. This morning, I didn't see the yacht when I woke up. At this special moment, it was obviously not supposed to be sailing for maintenance, but to pick up its owner or guests. Everyone's eyes were full of envy. It's so big. Is this what you call a big yacht? It's completely a small cruise ship. That's right. This is the first time I've seen some of them, because there are not only rich people on the island, but also their friends. Some second-generation people often bring some friends here in order to save face. Have a party. It was also like this that the reputation spread. Otherwise, given the personalities of these tenants, they would not be so ostentatious. On the island, this yacht in Wangsa is definitely the most dazzling among many yachts. I don't know how many people are envious of it, and the second generation also wants to sit on it. Can we go up? No. Can't just take a look? Yes. Young Master Luoed in. Can't borrow it either. Everyone looked at a young man, Luoed in, a direct descendant of a big family in Myanmar. He was rich and powerful. He brought many friends to play this time. Hear the words. Roden shook his head with a wry smile and spread his hands. No way. Just kidding. Who was the owner of this ship? It was an existence that was on equal footing with their family. When he saw it, he had to respectfully call him uncle and didn't dare to make any mistakes. Asked to borrow a boat? Think beautifully. This boat is my treasure. As for asking my old man to buy it, it can only be a delusion. Buying a yacht with more than 1 billion Asian dollars will be scolded by your family just by bringing it up. Want to buy? You can only buy cheaper ones, and you have to settle in Asian dollars. Otherwise, those who buy euros, US dollars, etc. for settlement are depleting Myanmar's foreign exchange reserves. They are particularly sensitive to this after the last time they were hit by international capital. When speaking at home, use less foreign currency. Look, someone is coming down from above. Who is it? How do I know him? Suddenly, everyone looked at Roden again. He tried his best, but couldn't find any comparison in his memory. He could only shake his head and said, maybe it's that person's family. The pomp was so big. Yes, the bodyguards saw at least 20 of them. There was a lot of discussion. Soon, when they saw the group's destination, the handsome men and beauties on the beach couldn't help but stir up excitement. The Tangjiang Manor, which had been dimly lit 2 days ago, suddenly became brighter. It's like the lights are on. Are they the Tang family? One person exclaimed. Suddenly, the eyes of everyone looking over there were even brighter. The Tang family. That's the Tang family. 5 years ago, no one knew about it. 5 years later, the whole world knows about it. Tang Qing. Tang Kai. A double dragon. A world-class rich man with a net worth of more than 300 billion US dollars is simply extremely wealthy. Most of the mobile phones they hold are from the Era series. Many are admirers. A man who is well known in both Thailand and Myanmar. He is a core member of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce. His assets are at least 20 billion US dollars, but his reputation is somewhat overshadowed by Tang Qing. It's really the Tang family. Oh my God, I actually saw the Tang family. I really want to meet you. Just you? Save it. For a moment, many people have come up with the idea of visiting, such as Luo Din and Tang Qing, but relying on the relationship between the family and Tang Kai, it is also polite to pay a visit. You can try it. Mountain. Villa. Facing the Bay of Bengal, a uniquely shaped, protruding platform. It's so beautiful. In a gentle evening breeze, the Tang family enjoyed the sunset. There were many birds perching on the island, flying everywhere on the coast. After getting used to it, they were not afraid of people. I just don't behave properly sometimes. Solve anywhere. Good thing. There is no shortage of cleaners here. Soon, the dishes are all served. The second uncle made a video call. He is still in Naibadu, attending a gathering of a large family. The expansion news released by Loy City today made them smell meat. It shouldn't be too difficult to take another bite. I'll go there tomorrow afternoon. Okay. By the way, Tang Qing, your choice was really right. The pseudo family in Malaysia was almost disbanded in a short period of time. Speaking of this, Tang Kai felt that Tang Qing was lucky. No, it is wise. The pseudo family's huge industry and influence could be triggered by a trivial incident and bring the family down. It's simply appalling. But it just happened for sure. Luck. Tang Qing chuckled. Only, I added in my mind, luck can be planned. The plan against the pseudo family has reached the final stage, and he does not need to do the rest. The major families in Malaysia are not free earners. Once in a blue moon, not to be missed. Now, they are all ready to take advantage of the shaky pseudo family. As for what happens in the end, it is no longer that important. Okay, you eat, and I eat too. Yeah. After that, hang up the phone. What did you just say? Qin Yugong asked curiously. A butterfly effect. Then, Tang Qing briefly explained the affairs of the pseudo family. Everyone was stunned and felt that this matter was too dramatic. An accident ruined half the family. Good or bad? That's right. He beat someone to death when he was drunk. You deserve it. Several girls naturally despised Vika, but the adults still looked at the problem differently. After a long time, Tang's mother said, "It seems that virtue is very important." Yes. Father Tang agreed. This matter, in the final analysis, most of the damage still comes from the past hatred. Vika is just the trigger, followed by lax upbringing. Alcoholism. Hit someone. Also fatal. Think of this. Everyone looked at Tang Qing and said, well, this kid is really good, kind-hearted, and has no bad habits or alcoholism. There is no such thing as beating someone. He's been a good boy since childhood. Rest assured, the only thing we have to worry about is future generations, but that's still a long way off. Aside, Tang Qing looked at everyone's eyes and didn't know what they were thinking. However, he felt deeply guilty for looking at the good boy like this. I'm a good boy in front of you, but behind this world, I am a giant beast. At night, finished eating. Several families were watching the moon on the platform. Qin Shiqi jumped into the swimming pool with a pop and splashed away. In the afternoon, she was not swimming on the yacht. The reason is simple. This is someone else's house, so it always feels a bit strange. And here, but only the Tang family, or almost only their juniors, use it. The adults are not very interested in this sport and rarely go into the water. The warm sea breeze blows on my face. Comfortable. Such a night sky is really rare. Yes. By the way, Tang Qing, what are you going to defend? 15. Tang Qing said, thesis defense will be held this month, which is actually just a formality. The Tang family is not worried, but when they think about the 5th degree, Tang's father and Tang's mother are excited. 5 degrees. How awesome. Many people say that this almost redefines what it means to be a top student. It's really hard to imagine how my own child could be so smart. Could it be because of good genes? It should be. The next day, early morning, was eating. Someone came to visit. The soldier came to report. Hear the words. Tang Qing, wave his hand. Just say that the owner of the villa is not here. Come back tomorrow. Strictly speaking, the villa and the island are in Tang Kai's name, so there is nothing wrong with this. As for the visitors, all right, it's not that he's playing a big role. First, not familiar. Second, we are here for vacation, not to make friends. Yes. The soldier took the order and left. The Tang family doesn't think it's inappropriate. Indeed, we don't have any acquaintances here. Those who come to the door are all for Tang Kai, and it's not convenient for me to receive him. Outside the door, Rodin and some friends were waiting quietly at the door. He didn't come last night because he was afraid of disturbing his rest, so he came here early in the morning to pay a solemn visit. Which material? What was waiting for him was, sorry, the owner of this villa is not here. Please come back tomorrow. Suddenly, everyone was disappointed. Understood. Excuse me, Luodin said politely. The 7th-rank official in front of the Prime Minister's door, and the person in charge of his family is the same generation as Tang Kai. How can he be dissatisfied? Not to mention there's a giant Buddha inside. Finished. After leading everyone away and staying far away, a beautiful girl said dissatisfiedly, "Who are you? You can invite us in and sit down without dying." Shut up. Rodin's face turned cold. Look at her. Is the Tang family something you can discuss? Do you know what it means to have trouble come from your mouth? Next time, don't say you know me, Luo Din, no matter how old or small. These words, it's not entirely about protecting the Tang family, but about their class. They dare to beep in front of me, a family that is much better than ours. What can they say about me behind my back? Therefore, must be warned. Seeing that Rodin was angry, she quickly shut up. Okay, come back tomorrow. Rodin said. He actually knew that Tang Kai was not here. Last night, it was a gathering of the leaders of his family. He just wanted to try his luck and get to know Tang Qing. It seems now, bad luck. Okay. Everyone returned to the beach and looked into the distance. In their opinion, since they came to play, they should come to this beach. When they got to the beach, they wouldn't just swim in the villa. However, they think too much. The other side of the villa, following the artificially dug road, the Tang family came to the outer edge of the island. Although the beach below was small and artificial, it was an exclusive beach. It has a huge and wide sea area. Joke. Our family. Do you still need to go to the interior of the bay and share the beach with others? Although the water quality there is good, the sea view is far from as good as here. Shallow reef. Strange rocks. It is truly a shallow water treasure. Certainly, the reef area is not entirely exclusive to the Tang family, but other people on the island cannot come down from this side. If they want to come and play, they can only leave the port and make a large circle. Therefore, it's not that no one visits, just not many. Plop. Qin Shiqi, who likes swimming, dove again. Thanks to the special ingredients in the past few years, her physical fitness has been greatly enhanced in all aspects. Take a dive. It's the same as playing for a few minutes. But others did not do this. Tang Yin'er and Qin Shiyu got on a nearby kayak, and together with Lin Jiaxue, rowed in the direction where Qin Shiqi was swimming. And Tang Qing. It was on the top of the mountain, on a deck chair, looking at the sea. Front, back. Continue to enjoy your time like salted fish. The elders of the Tang family looked at it, but no one thought it was Tang Qing lawn. Work hard and work hard. Tang Qing is obviously the latter, seemingly resting. In fact, he may be thinking nonstop. At this time, India, you are finally here. Looking at the familiar face, Vika was overjoyed. She had been worried for more than a month. Thinking about it, it shouldn't be any worse. I thought about it for a long time yesterday. Although the pseudo family looks precarious, there are still elders there. It is not scientific at all to want to completely collapse. At least they will not starve to death. Therefore, when I woke up, I felt much better. Get in the car. The person took him away without saying much. Before leaving, a small wad of banknotes was placed in the hands of the person in charge of the Indian police station. Although he suppressed it through connections, the due etiquette was still required. Thank you. He smiled. Here, it's not easy to generate income. It's rare to meet a wealthy person, but you don't dare to ask for more, otherwise, people can directly find the existence of his boss. Not to be offended. Is there anything to eat? No. There's something to drink. Yes. Vika took a swig. In the car, Vika is looking forward to a change in her life. Even if it cannot be the same as before, she should still be able to have a small wave. However, when she arrives at the place where she lives, I was stunned for a moment. What? I live here. Did you make a mistake? Vika thought he had gone to the wrong place. It was a few dozen square meters, with one bedroom, one living room, one kitchen and one bathroom, and a small balcony. There was no luxury furniture. An ordinary house. It's summer. No air conditioning yet. Just an electric fan. Body heat. My heart went cold. Yes, this is where you will live in the future. This is also what your second uncle personally ordered. You should also know what the pseudo family is like now. He said that he would give you good training. Therefore, you need to work to support yourself. In addition to this residence, you need to work to earn your own expenses. After listening, Vika quit. No, I don't want to be here. I don't want to work. I want to live in a villa or a better apartment. I want money. He made a lot of demands, but the face of the man opposite him never changed. There was indifference in his eyes. Yes, you used to be the eldest son of a pseudo family, but now you are just a fugitive, and you are also the trigger that caused the pseudo family to almost end. They were also angry. Good. We are leaning against a big tree. Suddenly, after a dazzling wind and rain, the tree was almost bald. This damaged not only the pseudo family, but also those who depended on it for their livelihood. Therefore, they didn't have a good impression of Vika. Say it again. Your father, your brother, one death and one injury. As the only sober senior member of the entrusted family, your second uncle personally ordered Vika to be given a good training. No one would sympathize with him. This is better than prison after all. He finished. Then he took Vika to the place where he worked. Seeing the scene in front of him, Vika's expression changed again, and he shouted in his heart, "No, this doesn't belong to me." It's approaching noon. Inner Bay. On the beach. I'm almost sunburned. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Looking in the direction of the Tang family's villa, many people were looking at it, but no one came out at all. Could it be? Is it so much fun in the villa? At this time, one of them hung up the phone and said with a strange expression, they were playing in the sea on the other side of the mountain. A friend just went diving on a yacht and saw it. Everyone was speechless. Really? Waiting in vain. They're not here at all. They have their own area. Well, you have money and you are willful. Can you be more cunning? The next moment, looking at the huge yacht parked in the inner bay. Yes. One word came to mind. Such a being, whose assets are as high as the 8 people at the end of the rich list combined, can do things far beyond their imagination. Are you going? Otherwise, I think I'd better forget it. What a pity. Yeah, it's a rare opportunity. In the end, I still decided not to get into trouble. If people refused before, it would be a signal. If I go up to it again, I might be annoying, and it would be a bit more gain than gain. 2. As a second-generation person, or even an ordinary person, what can I talk about with someone else's richest man? Status, knowledge, ability. They were all too far apart, with 5 undergraduate degrees and 6 master's degrees. In front of such a monster-level genius, I and the others were probably as good as fools. Think about it. It would be wiser not to go and pay a visit to Tang Qing tomorrow morning. After working together for so long, many of the family's younger generations have met Tang Qing and taught Uncle Yi. Just unfamiliar. Outer Bay. The sun is getting bigger and bigger, and the girls have stopped swimming for a long time. Instead, they're building castles on the beach. After all, these girls are only about 20 years old. Aside, Tang Qing was also there, waving the iron piece and doing it. Sand sculpture. Soon, a lifelike tiger appeared in front of everyone. They had seen Tang Qing's wood carvings, jade carvings, stone carvings, and even glass carvings. I've never seen this before. Click. Qin Shichi immediately came up with one. Don't send it out. Tang Qing rolled his eyes. Although this word is not very popular now, it sounds weird after all. This is why he almost never played this before. Okay. Qin Shichi smiled, looking at Tang Qing. With eyes full of little stars, I really don't know how Tang Qing managed to perfect his carving skills. With his skillful hands, there seemed to be no material he couldn't control. Brother. What? You can carve yourself. No. Tang Qing refused directly, but said, but I can carve you. Okay. Qin Shichi clapped her hands and cheered. Then, 20 minutes later, Qin Shichi stood in front of a sand sculpture that was very similar to Qin Shichi and took a photo together. On that small face, she smiled happily. Then, he immediately posted it to his circle of friends. It attracted a lot of praise. Beside, Tang Qing looked at that smiling face and muttered in his heart, in a few years, you may regret it. Evening. Island. A seaplane landed in the outer bay. Second uncle. Tang Qing smiled and waved downward. This plane was arranged by Tang Qing and hung under the coastal search and rescue team. Relatively speaking, it was faster than the helicopter. After all, one main propeller upwards, and the seaplane is forward. And this aircraft has also been modified, and its speed has been increased a lot. Its safety, comfort, and stability are also extraordinary and excellent. This plane is so fast. After getting off the plane, Tang Qing sighed, as expected of the rescue team. Tang Qing smiled and said nothing. Then, the plane began to return. In fact, it was not a special plane in the full sense, but a daily patrol of the coastal search and rescue team, and it caught up with Tang Qing. In this way, it's not a violation because the shipping fee was paid. Of course, Tang Qing didn't have to pay, and Tang Qing didn't have to pay either. They just changed the background data. It's trivial. This time, the whole family was raised together. "Brother, can I sit on that plane?" Qin Shiqi looked expectant. "Not finished yet, but my aunt criticized it. That's not an ordinary plane. You can't just sit on it." I just looked at it from a distance and checked the logo on it, and I was shocked. Public tools for private use. Not appropriate. "It's okay," Tang Qing said with a smile. "I'll sit down tomorrow." "Okay." Qin Shiqi couldn't be happier. "You dote on her too much," my aunt said helplessly. Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled and shook his head. "Normally, as a brother, I should pamper my sister. If it goes too far, I will definitely not tolerate her." These words, the elders love to hear it. Only, is it normal for this kind of public tool to be used for private use? Well, it's not too out of bounds. It's just that a search and rescue team plane, if it's a military plane, is a big deal. Aside, Tang Qing drove Tang Qing, eyes filled with admiration. Others don't know, but he knows that Tang Qing's relationship with them is harder than his own, and his current achievements are mostly attributed to Tang Qing. To this, he didn't feel strange at all. You should be happy that your family is capable. Why do you have to challenge the difficulty of hell? Silly. Soon, the conversation turned to India. "How's it going? Is the project over there not a big problem this time?" Qin Yigong asked, feeling a little shocked. "That was a project worth more than 100 billion. One listen." Tang Qing showed a relaxed smile. "No problem. The leader of this matter is the Myanmar Asia Bank Group. As a member of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce, we will definitely have preferential treatment, even if the number of Indian companies participating increases. Before, the money is provided by the Myanmar Bank Group. In terms of bidding, of course, Myanmar enterprises must be taken care of. This time, when commercial capital is introduced, most of them have a requirement. Proportion of enterprise construction in India, or rather, the proportion of self-owned enterprises. Many of these capitals are owned by construction companies in India, and they also want to return some blood. Of course, the Myanmar Bank Group did not refuse and agreed. At present, the only controversial thing is the proportion. Now, the two sides are negotiating on the proportion issue. The proportion of Myanmar enterprises will definitely drop significantly, but the minimum will not be less than 30%. Even so, it is much better than before, Tang Qing said. This time, the scale is 5 to 6 times that of last time. So even if it is 30%, it is nearly twice as big as the previous cake, and everyone can make a lot of money. And 30 is the bottom line. No matter what, the negotiation ability of Myanmar Bank Group does not reach the bottom line. Therefore, Tang Qing's mental estimate is 50 to 60%. No more. It's difficult. As an investor, India is different from the past. As long as the ratio negotiation is completed, this project will enter the substantive preparatory stage. According to the news I have heard, the total subscription ratio has already exceeded half. Tang Qing lamented that there are so many rich people in India. 2 days. More than half. That is to say, more than 60 billion in funds have been secured. After this May Day, the project is expected to start. Sure enough, good projects are not short of money. These 2 days, it can be said that there is a response to one call. Word got out, capital gathered, and subscription funds skyrocketed at an astonishing speed. 10 billion, 20 billion, 40 billion. Crazy before I left this afternoon, it exceeded 60 billion. Actually, strictly speaking, money-making projects do not lack operating funds. This is a good business that has been proven to be viable, so capital will naturally flock to it. Now, Tang Qing felt hot in his heart. For some, because of this model, obstacles to urban projects are greatly reduced. Previously, everyone thought that urban loans only existed between countries. But with the new city expansion of Loy City, it seems that a new world has been opened. Everyone suddenly realized that this kind of operation still exists, and many countries will be excited. In fact, all WCO member countries have similar concerns to India about urban loan projects. The first is who will pay for it, and the second is location. And now, easy to solve. Nation, enterprise, Myanmar Bank Group. The participation of 3 parties allows capital to take the lead. In this way, the difficulty of Congress and the dissatisfaction of the people will be balanced, which is very effective. Just perfect. This trick, Tang Qing praised him countless times. Absolutely. Those countries are interested, and with a little push, they will become huge projects. In the past 2 days, it was almost like celebrating the new year in the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce Group. Everyone is praising Ling's wisdom. Only Indian capital is allowed to participate. Qin Yugong asked curiously. Yes. Tang Qing nodded. At least for now, restrictions have not been relaxed. Unless Indian capital cannot be gathered, but with India's background, capital strength is still very strong. In India, the poor are really poor. Rich thieves have money. Is it still the same for Chinese enterprises? Qin Yugong asked again. Tang Qing said, naturally. The cooperation between the 2 parties has always been very pleasant. Don't forget that the Myanmar Bank Group's projects are growing too fast to take care of all partners. That's good. Qin Yugong laughed. This neighbor, it's definitely not bad. Although the items are a bit expensive, it's really not a waste. Cancer treatment, desert transformation, and air filtration are all not wasted money. And, very good, the money earned from you will be returned through trade. If you earn it, I will earn it. Funds flow between the 2 countries, driving huge employment. Economic crisis? Anyway, China has not felt much since this year. Exit. Domestic demand. Infrastructure. Everything is a prosperous scene, and the Western economy has also benefited from China and Burma, which has alleviated some of the pain, but it still has not eased, even if you get better. Qin Yugong shook his head slightly. High debt, high welfare, high overdraft. This mine is almost rooted in the Western economy. More and more Western countries will fall into it in the future. What about recovery? It won't last long. The impact of the economic cycle will become greater and greater. As more and more Western countries experience debt outbursts, it will be difficult for the global economy to consistently improve. Forehead. All right, this has little to do with him. It is already very good to be able to manage 1/3 of an acre of land under his jurisdiction. What about the global economy? It seems so far away. The next day, early morning, Rodin came again. What a pity. He did not see Tang Qing. Obviously, his identity was far from qualified. He was not angry at all. The 2 were not on the same level. Disappointed. Say goodbye quickly. Just left the villa. In the distance, a seaplane flew in. Judging by the altitude, it was about to land. A few minutes later, after going over the mountains and ridges, he finally knew why the rescue plane was coming. Bull! Rodin sighed. This matter. He never thought that it could be like this. Tang family. A little floating. There is no way. Anyone who sees the coast rescue team's plane coming to give private seats to rich people will have such thoughts. But it only takes a moment to feel normal. The Tang family is too tall. Just keep looking up to yourself. Noon. Eating. Haha, it's over 70 billion. Tang Qing looked at his mobile phone and suddenly laughed. Regarding the subscription of the Loy City project, the Myanmar Bank Group has made it public to the Chamber of Commerce. Certainly. Only core members. Full disclosure is not possible. So fast. Qin Yugong was shocked. One morning, an increase of 10 billion. At this rate, it may not exceed 80 billion before tonight. This is definitely a super project in China. Tell me, if WTO members join in, will the Myanmar Bank Group directly lead a series of projects exceeding 1 trillion Asian dollars? Qin Yugong said, it's possible. This project in India starts with 100 billion. If in other WTO countries, as long as one country has one, it only costs more than 20 billion each. We can make up 1 trillion. Several people at the table couldn't help but be shocked. Trillions. What a huge amount of money. Even though Tang Qing's assets exceed 2 trillion, it is different from this kind of megaproject. This is a series of megaprojects. Build a city. Beside, Tang Qing's expression remained unchanged as he ate and drank calmly. Trillions. Is it much? If this is the only pursuit, how can he promote Ye Yuan to the world? His goal is not just $1 trillion. He wants to multiply it by 10. If only it depends on Burma. Too difficult. There are too many trillion-level loans. By introducing capital, the cost can be greatly reduced, and less capital can be used to mobilize greater capital. In fact, this is an extra blood return. Otherwise, it will take years and months of the monkey to really wait for these countries to pay it off. It can be said that the city loan project has become a disguised form of collection to make him a fortune. In addition to making money, there are many benefits. First, to make up for the shortcomings of the current Asian dollar issuance, which is reaching its limit. Second, win over and gather the country's upper-level capital to facilitate future cooperation. Third, it is to make the pie bigger and benefit the people, companies, and countries in this system. Then leverage greater capital to achieve positive operation. At the same time, the necessary driving force is also indispensable. Democratic Republic of the Congo. Capital. Wait is sitting in his office. 2 weeks. It took 2 weeks, and his think tanks submitted dozens of reports, all of which were related to city loan projects. They were quite pertinent and listed a series of issues. In conclusion, if solved, after reading it, Wait felt that this was not suitable for the Democratic Republic of the Congo. However, just yesterday, Myanmar and India formed a new consensus on the expansion of Loy City. That moment, lower your head. Looking at these documents again, I felt it instantly. It's all about executability. Every problem there is, but under the new model framework, there are no problems at all. Speechless. The level of these people does not seem to be too high, and they did not predict it. Well, these unpromising reports suddenly turned into feasibility reports. So, try 2. There is only enough time to write this chapter today. Excluding the difficulty of landing, this can indeed be tried. Actually, before, Wait was very interested in this project. Although there was no land acquisition problem in India, the difficulty of site selection was not much simpler than land acquisition. Country, province. It is very difficult for both parties to act as lenders. Now, with the new solution, Wait is naturally happy. The publicity of the Myanmar Bank Group can be said to be very good. He has long been envious of such a small town. Feature, clean, beauty, modernization, totally a bunch of good things. As for the bad parts, I guess it's just too expensive. But we can also understand that good things are never cheap. This world, the most affordable one, is probably air. At present, the economic improvement of the Democratic Republic of the Congo is largely due to the efforts of the Myanmar Bank Group. I should also support the efforts that others have made. Soon, he called all his men. What do you think? It's feasible. I think so too. Okay. No one objected. If they were asked to pay for it completely, it would definitely be controversial, but it turned into a capital investment, and the nature changed, and it was regarded as attracting investment. Who would jump out of boredom to play devil's advocate? This is very good. We already have a headache. Some domestic capital is not active in investing in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and likes to deposit money abroad, resulting in serious losses. Now, this part of the capital can be drawn out and used for our use. Activate the economy. Build the city. It's not too good at all. This is a happy outcome for everyone. A vice president pushed up his glasses, a smile on his face, and he became happier the more he smiled. These words, it has also been recognized by others. Yes, it makes sense. There are no good projects before, but now that there are, they should be interested. In African countries, it is almost a tradition to save money abroad when you make money. No way. The currencies of African countries are mostly worthless and often depreciate. For this reason, a large part of the foreign exchange reserve expenditures are spent every year for this reason. Very headache. Can't be stopped. After all, financial liberalization is one of the standard features of countries that copy Western systems. Even if some African countries restrict outflows, they're only a minority. That would have too many disadvantages. Think about it. If the money you make cannot be converted into US dollars, who will invest in it? A big country like China is attractive and can maintain relatively high reserves. But African countries cannot afford it. Easy to collapse. Agree. This must be there. So, In this way, the top leaders of the Democratic Republic of the Congo initially reached a consensus complete. Where's the location? It's better to be closer to the capital. Yes. If it is far away, the population will have to be relocated. I think a place near the capital with not many people can be built as a satellite city. The location is good. Of course, everyone has no objection. This is a business, and of course profits must be considered. If they can't make money in the designated place, it would be strange for capital to come. Everything still follow business rules and logic. Final. At the end of the meeting, Wade had a smile on his face. If this was done, his prestige would definitely rise to the next level. That was a city, not a factory, not a statue. It's a city, Mozambique, capital. There was also a heated discussion going on at this time, but this was their second discussion. After seeing the news yesterday, they convened an emergency meeting. This can be done. It is necessary. I think we can learn from Delin Province's coastal tourism zone project. It does not have to be completely limited to city construction. It can greatly stimulate the tourism industry. Someone suggested, but there was immediate opposition, quite a few. Forget it. What are you thinking about? You don't want to think about why Delin Province is so popular. Various factors are intertwined, and our advantage is too poor. What's the difference? Geography, where are they? Southeast Asia. On the left is India with a population of more than 1 billion. And on the right is China with a population of more than 1 billion. And there are affiliated tourist spots. What about us? The southernmost point of Africa, far away from Europe and Asia. When people are full, they don't go to Delin Province to play in the water, but come here to see the sea. Wake up. Hearing this, the man suddenly panicked. All right, I just got excited, out of envy, and then I said that the feasibility is almost zero. Tourism cannot be supported by just one scenic spot. Gradually, still return to building the city. There's only one direction to build the city. Be clear. The purpose of this project is not to attract tourists, but to bring some capital back to the country to support the construction of Mozambique. This is the foundation. That's right. Do it. That's it. In the past, got money. Just immigrate, transferring assets, investing and spending in foreign countries, and losing large amounts of money. This time they have the opportunity to leverage domestic capital, and they will not let it go easily. Suddenly, someone made a point. Do you think Western capital will enter the market? Once. This is a loan program. Now, even if it becomes a commercial project, it can still be profitable. It is the nature of capital to pursue profits. Impossible. Someone immediately retorted. Why? They're interested in commercial projects, but there must be two prerequisites. First, they have experience, and second, they can tolerate a certain degree of payment cycle. Don't forget, Myanmar is not completely commercial, and some can provide loans, which will be slowly recovered in the future. What about Western capital? Have the patience? No, I don't think they have it. Isn't it good to make money in the financial market? Why do they do this kind of thing? Historical experience tells us that they cannot be trusted. For Western countries, some people hope not to retaliate at all. Loan? Think beautifully. Borrow every time. It's like asking for help from an uncle, but you have to endure looking at me like a beggar. Moreover, the Western parliamentary system is destined not to have the heart to benefit the world. It was also a time of excitement in Mozambique, Tanzania, Nigeria, Egypt, too old, Bangladesh. A large number of WTO member states have begun to discuss the feasibility of this project. Again, most of the purposes are just to leverage their own capital. Turn capital into investment. In many countries, there are many poor people, but the wealth of the rich is unimaginable to ordinary people. If you can take advantage of it, it will be an absolute good thing. Soon, relevant news will appear one after another. Suddenly, there is a lot of excitement in the media from various countries. Today, there is news from the Mozambique authorities that they are conducting a feasibility study on the commercial city cooperation project between Myanmar and India. The results will be available in the near future. At the same time, There is also news from Nigeria that they are very interested in the new cooperation model between Myanmar and India and are organizing relevant teams to conduct research. Although they plan to do it. But don't be too hasty. This is not a decision about what to eat tonight, nor is it a decision to build an office building, but a comprehensive city. If it passes within a few days, it will definitely be questioned. Therefore, even if a consensus is reached, contact with the Myanmar Bank Group has even begun, but didn't say it. And, for this kind of project, we need to leave some buffer space to see how domestic capital responds. As a major participant, this is by no means a complacent act for the authorities of each country. Otherwise, it started out lively, but ended coldly, and I don't want to lose my face anymore. Said, another wave of beautiful pictures, Amway. Finished reading. Once again, I feel like I'm living in a pigsty. Same feeling. This is what a civilized city should look like. Redefining the concept of a garden city, but it's a pity that it has changed from a national project to a commercial project. Oh, I guess we won't even think about it. Yeah, I was happy, just depressed, because not many people can enjoy it. It has become a commercial project, and the location selection falls on the businessmen. Once it is a business, it is useless for them to protest. How big do you think it is in total? India is 100 billion. Estimated by various countries, it ranges from 20 to 30 billion. God, isn't that more than 500 billion? More than that. That is, under the new cooperation framework between India and Myanmar. This project is not limited to countries within the World Organization, and other countries may also cooperate. Isn't it right? Then what does the World Cooperation do? Yes. Are you stupid? The meaning of the WCO is to provide loans. If you cooperate with non-WHO, you will not be given a loan. It is a purely commercial project. Oh, I see. That's true. To this. Someone liked it. Of course, there are people who criticize. Ordinary people should not be happy. Since it is a commercial project, it will definitely not take care of the bottom of society. After it is built, it will only be a paradise for the upper class. Poor people. You can only watch. Yes, this is to benefit the upper class of society. It has no universal benefit and can only highlight the greed of capital and the good life of the rich. Resist. We don't want this project. Most of these people have the mentality of envy, hatred, and ridicule. They exist in all countries. Look at other people's garden cities, and then look at yourself. My mentality suddenly collapsed. Only such remarks. It didn't cause any waves, but the most fundamental reason is that this is a commercial project. We can't say that we want to build a shopping mall, but poor people can't afford the things in it. Just don't build it? Certainly. In addition to cooperating with the Myanmar Bank Group, some countries have new options, and some countries not within the WTO have also started thinking about this. Activate capital. Build cities. In this way, maybe it can revitalize the economy. Island. Villa. Tang Qing watched silently as dozens of countries discussed this matter. Among them, many non-WHO countries thought that we could do it alone. To this, he was calm. Go it alone. Can. Without comparison, there is no harm. For this kind of thing, some people need to come out to set it off and strive for construction speed, quality, and overall planning. Not afraid. Certainly, the other party can also copy it, but once it is copied, it is better to give face to the Myanmar Bank Group. In short, we will not lose in this wave. More. Next to it, watching the news, Tang Kai couldn't help but feel happy, partly because he could make money, and partly because this model was recognized by various countries. A boat. And, in the past few years, Ling has not treated him badly at all, and he hopes from the bottom of his heart that this place will get better and better. And this evening, Roy City has indeed exceeded 80 billion. Pretty crazy. This time, it's really going to be big. Qin Yigong sighed. The next day, morning, Wang Sa took his helicopter to the island. Little Mr. Tang. Looking at Tang Qing with a smile on his face, he recalled that the first time they met was in Thailand. Tang Kai took Tang Qing across the border to visit Myanmar's territory. That time, first time drinking fruit wine. At the same time, he also obtained the agency right, and now he can be said to be making money while lying down, which is very stable. At that time, Tang Qing had just finished the college entrance examination and was not famous. He was just a student. Which material? The following year, he became famous in China. Another year, immediately become famous all over the world. Too fast. Its growth is incredibly fast. Sir Wang Sa, your momentum is growing. Tang Qing greeted with a smile. Wang Sa was just a young boy a few years ago, but now he is quite mature. The person in power is full of momentum. Wang Sa smiled even more. Without disturbing Tang Qing to bask in the sun, he quickly walked into the villa and chatted with Tang Kai. In our relationship, it was better to get closer to Tang Kai so that we could have something to talk to. By the way, I also brought some gifts to the Tang family. Rare to see. Sports car. Sports car. Sports car. That's right, 3 sports cars. The reason is very simple. They are considered as early or supplementary birthday gifts. They are not too expensive things. The total sum is only more than 10 million. It's too expensive. No, since you call me uncle, this is just a small gift. I was still in high school before, so it's not appropriate to give it as a gift. Now I'm almost a college student. My identity. It's okay. Leave it with Mr. Tang, you can. Finally, still didn't refuse. Received. Qin Shiqi almost jumped on the roof when she thought of owning a sports car. Although there was no shortage of cars in the Tang Manor, there were also sports cars, and she usually tried them. But it's not hers after all. This time, although it couldn't be named, it was considered an exclusive sports car. But soon, seeing the look in her mother's eyes, Qin Shiqi knew that she couldn't just drive it casually. It's mine anyway, so drive as little as possible. Forecourt. Tang Qing squinted his eyes, listened to the movement in the living room, and smiled in his heart. This Wang Sa was really willing to give up, not only to himself, but also to his friends. Nice person. Be loyal. Not so much scheming. Not keeping money yet. The last time he spent more than 1 billion to buy a yacht and a helicopter, he was severely criticized by his father, but he still looked careless and lived happily. The next day, morning. Let's go, Wang Sa shouted proudly, and his $200 million yacht quickly sailed towards the coast. Apart from him, the Tang family were all on board. Next stop, Longyu County. Mayday trip. Naturally, we will not stay in one place. The original plan was to visit 2 places, the island and Xiamen City. One is very beautiful, and the other is very unique. Delivered in Loi City. Qin Shiqi wants to go. Then, everyone also stopped by to take a look, and then transferred to Xiamen City. Bow. Tang Qing still stood like a pine tree. The waves today were a bit big, and the wind was strong, but his feet felt like suckers, motionless. Rear. Wang Sa was surprised. The balance is so good. In response, he didn't delve into it, and continued drinking tea and chatting. 2 hours later, the boat stopped at the shore. Since it was not bound for the capital of Delin province, it was much closer. This is a seaside hotel pier owned by Wang Sa. Extra large. Water depth. Look, super yacht. Hold the grass. It's too big. Is this hotel? How much is the ferry ticket? I want to go up and have a look. Dream. Yes, it looks like a private yacht. If it depends on collecting ferry tickets, how many years and months will it take for the merchant to make back its money? 1 ticket can cost 1,000 yuan. Are you willing to pay it? In the distance. Tourists who saw the yacht were shocked. Such super yachts are rarely seen. Most of them are parked in private docks, which is very rare. Suddenly, Kakaka, taking random photos. Group photo. Hair ties. Ask for likes. Only after seeing the message did they know one thing. A few days ago, this yacht appeared at the pier of the capital of Delin province. Many tourists took pictures. Later, it docked in a super beautiful bay. Private. The owner is unknown, but it is certain that it is worth tens of billions. Otherwise, I can't afford a boat worth more than 1 billion. Many tourists realized that this was a Burmese super yacht, and they couldn't help but sigh. They are really making money here, and everything is starting to happen. For example, this hotel behind you. Luxury. No luxurious. And they're not just 1 or 2 hotels, but a large number. On the hundreds of miles of coastline, not a single hotel or resort is below the standard. All high standards. A small hotel? Feel sorry. No, but this place is very fair, not expensive, and the service is excellent. As long as you are not traveling here on a budget and cannot afford to stay in a hotel worth more than 100 yuan, then that's another matter. Eat well. Nice stay. Also affordable. Rip off customers? Doesn't exist. Come here once, and then go to some tourist areas. When you compare them, you will instantly have a thought. I am so stupid. Piers, as expected, rely on foil. Get off the boat. Get in the car. Heading towards the airport in the capital of Delin province, the sea route turned to the land route. The speed was much faster, and the road was straight, and you could almost see the horizon at a glance. There are many vehicles on the road, mostly passenger cars, specializing in picking up and dropping off large numbers of tourists. These days have been a big test for the tourism industry in Delin province. The entire coast is almost full of people. It was very lively. There are too many people. Looking out the window, Qin Yugong sighed. Not as many as in China. He said. Qin Shiqi put her phone up. Let's take a look. All right. This is indeed not comparable. The photos show a crowded place. Looking at the scenic spot becomes looking at people. In terms of the number of tourists, this place is indeed comparable. After all, there are tens of millions of people traveling on May Day in China, and there are millions of people here, and they're also scattered all over the country. However, the contrast between the two is not big. In terms of quality, it still needs to be improved. Qin Yugong said with a smile. There are many people, lively, but that doesn't mean it's high quality. On the contrary, it will be reduced to some extent, and here, it is hosted by a coastline that is hundreds of miles long. Therefore, the enjoyment area for a single tourist is very large. Great experience. Yeah. Qin Shiqi nodded in agreement. Quality. It is indeed the most important thing. When you go out to play, just have fun, not make trouble. How many people go out to play, but they are more tired than going to work, so how to talk about quality? At this time, Qin Yugong looked out the window, which was a stretch of villas. Are these all sold out? Yes. Tang Qing nodded. I have developed 3 villa areas here, with about 200 villas. They have all been sold out. A lot of them came to Europe and the United States, followed by wealthy people from China. Currently, outside the second ring road is being developed. Qin Yugong was confused. Second ring? What does it mean? Tang Qing quickly explained. The first ring road is the road we are driving now, and the second ring road is an almost parallel road 2 to 3 kilometers inland. 100 miles of coast. It is said to be very long, but the usable area is still limited. Some farmland and forests need to be preserved, and with public land, there is not much land. So, we can only continue to acquire land inland. The difference is not big. It's only a few kilometers away from the sea. It's a minute drive or a short walk. It's also because it's far from the sea, so small high-rise buildings are allowed. Close to the sea, natural sea view rooms are more popular. That's it, Qin Yugong suddenly realized. Only, is it easy to sell a small high-level business? Okay, at this point, Tang Qing smiled even brighter on his face. The price of the villa is too expensive, and many people who want to buy it can't afford it. But the price of small high-rise buildings is low, and they are almost flocking to it. This, Qin Yugong wanted to say it was unscientific, as if he could see his thoughts. Tang Qing smiled and said, Unbelievable. No, in today's Myanmar, it is normal. Don't forget, this is a commercial building. Not talking about foreigners, just Myanmar. There are many people who want to buy one, especially people from the Myanmar Special Economic Zone. Why? Because there are almost no commercial houses in the Myanmar Special Economic Zone, and the biggest beneficiary area from the development of Myanmar is the Myanmar Special Economic Zone. Think about it. We are rich. I can't buy real estate locally. What should I do? Of course I want to buy it elsewhere. At this time, everyone's attention came over. If you buy it here, you can see the sea, take a vacation, and preserve the value of your investment. Why not? After listening, Qin Yugong's loss suddenly dawned on him. I see. The particularity of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone makes it impossible for people there to invest in real estate. When seaside resort commercial properties come on the market, they will naturally be attracted. All right, reasonable. If it weren't for the cap and the inability to sell, all the money for each project would probably have been paid back by now. Tang Qing said, lamenting the madness after turning over. According to statistics, there are more than 100,000 people over there who want to buy it. 100,000 people. There are 100,000 houses, and with the addition of foreign buyers, the supply of houses here will still exceed demand in the short term, and it is really easy to make money. How much does a small high-level employee cost per flat? Tang's father asked. 3,000. It's not expensive. Yes, a house of 100 square meters only costs 300,000. There are a lot of people who can buy it now, and they can get loans, so sales are very hot. It's a pity. The number of households here is limited. He said. Tang Qing couldn't help feeling that Ling was really good at planning. Sometimes he was quite aggressive, and sometimes he was extremely cautious. He was always quiet and sometimes moved to extremes. Emotional, reason, all taken to the extreme. But it turns out it works very well. In the past few years, the dead game of Mian Yao has been miraculously revived at an almost incredible speed. Why? Per capita beach area. Oh, Qin Yugong suddenly realized that it makes sense. Since it is a sea view room, everyone is here to travel. Naturally, they don't stay at home and watch the sea, but go to the beach more often. If you go around in front, can you go back? He asked. Okay. How about going to see your community? Qin Yugong said. Anyway, it's a private jet, so there's no need to rush. You can fly wherever you want. Okay. Then, through the intercom, the car at the front turned right and drove towards the second ring road. The distance was only a few kilometers away. It only took a step of the accelerator. There were landscape trees on both sides. Very beautiful. Soon, turn left. Enter the second ring. At the end of this road, you can actually go directly to the airport. It is almost parallel to the first ring road, and construction vehicles are restricted to only go this way. There was no construction vehicle on the road before, and this, but quite a few. Open on one side. Tang Qing also introduced it. There are strict planning restrictions here. Each community has a fixed location and a certain scale, and is surrounded by parks, medical facilities, etc. On average, 1 per kilometer. Because it is purely a tourist residence, there is no school here. Each community is said to be a residential area, but can also be a leisure area, cinema, gym, restaurant. While listening, Qin Yugong kept nodding. Good. The community here is completely built according to the standards of large resorts, but both the planning and supporting facilities are better than the resort concept. Everything aside, Tang Qing listened quietly, looking out the window. At intervals, some small high-rise buildings would appear from time to time, and the construction was almost complete. Very beautiful and unique. Color, appearance, vision, they're all quite good, and there are many people who want to buy them. In the past few days alone, there have been tens of thousands of Chinese tourists who are interested in buying one here. The reason is very simple. I think this fits their image of a sea view room. Many people's understanding of this term is not limited to being able to see the sea. Also, one must be close. The second thing is beauty. Third, you also need to be able to play. Truth. At present, the sea view rooms in some places are very helpless. You can see the sea, but when you look up close, you are immediately discouraged. There are not even attached beach facilities. Quite disappointed looking around. All right, everyone is the same, so I think they recognize it. However, when a house appeared that fully met their expectations for a sea view room, they immediately started comparing it, and it was full of hurt. Therefore, once these houses are built, there's no need to worry about selling them. In this way, maybe it can give some inspiration to some real estate developers and tourism development companies in China to use dim sum to keep the needs and expectations of consumers in mind. It's not like building a building and stuffing a bunch of people into it. The money is really not very good. Truth. With the current reputation, that's it. We can build hundreds of communities and thousands of commercial buildings without worrying about selling them. But we have to consider the carrying capacity of the beach and the quality of tourism for everyone. It cannot be overexploited and must be limited. Otherwise, The beach is full of people and it is lively, but the experience is not good. It's impossible to meet everyone's needs, so it's better to keep things tight. Stick to quality. In this way, it can also increase the real estate prices here and make buyers feel that this is not a loss-making thing. In addition, it is delicious and fun, and they can be happy wholeheartedly. Suddenly, a huge construction site appeared ahead. What is that being built? Train station. A new station is going to be built here? Qin Yugong asked curiously. It is not unusual for trains to be connected here. Delin Province has already built a north-south railway. Only, aren't they all repaired? Yeah. Tang Qing nodded. That's the transfer station of the Mandarin Germany Railway. Mandarin Germany Railway? Yes, it's very close to Bangkok. Last year, Thailand applied for a loan from Myanmar to build a railway from here directly to Bangkok, the capital of Thailand. Once it is built, it only takes 3 to 5 hours to take the train from here. This will greatly promote the tourism industry of both places. It is a win-win situation. Lively and lively. Finally, the project went online last year. The Thai side is happy because once this railway is built, it will attract a large number of tourists and the economy along the line will also develop. It's really fast. Qin Yugong looked at the construction site. This project was contracted by a Chinese enterprise. It is estimated that China Railway will be very busy in the past few years because there's also a large-scale construction in China. Open for a while. Going around the first ring again, because there are many construction vehicles running here, the speed is slower. Although it is a two-way 8-lane road, it is still not as fast as the first ring. On the way, the buses keep coming. One batch was sent away, and another batch came. Fortunately, the preparations were sufficient. Otherwise, there might be a shortage in the consumption of ingredients alone. Data flashed in front of Tang Qing's eyes. All of Myanmar. Whether it is passenger flow conditions, such as transportation, hotels, scenic spots, etc., there are also countless people's livelihood data, such as the inventory of various gas stations and the reserves of various food ingredients. One glance. Not sure. Too much. Good thing. With adequate preparation, there is no deep red alarm. Even if there is, it will be filled by the huge logistics network before the value turns red. If not enough, teleport nodes to collect. Now, with the entire Myanmar logistics data and the supply of key materials in hand, manipulating the huge supply is no more difficult than drinking water. The territory is not enough. Just send it from abroad. But it seems this ultimate guarantee method is not needed. The normal supply chain system formed after such long efforts is already quite complete. The worst-case scenario is full capacity. No cheating intervention is required. Afternoon. A little. The plane arrived in Longyu County. Even Tang Kai saw the renovated county town for the first time. Although there had been projects before, he had never been there before. A big family and a big business. There are many companies under its subsidiaries, and the construction companies alone have as many as 20 or 30 projects on hand. How can he have the time and interest to come here to inspect the projects? Street. Looking at the exotic customs, the Tang family was quite interested. The number of Indians here almost exceeded the Burmese population in the county, which felt strange. They're not poor either. Qin Shichi said. Of course. There are no poor Indians who can come here to buy a house. Even those who come to work must be cleanly dressed, otherwise they will be stopped at the border crossing. Is this necessary? Don't get me wrong, it's the Indian side. They think wearing shabby clothes will damage their image. Don't worry, it's really wide. Longyu County. Street. The group of people is very conspicuous, especially the dozen or so black-clad bodyguards, who are tall and strong, and they are not ordinary at first glance. Pedestrians should take the initiative to give way and wait until they are far away. What a grand pomp. Domineering. It's the first time I've seen you. I bring so many bodyguards when I go shopping. Rich. A pair of eyes are full of curiosity. Of course, there is also envy and a little jealousy. As for hatred, there is no such thing. There are very few people who hate the rich here. There are many people here who believe in Buddhism. Generally, the concept of wealth is not that deep, and money is rarely used to divide people into different classes. In layman's terms, it means low desire. Easily satisfied. I was too poor before. What now? Have something to eat. Have something to drink. There are small villas. There's still savings and even cars, and most of them are very satisfied. Moreover, there are few wealthy people here who are ruthless because of their wealth, and class conflicts are not deep. On the contrary, it was quite harmonious. But there are hundreds of kinds of people, and some find girls beautiful. Prepare to take candid photos. Pop! Suddenly, someone slapped me on the shoulder, my hand shook, and my phone almost fell to the ground. Turned back in anger. You! As soon as he finished speaking one word, his voice dropped 9 points, and his expression softened. I saw. Behind him, a big man in black was staring at him with a playful face. Although he was smiling, he felt a little bit cold. He couldn't help but force a smile. Brother, what's the matter? Nothing. After that, then he walked around him and walked forward. Suddenly, he understood that it belonged to others. Secret bodyguard? Not really, because I wasn't hiding or wearing casual clothes. I was just walking slowly. All right, put your phone away. Don't mess with me. Soon, the convoy arrived at the border inspection station. Please. The staff member took out the pass very quickly and said respectfully. Due to the construction of Loy City, various supplies came and went frequently between the two places. Therefore, no visa is required for short-term entry. You only need a pass, and both parties will recognize each other. Moreover, cars can also drive through, but only four-wheelers, and if they have complete certificates and licenses, both parties will recognize each other. On the Myanmar side, even the inspection is omitted and it is released directly. Is this appropriate? Qin Yugong was a little confused. This is the border between India and Myanmar. Can we let him pass without inspection? And it seems that they're the only ones who have this kind of treatment. I can't help but look at Tang Qing. Here, it seems that Tang Qing is the only one who has this side. It's okay. Tang Qing had a calm smile on his face. But, however, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Tang Qing, who was not getting out of the car. He just thought that he was too lazy to get off because he wanted to do it on his behalf, but he was still muttering to himself. But a pass will be given upon arrival, also exempt from inspection. Looking back now, Tang Qing doesn't believe it if he says it has nothing to do with Tang Qing. As for other people thinking it has something to do with him, well, I won't explain this misunderstanding. Let's go. Take the pass. Get in the car. Soon, after crossing the 1-mile highway, we arrived at the Indian border inspection station. Welcome, please. When the Indian personnel saw it, they immediately became cautious. Such a formation must be a big shot. Let's talk about the march in the middle. The last time I saw it, there were still 0 people coming. That is the biggest boss on the opposite side. Then, I didn't check my passport or anything. Joke. Could such a person sneak over here again? Or carrying illegal items? Even if there is, they don't want to offend too much. What is this called? Good eyesight. That's all. The convoy entered India without even showing the pass. At this time, Tang Qing looked at Tang Qing and saw Tang Qing spreading his hands, saying that it had nothing to do with me. This was also the case. Tang Qing did not give the green light at the Indian border inspection station. That's right. I didn't give in. It must be impossible. There are some hidden lines, and it is usually better not to move them. As for Mian Yao, they have been completely digested and do not exist, and Tang Qing is still there to block the arrows. Not afraid. Also, the position of the soldiers at the Indian border inspection station cannot be said for sure. There are too many people watching here, and it is a good unit, but everyone is grabbing it. It's better to be cautious. India does not control things strictly. No, I didn't expect it to go to such an extent and let them go directly. It was probably because the convoy was too trenched. Before this, there was only 0 convoys larger than this. The others did not notice the small movements of the 2 people, but looked out the window. Not a moment. Enter the city. There are so many people. The streets were very lively and the traffic flowed rapidly. However, compared to Longyu County, these cars were generally small. What kind of car is this? It's so strange. Qin Shichi commented. Very tactful. It's used strangely. Inside the car, Tang Qing smiled and explained, Although these cars are not very good looking, they are cheap. In this regard, the Tata Group has benefited the lower class people in India. This point, he admired it. In India, where the per capita income is not high, more people can enjoy cars. The Tata Group's actions are indeed worthy of admiration. As for whether it doesn't look good, normal. It's cheap, but what more good looks do you need? The smell is so strong. Just open the window. Qin Shichi closed it. There is no way. The economic situation here is destined not to promote exhaust gas filters like in China. With more cars, it is naturally the case. Tang Qing explained, but it's much better here. It's just the exhaust gas. In other Indian cities, the smell of garbage, cow dung, and various sewage odors, etc. are problems. The air here is considered clean. After listening, Qin Shichi asked curiously, what about the cow here? Rumors. Cows in India are very arrogant. This used to be a deserted village, with a small population and not many cattle. When the Loy City project was established, there was a plan to intensively raise cattle. Therefore, this is probably the only city in India without cattle on the streets. In this regard, Tang Qing was very supportive. Otherwise, if you drive it well, there will be a cow lying there in the road, neither moving forward nor retreating. Therefore, we came up with this compromise plan and put it elsewhere for worship. Give food and drink. Don't run around. Whatever works. At this time, the popularity of Roy City has not diminished at all in India, but has become more and more intense. Before, it was only reported in detail by the news media. Now, as the city opens up, social contact, live streaming, word of mouth, multi-channel communication, everything here has shocked the Indian internet. People who have been here don't want to leave, and those who have returned are simply praising it to the sky. Then, there is an endless stream of Indians coming, with a population of more than 1 billion. Although India has a huge proportion of poor people, even if it is 1%, the number is still huge. Ever since 3 days, it was only the third day of opening, and all the large and small hotels in Roy were already full, which also spawned many family hotels, which were quickly rented out. Together, Longyu County has also received some glory. Everyone comes here to have fun. For Longyu County, which is separated by a wall, they will not forget to check in and take photos. Otherwise, isn't it unsatisfactory? What satisfies Indian tourists the most is the number of restrooms in Loy City. They are found on every street and in every hotel. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand. But here, it is a kind of happiness. Lack to understand. P.S. Immortality is really bad is a friend's book that is being recommended online. Please help me collect it. Thank you. But there is satisfaction. Naturally, there are also areas of dissatisfaction. At present, the city has not yet opened tuk-tuk operations, which means that if you're traveling here without a tour group or a car, you can only take a taxi. It's not that it's expensive, it's that it's less expensive. No matter what, there are also a limited number of taxis in a city. As for the bus, forehead, so crowded. Although there are many buses, they're still unable to withstand such a large passenger flow. Locals plus tourists are almost ready to exceed the carrying limit of Loy City. Expansion. I hope construction will start soon. City Hall. The leaders of Loy City shouted in their hearts. Looking at the lively city outside the window, I feel happy and depressed at the same time. I would hardly consider carrying it elsewhere. The reason is simple. Dwelling. In print. It is a real small house, and many people can fit into one house. It can be accommodated no matter what, but the positioning of Loy City does not allow such a situation to occur. Even for residential buildings, there are strict restrictions on the number of residents. More than 10 square meters. If there are more than 10 people living there, it is absolutely not allowed. Once caught, heavy penalties. Garden, roadside, under the bridge. According to the city management regulations, housing is not allowed. At this moment, the only way to solve the current load, besides evicting people, is the expansion of Loy City. But that takes time. And it also greatly stimulated some Indian capital who were watching. As soon as their investigation team arrived, They were shocked by the situation here. The results are self-evident. The conclusion of the report is almost unanimous. It has great investment value. After reading it, those capitals are not common anymore. Cast. Must vote. Regardless of whether the newly built residences and shops can be sold, just renting them out or running them yourself will be a sustainable and considerable income. If you don't take action, you may not have a chance. Other side. In the car, Tang Qing couldn't help but smile when he saw the reaction of the capitals. This business was already profitable and could continue to make money, so it was an advantage for them. But they are also indispensable. With these Indian capitals, the various approvals for urban construction and the entire construction process will go smoothly. The key is still making money. If loan, it's not interesting to spend all your own money, but introducing these capitals is equivalent to others giving money for us to make money, which naturally leads to more pitfalls. No, half of it is called a pit. It's called making money. 150 billion. This is the total subscription amount released by the Myanmar Bank Group. A conservative estimate is that of the 150 billion, it can bring more than 30 billion in profits to Myanmar Asian and Chinese enterprises, as well as a large number of jobs. So, it's time to thank those Indian capitals for being a good person for once. At this time, the motorcade arrived at the huge square in front of the city hall. It was as lively as a few days ago, with singing and dancing. It was free for the city to watch the performance. But it was so crowded that they didn't get out of the car, but just took a look from a distance. At this time, don't run. A scene of catching a thief appeared on the edge of the square. 2 Indian security officers were chasing a person. Due to the large number of people, they were quickly pinned to the ground. What's wrong? Thief. Do you understand Indian? What can your brother do? Yes, the security here is different from what you said. Qin Shichi winked at Tang Qing. Before coming, Tang Qing seemed to have said that security was okay. Tang Qing rolled his eyes. Before, he only said that people coming and going would be filtered here, but he didn't say that it could be completely filtered. This city is open after all. Say it again. This is considered testing. Otherwise, the city will not be crammed like this. Before delivery, the urban supporting facilities underwent a long-term extreme load test to ensure that they would not collapse. Later, seeing that there are so many people, the city hall decided to open it and try to test the maximum number of tourists it can carry. This will make Loy City so lively. It will be better after a while. Water, electricity, net, transportation. The problems are not big. These people cannot destroy Loy City. The main problems are non-urban infrastructure factors such as accommodation, catering, logistics, public security, and so on. So, this pot, it has nothing to do with Myanmar. The city hall will take care of it. Side of the square. After watching the catch of the thief, and then seeing the Tang family's motorcade, one person was shocked and couldn't help but stop. The girl next to him asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Mr. Tang," the man said without a voice. That's Mr. Tang's car." Mihao pointed to the huge and conspicuous marching car in the distance, his voice a little excited. "I didn't expect that Mr. Tang was here too." "Are you sure?" Duani looked over and said in surprise. "That's right." Mihao nodded affirmatively. "At the construction site in Delin province, I saw Mr. Tang's car. The license plate number was exactly the same, and it was followed by several off-road vehicles. There is no mistake," he said. He stopped and watched the convoy go away. "Let's go." The two identities were too far apart, but Mihao was quite content and happy. After working here for more than a year, Tang Kai came to see it as a sign of recognition. Otherwise, after a year of hard work, the boss doesn't even look at me. How annoying it is. Yeah. Duani followed, walking around the square. As for the thief incident just now, it did not bring any tension to them. No country has such a small case. Pretty much the same. There is only quantity. And this. The proportion of security personnel is almost 3 times that of other places in India. The density of surveillance in the city is similar to that of Longyu County. There are almost no blind spots, and it is relatively safe. And I will return to Corridor U County later, and I won't live here anymore. Arrived. Soon. Then we came to the city center. The entire top floor of the large hotel belonging to the Myanmar Bank Group was equivalent to being booked by the Tang family. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Tang Kai admired. This is definitely the best view in Loy City. Of course, Tang Qing said with a smile. As the project's general contractor and lender, he can naturally choose the best location to build the building he wants to build. But, New Loy City, there will be some bigger and taller buildings, but so what? What is Tang Qing's status? He still competes with others for the limelight of the tallest building in a small town abroad. Boring. The higher you are, the better. The higher. It means the more money we make. Ah, there's also a train. Qin Shichi pointed into the distance and shouted. I saw a train traveling on the surface in the distance, just a little far away on the edge of the city. Of course there is. It's just that it has not been integrated with the current Indian railway network. It can only be regarded as the main line around the city of Loy. It goes around and is for tourism. Tang Qing explained. Here, the train cannot reach other parts of India and can only go around in circles. In the final analysis, that part of the railway was built by India itself, and the construction period is very touching. But, waiting for the next expansion of Loy City. Even if Myanmar doesn't say it, Indian capital will find ways to speed it up and strengthen transportation into Los Angeles. As long as the capital is willing, it can do much more than the Indian authorities. India, after all, it is a capital system that serves big capital and big families. This time the expansion is completed, they have tasted the benefits, and there will be many opportunities to knock them out in the future. This expansion, a new subway project has also been added. After all, as the city gets bigger, surface transportation alone can no longer meet the demand, so several subway lines have been added, but they're different from ordinary subway construction. The other is TBM digging. Here, but we only need to dig trenches because there are no buildings above, and there are not many restrictions on the depth and route of the subway. Using a shield machine is a bit wasteful. Dig a hole. Repair edges. Cover. Another layer of tram tracks. Finish. This design is the first of its kind in the world. There is no such thing as a double-decker railway, but this combination is definitely unique, but it has not been announced yet. Evening. Night falls. At one point, wow, the whole city exclaimed, because in an instant, the whole city seemed to light up. The first thing that lit up were the various streetlights, and a second later, the entire landscape. Later, almost all buildings have parts with a faint shimmer on their surfaces. On the wall, those beautiful portraits that seem to have historical color during the day emit various lights. Even the zebra crossings on the road are lit up. Looking from above, even if there are no streetlights, they could also see the traffic lines of the entire city. In 5 seconds, just 5 seconds, the 5 major lighting projects in Roy City were displayed in front of them. Actually, it could be fully opened in 1 second. But, taking into account the sense of hierarchy, it was divided into 5 seconds. It's so beautiful. It seems like it's come alive. Oh God, it's more beautiful than the rumors. It's a worthwhile trip. The tourists took out their mobile phones and took pictures. One of their main purposes here was to take a look at the lighting project in Loy City. On the basis of lighting, such a supplement, delightful. Almost all the edges of the houses have such coatings, and some colors are highlighted, which is too impactful for Indian tourists. I really want to live here, father. Let's buy a house here. Okay, I don't want to leave either. Our family can't afford it. What kind of projection is that? Brr. No, that's the hotel of the Myanmar Bank Group. Those who heard the introduction said it was a mythical species. I have forgotten its specific name. Some newcomers were even more excited when they looked at the projections of flying fairy birds around the huge hotel in the distance. And even the area around the hotel became an attraction. This night, they are destined to never forget it. Now, the Tang family was not at the hotel. North District. The Indian Snack Street is very busy here, but it is much better than during the day because the accommodation in Loy City is limited and many tourists leave. But it will be filled again tomorrow. Want to eat? The stall owner asked enthusiastically when he saw a group of them at a stall. No. Qin Shichi shook her head. She just came to see it, and had no intention of eating it. She had also heard of the dark cuisine level in India, which was completely advanced level. Want some fruit? No, there is no fruit at home. Huh. This is really not the case. Qin Shichi stopped and picked up a green fruit, but she couldn't identify what it was. Never mind. It's edible anyway. I want one. He finished. Just take it and go. She has become accustomed to this consumption method. As long as the family comes out, she can just take whatever she likes without having to think about paying the bill. One word. Cool. After. A big man in black next to him came up. How much is it? 30. The stall owner said nervously. This man was too strong, 2 heads taller than him, and he looked scary. Oh, no need to look for it. A 50 Asian dollar bill fell on his stall. The stall owner was stunned for a moment, then accepted it happily and kept bending down to thank the people who were leaving. 30. He said RS. However, what the other party gave was Asian dollars, and he gave him more. The extra money was a lot to him. The exchange rate of the two currencies was 10 times different. I made a profit. I made a profit. The Indian stall owner was cheerful. Now, at the border between India and Myanmar, Asian dollars can also be circulated. Is it blocked by the authorities? No, on the contrary, it also strongly supports it, because India owes Myanmar a lot of money. Not a city loan, but medical loans. Original solution. Equipment. It adds up to a huge amount, not only owed by the Indian government, but also by the state, which owes a large amount of urban loans, all of which need to be repaid in Asian dollars. Therefore, didn't care. And, in the black market, the ratio of Asian dollars is much higher than the official exchange rate. Ahead. Peel. Take one bite. It doesn't taste good. Qin Shichi grimaced. Who asked you to ask for it? Just finish it. Annie doesn't care. Qin Shichi. This is really her mother. Peace. Tang Qing smiled and said, throw it away. If you don't know the fruits here, you should eat less. Delicious fruits will definitely have a world market, and I have eaten them there. Our fruits come from all over the world, and even some rare wild fruits will appear on our fruit plate as long as they are delicious. Therefore, this logic holds true here. Oh, Qin Shichi nodded vigorously. Indeed, there are many unknown ones in the Tang family's fruit plate, but they all taste great, and some are even varieties that can't be found in the outside world. Just ask. There's one from deep in the Amazon jungle. In that tree, there were less than 20 of them, and they were almost extinct. This shocked Qin Shichi. What kind of relationship could this have caused a species to disappear? Eat it yourself, it seems. From now on, when you go out, it's better to touch less people you don't know and people you haven't eaten before. After, Qin Shichi no longer bought anything to eat, but only wandered in front of the handicraft stalls. Some traditional Indian handicrafts were still very memorable. Soon, come to the acrobatic area. Very lively. Levitation technique. Tian rope. There are many onlookers for some traditional magic. A few girls find it quite novel, but the adults are very calm because they all know the tricks inside. Brother, how did you do this? Qin Shichi asked curiously. Tang Qing thought for a while. Shake his head. This is magic. It's no longer interesting if the secret is revealed. Oh, Qin Shichi nodded. Let me just say, there is no supernatural power in the world. Tang Qing twitched the corner of his mouth. I didn't believe this in my previous life, but in this life, sorry, I am the type of person you said could not exist. Alone? No. Tang Qing thinks it's pretty good. What's up? Is it still uncomfortable when one is hanging? He has a super smart brain. And besides, it's not like he's the only one with it. At least the system proves that the universe is not dead. Finished reading. Qin Shichi also gave someone a banknote. Not much. 50. There is no way. This is the lowest value among the bodyguards. Go all the way. Give all the way. Even. Qin Shichi asked for a small wad of Asian dollars and put it in her hand. Such a blatant act of showing off wealth made many Indians around her look sideways. Which country are they from? China. How do you know? It depends on the temperament. Those who come here to travel are at least middle class or above in India. Many of them have been abroad. They still have a good eye for people and can recognize them at a glance. What kind of temperament? Someone asked curiously. Rich. Think about it. It really makes sense. Then, another thing I heard. Really, it was a good thing that he was in Loy City and had bodyguard around him. Otherwise, a bunch of people would definitely come up for such behavior elsewhere in India. What to do? Begging. Give one, get a bunch. But the management here is strict, and it is positioned as a high-end lifestyle resort city. Even the cattle are not taken care of, let alone those beggars. Can't even get in. To this. It is quite controversial on the internet in India, and it is considered to be discrimination, but the top management of Loy City has the sword of Shang Fong and the support of mainstream capital. Otherwise, I really don't dare to give this order. Before coming, many people were neutral, but after arriving, they changed their minds. It seemed nice that it was clean, with no cows and no beggars on the street. This girl is so amazing. Wandering around. When I came to a performance booth, there was an Indian girl performing jujitsu. The curvature of her body was almost beyond the limits of the human body. There was cheering all around. Relatively speaking, they received more money than those who performed magic before. After all, one is magic and the other requires real skills. But not much more. Indians have money, but they are not very generous. Qing is preparing to give a few. Give them all. Tang Qing suddenly said. Oh. Qing didn't ask why. This girl looked dark and thin, and it seemed that life was not easy. Her sympathy suddenly overflowed. To this, Tang Qing did not explain. Compared to magic, this kind of skill can be regarded as somewhat technical. Of course, for Tang Qing, jujitsu is just a child's play. His body is both strong and soft. Some extreme moves are at your fingertips. Don't talk about him. Even Lin Jiaxue. He can also perform various jiu-jitsu movements. Being with him for so long has greatly affected his body. Even without exercise, his flexibility is far beyond that of ordinary people. Thank you. The girl's mother said gratefully. This is a small pile. It's equal to more than a month's income before, and more than that. In this way, I'm still a big step forward for paying off my debt, and I keep bowing. It's so generous. Some of the people who were passing by were a little speechless when they saw the bodyguard in black handing Qin another wad of bills. This family must be so rich and spoil their children. 1 hour later, this prodigal kid, my aunt said distressfully, 50 or 60,000. 1 year's salary plus bonus. No more. It's okay. Tang Kai, as the investor, said with a smile, just kidding, it's only tens of thousands of yuan, and he earned an unknown amount of money just by shopping. And this money was not given by Qin, but it also represented them, and it was not easy for others. If you don't get a cent for such a hard-working performance, wouldn't it be a waste of money? This doesn't work. The next day, morning, the group left Luai City, returned to Longyu County, and flew to Xiamen City. According to the plan, we will stay in Xiamen City for 1 day and return to China tomorrow afternoon. More than an hour later, Xiamen City, airport. There's so many tourists. Now, come to Myanmar. There are 2 major places that you must visit. One is Delon Beach, and the other is Xiamen City. One has good scenery, and the other is unique, even inferior to Yangon, especially Xiamen City. Every visit is different. City, projection, museum. Neither of them is static. The former has a different theme every week, and the latter has different exhibits every week, so you can never get tired of it. The villa on the top of the mountain has a wide view. Looking at Xiamen New District in the distance, Qinyugong side. In just a few years, the wilderness has turned into a city, and the wooden house has turned into a villa. Like magic. But one day, the motherland will not be worse than this. Now, he was also thinking in his mind whether the expansion model of Loy City could be feasible in China. If there was investment, it would not be difficult to implement it. Only, relatively speaking, it is still difficult. Electricity, transportation, water supply, communication. These are all in the hands of state-owned enterprises. If you want such urban construction to have the same supporting facilities as Loy City, you need the cooperation of these enterprises. Pay money. Contribute. It's not easy. These are urban basic supporting facilities, not commercial projects. It is difficult to recover the capital in the short term, and it is not easy to pass them internally. In the final analysis, this matter is still a real estate project. Turning around, Tang Qing, who was drawing a picture, looked up. It was not an engineering drawing, but the Exine new district in front of him. It was cloudy today, and there was no sun, so he could only draw pictures. Do you think there is any value in promoting the model of Luoyi City in China? Yes. Tang Qing nodded immediately. Oh, Qin Yugong's eyes lit up. This kind of project is actually similar to new cities and new districts, except that the planning is biased toward high-end living areas and requires many departments to coordinate. Tang Qing explained. This matter, of course it has promotion value. But this is not something that Qin Yugong should consider at his level, and there are not many places that have the demand, location, and conditions to build a new city like that. You can't do it in your area, Tang Qing said directly. Qin Yugong was speechless. So direct. Indeed, I am in charge of a development zone with a different positioning. If I want to do it, I have to be in charge of at least one party, and it has to be a big city to have such a demand. But that day is probably a long time coming. All right, if you can't do it, you can always think about it. Night, 10 o'clock. The museum began to be cleared, and the tourists were still unsatisfied and discussed enthusiastically what they had seen today. The children talked about dinosaurs, the women talked about diamonds, and the men talked about mountains of money. I'll come back tomorrow, and I've only gone halfway. I didn't see enough. It would be nice if it was open all night. You have a nice idea. It's just that they don't make money on tickets, and they open all night for you. How is it possible? There are more souvenirs recently, which are very good. Elsewhere, everyone hates selling things. But here it's different. It's like a tourist check-in. This has become a world-class tourist attraction, and you don't need to pay for admission. Go back empty-handed. It feels weird. And the souvenirs here are unique, beautifully made, and not too expensive. They can be collected or given as gifts. They're not out of class. Soon, the tourists dispersed. At this time, a motorcade drove in through the side door and directly entered the museum's dinosaur exhibition hall. As soon as they got off the car, even Tang Kai was a little shocked. This treatment. I probably don't even have the face to do so. Looking at his nephew, I thought, can you be more face-to-face? Soon, Tang Kai knew it. Abel. When we came to the gold exhibition hall, the polished gold exuded a golden light under the light. Compared with the last time, almost half of it was replaced this time. Lotus, peony narcissus, rose. It's just like a flower show, except they're all made of gold, and each one is so big that it's no problem for people to sit on it or hide inside. Lifelike. Every detail shows the exquisite workmanship. It's so beautiful. So beautiful. The Tang family was also a little shocked. The design, carving, and details of these flowers were completely master level. No matter how you looked at them, you couldn't find any faults. In front of you, in a golden lotus with a diameter of more than 5 meters, a figure like an elf is projected, flying inside, with countless light spots falling behind him. Ears. A voice like the whisper of an elf came. One word. Beautiful. Touching. Aside, Tang Qing put his hands behind his back and smiled lightly, just like it. This is one of the reasons why the museum has become a world-class museum in a short period of time. Trench is its first highlight. Refined is its second highlight. Change. This is its third highlight. Compared with traditional museums that look the same every time you go, this place takes innovation to the extreme and creates a new model. Come every time. There are always new things to see, and visitors will not be disappointed no matter when they come. I really want to touch it. Qin Shichi's eyes were shining, and she lay down in front of the glass cabinet. Everyone just pretended not to hear, and it would be great if they could come in. Do you still want to touch it? However, the next moment, drop. The base was originally a red circle of light, but a section of it turned green in an instant. Then, in everyone's surprised eyes, that section of bulletproof glass moved. Rise slowly. Then, beep, beep, beep. Thinking of the dense sound in the hall, the Tang family opened their mouths wide and saw that the glass had a side opening enough for people to enter. Everyone looked at Tang Kai. Tang Kai looked at Tang Qing. But before Tang Qing could say anything, he heard the accompanying deputy director say, "A few distinguished guests are here. Our museum welcomes you. You can touch them as you like. Not to mention touching. Smashed. There won't be any objections from the museum." Qin Shichi didn't care about that. When she heard that she could touch it at will, she rushed in and covered the huge golden petals of the lotus with one hand, rubbing the surface. There are fine lines on the gold petals, which are very beautiful. "Just wanted to take a photo." My aunt quickly stepped forward to stop her. "Don't shoot. I'll let you touch it. Also, don't talk nonsense when you go out, after all." She didn't finish her sentence, but Qin Shichi understood immediately. Nodded. "Okay, indeed. Strictly speaking, this kind of thing is semi-violative. They let you in, it is open to the public, and you are allowed to touch it casually. You cannot harm others. Spread the word. Public opinion may not subside." Subsequently, they began to run around. Although these gold products were large, they were not rough at all. Each one could be called a work of art and was worth observing carefully. "This golden rose is beautiful. Can I buy it?" The aunt forcefully suppressed her daughter's unrealistic thoughts. "Don't think too much. It would be nice if I could show it to you, so I bought it. However, this time, no one came forward to say that I could buy it. These are too big and not suitable for home." 1 hour later. Finished shopping. No. Strictly speaking, they touched almost every one of them, and their fingerprints were left on them. Then, the group arrived at the diamond hall. Same. Drop. The glass rises, touch it casually. Wow, it's so shiny. Even though her family runs a jewelry business, Tang Yinner is also very interested in these shiny things, all of which are diamonds or clothes made of colored. Diamonds. Too flashy. Girls at this age have only one aesthetic value: good looks. Can you put on? Qin Shichi looked longingly at the colorful clothes. Okay, the deputy director said quickly. Everyone was speechless. Could it be that the deputy director owed money to Tang Kai? Everyone looked over, but Tang Kai just shrugged. Don't look at me, I don't know. No explanation either. Then, 1 minute later. Woo! Qin Shichi was in pain and happiness. It was too heavy. The whole set of clothes weighed more than 15 kilograms, but it was still within the tolerance range. The museum also thoughtfully brought a mirror. It looks good, but it's too heavy. I want to try it too. Tang Yinner was eager to try. Walls came to mind. Turn around. Look at the curator. Has anyone else worn this? Apart from the one in front of you, only the mannequin wore it when it was made. The curator said. One listen. Tang Yinner was satisfied. For a while, a few girls went crazy. The adults are quite calm. These shiny things are not very attractive to them, and they just wander around. Suddenly, came through showcase. Inside is a scepter, mainly gold, supplemented by silver. It is inlaid with diamonds of various colors, and at the top of the scepter is a deep sapphire that exudes soft light. It is different from the reflection of ordinary lighting, but more like a reflection. Light bulb? Lower your head. Gem scepter. After reading the name, everyone's lips twitched. Really, as always, the naming is useless. The names of the exhibits here are really arbitrary, but you can understand it if you think about it. The main reason is that the place is updated too fast. If anyone else has one, I wish I could live forever. And this. Change often. Melt gold and cast new ones again and again. As for diamonds, these are relatively standard diamonds that can be taken apart to form different shapes. Quite willful. What kind of gem is this? Tang Kai asked curiously. At this time, Tang Qing walked up and pulled out the 1.7-meter scepter. Song. The pestle hit the ground and made a crisp sound, and this sound was like a hammer hitting everyone's hearts. They were afraid that it would be damaged. It's not that I can't afford to pay. Only, someone asked you to come here with good intentions, but it was damaged and it was inappropriate. But when I looked around, no one came up to remind me. Well, they were worrying too much. Then, another horrifying thing happened. Click. Tang Qing took out the blue gem directly. Isn't it beautiful? Passed it to Tang Kai. With trembling hands, Tang Kai found the gem. There was a sudden warmth in his hands, and he was surprised. This thing can also dissipate heat? It can't be a light bulb. What is this? Father Tang asked curiously. Synthetic gems. Tang Qing said. How do you know? Don't forget what I do. Tang Qing said with a smile. When everyone heard this, they immediately thought, what does Tang Qing do? I have been busy doing scientific research recently. In theory, considered a scientist. Therefore, it's not difficult to come up with a reasonable explanation. Oh, everyone was stunned. Then, Tang Qing said, this kind of gem is difficult to prepare experimentally. One of these is worth at least 100 million, and it will continue to release heat. Radiation. Tang Kai's face changed. It means that nuclear radiation can release energy for a long time. No. Tang Qing shook his head. This is a radioactive element that is harmless to the human body. It has the properties of radioactive elements, but does not have the characteristics of harming people. It is very safe. Then what can it be used for? Heating. 100 million. Just made a hot water bottle? Isn't this too hasty? What else? It looks good. Come on. Emotion. This is a warm baby that shines. But if you think about it carefully, your good looks alone are enough to make the world love you. Do you need other characteristics? No, not needed at all. Appearance is justice. When I looked closer, there was light flowing inside. It was very beautiful, but a bit expensive. Synthesis. This means that there is huge room for cost reduction in the future. Unless you're a little stupid, who would buy something that is likely to depreciate crazily in the future? At this time, Tang Yinner's little head came closer. Wow, so beautiful. Can I buy one? Tang Kai was speechless, such a silly girl. Turning to look at Tang Qing. Tang, do you need to charge this? According to the conservation of energy, it is impossible to dissipate heat infinitely. Of course. Tang Qing nodded. How often? It depends on the speed of energy release. Under normal temperature and pressure, it will take at least several decades for this piece to be released, but in specialized energy induction equipment, that is uncertain. It is really long-lasting. Decades. This number shocked everyone. Although the temperature was not too high, it took a long time. Suddenly, Tang Kai seemed to have remembered something and exclaimed, Tang, you said this can adjust the speed of energy release? Or that this thing can store energy for a long time? At this moment, others didn't think much about it, but Tang Kai couldn't help but think about it. You know, he owns a battery factory, which is also related to energy. If the output can be adjusted to a certain extent, then it is not. Energy block. Yes. Tang Qing nodded. This thing. It was originally one of the derivatives of studying safe and long-term energy storage technology. Nowadays, batteries have almost reached the limit of chemical energy storage density. Like a fuel engine, it's hard to break through. Therefore, they're all looking for a leap. The scientists under Tang Qing are no exception, but the product in front of them is a low-end product, and its energy storage density is really not very strong. A piece of this thing with a side length of 10 centimeters, filled with energy, can make an electric car run 5,000 kilometers at full strength, but it can also meet general needs. Only, the scenes that Tang Qing needs are generally very demanding. This amount of energy is far from that of a nuclear fuel cell. Of course, it is not completely without advantages. First, safety. Even if this material breaks into fragments, there will be no radioactive residue, and it will not explode. Second, it can be reused. Its service life is extremely long, and it can be used for decades. After a few decades, it can be refurbished and replenished with some necessary elements, and it can be used for decades again. Third, the advantage that is not considered an advantage is low loss. Normal temperature, normal pressure. The loss rate of its stored energy is extremely low. Even if it is left for 10 or 20 years, the general battery will be worn out long ago, but its loss rate is less than 1%. As for the thing in front of me that has run out of juice within a few decades, it is the lowest density product, and it is currently only about 3% full. Not much. Otherwise, the transparent blue crystal will continue to deepen in color. If it is filled up, it will directly turn into black crystal. Relatively speaking, the appearance is a bit poor. At present, this is considered the peak of his appearance. Can this be used as a battery? Tang Qing asked the key question. Yes. What about the energy storage density? Extremely high. What about the standing loss? Extremely low. Hearing this, boom, Tang Qing felt like his brain was spinning. Really? It's actually true. This. He was a little incoherent and didn't know what to say. This is not a gem. It is a new energy revolution and a complete black technology. Can the cost be reduced? It's difficult. A touch of cold water. Splashed on. I'm not sure. I didn't develop this technology. I just had scientific research cooperation with them. I thought it was fun, so I gave it a try. So, whether it is difficult or not, how difficult it is depends on the GR Research Center here. Tang Qing explained. This technology, too dark. He didn't plan to do it himself. As for the quote of 100 million, it was not wrong, because if he wanted to manufacture the equipment from the outside, he really needed this amount. As for using free cutting-edge equipment, ready for commercial use. Hearing this, Tang Qing was disappointed and didn't say anything more. This technology was developed by others. It would be a great honor for Tang Qing to play with it, so he couldn't plagiarize it. Say it again. Too expensive. This kind of basic technology project requires too much investment and high requirements. It is a bit unrealistic to ask Tang Qing to develop it, but it is good news. Because, with his relationship, future, if the cost is significantly reduced, he will at least be close to the water. The agent does not have extravagant expectations, as long as he has a preferential price. But in the short term, it is not yet ready for commercial use. All right, don't bother to think about it. In laboratories of various countries, there are already a lot of things that look like black technology to the outside world. The reason why they cannot be promoted is the cost. It is a prerequisite for commercialization. No matter how awesome, if you can't afford it, it's all in vain. Take turns to read. Put it back quickly. Tang's mother said quickly. Oh, he took it. Tang Qing stuffed the gem back into the top of the scepter. Chang, insert it back into the original base. This thing is not just taken out for exhibition, but will be launched soon. It is now being warmed up. Cash showroom. Come in. Looking at the mountains of Asian dollar cash, the Tang family couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Tens of billions of dollars in cash was hard for ordinary people to imagine. But here, it was just piled there for people to watch. Even, in order to show the luxury, a lot of cash was placed messily or scattered on the surface. It gives people the feeling of spending money like water. And this wasn't over yet. There was a golden projection of gold coins in the sky. Countless gold coins fell down, hit the pile of money, and exploded with a bang. It's like money falling into a bag. Online, there's a lot of complaints about this design. It's so annoying. It's like dragon treasures. If they're all packed in boxes and neatly stacked, it will give a different feeling than if they are piled up in a mess like grass. Most tourists see this scene, mentally depressed. The area of psychological shadow increases sharply. But Tang Qing was quite happy to see it. Others were upset because the money was not theirs, but he was happy because the money was his own. How vulgar. But it is undeniable that the impact is great. Qin Yigong said, yeah, ordinary people. It is impossible to come into contact with so much money in your life. But here, you can see it up close, and it is all real, taking vulgarity to the extreme. At home, no museum would dare to do this. Otherwise, if one person has incorrect views, he may be stopped. Didn't stay long. This exhibition hall only has cash, and every piece of money looks the same. It has a strong impact, but it is not as valuable as the gold and diamond hall. Subsequently, they visited some special exhibition halls and left at 1 o'clock in the morning. New area at 1 o'clock in the morning. Quite quiet. Because this is a living area, according to regulations, tourists are not allowed to come after early morning. Only the main urban area of Xi'an City is open 24 hours a day. Therefore, there are few people in cars. Tang Qing rolled down the window and felt the warm night breeze. Summer had completely entered. Even at 1 o'clock in the morning, there was still a lot of heat in the air. Now, An idea popped into Tang Qing's mind. Is there any way to cool down a city for a while? Okay, this is too difficult, but it can be included in the plan. We still have to have dreams. What if they come true? Suddenly, a buzz came from behind the car. Sports car. It seemed that they were also going to the villa area, and the sound was getting closer and closer. When it reached a certain level, it stabilized and even started to get smaller. Tang Qing smiled. This person, it's true, quite a wink. Rear. Inside a Porsche, there was a man and a woman. The man was well-dressed, and the woman was also quite fashionable. Seeing that the man did not overtake, he even slowed down. Then he asked, "What's wrong, no gas?" The young man shook his head. No explanation. I wanted to overtake just now, but after seeing the car in front of me marching in the middle, I quickly released the accelerator. It is not easy to drive a car like this here. And he also recognized the owner of the convoy. In theory, I called him Uncle a lot, and when I met him, I still had to show him the necessary respect. It was so late, he was tired, and the window was slightly open, so you just stepped on the gas and passed by. Impolite. It's exceeded. Quiet. The man was dissatisfied. Take a look. The woman also realized something was wrong and remained silent. In this way, they followed the convoy from a distance and entered the exclusive villa area for members of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce. I saw it turn a corner on the forked road. Buzz. He then accelerated. The woman was so shocked that she looked in the direction where the convoy turned. The last time she came, the man introduced her to some basic conditions here. That direction. Tang family. The man said softly. The woman said nothing more, looking at the big villa with envy in her eyes. Although the Tang family was not from Burma, its influence was irrespective of nationality. No way. Who can say that someone has the power of being a dragon and has an evil nephew? Such a wealthy family must be respected even by the leaders of the major families in Burma, not to mention the younger generations. That villa, real, so big. Among the villas here, they almost stand out from a crowd. After all, the headquarters of the major families in Myanmar are actually located in the capital. Here, at most, they can build individual courtyards, which are not as luxurious as Tang Kai's. On scale, the Tang family's villa is absolutely number one here. Once inside, I am hungry. Supper is on the balcony. Okay. Chin Shichi rushed forward in a hurry. Sleepy? Not all. The stimulation just now was too great, and my spirit was in a state of excitement. I recalled wearing various diamond-encrusted clothes and dazzling jewelry, and rolling around in diamond sheets. I'm really not sleepy. Balcony. Chin Shichi and Tang Nyener were too lazy to worry about their image, so they turned their excitement into appetite and ate like crazy. As for whether eating late-night snacks was unhealthy or sleeping late was bad for their health. Who said that? Stand up? Sometimes they do homework until 1 or 2 in the morning every day. It doesn't matter. They feel that they sleep less and less. 5 hours of sleep a day can keep them energetic all day long. Beauty sleep doesn't exist. Even without cosmetics, my skin has never been bad and is full of collagen. Balcony. The Tang family is not sleepy at all. They will return to China tomorrow. Tang Qing is going to Shanghai City again, and they're going back to Qingyan City. It will be good to get together more before leaving. Next month, I will return to Qingyan City. Tang Qing mentioned. What? Li Kai got married. What? Tang's father said in surprise. Li Kai. Everyone in the Tang family knew each other. They were high school classmates, good friends, and his father was also his initial partner, but the news was a bit sudden. Just because your belly isn't big yet. Tang Qing added. Suddenly, everyone understands. It turns out that the marriage was based on the son's son, which is reasonable, but it's just that. Everyone glanced at Lin Jiashue from the corner of their eyes, and a thought came to their minds. If only it were like this. This look, although it was vague, Lin Jiashue still felt it. Her face immediately turned red, and she lowered her head to eat. There is really no way to explain this kind of thing. I can't say what Tang Qing gave her to eat, so don't worry. Ahem, thinking of this, her face turned redder, and she looked at Tang Qing. The meaning is obvious. quickly changed the subject. Take a look. Tang Qing. It just so happens that Nyener and Shiyu will take the college entrance examination on the 6th of next month. Their wedding is scheduled for the 10th. Joshua and I will go back and stay for 5 or 6 days. That's fine, Mother Tang said. Everyone turned their attention away. The next day, early morning, living room, Tang Qing watched the news. The headlines on the morning news are related to Thailand. Yesterday, after a relatively short clinical trial, Thailand passed the marketing approval of the transcription stock solution, allowing it to enter the Thai public medical system. And it can accept patients from around the world. After that, it's just a series of reports. Very grand. Apparently, seeing that Myanmar tourists are almost full in the past 2 years, it really can't sit still. It's not that it can make money from medicine, but to make money from tourism and accommodation. Therefore, Thailand has been planning this matter since the beginning of the year. However, there was strong internal opposition from the West. It was not until the middle of the year that the plan was successfully passed. Strictly speaking, this is the third non-Myanmar country in the world to allow it to enter the public medical system. The first is China, the second is India, and the others are waiting and watching. Even there are medical points in some countries, but has not entered its domestic medical system. Otherwise, Xi'an and City will not always be full. There is a big difference between the two. For example, although Europe and the United States have not approved the listing of the original transcription solution, they do not restrict people from coming to Myanmar for medical treatment. Certainly, there are also issues that cannot be limited. After all, patients in Europe and the United States can only wait to die, but they can still live here. Even if it is a conflict of interest, Europe and the United States dare not speak out, and these people have no idea of living. Even if they can live for 1 more year, many patients will flock to the hospital. What's more, everyone is doing well now, and the cure rate is almost 100%. Thailand, Bangkok, reporters gathered. Excuse me, Europe and the United States have not approved the marketing of the transcription stock solution, and the clinical process is still in progress. Why is your country so eager to pass the marketing approval? Listen, is this human language? If Europe and America didn't pass, I can't pass. What's the point? The purpose of medical treatment is to treat diseases and save people. At present, our clinical data is still the data of the 2 most populous countries in the world. All show that the original transcription solution has the best therapeutic effect. Aren't you worried about potential risks? Another sharp question. Only, Thailand is also prepared. Any medicine has risks. Even eating, if you take 10 bowls at a time, you may starve to death, but this is not a reason for us not to eat. Otherwise, we will starve to death. Joke. Clinical? Millions of people have been cured. Under such a base, there has not been a single medical incident. This is simply a shame for pharmaceutical companies around the world. Such a cure rate. So many cures. There are still people asking such stupid questions. It is obvious that they want to stir up trouble, but the Thai side is also very calm. These Western media are originally afraid of chaos. Don't stir up trouble. Not sharp. Is unwilling to not touch the soul. Are you passing the approval so quickly to attract tourists? MMP, do you want to be so direct? I think you can ask the first 2 countries that passed this question. Our purpose is the same, to treat diseases and alleviate suffering. Seeing this, the reporters were also helpless. Slippery or not. Fortunately, this matter itself is big news, so there is no need to dig deeper. Anyone with a discerning eye will know at a glance that it is not up to you to decide what to write about when you go back. Catching wind and shadow. Random fabrication. Quoted out of context. Just basic skills. Soon, the news reached the media in various countries, and for a time, Thailand's presence was greatly affected. People in various countries also hold different attitudes towards this kind of behavior. USA. It's too lax. That's right. We should learn from us and extend the clinical testing. It is best to publish the preparation technology of the transcription stock solution and share it globally so that we can know whether there are potential risks. That's right. Make it public. This group of people, the proportion is still quite large, especially among some young people in Western countries. Many people think this way because cancer is still far away from them. Nature. I have no gratitude whatsoever to those who developed this drug. But soon this group of people was overwhelmed by public opinion. Do you have basic values? If people have good stuff, they just publish their technology. Why don't you let the United States publish all its advanced technologies? It's shameless. Shameful. A bunch of trash. Garbage. Idiot. Waste of food. Looking at these comments, the corners of those people's mouths twitched. Can you have some national stance? We are our own people. Why are you criticizing me? Immediately. Get started. You are still not Americans. We should be consistent in dealing with the outside world. However, his answer was very rhythmic. Garbage. Shit. Shet. Pimpy. Can you please be reasonable? You can't be like this. You can't be indifferent to right from wrong. The keyboard man typed quickly. Same. 3 harvests in a row. Trash. Shit. Shet. A few minutes later, many people are autistic. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? They sadly discovered that they, who originally wanted to set the pace and play tricks, became the ones trying to persuade people to reason. God, what happened just now? No, this was not what I wanted. After reacting, I suddenly felt angry. I raised my hand and started to scold these people, completely forgetting the original intention. I can't bear it. What transcription stock solution? What technology is made public? Roll. Labor and management must fight to the death with these bastards. Myanmar. Ne bidu. As soon as he took a sip of tea, Tang Qing almost couldn't help but spit out the tea. He didn't browse foreign websites, but someone would summarize the information to him, aiming to understand the world. These people are so cute. Tang Qing smiled bitterly. He supported the Western netizens who defended Myanmar, but both sides criticized them like this. It really exceeded expectations. Don't say it. It's really pleasing. Xian City. Seeing the public opinion being led astray again, Tang Qing couldn't help but feel happy, and continued, not all of them are false. Only 1/10 is truly false. Others, they were all brought in. Then, he lost control and spontaneously joined in. Then, the melon-eating crowd came in to persuade them, and they were immediately scolded by both sides, and they immediately started waving their fingers. Fighting. Looking at the network, almost forgetting the purpose of the quarrel. Alas, Tang Qing sighed. Network is really a magical place. As long as the rhythm is brought up, black can be said to be white, and white can be said to be black. People are getting further and further away from the truth. Just after Thailand officially announced that the original transcription solution had passed the review, more and more countries could not help but consider whether they should also open their own countries. Otherwise, when everyone goes to Burma, what they lose is their own money, or in other words, their spending power. If they stay there for a month, the per capita cost is quite high. Look at people. China, India, the 2 most populous countries in the world introduced it early and have been doing so for more than a year. Together with aid, the total coverage covers more than half of the world's population. Period. There is no problem at all. So why should there be any hesitation? As for emulating Western countries, can. But if you try harder, we can't crack it. And there is no alternative medicine yet. We have been holding it on you for more than a year, or even 2 years, and we have exhausted all our kindness and righteousness. USA. The major pharmaceutical companies are very unhappy. In 2 years, there's been no progress at all. The only progress is to discover more and more uses for the transcription stock solution. Cure. Keep in good health. Planting. Pharmaceutical additives. They just can't be happy because the technology is not in their hands. And if the transcription solution is approved to enter the United States, they will make too little money. Cancer. 3 to 100,000, or Asian dollars, converted into US dollars, is only 5,000 to 15,000. This number is too low and too low to satisfy their appetite. After all, in the United States, just a few inspections can cost thousands of dollars. With follow-up treatment, you can make a lot of money. For various drugs, they expect the research and development costs to be as high as possible. In this way, they can set very high prices, which of course individuals cannot afford. But don't forget, and insurance companies and the U.S. government. Otherwise, we'll have the medical subsidies that soared every year gone. The benefits brought to them by the original transcription solution are far less than the losses. They are too cheap. Cheap medicine is the enemy of these capitalists. Before, they were happy for a while when the consortium took action, but then they made a lot of mistakes and ended the matter hastily. After that, the consortium had differences again. To date, neither reached consensus again. The boss said nothing. How dare they make any small moves? Annoying. On the plane, Tang Qing looked at the discussions among various countries and nodded slightly. If this continues, more than 30 countries should give formal approval by the end of the year at the latest. Not like now. As for whether this situation will reduce the number of tourists in Myanmar and affect business, he is not worried. It is a good place and no one will come. Something. Nowhere else. Want to see. Naturally, I came over here. Just kidding. I said that China is next to me. With a population of more than 1 billion, it can completely support the tourism industry here. On the left is India. Another billion people. Although the consumption power is poor, the base is large, and the European and American tourists who have visited Burma have spread word of mouth. If it really cannot be helped, Tang Qing will not believe it. Now, the name of this place has already been established. The countries directly bordering it, plus several neighboring countries separated by only a short distance of sea, have a population close to half of the world's. This hand, it's very easy to break it. It's just as easy to play well. In fact, Tang Qing still hopes that traveling is not just a casual trip, but one that really feels good. Like now, more than half of it is due to medical treatment. Not healthy. After all, when someone wants to come and play, the thought that there were all patients there was problematic in itself. Not to mention tourists and local people. Even Tang Qing himself found it strange. Therefore, we have been working hard to improve our competitiveness. It's finally starting to loosen up. Saw the news. A look appeared on Tang Kai's face. How stubborn are you? Expression. Now, seeing that capital is unreliable, many people are interested. After a year, Thailand is the first to jump out. It is not difficult to understand because the psychological gap is the biggest. Before, for this poor neighbor, Thailand has a strong sense of superiority. On GDP, the difference is more than 10 times. What now? Last year, it was only 1/3 of others. This reversal is so huge that both the Thai authorities and the Thai people are unbalanced. Then, seeing that Western capital has not made any progress, we simply don't want to wait any longer. Seeing the booming tourism in Myanmar, the Thai people are already very resentful, and there is great pressure from public opinion. This has shortened the time for approval. Besides, it's so slow. Tang Qing pouted. We in China are still brave. Absolutely. In certain things, our efficiency is difficult for Western countries to match. As long as we keep going, we will not be in trouble. Becoming a superpower is only a matter of time. Tang Kai said. Just then, the news changed. Today, the State Environmental Protection Administration announced that the site for a sewage treatment plant and supporting facilities imported from Myanmar to be built in Beijing has been officially determined. Then, it's just a series of reports. The meaning is very simple. Create a national-level pilot project. Otherwise, environmental protection will not be the rectification, but the capital city, or the water company. Subsequently, another little news. Recently, relevant departments are revising the new residential water pipeline standards in an effort to reduce pollution during the drinking water transmission process. Improve the quality of terminal water. Aside, Tang Qing's my sopti. That's it. The two complement each other. Otherwise, the water coming out of the treatment plant would be drinking-grade water and would need to be filtered when it reaches your home through old water pipes. Not quite right. Therefore, the Myanmar Bank Group has promoted 2 more technologies. One is for treating the inner wall of metal so that it can withstand high-speed water erosion for an extremely long time. Another kind is an upgraded version of a locking solution. It was previously mainly used to lock the fugitive molecules of hazardous chemicals so that they do not emit harmful gases. It can be said, completely solved formaldehyde and other problems. Later, also used in plastic beverage packaging. The current upgraded version only increases the ability to resist high-speed water flow. It is mainly used for plastic water pipes. So far, the entire water pollution from water supply to terminal is solved. At present, new cities are being built across Myanmar using new technologies. You can drink tap water directly. The old city is a bit more troublesome. It is too difficult to reconstruct the water pipes. If you have to dig to reconstruct the water pipes in a city, it can be called digging the city. So, the news is that the new standards will not force the transformation of the old pipe network in the future. The next day, morning, comic group. Going to work after the holidays is definitely a big worry for many people. But if you have a lot of fun during the holidays, it is another matter. Hi, morning. Where are you from? America. Is it fun? It's okay, but I feel a little disappointed. The subway is a mess. The train is a mess. The streets are a mess. The security is SOSO, and you can't use electronic payment. He complained. After that, asked the other side. What about you? Mian Yao. How is it? Perfect. The seaside of Delin province. The urban projection of Exinen City. The tens of billions of cash in the museum. The high-speed rail introduced from our side. And the construction of new rural areas. Gushing. Anyway, just a compliment. Hear the words. The man clenched his fist. Next time I'll go too. It's better for us, Mr. Tang. Yes. He is handsome and he does things well. In words, full of love for their boss. The whole trip did not feel like they were in a hurry, just looking around. They have more time. By country. Where to go? Just go to that one country. There is no such thing as a 7-day tour in Europe. To the ground. You can choose your own play area. Even if you want to lie down in the hotel, you don't have to go out through the door. However, most people don't choose this way, and it's hard to get out. As for traveling to a single country, they were a little confused at first, but after trying it, no one thought it was inappropriate, because there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Good job. From now on, May Day holiday, National Day holiday, annual leave. They can have a new choice every year. They can travel a country in one day. This is almost all time spent on the road. It is not called traveling, but it is called spending money and suffering. Come on. Yeah, only by working hard can you stay in the company. They also have a sense of crisis. As the top private enterprise in the country, Comic Group has many outstanding talents who want to join. No effort. It is very likely that they will be eliminated. When the time comes, free travel is a good idea. This May Day, they made a big mistake on the internet. Hair ties, short video, live streaming. Through various channels, they attracted a lot of attention, and they were very impressive. Another good thing is that starting from today, employment social security will be officially implemented. Do the math. 15 years of work. Money. Yes. Noodle. Yes. Play. So cool. There is also long-term protection. Although it does not include medical care, the social security until retirement alone is worth a lot of money according to the company's calculation standards. Park. After nearly a week of rest, the scientific research workers are almost exhausted. Except for those on duty, everyone else is forced to take a rest. Want to work overtime? Don't even think about it. So tired. Yeah. I'd rather clean instruments in a laboratory. Yeah. They argued for a long time. But Tang Qing didn't listen at all. While he was grateful to boss for caring for his employees, he also had to complain. Is his boss too protective? Research. It's not a piece of work, but it's very goal-oriented. If they don't finish an experiment and are dragged away on a trip in the middle, it's almost like killing them. I have to work. I want to experiment. I have to work overtime. These are the 3 most requested requests in the company's advice mailbox. To this, Tang Qing pouted. Working overtime? That's a good idea. In fact, Tang Qing's enterprises after Tianyan's training and several years of growth have a lot of normal work content, but their work efficiency is very high. Work overtime, mostly from 3 items. First, unskilled and slow to do things. Second, got the project and time was tight. Third, repeat the work and change the requirements. But in Tang Qing's company, they have been optimizing these 3 items, improving personal abilities, strengthening management processes, and all work details. Strive for the best. Therefore, compared with ordinary enterprises, the efficiency improved by the entire optimization is quite obvious, and ordinary working hours are enough to complete the company's business needs. Therefore, more than 8 hours. The value-added benefits it brings are not big. Since I can't make more money, why do I need to work overtime? Say it again. If your subordinates get a bonus of 996, no matter how good the treatment and benefits you give them, they can't escape the concern of enthusiastic netizens. Why bother? Simply, just follow the standard time and set an example. After all, many of his companies are among the best among private companies. He must pay attention to the positive impact on society. Otherwise, when the pot comes, whoever has the bigger target will bear the brunt. After the holidays. First day on the job. Yellow River. Upstream. A large ship was sailing on it every once in a while. Poof! Just throw down a piece of equipment. After entering the water, the crew on the ship took out the communication equipment and said, "Report, detector no. A 009 has entered the water. Please check." Okay. The other person finished. After a few seconds, "It's working fine." The other person responded, "Copy that." He finished. The ship continued to move forward, and at the top of the sliding frame, a group of people were surrounding a person, watching people from the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company activate the equipment. It's so advanced. It's so simple. It's just a bit expensive. Everyone has different ideas. It's not difficult to activate. Just turn on the switch, press the button, close it, and you'll hear a buzzing sound, and then some indicator lights will light up. Then, computer wireless connection. Air test. After all data are correct, the pre-launch testing is completed. It is highly integrated, intelligent, and visual, and most people can learn it in minutes. But experts from the Environmental Protection Department on site understood that this was not a simple matter. High technology, the simpler the operation, the more mature the technology behind it is. That's it. They believe that it is not a big problem to achieve the goal of their own technology, but it is very difficult to achieve commercialization and reduce the cost to the level of this thing. At this time, I heard the Burmese experts say, "No problem." At this moment, the boat is also in place. Plop! There was another sound, and he slipped into the water. There are no people and no factories on the riverbank. According to regulations, one is placed every 3 kilometers, and one is placed every kilometer through cities or densely populated areas with people and enterprises. Next you come. Okay. The experts took turns. Soon, I became familiar with it. I'm very happy. One is that I learned it, and the other is that the idea I've had for many years can finally be realized. This technology is really exciting. Real-time water quality monitoring. They longed for it for years. Now, implemented directly. Through the computer, they can also access the device data that they have put in before. These boring data are now more attractive than the beautiful women. At the same time, Beijing, State Environmental Protection Administration. In the Yellow River Management Project Office, a sci-fi-like interface is displayed on one wall. The main image is the Yellow River, with an obvious G shape. The entire curve is light blue. But, however, some are green. After zooming in, you can see that they are composed of dots. Those are devices that have been deployed and are working normally. All new. Therefore, there isn't even a yellow warning. The A010 equipment is online and working normally. The A017 equipment is online and working normally. The D091 equipment is online and working normally. In addition to the upstream, midstream, downstream, and major tributaries, there are ships throwing detectors underwater. Just yesterday, the delivery of purchased equipment was completed. It's amazingly fast, but after understanding it, it seemed very reasonable. These equipment were divided into a large number of parts, and more than 30 companies participated in the manufacturing of various parts. Machine, artificial, assembly line. The efficiency of industrialization is vividly reflected. Dip. Suddenly, a yellow warning sound. The C033 equipment detected excessive heavy metal pollution. The excessive heavy metal elements are mercury, cadmium, and lead. As soon as the sound fell, the picture changed. The location of this area is marked in yellow. C034 equipment detected excessive heavy metal pollution. Obviously, the pollution is left downstream. P021 equipment has detected excessive chemical pollutants. As more and more equipment is put in, there are more and more alarms. Looking at the more and more yellow dots on it, there's no action here for the time being. After all the detectors are in place, we can then focus on rectification. Behind everyone, the department leaders are very satisfied. This way, they can monitor the water quality of the Yellow River in real time, and if there is any problem, it will be completely clear at a glance. Advanced, clear at a glance. Awesome. The pollution problem is very serious. Yeah. This time, to see who dares to discharge sewage indiscriminately. On another picture, there is a special sand content mark. You can see that in the Loess Plateau, the color is very dark. But there are several light-colored areas in it. Loess Plateau. In one section of the upper reaches of the Yellow River, if you look down from the sky, you can see a patch of green on both sides of the dim yellow water. If you look up close, you can see grass half as tall as a person. South, 200 kilometers away. Buzz, the spray truck, was facing the Loess on the shore, constantly spraying oasis solution. But unlike oases elsewhere, the oasis here was yellow in color. It's not that the recipe has changed, but the Yellow River water is used directly. Filter? Unnecessary. This does not affect the effect of oasis. North of the Greenbelt, both sides, stretching for dozens of kilometers, thousands of people are busy planting trees and sowing seeds. The renovation time here has been nearly half a year, because it is close to the Yellow River. Compared with the desert, the moist soil here is not deep, which greatly reduces the time for soil modification. Even at a normal concentration, saplings can be planted in half a year. This technology, I'm convinced, thinking back on what he saw in the past year. The accompanying professors from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences were convinced that the emergence of the oasis had completely solved the problem of sand and soil transformation that they had been studying for half their lives, but had difficulty making progress. Happy, also depressed. This kind of technology is in the hands of foreigners. Even if they try desperately to crack it, they can only achieve similar results, and the cost is too high to be accepted. This time, the country poured hundreds of billions into it. Envious. How great would it be if this were funding? If subsequent purchases are included, the money invested by the state in Oasis alone may exceed 1 or 2 trillion. Trillions. This is simply not making money. But grab. Only. One is willing to fight, the other is willing to suffer. At the beginning, everyone didn't understand why they wanted to be taken advantage of. It costs more than building 3 dams. Only later did I slowly understand. This is reciprocity. You come, I'm going. The economic and trade between the two countries has supported millions of families and more. For China, it didn't lose anything. As for Myanmar, it definitely gained. These 2 years, the funding for the Academy of Agricultural Sciences has increased sharply, and the task is not complicated. It is a reverse oasis, but the results produced cannot satisfy the superiors. They are anxious, in a hurry. Suddenly there was no rush, because countries around the world, even Europe and the United States, have not produced any results, which proves that it is not that they are useless, but that the task is too difficult. Will this land become a farmland in the future? Next to it, looking at the Loess on the horizon, a researcher murmured, "Yes." The expert nodded. Someone has proposed that crops should be planted along the Yellow River and several major tributaries on the Loess Plateau, leaving only 200 meters of natural forest. That's it. More than 50 million acres of cultivated land can be added. A lot. The researchers' eyes lit up. 50 million acres is a lot. In fact, based on the treatment area, it is not too much, but the downstream must also be considered. Water use surges upstream. What should we do downstream? This matter need to be considered comprehensively. A week later, Beijing, State Environmental Protection Administration. After a week of deployment and testing, the mainstream of the Yellow River has been fully monitored. Next, we will work with local governments to focus on rectification. Strictly investigate illegal sewage discharges along the coast. 10 minutes later, the interview is over. The reporters from CCTV left, and the bureau leaders couldn't help but smile on their faces because the interview just now was on the news broadcast tonight, presented in front of a national audience. At the same time, it is also a deterrent against illegal sewage discharges. From the first day of launch, the data that has been continuously returned has given them sufficient evidence. When, what location, what is being emitted is clearly visible. It's quite easy to check. And, with the launch of the detectors, it was discovered that the water quality in some locations changed the next day. Apparently, someone received the message and took cautious measures. To this, they didn't pay too much attention. Moreover, what was mentioned in the interview was investigation, not severe punishment. The reason is very simple. Someone pays for governance. Who? That's a lot. Domestic, foreign, enterprise, mechanism, personal. Taken together, a large amount of money has been donated. According to statistics from the O Foundation alone, the donations received by Huanghe have exceeded 20 billion yuan. Add the others up and the number is greater. And still growing. Therefore, for past sewage discharges, the investigation intensity is not strong. They only order to stop the sewage discharge and then order rectification. Fine? Have. But just to put it bluntly, the country has made such a big determination this time to completely solve the problem of the Yellow River and adopt a tolerant attitude towards the past. But, from now on, I'll be sorry if I go further. The penalty is due. It's time to stop. Should be detained. Anyway, we can no longer harm the Yellow River after it has been regulated. Soon, official documents were sent to various provinces along the Yellow River, along with an authorization to access the detector management system. But it can only be viewed, not changed. Finished reading. The provincial department took action and contacted the municipal environmental protection agencies regarding the pollution sections that appeared in the official documents, asking them to identify polluting enterprises as soon as possible. Shutdown. Rectification. Report. At last, the penalty standard was also highlighted, 2,000 to 10,000. Soon, some well-informed business owners knew the contents of the document. Suddenly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. The fine is not high, and it is not retroactive. The maximum is 10,000. If it were a general environmental inspection, they would not be afraid, but this time it is state-led. A certain city, in a small villa. Will it be loose? A middle-aged man contacted an energetic relative of his. No. The voice on the other end was affirmative. It will continue to be strict. The higher-up's goal is zero pollution. There were ways before, but now, with detectors monitoring in real time, there is no way to fake it. Then me, asked the middle-aged man. Cooperate and make corrections, the other person said. This will cost a lot of money. The middle-aged man felt a little pained. The cost of sewage treatment is very high. If you don't want to spend it, you can only close it. This is irreversible. If you wait, the data will be sent directly to the General Bureau in the capital, where it will be filed and must be processed later. The middle-aged man was silent. Indeed, the data cannot be faked at all. What if the equipment is broken? He was unconvinced. The words fell. This, the person on the other side laughed and said, "You think too much. Can you break all the detectors? If you break one, the water will flow down and it will not be detected." Hearing this, the middle-aged man felt embarrassed. 2. The sewage flows down the river. If one of the detectors is broken, it can be detected along the way downstream. It will not work at all, unless you have a brain to destroy the detector. Get caught. Definitely a harsh sentence. Don't think too much, and don't be too pessimistic. This time, the superiors have been merciful. The maximum is 10,000, which means they won't be held responsible for all previous sewage discharges. Don't be too greedy. Besides, it's not like the business can't be done. It won't take too long to pass a centralized sewage discharge plan. It is said that the cost is much cheaper than handling it yourself. Okay, the middle-aged man nodded. This matter. He knows it. As for Myanmar's sewage treatment technology, one word is that it is very expensive to build a separate one. If you only pay for the treatment fee, it is still acceptable. Someone recognizes it. Certainly. There are also people who are taking chances and come to the door before the inspection is carried out, preparing to work overtime and increase production. The data is instantly reflected to the General Bureau in the capital. Take a look. Nothing to say. Key points. As for whether to deal with it, it depends on whether it is scheduled again in the future. If not, it will be kept on file. If it is still lucky, then it will be punished together. Evening. Regarding the management of the Yellow River, News Network actually gave a 5-minute special feature. Not only the detectors, but also the accompanying sand control, soil control, and water control projects. Take it very seriously. This also sends a signal. This time we will be serious. Finished reading. Public opinion was full of praise. So fast. I like this efficiency. I hope to see a clear Yellow River. The pollution problem announced by the General Administration is more serious than I thought, and there is such a long pollution section. Normally, the upstream pollution may be dyed Bailey, or even further, and it should be treated. We have a person who discharges pollution into the Yellow River, called XXX. We have one here too. We go to the official website of the General Administration. There is a reporting window. For a while, a large number of reports and information flooded into the General Administration. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. Looking at the news, Tang Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. This matter was finally on the right track. The ministries and commissions took the lead and monitored in real time, eliminating the need for intermediate links. Relatively speaking, more efficient. Problems are discovered and dealt with in a targeted manner. The results of the processing are clearly visible in the data. Some not-so-good phenomena will have no room for survival. The Yellow River will become clear just around the corner. But there was still something he needed to do, so he said, "Shall air upload it?" "Yes, Commander." The sound fell. The next moment, some companies began to appear in the reporting mailbox on the official website of the General Administration. Sewage discharge is done secretly, even by vehicles at night. Therefore, it is easy to miss something in a shallow investigation. In order to reduce the workload of relevant departments, Tang Qing helped to cut off the source of pollution as soon as possible. Next, it's up to you. After that, Tang Qing looked at the stars comfortably. The next day, the investigation begins. Looking at the new documents sent from the General Administration, the people below were very serious. In just 3 days, the entire data platform of the General Administration was changed. Dark colors become lighter. Light colors are lighter. Yes, the leaders were very satisfied. 3 days. Having such results proves that their work is effective, and this clear feeling makes them feel so happy. Let data speak for itself. Report. Document. No data is clear. Fool. Fake. It's no longer possible. Even if you interfere with or destroy underwater monitors, 10 or even hundreds or thousands of them, pollution is pollution. As long as it exists, it will be detected downstream. As long as you're not stupid. No company would dare to do this. May 22nd. Naypyidaw Airport. Private planes landed one after another, welcoming Indian giants one after another. In terms of ostentation, India also has a long tradition of having a different face. Available worldwide. Get off the plane. Exit the airport. Please. A person and a convoy were waiting outside. Looking at the convoy, the Indian capitalists twitched at the corner of their mouths. They were really frugal. Not even a single foreign luxury car. A quick march. That's fine. After all, it's worth more than 10 million Asian dollars. In a car. One old and one young. The young man looked a little dissatisfied. Really? Why don't you arrange it in Luai City? If you have to go so far away, even if it doesn't work, you could go to Xinan City. It's more fun there. You have already told me the reasons. The old man said calmly. It's fun there. There are many people, and the airport is busy. Really? Fake, the old man said. The young man was speechless. You're already old. Can you stop being so skinny? At this time, I heard the old man say again, such a big project was mentioned by Zero. It must be discussed in the capital. Although, in our trip, we won't even see Zero. Come this time. Just take a look at the new city planning and design plan of the Myanmar Bank Group. It was proposed at the beginning of the month. 3 weeks later, the Myanmar Bank Group came up with the overall plan. As an employer, of course, construction will only begin if they agree. But, although it is the employer, it does not have as much say as expected. The Myanmar Bank Group is as stubborn as a bone and can be very talkative. Negotiation. Final. Seeing the results of the negotiations, they wanted to hire their own negotiators. Although their own interests were protected, their right to speak was too severely reduced. Also, there's also the ratio of Indian companies. 60. Why is it actually negotiated that the foreign companies are 60 and the Indian companies are 40? This is equivalent to saying that the project contracts won by foreign companies for this project will reach 90 billion. Convert to US dollars. It has exceeded 10 billion. The reasons given by others are also very good. First, the construction progress. Second, construction technology. Third, construction quality. Fourth, building materials. After asking for a while, it was impossible to refute. Actually, during the construction of Luai City, some of their companies were involved. During the construction period, they were also the ones who had the most problems, more than 6 times that of foreign companies. Quality, speed, is an almost irreparable shortcoming. To this end, it was fined many times by the Myanmar Bank Group and often had to be reworked. Under evaluation, only 30% of their projects in India can be completed with guaranteed quality and quantity, and the remaining 10% seems to be giving you a lot of face. As for the renegotiation, never mind. The matter has come to this. If you lose, you will not lose. Say it again. Although the result was heartbreaking, it did not break through their bottom line. Instead, it was just a little above the bottom line, took a deep breath and swallowed it. Soon, the motorcade arrived at a large convention and exhibition center. Colorful flags flutter. Long red carpet. There are rows of welcome guests. Watching Indians entering one by one, people passing by were very curious. When they saw the banner at the gate, they suddenly realized that it turned out to be the expansion of Luai City. Many people felt happy. Have a look. Our boss still knows how to do business. At first, the city loans were almost with the interest of poverty alleviation, but now, we can make a profit from them. God, is this what is called play hard to get? Yes. Zero intelligence. They are out of reach. They don't understand it now. They will eventually know it later. Time can prove everything, and so far, time has proved Zero's wisdom. Get off. Please. Yes. An old man and a young man walked across the red carpet. Come in. Hua. Both of them couldn't help but exclaimed and saw a huge dynamic projection picture appearing on a huge stage-like platform in the distance. Take a closer look. The center is familiar. Loy City. Surrounding it is the new city that is about to be expanded. Fancy, the young man murmured, but in fact he felt sour in his heart. Holographic projection actually asked Tang Qing to cooperate and directly created a world-class enterprise. Microcrystalline technology. The day goes on sale. The market value has exceeded 100 billion US dollars, and now it is heading towards 200 billion US dollars. It is 10 times the market value of their company, which is an exaggeration. Envious. Subsequently, accompanied by a special person, the two continued to move forward and reach the high platform, only to realize that this was not the real stage at all. Look around. The front is sunken. Inside is a huge sand table, which is the projection above the head. It is 30 meters long and 30 meters wide. When viewed as a whole, it seems to have a sense of beauty. According to plan, the city can accommodate a population of more than 3 million. They couldn't help but be proud of building such a huge city in such a wasteland. Although, they're just investors. It's so beautiful. If this is the case, I support it 100% and hope to start construction immediately. It's so expensive. Yes, but it is undeniable that you get what you pay for. Only such a city can be called modern. I think we can follow this plan. I was amazed. Just like it. The style is the same as that of Luai City, but the ancillary facilities are more complete and the requirements of various employers are also taken into account, so people can't find any faults. In terms of commercial interests and urban quality, an optimal value is obtained. The more I look, the more people like it. At this time, the waiter handed over iced fruit wine. They were not here for a meeting. Strictly speaking, it was a gathering of investors, and those who came were not minions. They don't need to worry about specific issues. Bang! Long time no see. I didn't expect you to be here. Aren't you the same? Haha. This time, many heads of major families came here. They don't go out easily. This time, they also took the opportunity to come to the village and stroll around. Usually, most of them live a retired life at home. Grow flowers. Plant vegetables. Walk the dog. Prayer. It's quite fulfilling. What do you think? Okay. I think so too. Hi, Paul. The capital coming is from India, but it is not necessarily owned by Indians. The scope of the subscription this time is that the scale of assets in India reaches a certain level. Therefore, Indian capital and Indian capital are two concepts. Although Britain withdrew at the beginning, there was no British capital and it still controlled it from a distance. This time, the first batch of subscribers were mainly Indian capital. In addition to wanting to make money, they were also willing to do it as Indians. Some Indian companies controlled by Westerners held meetings for several days, argued endlessly, and only slowly came in after seeing that the subscription quota was almost exhausted. Some even made a bunch of requests. Get out. Ahem. Although it doesn't explicitly say so. But the attitude of the Myanmar Bank Group is exactly this. We are doing business, and we are willing to do it, so come. If you don't want to do it, go out and turn right. No one forces you. This time, but made many people very angry. But, after looking around and then at the dwindling subscription amount, they finally gritted their teeth, accepted it, and signed a treaty that they considered to be unequal. Why did you also vote? An old Indian man looked at the British man next to him with a half-smile. One listen. A look of embarrassment appeared on the man's face. Of course I want to do my best for the development of India. By the way, I'm also optimistic about this project. Oh, I see, he said. The old man had a strange smile on his face. They were chatting. Suddenly, the melodious music stops. Suddenly, they also stopped talking and looked at the time. It was time to start. They saw a somewhat impressed face walking onto the stage. That was the chairman of the Myanmar Bank Group. Meet him. Everyone cast different looks. Have good intentions. There is dissatisfaction. Look down on it. After all, the Myanmar Bank Group was established too short ago. They looked at this person's resume and found that he had no overseas study background, no Western education background, and was born ordinary. Such people. Truth. Some families that believe in blood are looked down upon. But most of them are well-intentioned. But the capital and assets held by the other party are too huge. Just say that the several companies under it are almost going against the world. Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group, Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company, Myanmar Agricultural Reclamation Group. These are the three companies that everyone is most familiar with. The first two are listed companies, and the market value of each of them on the Myanmar stock market is no less than 2 trillion Asian dollars. As for the third one, although it is not yet on the market, but I heard it will be soon. Based on the incredible efficacy of the prepared liquid, it is not difficult to guess that once such a company goes public, it will not be too difficult to catch up with the first two. Therefore, the market capitalization of just 3 companies exceeds 1 trillion US dollars. Together with the dozens of group companies under its control and the assets it controls, is simply enviable. Hello, everyone. Welcome all distinguished guests, and thank you for your support. I firmly believe that with your support, Loy City will be more successful than it is now. You are changing history. You are changing your motherland. It is also exploring a broad avenue for your country's future urban construction. You are participants witnesses, and contributors to the new stage of history. As the sponsor, give me a compliment. No money required. After some chicken blood. All right. Although all the people present are old foxes, they're not immune to the influence. What people like to listen to is not decided entirely by reason. It is very satisfying to be photographed. After chicken blood, just an introduction. Everyone should have seen it. This is the full picture of the future Loy New City, with a total investment of more than 150 billion Asian dollars and a construction period of 1.5 years. In other words, at the beginning of 2011, or at the end of 2010, you can see that it has turned from a design drawing into a reality, becoming a pearl in the east and north of India. In the city, we have planned 2 horizontal and 2 vertical lines, a total of 4 modern subways, and sightseeing trams above them to form a double-layer tourist line. Drainage, water supply, power supply, natural gas, internet, all in accordance with the world's leading design concepts and construction standards. While listening, everyone nodded, and most people had more and more smiles on their faces. As for a few Western faces, they were very calm. Cut. They are seeking profit. Is India good or not? It has nothing to do with them, as long as they can explain it to their boss. If they weren't afraid of being looked down upon by the Indian upper class, they wouldn't even be willing to invest in this project. Unlike local Indian families who like to hoard assets, foreign capital in India only wants to make good money and is not willing to make capital-heavy investments. This time, someone still mentioned this. If you don't vote a single point and someone takes the lead, it's easy to say that they only come to make money and never want to support India's construction. It's a vampire. It's a moth. They're evil capitalists, etc. Being splashed up, but it's troublesome. It won't come off even after washing. By then, if all the shares are subscribed, it will be too late for them to make amends. Later they discovered that this was not alarmist. Started last week. Myanmar announced the list of Indian capital. Finished reading. In addition to praise, public opinion immediately began to uncover some Western-controlled companies that had made a lot of money in India but had not invested a single cent in this project. Swearing. Special scolding, as if they were heinous, and the commotion is getting bigger and bigger. In India, regardless of the lower level, middle level, or the upper level, there's almost always a sound of dissatisfaction. This dissatisfaction does not appear suddenly, but the accumulation of resentment in everyone's heart for a long time. After all, the British still have a very high status and huge capital in India. You can have it, but don't always treat us like leaks. Therefore, a little spark, just burn, and it burns brighter and hotter. Now, they even began to boycott the company's products collectively, which made many Western-controlled companies that rushed to subscribe breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they discovered early. Otherwise, I am one of the people who have been labeled. Because of this, it was a bit embarrassing to be asked by an Indian just now why he invested in such a project with little return. I think it's not forced. Don't beep if you can. Now, Indian capital controlled by the West cursed in their hearts one by one. Looking at the man talking nonstop on the stage, he drew circles in his heart. Snort. It's all your fault. No, it's your boss's fault. Otherwise, how can there be so many things? If it hadn't happened suddenly, the Indian top management expressed their position too quickly, and Loy City was doing so well now. Why would they have followed the investment? And, due to the slow speed, they're almost the last batch, and the selection weight they receive is also the lowest. They can only choose after others choose. No loss. But it's also tasteless. Asshole. Hateful. Vampire. That's right. In the eyes of capital, the Myanmar Bank Group is the vampire, but it sucks the blood of their capital, while capital sucks the blood of those at the bottom. On stage, the introduction finally came to an end. Believe it. When the new city of Loy City is completed, you will find what a correct investment it was. This bold exploration will be remembered by history. In addition, if this project wants to be better, it also needs corresponding supporting facilities to lead to the outside airport. We can build smooth railways and highways. At this point, there was a pause. Suddenly, everyone understands. Indeed, if there is no train in Roy City, it is also a harm to their interests as well as material transportation. A city with a population of several million requires huge amounts of materials every day. The railway is blocked. The land route was a mess. Apparently, this is not in their interest. They made up their minds to discuss it when they got back, work it out, and solve the railway and highway problems. The city of Loei must not be affected by this. In the past, it was none of my business. Now it's about interests. To this, they're still very confident. What the Indian authorities cannot do is not difficult for them, let alone with so many people. Then, continue on stage. Railway, highway, airline. With all three connected, Loei City will become an international business card of India. We're looking forward to and honored to be involved in such a thing. Thank you. He finished, bowed slightly. Wow! Applause sounded, and the capital investors also hoped to start construction as soon as possible, deliver the goods one day earlier, and make money one day earlier. For a long time, they had not seen any business that they looked forward to so much. Subsequently, it's lunch. At the banquet, everyone gathered around the speaker. Please take good care of me in the future. That's easy to say. I wonder if our company's products are lucky enough to be included in Myanmar's commodity loan catalog. Many Indian companies came up to ask. Before, the two sides have almost no interaction, but they are very interested in Myanmar's commodity loan catalog because it represents a huge order volume. Only enter the directory. Only countries can see it. See, to place an order. Moreover, it is useless to sell non-catalog products to those countries by yourself. For a long time, a considerable part of this catalog has been covered by China. Good quality. Cheap. The quality is also reliable. Companies from other countries want to sell their products. In one word, difficult. Because for similar products, Myanmar Bank Group will not choose too many. In comparison, the competitiveness of Indian products is really weak. This time, with everyone cooperating, they started thinking about it. Hear the words. Okay, we will consider it as appropriate. No refusal. But everyone still feels that the difficulty contained in these words is better than perfunctory. If you think about it carefully, it is not difficult to understand. There is too little trade between India and Myanmar. This time, the investment is 150 billion Asian dollars. Is it much? Many. But that's it. Look at China. In March alone, it was an oasis. It bought 400 billion worth of goods, which is more than double their 150 billion, plus other purchases. One word. Trench. This is a big deal. Therefore, the products in the catalog are mainly from China, which is understandable. If India wants to learn, it is almost impossible. It has hundreds of billions to buy Burmese goods, but it simply does not have the money. Okay, it doesn't matter, just let it go. It's already a big improvement compared to before. Entering the catalog also means that you can be recognized by the Myanmar market. Today, when people here buy things, they prefer Myanmar Asian companies. Secondly, they will also try imported catalog products. As for other no-name brands, they almost don't look at them. This fact makes some Indian companies speechless. 5 years ago, their products are very popular in Myanmar. Later, zero goes up. The quality control of various products was suddenly raised several levels, and their best-selling products immediately became substandard and were removed from the shelves within a time limit. Adjustment period. Products from Burmese and Asian companies are very popular. Then, Chinese goods rushed in again and took up all their market in one fell swoop. Once the product line is adjusted and quality standards are met, the market will be gone. Suddenly, how many people were dumbfounded? Now, this is an opportunity to return to the market. 3 days later, this same exhibition hall welcomed a large number of companies. India, China, Myanmar side, Thailand, Europe and America. With an order of 150 billion, you don't want to eat too much. Although the bulk is almost certain, this time it is not wholly owned or loaned by Myanmar. To limit the country. Too ugly. It will definitely be searched immediately, and in the negotiations with capital, there is no restriction on nationality. Therefore, looking at the scene, it is quite intense. Everyone communicated. Eyes full of vigilance. Certainly, there is no point in being vigilant. The decision-making power lies in the hands of the Myanmar Bank Group. Everyone couldn't help but look at some representatives from the Indian side with strange looks in their eyes. Talk. What are you talking about? This is the deal. Depend on what level of negotiators are you looking for? In the past, there was no negotiation at all, and the whole process was knotted. What is the difference between this result and no negotiation? Waste. Useless. Finished scolding. All that was left was to pray that his company would win the bid. This kind of project is simply their favorite. The money is already in place, and they will get the money when the work is completed. There is no need for reminders. Longyu County. Mihao was nervously waiting for the results of Mibidu. Although he was confident that his company had a high probability of winning the bid, it had not yet been implemented, and the possibility of variables could not be ruled out. Wait and wait. Finally, okay, I won the bid for 16 blocks this time. The excited voice of a superior leader came from the headquarters. Upon hearing this, Mihao stood up excitedly. 16. Yes. Okay. A relieved smile appeared on Mihao's face. Last time, they only won the bid for 5 blocks, and the area of a block is not small. This time it was tripled. After finishing the work, they should have a lot of bonuses. What's the contract price? Mihao asked. 24.7 billion. So many. Mihao was surprised. Do the math. Each block is much higher than the previous contract price. On average, the previous 5 blocks are only about 100 million each. Well, for this expansion, the Indian side has the right to make suggestions and propose to raise the height of some buildings. After consideration, the Myanmar Bank Group gave a reasonable increase. Therefore, the contract price for each block is a bit higher. It's not difficult to understand. The higher, the more people can be crammed in, the more area can be sold. You know, the land in Roy City is almost free of charge. There aren't that many people in the first place, and even if there are, if they're spread evenly over the entire project, they can almost be ignored. In this case, of course, the higher. Is it very high? Mihao asked again. No. The other person shook his head. The Indian side wanted to, but was rejected by the Myanmar Bank Group. In fact, the height of most buildings is less than 20%, which is still low. However, another compromise has been formed, which is to make larger concessions in some places, such as adding some large dense communities, which will be very crowded. From this, it can be said that the requirements of both sides are taken into account. After listening, Mihao nodded. 2. The projects undertaken by the Myanmar Bank Group have always been very demanding and very principled. They would rather not do it than end up with a bunch of things they don't like. One should be good-looking. Sell more than one. Good. Then we will plan some large-scale residential areas for you, and keep the rest of the area to the original standards. In this way, it will not damage the overall beauty of Loy City too much. And, with Myanmar Bank Group's high standards of aesthetics, even these high-rise buildings should use excellent design to make up for their shortcomings. Good. The rest is to do. Mihao felt extremely comfortable following Party A like this, or rather being Party A's representative, but he was afraid that Party A would be fussy about everything he did. I also like to change it 3 times a day. Not like now, just over half a month. Fundraising, planning, design, publish the picture, tender. It was completed not only very quickly, but also without actively asking for financing. I just sat at home, opened the door, and someone gave me money. Simply, how many developers would faint in the bathroom, crying, and want to hit the wall with envy? By the way, how soon can we start work? June 1st. June 1st. Mihao. June 1st. What's today's number? May 25th means that there are only 6 days to pass the review by the relevant Indian construction departments. Obtain various licenses. Boss, are you kidding me? At first, even for urban loans in India, preparation time is long. When they entered the construction site, more than half a month had passed since the bidding time. Now, the amount of work has increased many times, but the time has been reduced. Now, he heard the other person say, haha, don't be surprised. There's a lot of capital involved this time. So much that, together, they are capable of doing a lot of things. There is nothing surprising. That's right. Mihao nodded. After chatting for a while, we hung up the phone. This time, there is no need to go to Africa. Good. And for such a big project, there are also a lot of bonuses. For the previous project, the bonus was more than his annual salary, and more. This time, the contract nearly quintupled. Finished. As a project manager, I can get a bonus of more than 1 million yuan without saying a word. Beautiful. The next day, the headquarters sent someone the drawings. Generally, there are at least a dozen drawings for a house, from the architectural plan to the most detailed material list, and the drawings for a block can amount to tons. And in front of me, 16 blocks. All right, the archives are almost full. It was dizzying to look at it, and the corners of Mihao's mouth twitched. He really doubted that this could be done by a human being? Just how long? This is still 16 blocks. How big is the entire Loy city? Needless to say, it is very big. Just the drawings alone require more than a dozen vans to pull them. Such a design task, under time-limited conditions, is beyond hellishly difficult. However, who designed it and how it was designed is not important now. The important thing is build. He took a deep breath and took out a master plan. Have a meeting. We can see that this project is distributed in the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north, and some are connected, so there are 6 contiguous areas in total. Each area, a project department. This time, due to the huge amount of work, the company will send 3 additional deputy managers. According to the plan, construction will start on June 1st, and the relevant supporting facilities will arrive in the next few days. He was awesome again. It can't take care of so many areas. Therefore, he was given 2 more subordinates. After all, each block was filled with hundreds of buildings. The drawings were like hills, and it was too far to run back and forth. In the past few days, everyone should be familiar with the drawings and formulate construction plans. Once construction starts, the progress will not wait. Although the amount of work this time is large, I believe you have experience. In short, processes and procedures must be properly planned. The head office will assist in the allocation of equipment and personnel. This project is large and the demand for materials is also great. Longyu County has allocated a piece of land in the south, specially used for the transfer of materials for this project. 2 hours later, at the end of the meeting, Mihao had no choice. There were too many things to do. This is how engineering works. Whether it is in the early stage, middle stage, or late stage, there are a lot of things. Good thing. Work hard and don't worry about defaulting. Otherwise, if you work hard for a year and can't get any money, then you will be upset. After the meeting, get in the car. Arrive at the India-Myanmar border. Now, it was almost the same as when he first came. He saw a large number of construction trucks queuing up. Those who had returned from work were going over again. It was busy over there now. June 1st is construction time. What does it mean? It means that the house can be built, but before building the house, there is still one task, which is to provide 3 connections in 1 level, water, electricity, and roads, and site leveling. Otherwise, he wouldn't be surprised that construction started on June 1st. After getting the land, he can complete the 3 connections and 1 leveling by himself. But to build a house, he needs to apply for various documents. Review drawings. Capital review. With more than a dozen trucks, even if all the construction and other departments of the Indian state were mobilized, Mihao estimated that a month would be enough, but now it only takes a few days. When I saw it over there, my first reaction was probably, can I give up? After passing the card, I saw dust flying in some places, which was for leveling the land. The land here is already relatively flat, but it is much simpler. As for the 3 links, also simple. Dig a hole. Buried pipe. Done in one go. For water, we use Loy City, and for electricity, we have mature supporting facilities. There are 2 power plants, 1 main and 1 backup. Now at most, both of them are operating together. Totally satisfied. And water and electricity pipelines do not run all over the entire area, but go around in a circle to supply the main construction needs of electricity and water, such as concrete mixing. It is located directly on the edge of the city. At the beginning of construction, the electricity consumption in each block was very small, and most of it was oil for various machinery. Excavator. crane, etc. As for the project department, there is solar energy. According to the general process, when they dig holes, the construction of underground projects such as pipes and canals is carried out first. So when electricity is used in large quantities, there will definitely be electricity. 2 hours later, Mihao took a preliminary look at the location of the 16 blocks that won the bid and found that they met the conditions for entry, so he returned to Longyu County to prepare for the next phase of construction. He has a lot to do. Mechanical, vehicle, personnel, substance. Before entering the market on June 1st, preliminary preparations must be made. Fortunately, the company has a complete management system. If needed, the company will take the initiative to arrange it. He's going to do it. First, check for leaks and fill in the gaps. Second, is to confirm that everything is in place and all matters after it is in place. The engineering enterprise management system designed by Tianyin saved me a lot of trouble. Visualization. Simplify. Moreover, the optimized internal system can be processed very quickly. Almost every time a request is submitted, there will be a reply within an hour at the latest. Then, we'll arrange it quickly, not like anywhere else. People wait for materials, materials wait for people, people wait for equipment, equipment waits for people. Various problems and conflicts often occur in projects. But here, won't. Everything is in order. Comfortable. Now, China, Yin Province, in a quiet village. What? Okay. I will find more people. They are all reliable and quick. A middle-aged man hung up the phone with a smile, a look of joy on his face. Previous years. While working outside, I learned that there were many opportunities in Myanmar and they were nearby. So, I gave it a try and joined Tang Qing's construction company. I have been following construction sites ever since. Running around. Last year, was transferred to India, Shuroi City. During this period, he attracted many people from the same village to join him. He had many people under his command, and he became a small team leader. Salary. Welfare. Nothing to say. The most important thing is that wages are paid on a monthly basis, very punctually, and on Saturdays and Sundays. They are paid in advance. For several years, they have never been delayed by a day. Therefore, he became the envy of the villagers. This time, after the construction in Loy City was completed, the company considered that the next phase of the project would be very heavy, so it did not transfer them to other construction sites, but gave them a month's leave. Not in vain. There's a basic salary, $2,000, $3,000, and the travel expenses back to the country are also included, which is very humane. After almost a month since he came back, he finally got a call from the company asking him to go back and report. At the same time, since the project was too big, he was asked to find some people. To this, of course, the man was happy and hurried to the village committee, holding a microphone and shouting. Many young and middle-aged laborers in the village put down their prestige and came. Soon, the yard is almost full. Uncle Hua, I want to go too. One person said first. You? He glanced at him. Shake his head. No, the company doesn't want anyone under the age of 18. You brat, it's better to study hard. If you don't go to college now, you will regret it. He was still a junior who asked this question. Brother Hua, a simple and honest man, came up. You want to go too? Yes. Although you don't have any skills, you can do it if you are willing to learn. I will study hard and be obedient. The man was happy. All year round, digging in the field is really no fun. This time I'm going abroad, and it is not an ordinary overseas trip. I'm going to India. Before, everyone will still be worried. Now, someone has been there, it was fine, and they made a lot of money, so no one has to worry about it. Brother what? Go on. Can you do the heavy work? No. Then what are you going to do? Supervise their work. Get out. The man laughed and cursed. This man was considered a lazy person in the village. He didn't take it seriously. He probably came to join the fun because there were so many people. The man stayed true to what he promised, and he was reliable and quick. Even if he had no skills, he was willing to learn. Otherwise, introducing him would be causing trouble for himself. Remember, although the wages there are high, the requirements are also high. You can't do things carelessly or slowly. The construction period is no joke. It can only be early, not late. Of course, you should also know what the salary is. It's not low, and it's not in arrears. Monthly payment, you get what you work for. If you work hard, you can build a house in a year. A big pie. Very tempting. And he didn't lie either. Food and accommodation are included. After 1 year, if you have good skills, it won't be a problem to save 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. And here, you can build a small house with 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. 9 years. Although prices have risen a little compared to last year, the purchasing power of money is still very strong. So, soon, he tripled the number of his men. The day after tomorrow, we will go to the county town. The company has a chartered car. Remember, bring your ID card and be sure not to bring bedding. The company will provide a set for free. Such a good thing. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. This company is really rich. Brother Hua. One person raised his hand and said, how big is this project? Hearing this, everyone pricked up their ears. Hear the words. The man smiled mysteriously. This matter had never been shown on TV in China. The locals did not know about it. Even he was shocked by that number. 1,005, he said. It's not much. Yeah, it's not that little. Everyone whispered to each other, most thinking it was 15 million, but most of them had not paid much attention to this project in India before. After all, it was too far away. But those who had paid attention were stunned for a moment. Then, what, Brother Hua, really? It was like a pot was exploding. Yeah. The man nodded, which stimulated them even more. There's so many so big. A scream frightened several people around him. They looked puzzled. 15 million. Do you need to be so excited? He just finished speaking. The man's head was patted. Idiot. It's not 15 million. It's 150 billion Asian dollars. When converted into US dollars, it's more than 20 billion, which is 10,000 times more than 15 million. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the yard. Horrified. Shocking. Many people were stunned. 150 billion, 150 billion. This number echoed in their minds, like thunder, and everyone was stunned by this number. Brother Hua, is it true? Someone asked blankly. Yeah. The man nodded. The total investment is 150 billion. Our company won the bid for a project worth more than 20 billion. This project is to build a large city, more than 10 times larger than our county seat. Everyone slowly digested the information. It's amazing. The same thing happens in many places. The construction schedule is tight and the tasks are heavy. Recruiting workers from China is obviously more suitable than recruiting in India. As for Myanmar, the amount of internal projects is already large enough. A large number of people are transferred to the service industry, which consumes a lot of labor force. As for farmers turning into workers, no to this. Myanmar does not advocate this. In the past few years, it has been pursuing the goal of retaining the rural population and ensuring agriculture. Therefore, Tang Qing's companies prefer to recruit in China. Other side, each Chinese construction company that won the bid adopted different methods. Most of them were dispatched from existing construction sites, and then each construction site replenished its own resources. In this way, it is also a screening. After all, this is to do engineering in a foreign country. Skill proficiency aside, stability is also required. Recruiting from outside, it's very troublesome if you can't stand it every once in a while and want to come back. As for calling friends, unnecessary. Unlike Tang Qing's construction company, Huaxia Construction Company Limited has many projects in the country, but Tang Qing has almost no business in China and no people who want it. That's all. Have you heard? This time, some people are going to be sent to the countryside again. Really? It's absolutely true. I've signed up. What project? Building a city. An urban construction project in India worth 150 billion. We have one subway, power plant, and other projects. We are short of manpower. If you want to go, sign up as soon as possible. Of course. After that, he rushed to the project department in a flash. Many people are worried about going to foreign countries to do engineering projects, but they are quite happy to go to Myanmar. In recent years, they have gained a strong sense of presence there. In the past few years, the company has been taking on projects from Myanmar. Railway, highway, dam, as well as various large-scale projects, it is a pleasure to cooperate. Demanding, but the payment was very timely. Monthly end. Going abroad for free, with subsidies, makes more money than at home. At least 1,800 more a month. What about a year? Tens of thousands. For many people, this is enough to feed a family for a year. You may not be able to earn enough by digging food in the fields for a year, and it's not like you go to faraway Africa, just in a neighboring country. Therefore, almost everyone rushes to go. At this time, India, on TV, produced by the Myanmar Bank Group, a new promotional video about the expansion of Loy City was released. It was as long as 5 minutes. As soon as it was aired, public opinion exploded. So big, so beautiful, amazing. I can't imagine that this city will become a reality and land in India in a year and a half. But the pain on my face tells me that all this is not a dream. I like it so much. A dream-like city. After the city is built, Roy City will become a shining pearl in the east and north of India. Let us wait and see and witness the birth of the miracle together. I want to go. Construction will start on the first day of next month. It's really fast. When will we have such efficiency in a dream? What's equally fast is not only the design and construction speed, but also sales. It is reported that some houses will be sold off-plan on the first day of next month. It's so ugly. That's it. But it is undeniable that this is good for everyone. The developer wants to make back the money as soon as possible, and many people also want to buy a house there. This is a win-win situation. That's right. Discussing. After reading the introduction to the entire city's supporting facilities, everyone's eyes turned red with envy. Subway, transportation, network, environment, amusement park, museum. Each of the distinctive buildings has blinded many people's eyes. Compared with the previous Loy City, this time there are more high-rise buildings, giving it a bit of a metropolitan feel. The roads are wide. The transportation is developed, fully equipped. Simply, how could there be such a beautiful city? I must buy one, not for anything else, just for the education there. Enough schools, excellent teachers, some for the next generation. Yeah, Zain, the inequality in education is extremely exaggerated, and in Loy City, 6 universities were generously planned. You heard me right, 6 universities in total. Different directions: medicine, art, agriculture, and forestry. Normal school, comprehensive, profession, with the power of the Indian authorities and capital. This kind of thing is not difficult. In order to increase its attractiveness, Myanmar almost fully accepts all the extra points provided by the Indian side. City of Science and Technology. City of Culture. Tourist City. This is the positioning of Loy City in the project book. Discussing. The topic changed. Look at them. Although they are here to do business, after all, besides money and power, look at those blood-sucking capitalists. They should get out of India. Assholes. Garbage. Strongly boycott them. These years, everyone was also holding in a lot of anger. Made money. Just give it to Western Dad. What the hell? What did it leave us? There is nothing, just blind exploitation, harvesting wool, cutting leeks, making money while being superior. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Now, he is even more angry when he refuses to even support India's construction. For a while, these companies have become the target of everyone's venting, and they are determined not to give up. At this time, a piece of news made the entire anger burn to the limit. On the social account of a Western company executive, he posted a sentence. "This is normal business behavior. Why should we be criticized? A barrel of oil. Let the public opinion in India explode. Is this guy stupid?" Seeing this operation, many Indian capitals controlled by the West were a little confused. In this situation, they did not do crisis public relations and jumped out to add fuel to the fire. Are your brains showing off? Talk. If you want to die, don't hold us back. But soon, that account quickly came out to refute the rumor. The social account was previously hacked, and this statement was not his own. But at this moment, no one believed it anymore. Stolen? Cut. I'm afraid this is what you really think. As the ancient said, you have to look at what people say and how they act. Your actions will be the same as those words. Roll. Labor and management didn't listen. I just want to curse. Public opinion in India is abuzz, but the construction of Loy City is being prepared in an orderly manner. All winning bidders have begun to deploy their own resources and manpower. 2 days later, county seat, tour bus. Everyone saw the car coming to pick them up. What's wrong? I thought they were from the company. Huh. The company's cars are mostly engineering vehicles. There are buses like this, but they have almost no business in China, so naturally they can't be driven here to pick up people. Brother Ho explained, "Oh, this is a cooperative enterprise. It is one of the top tourism companies in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. The boss has a great background and is also one of the fruit wine dealers. What's your name?" "Wei Jun, Mr. Wei. His assets are more than tens of billions. I heard that his father used to be the leader there. There were people who robbed him, but later he seemed to have surrendered to zero." To be honest, he didn't know much about Wei Jun's detailed information. It was mostly hearsay and not comprehensive. The fragmented information was combined together to form the current version. "Awesome," he finished. "Get in the car. The air conditioner is on. Comfortable." For many people, there are few opportunities to leave the county, but now they have to go abroad. They looked at everything in front of them curiously. "Is there a chance to fly?" "What are you thinking about?" Brother Ho smiled, nodded, and then shook his head. "Yes, but first of all, you must be at least regular employees of the company. Secondly, it must be some special days, such as the completion holiday or going home during the spring festival. Free flight. But now, you haven't joined the job yet. You have to go to Xiamen City. After completing the formalities, the company will arrange a train to go directly to Longyu County. You can arrive tomorrow. Hard seat. No. Sleeper? Probably not. It's just a few hours. No matter what kind of sleeper you take, don't worry, it's not a green car. Myanmar's train carriages can refer to the high-speed rail. Because it's all imported from our country. Luxurious. Comfortable. Soft seats. Good sound insulation. TSK tisk. Speaking of this, Brother Home misses a little. They all have soft seats, are spacious, clean, have low noise, and are fast. We learned that they were made by Huaxia. He was also surprised. This is actually made by our country. Really nice. High speed all the way. Afternoon. The bus arrived at the border. In Brother Ho's memory. Years ago, there is no expressway here, not even a national highway. Only one that is in disrepair. County road? I just don't know if there is such a level. Very shabby. Later, the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone was established. Suddenly, Yiluzi suddenly transformed into a regular army. Some concerns disappeared. Otherwise, it is very risky to go too close to an illegal area. After having a legal identity, then, total for both parties. This highway was created, and a large logistics transfer station gradually formed at this port, becoming the largest trade port between the two countries. Second place is to the north, Xinhua City. Although that port has been established for a long time, it is not as good as this sun after all. The Xiamen area is the real core of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Now, this once dilapidated port has developed rapidly. The population has increased significantly, and there is an endless stream of vehicles coming and going every day. The oversized border inspection station can be seen from a distance. "Get up," Brother Ho has said loudly. "Get ready to get off the car. Take out your ID card." Then, everyone came to their own port entry and exit management center. Take photos. Fill out the form. Register. It was passed quickly and was not complicated. Their identity information had actually been sent back to the company, and the company submitted it to the Myanmar Immigration and Exit Management Department. After getting the permit, you can then send a work visa invitation to the relevant departments in China. As soon as you arrive at the border, you can go through the relevant procedures immediately. Very convenient. Then, the bus crossed the checkpoint and arrived at the Myanmar border inspection station. The speed here was faster, but a stamp was stamped on the pass that was not yet warm. Pass. In this way, they crossed the border. So easy. Someone was surprised. The company can only come forward so quickly. Brother Hua smiled. Otherwise, just applying for a passport would take less than a week to half a month, and you wouldn't even think about it. That's right. They do not need a passport to enter Myanmar from here. This is a fast track under the close labor dispatch cooperation between the two sides so that they can get through as soon as they come. But only for a few companies. Only at this port. At the same time, when you first register, it is equivalent to applying for a passport. It will be available after a period of time, which is different from the general passport application process. Night. The bus arrived at Xi'an City. 3 days ago, I could only see it on TV. 3 days later, I actually arrived in person. Many people lamented that fate is unpredictable. It's so beautiful. Yes, the holographic projection is much more shocking than the one on TV. Yeah. Many people were shocked when they saw the city projection for the first time. Needless to say, the first stop they came to work in Myanmar left a wonderful impression. The street is full of foreigners. It's packed. If we set up a street stall here, we can make a lot of money. That's right. I heard that the museum here is very good. If you have time, go and see it. You don't have time, Brother was said. When this project is completed, you will probably have time to take a look. By then, you can have enough shopping. I want to see it at the beginning of the month. Really, I really want to grab it. Brother Hua, is there really 100-ton gold horse? Only a lot more. Where are the diamonds? In tons. Where are the banknotes? Pile up like a mountain. Instantly, many people's worldview has been refreshed. Soon, arrive at the temporary staff dormitory. Is this a dormitory? Many people were surprised. Although it was a 4-person room, it felt like a hotel with TVs, computers, and air conditioners. Of course. Go to. Sleep. Have a good rest. The conditions at Indian construction sites are not so good, but they're definitely better than you think. After working here, you'll have a new understanding of engineering. After that, Brother Hua turned around, leaving a handsome bag. The next day, onboarding, physical examination, evaluation, and training were completed in just 2 days. Looking back on the food and sleep during these 2 days, it was completely like being in a hotel. Train station. Let's go. Together with hundreds of other newly hired colleagues, we boarded the train to Longyu County. The double-track railway has greatly increased the railway transportation volume in Myanmar. For this project, 6 engineering lines were specially opened. 1 transports people, 5 shipments. This will ensure part of the material needs of the new construction in Loy City. Sitting on the soft seats, you can experience an experience similar to that of domestic high-speed rail. Comfortable. Is this a domestic carriage? Yes. It's so luxurious. Look, the village outside is so beautiful. Really, every house has a small villa. Cement roads lead to the door of each house, and there are those small cars. It feels like every house has one. How rich is this place? Of course not. Brother was said. This is the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, the economic center of Myanmar. The most important thing is that the above-ground assets here theoretically belong to the Myanmar Asia Bank Group. Therefore, the group pays to help all villages in the special zone build houses, build roads, connect water, electricity, and the internet, etc. Other places in Myanmar are not so good, but it has been making progress. After listening, everyone was stunned. No wonder. It turns out that the state paid for it. Free? No. Brother Hua shook his head. You still have to buy some furniture yourself. The group only provides house construction and decoration. Of course, if you can't afford it, you can get a loan, just like a car. No interest. No interest. What else will happen? No repayment. Brother Hua looked at the man strangely and suddenly smiled. It's not that good. You won't come to collect debts, you won't go to court, and there are no late fees. It's just, there will be some restrictions. You won't be able to get trains, cars, planes, restricted rides, some government subsidies, etc., and there will be other restrictions on business activities. In short, it's okay to pay it back slowly, but no way. Pretty good. In this regard, others think it's great. As long as you're not defaulting on your debt, this is already a good policy. If you're really determined to default on your debt, these punishments should also be met. Hear the words. Brother Hua smiled. It's really good, but let's not think about it. We have made money honestly. We will also build a beautiful house according to this standard and build a spacious road into the village. Okay, brother Hua. That's right. We must build something beautiful like this. Work hard. For a moment, people in the same village are very energetic and look out the window. Most of the small villas are different and unique, and each one is full of beauty. My eyes flicked, wanting to write it down, as a reference for your own future house, as everyone has more and more money in their pockets. Many new houses have been built in the surrounding villages, but none of them are as good-looking. Chatting. The train started to speed up. Soon, the speed exceeded 120 kilometers per hour, 103, 106, and then there was nothing more to come. Everyone thought that this section of the road was not allowed to go fast. But no change after driving for an hour. Didn't you say that the high-speed rail can run 300 kilometers? Someone wondered. One listened. Brother Will laughed out loud. Huh, 300? That's our high-speed rail. It runs on ballastless tracks and uses electricity. Only the carriages here are made by us, and the front end is an internal combustion engine. This matter, he had asked innocently at the beginning, and his memory was particularly vivid. The railway here could only be regarded as a high-speed railway, using the China Dongfeng 11 diesel locomotive. Top speed is 170. Driving speed, 106. Faster. Better to use electricity. But it seems that there is no intention to develop high-speed rail here, but to popularize this kind of high-speed rail, which is not difficult to understand. The area is almost the same as that of a province in China. With this area, it won't take long no matter where you go. The value of high-speed rail is applicable to some countries with huge territories and huge transportation needs. Best value for money. Here, the express train is completely sufficient. Morning departure and evening arrival. You can almost run from the south to the north. A very important point is that there is still demand. Transportation here used to be inconvenient, and the economy was mainly based on agriculture. Most people farm nearby, all year round. There is not much migratory population, and even now, efforts are being made to retain and settle the rural population. Under such circumstances, why do people pursue high-speed rail? Everyone was stunned. I see. Rich. A diesel car with a high-speed rail carriage. Although it feels strange, it seems to be good. China's high-speed rail mileage is still too small, but the demand for ride comfort has always existed. If possible. Well, probably not. Unless. Now all the carriages are taken over, otherwise, why change them? Any fool can see that the difference in cost is definitely not small. It would be great if someone bought all our old carriages, one person muttered. How is that possible? Just then, ding dong, Brother Hua's cell phone rang. Take a look. It was a news feed. I glanced at it and immediately shouted, What? Seeing this, the eyes of the fellow villagers looked over. What's wrong? Hearing this, Brother Hua raised his head and smiled bitterly. Just now, in order to save costs, the WCO plans to purchase more than 3,000 second-hand carriages from our country and some African countries that want to build new railway lines. Everyone was speechless. Someone actually took over. He then heard Brother Hua say, Just now, our railway also expressed its welcome, saying that it is planning to upgrade some of the existing passenger carriages to adopt this export model. What export model? Of course, the one they were riding in was different from the real high-speed rail carriage. It lacked a lot of equipment and was specially modified for diesel locomotive traction. In this way, that's a great thing. Other side, equally happy. There are also China Railway and other departments. With more than 3,000 carriages, the second-hand price is not the scrap iron price, although the proportion of the ownership is not too large. But this is a good start. Car, the front of the car, rail, all can be sold. This time, it was a Myanmar bank group suggestion, saying that it would reduce the economic burden on the lending countries and reduce the waste of resources. One listen. All countries have their own ideas. Second-hand, cheap. After painting, it is considered to be semi-new. You must know that trains in many countries have far exceeded their design service life. China's trains can be considered semi-new. Brush paint. To them, it's almost like brand new. Immediately, I agreed. What a good man. Yes. I think that when their railway network is rolled out and they get more state loans, not to mention 3,000 plus freight cars, they can sell 10,000 cars. What a good man. Their tone was full of admiration for their teammates. They had also thought about selling the old carriages after building the railway, but they never dared to bring it up. After all the time, the style of Myanmar Bank Group is that it likes the new, builds new houses and cities everywhere, demolishes old houses, and pays great attention to product quality. I'm afraid that if I mention it, the other person will feel embarrassed. It's fine now. The Myanmar Bank Group took the initiative to allow member countries to use loans to buy old carriages, locomotives, etc. This is simply what they want. Say it again. Our motorcycle. Our carriage. Excellent quality. In this way, a lot of money can be recovered, and a small part of the carriages can be replaced with the kind of carriages exported to Myanmar. After all, they're too expensive, and the cost of one carriage is 3 times higher. 3,000 festivals. Second-hand price. It can only be replaced by more than 100 knots. Good. At least one step forward. In addition, railway construction, rails, locomotives, carriages, and supporting facilities are added. The profits from these projects can be exchanged for more. It's beautiful to think about. It was at this time, India, New Delhi, a group of big guys gathered together. Everyone has a smile on their face, and they're in a good mood this month. On the one hand, Loy City has been launched, and the expansion of Loy City is about to begin. On the other hand, public opinion has violently attacked Western capital. Take a look every day. Comfortable. Although they are big bosses, they are often at a loss when facing capital, especially powerful capital, and they have also been criticized by foreign countries. Therefore, seeing Western capital being scolded now is like having air conditioners blowing on in the summer. Cool. Today's topic is very simple. The railways, highways, and other facilities leading to Loy City need to be speeded up. They can't be so slow. The boss started. It's necessary. I agree. If they can't do it, find a company that can do it. Everyone agreed. In the past, Loy City was only an important project in that state. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't do it quickly, but now the situation is very different. Capital. It is the intervention of many powerful Indian capitals that makes this matter completely non-negotiable. When these capitals speak, they must be cautious. They just need to give the order anyway. Implement. Capitalists will clear the way. Many of the successful bidders for these 2 major projects are those with big capital or have relatives in relevant departments. Speed up. Almost hassle-free. Capital participation. Suddenly, the construction of railways and highways leading to Loy City has begun to accelerate, with 2 or even 3 shifts, and the capital has given a final deadline for completion. October 10th. That is, the delivery date of Loy New City is planned to be October 10th next year, but the contract does not specify the delivery date, only the planned date. If there's an accident, time to be determined. But capital has no time to think that far. Because everyone is looking forward to it, the pre-sales of Xinjiang are booming, but it is a bit helpless because no matter how good the sales are, it is the Myanmar Bank Group that collects the money first. After, subscription funds can be deducted. It's equivalent to saying they can only see sales, and if they want to see profits, they can only wait until the completion of the project and the final settlement of the Myanmar Bank Group to get the money. All right, Indian capital has endured. Think about it. They found that it was not bad. This was a bit of a waste of money. As long as the pre-sales were good enough, the funds they needed to pay in the future were drastically reduced. It can be said, this is using future earnings to offset current investments. Certainly, it's not like I didn't spend a penny. According to the agreement, 50% of the funds must be in place before construction starts. After that, 10% is paid monthly. Paid in half a year. Now, with pre-sales, the remaining 50%, if the pre-sales are good, may not even cost a penny, which makes them very happy. It seems that there is no need to mobilize more funds. Yes, the investment amount is less than half. Someone always feels something is not right. Suddenly, a pat on the head. Hold the grass. This is probably due to the calculation of the Myanmar Bank Group. They gave 50% of the deposit and never thought of collecting their money again. Instead, we reach out directly to end consumers. Paralysis. What a thief. They never thought of asking them for money again, and my sense of superiority as the party who gave the money was instantly gone. Because it's time to play with what's given. 0. You are awesome. I'm convinced. This abacus is so good that people admire it. There were also many smart people who were also convinced. After connecting their joints, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This move was absolutely amazing, but it was still legal. Depend on. Sure enough, he is the best business president in the world. It's amazing. From beginning to end, it's like a textbook. Kneel down. The Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce Group was discussing it hotly. I don't hesitate to praise 0 at all. No matter how much I praise it, I feel it's not enough. Roy New City's series of operations. It was an eye-opener for them. And the proportion of 60% non-Indian companies is a bit beyond their tone, which means that large orders will flow to them. Steel, cement, gravel, cables, furniture. Hundreds of businesses will benefit. Just after winning the bid, their business orders increased significantly, and they were all very happy. To this end, they wanted to get out of the branch factory immediately, but they could only think about it. Although the Myanmar Bank Group takes care of the Chamber of Commerce companies, it does not take unlimited care. It must be produced by its own enterprise. And everyone has a share. Members are not encouraged to blindly expand production capacity, and they only try to ensure that they have orders and can make money. They didn't understand it at first, but after practicing it for a while, no one questioned it anymore. Chamber of Commerce, such as country. The purpose of its establishment is not to ensure that a small number of people have food to eat, but to benefit the majority of people, universal benefit, and members are quite supportive of this. After all, this year, it is not easy to make a fortune legally. If you have a stutter, you can still have enough to eat. It is not bad. Expecting to develop by leaps and bounds is easy to make nonsense in the traditional manufacturing industry. Afternoon, Longyu County, train station. Get off. Everyone looked left and right. It was their first time to go abroad. They were naturally curious. When they thought about India not far away, they felt that their life experience had been enriched. Anyway, we are also people who have been to 2 foreign countries soon. It's so big. It's bigger and more beautiful than any train station in our city. Yeah. The station is very big, not like a train station in a county at all. After exiting the station, everyone came to the pickup area of their respective companies. This was a special train for transporting people. They were all employees of major successful bidders, with large and small packages. Most of them were from China, and many were fellow villagers or even fellow villagers. We had a lot of fun chatting on the way. After saying goodbye, get in the car, heading towards their respective stations. Soon, Brother Hua and his party arrived at the place, which is located on the outskirts of the city, close to the India-Myanmar border. Along the way are construction dumps of major companies, as well as temporary dormitories. Get off the car. This is the station in Longyu County. You are here for temporary residence. When the centralized living area in India is built, you will go there and save yourself from running back and forth every day. How long will it take to build it? It will be built soon. Brotherhood didn't know either. This is the responsibility of the Myanmar Bank Group. The construction workers are divided into areas to facilitate management and save each company a lot of trouble. Just a bit expensive, not accepted before. But this is a commercial project. Since it is a service, of course a service fee must be charged. Side introduction. While walking, soon we came to a row of construction areas, all of which were prefabricated houses. Compared with the combination workstations provided by the Myanmar Bank Group in India, this was obviously inferior. But this was meant to be temporary. The workstation was good, but expensive, otherwise there would be no service fee. According to the company text message, I arrived at the assigned dormitory. Take out the job card. Bit. Click. The door opened. You still swipe a credit card? Of course. The company's management has always been very intelligent. Brother Hua sighed, but that's nothing. Only when you meet the engineering management of the Myanmar Bank Group well, you know what true intelligence is. After working in engineering for so many years. First time here, but he felt like a novice. After he became familiar with the process, he suddenly had a deeper understanding of management. That is the ultimate utilization of resources and the ultimate deployment. Come in. All bunk beds. Even so, everyone is quite satisfied. There is water. There is electricity. There is internet. Air conditioner. There is also a TV, which is more comfortable than at home. Seeing them watching TV, Brother Hua left the stockyard, got on a bus, and went to the company's office here, where he met the deputy manager. Yes, not bad. We have brought in more than 20 more, and I will leave their management to you. Okay, now, I can be considered as making progress. I have become a small foreman. In this way, I will receive a progress bonus. In 1 year, I can earn more than 100,000 yuan. You go back first. Come over for a meeting at 10 o'clock tomorrow. We will start assigning tasks to each team. Okay. After that, Brother Hua left happily. Go out. I happened to meet Mi Hao. Manager Mi, he shouted quickly. Hello, pyrotechnics. Mi Hao said with a smile. The previous project was so big, 5 blocks, and he traveled every day. He was quite familiar with some of the foremen, big and small, on the construction site. Then he said, we're going to call the fire squad this time. Brother Hua laughed innocently. Huaban, work hard. You are steady and down to earth. I can rest assured about the people you bring. With more people under your command, coordination and arrangement is a skill. I will learn it hard. Brother Hua said hurriedly. Yeah. Then, Mi Hao entered the building. Phew. Brother Hua couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Mi Hao is also the manager of this project, and it is not easy to treat him calmly when working under him. Good thing. Mi Hao is approachable, much better than some people who only know how to yell. Facts have proved that the company does a really good job in selecting and appointing management. Some common nonsense on construction sites has never been heard of here. There's only a group of people working together for a goal and moving forward together. No treat. No gifts. Just do it well. Moreover, every festival, the company would also ask them to make teeth as a sacrifice, which made Brother Hua couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed the property of the Tang family. Trench. The next day, morning, Brother Hua arrived early. The large office was full of people. Because there were too many people to sit down, many moved small stools. Most of the people who came this time were team leaders. There are dozens to hundreds of people under him. The division of labor is clear. Civil construction, rebar, support, mechanical, electrician. Only by cooperating with each other can the project be completed. Everyone is familiar with each other. They greet each other, and the smiles on their faces cannot be stopped. This time, the project is worth more than 2 billion. It is much larger than before, which means that their income has gone up. As a team leader, although there is no profit from contracting, it is more stable. The money is easy to get. This is the key. How many people who work on projects are held back by project funds? If they can't get the money, no matter how good the book numbers are, what's the use? No matter how much accounts receivable you have. Not received, all empty. During this month's vacation, they went back to enjoy the scenery and invited many people over. Some arrived, some did not arrive, and are waiting for notification. After all, engineering also has processes. Not everyone can work together on the construction site. Only the land leveling has been completed, and the downward earthworks have not yet started. There are no basics. We're to build a house. At least, within a month, the main work will still be digging holes and supporting. Chatting. Then Mi Hao walked in. As soon as they came up, they introduced the person in charge of each project department and which project department each team was in. 16 blocks. 6 project departments. Starting today, all kinds of machinery, equipment, and materials will be available for entry, and construction can begin tomorrow. This is the general process schedule. Take a look, he said. Someone is sending documents one by one. Pretty thick. Dozens of pages of printer paper. After everyone took it, they looked at it carefully. The general process schedule was similar to the construction schedule. The difference was that this one was more detailed. Almost to the sky. All construction. Everyone has to gather around it. You have participated in the previous construction of Loy City, and you understand the procedures and requirements very well. Many of your newcomers must adapt as soon as possible. I only have 2 requirements. First, progress. Second, quality. Procrastination, cutting corners, reduced materials, all are not allowed. Strong management also leaves no room for these behaviors to survive, and enough profits prevent companies from taking risks. Under normal circumstances, companies will add a 3rd article, cost. But it's not important here. Profits are low. Most companies use their brains, but the Myanmar Bank Group has always left ample room for profit to the winning bidder, not whoever offers the lowest price. Avoid companies that have bad intentions. If there is no problem, the construction company will say, "You can't do it at your price. How much money do I charge you? And you are so strict." Soon, finished. Leave each other. Let's go. Mihao is not idle. First go to the Myanmar Bank Group office and go through some procedures. As a project manager, his job is not to get involved in specific construction tasks, but to coordinate the various departments under him and connect with Party A internal. External. It's all a matter, not easy. Leave the office. The convoy drove towards the nearest bid-winning block. At this time, there were more construction vehicles here than in the previous days, but they were all parked and no construction was started. Tomorrow, early morning, these thousands of construction vehicles will start working immediately. If they say they will. Start work on June 1st, it won't be June 1st, even 1 minute earlier. To the ground. All that can be seen is desolation. Deputy Manager Shun, you are in charge of this project department. Mihao said, understood. At this time, after the projection equipment was set up and turned on, a light wall appeared in front of them. Someone was carrying the equipment and walking around, but the light wall did not move. There comes a point. Song. A few hammers. A steel bar was smashed into the ground at the corner of the light wall. Then, 4 steel bars formed a huge rectangle, which was the project line. A few days ago, the location of the project department has been submitted to the Myanmar Bank Group by the technical staff of the head office and uploaded to the engineering marking system of the Myanmar Bank Group. Today, the marking system of the entire project is online, and after the projection equipment is connected, the method of leading points through red lines is directly omitted, which is very convenient. Carrying a total station, level, or long ruler is almost non-existent here. Myanmar Bank Group provides a complete set of positioning solutions. The light curtain is not far away. The outline of a building is projected, looming, in such a way that it is difficult to repair it. At first, Mihao and others were afraid that their positioning would be wrong. After all, machines make mistakes too. Later, a year in the making, he was convinced. There is no data error. It is exactly the same as the drawing. Every point, every line, every position is so precise that it makes people feel respectable. This technical accuracy. One word. Clothes. They only need to do one thing, build according to the drawings. There will be no dispute at all, and the quality of the construction will be clear at a glance, thereby ensuring quality. Mihao heard that some large construction companies in China are also considering introducing this technology because it is too convenient and can greatly improve project management. But don't even think about it for ordinary companies. Expensive. The projection equipment was not expensive, but the positioning column and the entire system behind it were expensive. He heard that one set would cost no more than 10 million. Only very large projects can afford it. That night, early morning, just after 12 o'clock, the entire huge construction site seemed to be alive. Thousands of construction vehicles drove to their respective areas and, under the guidance of marking lines, began the most basic earthwork works in 3 shifts. Without stopping, there are also Indian reporters interviewing excitedly. As you can see, in the early morning, the entire new city expansion of Loy City started. From project establishment to construction, it only took a month. Speed. This is the speed that an industrial country should have. Premium subsidies are inevitable. Such scenes are unthinkable elsewhere in India. The reporter felt that reporters could be stationed at the construction here and report on it every day. She believes it. Indian audiences are also interested. At this time, the camera was pointed at a ditch, and only a light blue projection could be seen, which was especially clear at night. However, in the projection, there were only earth and rocks in the ditch, and pipelines were densely covered. Water, electricity, net, it's all here. Every wire and pipe has a thickness, elevation, and even specifications. With the help of such construction, it's hard to make mistakes. The reporter praised the project without hesitation, almost praising it to the heavens. It's incredible that the projection is so good. Early morning, daybreak. Countless people around the world are woken up by one word: money. In India, when a video was played in the early morning, it once again shocked the country. It's so spectacular, exciting. This is the speed of India. Stop talking. That's it. This is obviously the speed of Myanmar and China. If we had this speed, we wouldn't be surprised by this kind of thing. We should be accustomed to it. It hurts my heart. Anyway, whatever happens in our country belongs to us. There is nothing wrong with this reason. Soon, the topic changed. The projection equipment is so useful. Can we cover the whole construction site with projection equipment and see the future scene of the entire Loy city? Yes. I heard that the landscape trees are still dynamic. What? Real or false? Oh God, land. Population. Strength. Economy. The two are not on the same level at all, and they have a strong sense of superiority. Now, land. Population. Strength. It's still not as good as Myanmar, but if someone has money, he or she is still very rich. Once you have money, what are the other three items for? It's not that it can't benefit the public. And what about others? Build a house. Build roads. Build a city. Basic protection. People's lives are constantly getting better. This is an ironclad fact, especially in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Every family in the village lives in a small villa and drives a car. Made. My heart is so stuffed. Loy City. Exhibition Center. Today, the gongs and drums are noisy. Firecrackers are blasting. Colorful flags are fluttering. And people come in droves. Rich people from all over India dare to come, making this place full of the smell of money. Famous brand. Luxurious. Noble. Potbelly. Everyone comes with only one purpose, and that is to buy off-plan property in Loy New Town. Whether it is a shop or a residence, it is a good investment. Single-family villas. The purchase limit is 100 units today. Houses in the school district. The sale limit is 1,000 units today. High-end residential area. Shopping mall shops. Full limit. Suddenly, they like the rush buying trend, especially the priority given to full payment. In this way, they can screen out those weaker competitors. Loan? Cut. We can't afford to lose this person. India's savings rate is still very high in the world. It doesn't have many excessive consumption habits and prefers foreign currencies. Hall, looking at the scene in front of him, a European and American reporter shook his head. Finally, real estate bubble. No, the craze has begun to come to the country of India. Until now, the word bubble has never appeared in India. Joke. It is an agricultural country that does not play much in finance and does not have large-scale infrastructure. The real and virtual economy are like a stagnant water. It can only watch others bubble. Now, a border city, if it continues, it is very possible for them to experience it, but if it has enough staying power, it will not be exposed. Foam from the hollow. And this, there is a certain foundation, that is, it is close to Myanmar, can benefit from tourism, and could be the largest resort and leisure city in India. This is also what is promoted in the media. No surprises. Once built, the tourists and capital in India alone can support this city, and with the help of Myanmar, this may become a business card of India. Although, this is a business card made by a foreigner. I want this set full payment in cash. I want 2 sets. Sorry, each person is limited to 1 set. Why isn't this shop for sale? Sorry, this is reserved by the investor, and we have no right to dispose of it. Theoretically, the ownership of these buildings lies with various Indian investment capitals. But, in order to raise subsequent house prices, it is natural to sell part of it. Otherwise, there's not even a transaction price. So what is the point of holding it in your hands? Therefore, the first batch of assets taken out are almost all the best assets in general locations. Of course, the major capitals will not sell them easily and will keep them for later sale at a higher price. Or hold it yourself. Certainly, this mainly refers to shops, not residences. The nature of the two is different. For example, if you only rent a house in a school district, you will not be able to enjoy the corresponding qualifications. The purpose of capital is to attract high-end people to consume. Residential, not consumer goods. Shop. Only in this way can we generate sustained consumption income. The limit of 50 units has been sold out today. Are there still small villas for sale tomorrow? Yes. Can I make a reservation? No. Swipe your card. The rush to buy continues, which also stimulates more buying intentions. If no one is grabbing it, they will still hesitate. If someone is grabbing it, they suddenly feel impatient. Fancy it. Purchase. Purchase limit? Then put it in the name of a family member. And until the full payment is paid, many people turn around with satisfaction, with an indelible smile on their faces, as if they have gotten a big deal. Another look at the crowd. Yeah. Comfortable. We're the ones who get the meat first. As for whether they will lose money, they are not worried. If it is a joint venture project with Indian capital, they will be worried. As for Myanmar Banking Group, impossible. This is a very principled developer who always does what he says. Everyone sees the new city sand table in the lobby and likes it very much. Kindergarten, primary school, middle school, university, everything is available. Many people come here to buy houses mainly for the education of their children, not because of how good the education here is, but because of a basic logic circle. Those who can afford a house here are at least the middle class, and those who can afford a villa are stronger. Therefore, the children of wealthy families start here. Future. Nothing is too bad. Class solidification. In print. In other words, it is intensifying globally. Moreover, this kind of circle culture has always existed since ancient times, and they cannot change the general trend. The only thing that can be done is to let the child start at a higher starting line. If you can't change your circle with only money, then change it through your children. In print. This is basic logic. That night, after the exhibition hall closed, the Indian capital received the sales data of Myanmar Bank Group. After reading it, everyone smiled from ear to ear and were so happy. Only one day, the sales volume exceeded 2 billion Asian dollars, and this was without releasing many properties. Just kidding, what is being sold this time is not a real estate, but a city. In a planned city with a population of millions, even if it is a family of 5, there will be hundreds of thousands of houses alone, and they are all being sold today. Release slowly. Prices are raised slowly. In this way, it can stimulate people's desire to buy and make those who buy first feel that they are worth their money. However, when they think about it, even if they sell at a higher price, the money will still go to the Myanmar Bank Group. Feeling depressed. Also, on the final profit, the Myanmar Bank Group will charge 10% as operating and management fees. Thinking of this, I quickly took a sip of fruit wine. Relieved the mind. Looking at the wine glass, I suddenly remembered something. He also contributed more than 100 profits to the Myanmar Bank Group. This vampire, capital, from the beginning of its birth, it has been carrying the attribute of sucking blood, and if it can make the capital feel that someone is sucking their blood, then it must be a bigger capital. Apparently, Myanmar Bank Group is. The establishment is still short, but strong. This is a super monopoly capital group, based in one country. After being able to create huge profits, its level has been rising steadily. Even, they have transcended the concept of a consortium and reached a new level. This level had never existed before, and for a while, it was difficult to describe in words. They just know, not to be trifled. Only behemoths like these can keep the capitalists honest. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. See the data. Tang Qing was quite happy to get off to a good start. 2 billion is not much, but this is just a test of the water. The sales of the entire Roy City will take a long time. The cost is 150 billion. But According to the pricing of the shops and residences, if all are sold out, it will exceed 300 billion Asian dollars. In other words, the profit of this business will be at least doubled. And this is still based on the current price. After, Indian capital will use their own methods to raise housing prices. Therefore, the final funds withdrawn from the entire Loy New City will exceed 400 billion. Do the math. In terms of operating and management fees alone, the Myanmar Bank Group can collect more than 20 billion, including the money earned from the project construction itself. The total is more than 30 billion. 30 billion. TSK. India's previous loans for city construction were not as large as this. This means that after this city loan has been withdrawn, India still owes a large amount of money. The entire project, already profitable. I'm not afraid of you defaulting on your debt. Democratic Republic of the Congo. Capital. Presidential Palace. When he woke up, Wait saw the news coming back from India. Not bad. This is indeed a good project. Go on right away. 1 month. From project establishment, financing, design to construction. Such efficiency shocked him and made him more convinced of his decision. Anyway, he was almost ready. Subsequently, summon the top brass of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So fast. It's so profitable. Yeah, the pricing of these assets has doubled on the cost line. Coupled with the profit-seeking nature of capital, the popularity there will definitely increase. Agree. This project is definitely profitable. Yeah, I guess Indian capital is happy to bend down. Finish the praise. Everyone looked at Wait. Let's get started. Yeah, we're all ready. Last time, it was only initially approved and mentioned in the media, which made Congolese capital very interested, and some actively contacted to obtain subscription qualifications. Today, from an official level, the official invitation to the Myanmar Bank Group also means that the subsequent cooperation is absolutely supported by the Congolese authorities. Bank, policy, land, a series of departments will fully cooperate with this project, which is a statement. Okay, Wait waved his hand. After the meeting, contacted Myanmar Bank Group, the capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Kinsa, suburbs, a certain manner. Father, Wait passed it. Just now I got in touch with the Myanmar Bank Group. They will start the project immediately. Quickly, the calm old man nodded. Hear the words. The middle-aged man smiled. Of course. They were also stimulated by India's level of cooperation. In 1 month, a 100 billion level project was launched, which is unprecedented for India. So, Wait is not to be outdone. Yes. The old man nodded. Okay. You should make money at such a speed, otherwise you won't be able to keep up with the hot food. I also admire the execution ability of the Myanmar Bank Group. The two chatted happily. As one of the top richest people in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, they could be said to have a lot of wealth, but their main assets are still abroad. This time, if it were other projects, even if Wait wanted to bring foreign capital back to China, they would never attach such importance to it. Just kidding, why invest here? One's own family knows one's own affairs. If you vote, there is a high probability that it will crash. But the leader this time is the Myanmar Bank Group, which is different. If it were a guinea pig, it would definitely not dare, but there are successful cases in India. It's very different. Have a look. One day, 2 billion. How many houses did you sell? Compared with Loy City, although Drizzle cannot be as big as India, it can build 1/3 of the area, which is enough. We will invest whatever the limit is. Yes. In India, the upper limit is 1 billion, and the same is true here. As for more, forget it. They don't expect India's success. They can only achieve half of it. After all, the success of Loy City is due to many factors. The Democratic Republic of the Congo is located in the heart of Africa, far away from Asia and Europe. The real consumer group is still the people of the country. Location, population, economy. If you don't have an advantage at all, you can't expect too much, because pre-qualification has been done before. Then, just one day, the investment agreements signed exceeded 10 billion. Of course, it is not as good as India. Regardless of land, population, and economy, the gap between the two countries is not small. 10 billion. It's quite a lot. At this time, Public opinion in the Democratic Republic of the Congo exploded. Our country's capital is somewhat catching up with India's. Illusion. That's right, it's possible. The gap is huge. This time it was warmed up more than half a month in advance, but what about India? The new city was only mentioned on May 1st. In terms of ultimate speed, there's a long way to go. I think the Myanmar Bank Group should lower the capital access threshold. In this way, by expanding the qualifying group, it should be able to raise funds quickly. That's right. Strongly recommended. Yes. Lower the capital threshold. Noisy. They left crazy messages on the official website of Myanmar Bank Group. The next day, no movement. The third day, after communicating with the initial investment capital, everyone had no objections. Then, the third day, the Myanmar Bank Group complied with public opinion, greatly lowered the threshold, and set the price of each share to 1 million, which won unanimous praise. It's so considerate. This is a company that is friendly to the people. Yeah. This speed really surprised me. But this is not enough. Can it be lowered a little more? Yes. 1 million is too much. 50 million. 400,000. 300,000. Now that it has been lowered, some people who don't have enough money are clamoring to lower the standards again. Some people even directly suggested that they start selling off-plan properties immediately. Suddenly, public opinion in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is lively. 100,000 is the best. 50,000. 50,000 is too low. 100,000 is the price of a house. Moreover, it can be divided into two categories. One can be used as investment, and the other can be used to buy a house. We pay and you build a house. They believe that at their speed, it will only take 1 month at most to meet the conditions for starting construction. Selling off-plan houses after 1 month is not much different from current investment. That's all. The group is in urgent need of voice. Day 5. The Myanmar Bank Group announced minimum investment amount, 100,000 Asian dollars. Both investment and off-plan models are open. After completion, both options can be implemented for some residences. Subscription limit, 2 days. Note 1. Financing will stop after 2 days, and a new city will be planned and designed according to the total financing amount. The final interpretation right belongs to the Myanmar Bank Group. Note 2. Subscription channels. As soon as the announcement came out, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, almost the whole country is erupting. Yes, they do not have a very developed internet, but the penetration rate of television has been rising steadily in the past few years since Wait came to power, supported by commodity loans. Therefore, anyone with a little bit of money can afford it. Beautiful. Great. As expected of the Myanmar Bank Group, it is a humane and completely conscientious enterprise despite its high efficiency. I finally saved some money and invested. I also invested. Why a partial one? Nonsense. Their original plan was to only recruit large capital. As the main investor, of course they will enjoy different treatment and have priority. I see. Just be content. Yeah. According to the announced channels, many small investors flocked to this city and became investors in this city through various methods. To say that they are blind is actually true, but this is based on success stories. Truth, whether it is the capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo or the superior weight. If you take the lead, most people are not so crazy. Everyone is instinctively suspicious of big capital and authority. Otherwise, reality would not be like this. These few years, the Myanmar Asia Banking Group has emerged and is spreading money in Africa. Highway, railway, water conservancy, commodity, all kinds of loans were spread, and what everyone saw were real benefits, capital that had sucked blood for many years, and a government that relied on the Myanmar Bank Group to turn around. All questionable. Also, this is a large-scale, transnational business operation, targeting not one or two, but dozens, which is the image that the Myanmar Bank Group has established in recent years. It is conscious to make a good impression on others. Now, the Myanmar Bank Group takes the lead, and their trust level even exceeds that of the authorities. There's a very simple reason. If you are too rich, you will not cheat them. You do not say, Wine. Oasis. Preparation liquid. Filter the solution. Transcription, stock solution. One after another, their business is making money day by day, and they're super rich, but what about the capital and the government? One sucks blood, and the other has no money. Joke. How to believe it? It can be said. These few years, the seeds planted by the Myanmar Bank Group all over the world and in Africa have begun to take root and sprout, grow into saplings, and have even begun to bear fruit. Africa. Other countries could not help but be surprised by this news. It's so crazy. I can't understand it. Oh my God, could it be a fundraising fraud? The question came out. It made many people laugh. Fundraising fraud? Have you ever seen something like this against a country? What is the size of Myanmar Bank Group? This has gone beyond the scope of capital, but is based on national credibility. Myanmar. Rich. This kind of behavior is to practice its belief in making the world a better place. In short, a big blow. No one refuted it. At least so far, Myanmar Bank Group has not done anything bad. Those products are making the world a better place. Air, disease, water source, addictive substances, and a good thing that is almost ignored by everyone, but it is a great thing with infinite merit, demoning. Over a few years, more than 27 million mines were eliminated. Locally, it was a total word-of-mouth explosion. This scene, many people, as well as many countries, have been dumbfounded. Many people have discovered that this is no longer building a city and selling houses, but is about raising funds from residents to build houses. Invest from a master became the main consumer. A long time, they just said, can we still play like this? Yes, you can really play like this. The Congolese authorities did not find anything inappropriate in this regard. Their main purpose was to bring back the capital of capitalists abroad. Build your hometown. Now, the Myanmar Bank Group helped to achieve this effect. As for later, it gradually turned to reaching out to rigorous needs, which was not wrong, because the original purpose was to sell to them. The difference is, from an investor to a consumer, from the perspective of capital, this is definitely detrimental to interests, but who says you don't have enough capital? Want to vote? Just quickly, what are you doing? I have released the news before and prepared it for you. I have endorsed it for you a few days ago, and there's still a lot of capital still hesitating. Now, Myanmar Bank Group introduces private capital. Blame me? Cut. Labor and management do not bear the blame. The next day, a piece of news that once again shocked the world. It took 7 days to raise funds for the Democratic Republic of the Congo Urban Loan Project, 50 billion Asian dollars. The actual funds raised 73.5 billion Asian dollars. Suddenly, shocked countless people. 7 days. More than 70 billion. Depend on, this is in Africa. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, an economically underdeveloped country, can raise nearly 10 billion US dollars at will. It is incredible. Is this okay? Crazy. But crazy is good. Yes. This is a realization of the credibility of the Myanmar Bank Group. He has gained our friendship with his actions. I hope there will be more projects like this. I agree. African countries are extremely lively. Have a look. We are not as poor as we thought. As long as we work together, we can emit a lot of light and heat. Since then, many countries have begun to call for the introduction. We want it too. Same day, after careful consideration, the Mozambican authorities expressed their willingness to support and hope that the urban construction project of the Myanmar Bank Group will be implemented. Same. It has previously released news that its own capital has communicated with the Myanmar Bank Group. This announcement can be regarded as a signal of full support. For a while, this ignited the craze calling for introduction. Tanzania, Kenya, Nigeria, Ethiopia, capital and people have said, bring it in, we can't wait. This scene stimulated African countries. Same. It also stimulated European and American countries. Seeing the Myanmar Bank Group raising tens of billions of dollars in funds so quickly, many people's eyes lit up. I was very shocked. Turned out to be, in addition to minerals, Africa has other potentials that can be tapped. When you think about it, if you can raise tens of billions of dollars, How much profit can you make from it? TSK, TSK. Suck slip. It smells so good. Then, one total. Many Western capitals are actively contacting African governments with only one purpose: to endorse us and let's make money together. To this, some could not resist the temptation and agreed. To know, in Africa, many countries have not yet joined the WTO, so there is no concern at all. Moreover, with the Myanmar Bank Group taking the lead, there are not many benefits for the top management. After all, interests of the people, capital interests, the interests of the country. 3. In some African countries, we are not on the same page. Many people who come to power after being elected do so in order to take advantage of their position to do something self-interested. Now, European and American capital has made it clear that everyone will share the profits. For many people, this is simply a matter of joy, and they are gearing up to prepare for a bumper harvest. Then, a consensus was quickly reached internally and announced excitedly to the outside world. However, after the media tested the waters, what? Western capital? Get out. The corpse is a vegetarian. This is working with the devil, trying to deceive us. No way. Before this, the Myanmar Bank Group spent a year lending tens of billions to India. We have completed the pilot and established credibility. What about these Western companies? They have done nothing, and they don't even have visible experience. Why should you trust them? That's right. Resist. Anyway, I don't invest a penny. You can invest if you want me to. First, learn from the Myanmar Bank Group and spend your own money to build a pilot city. To show sincerity, to show strength, and to prove experience. Yes, that's right. They have experience, but you don't, so just leave it alone. There was a lot of scolding. Total boycott. He just wanted to pay respects to his ancestors. As a former colony of European powers, how could he not be aware of the urinary nature of Western capital as a party involved? Greedy, suck blood, ruthless. The crimes of Western capital are too numerous to describe. Looking back at history, almost the whole world has been harmed by them. The memory of the triangular trade of that year is still fresh in our minds. This time, he must have smelled the fishy smell and wanted to suck their blood. No, they want to deceive us again. You can't invest. These Western capitals are not trustworthy. The attitude of the authorities gives me reason to believe that there must be any private transactions between the two. Everyone must be careful. There must be collusion. Damn it, asshole. They must want to steal our money. If these capitals are as good-hearted as the news, they will return what they plundered in order to build a beautiful Africa. Otherwise, get out. We don't need false kindness. That's right. Kindness? No, Western capital definitely doesn't have it. If they did, they wouldn't have our tragic history. How could they care about our life and death? Boycott. Boycott. Connected. I also scolded the authorities. I was so angry, thinking that the authorities were kneeling to Western capital. Otherwise, why the hell didn't you fix it yourself? We can still have some hope if the authorities come to rectify the situation, even if money is stolen. However, as soon as they come up, Western capital is brought in. This is a proper kneeling to capital. Depend on. Kneel down. You kneel. We're not interested. We have no temper to be laborers. Europe and America. This is a good project. Yeah. The Myanmar Bank Group is really good at doing business. It is a city construction project that uses local funds, saves money, and earns a lot of management fees. Zero is indeed a genius. Haha, there's finally a new growth point. Damn the economic crisis. I think the African economy will be an opportunity for us to get out of the gloom. Very possible. The people are naturally happy that their own capital is taking the lead in doing this, as long as they are not spending their taxes on African countries, but making money. All welcome. To Africa, most Western people still have a sense of superiority. You must know that it was once their colony. If you go there yourself, you will be superior to others. Now, watching people go out to make money, they feel as if their own food is being hacked. As for the Myanmar Bank Group's investment in it, I selectively ignored it. Loan. It is impossible to lend money to Africa. Our money. Spend it yourself. But when it comes to making money, we have to have our share. However, just when they were discussing the new African opportunities, The mainstream public opinion over there came, and they felt a chill in their hearts when they saw a lot of scolding against them. What? Don't want to? Shouldn't you clap and welcome? This? They couldn't believe that the reaction in Africa would be so intense. They just wanted to make some money from you. Myanmar can make money. Why can't we? I feel angry. This time, not only did he eat his own food, but the other party also took over his own land. Can't bear it. How dare you scold us like that? FAQ. We are the ones who brought civilization and the modern system there. We are ungrateful. It's so abominable. This group of people just needs to be punished. Sanction them. Tricky people. The Myanmar Bank Group is also hateful. A voice of dissatisfaction was about to ignite the flames of the Myanmar Bank Group. Everyone was suddenly stunned because the battle started 3 times and the screen was refreshed. Garbage. Shit. A familiar feeling rushed over my face. Looking back, the last time I was clamoring for the disclosure of the original transcription technology, the entire network was led astray. They cursed each other for a week. Now, starting again? Calm down. This time it's not that the Myanmar Bank Group will announce the original transcription technology, or they're going too far in trying to steal our African market. Calm down. Calm down. Don't rebel. And stay objective. However, there were only 3 sentences in reply. Trash. Shit. No reason. Just 3 words. Once again, the person who cursed was forced to reason with the person, but when the reasoning didn't make sense, both parties became angry, and it turned into a scolding where the reason was forgotten. Quite enthusiastic. Other side. FAK. The capitalists were very depressed. What do you mean? When you reveal your intentions, you are scolded as grandsons, as if you have dug up your ancestral graves. Mate, this group of unruly people. As leaks, we should let others cut them. The Myanmar Bank Group can cut them, so why can't we? Isn't it just to give you a loan to build bridges and roads? What's the point? Then, how your railways and highways were built was not the result of Western capital, although we have also obtained sufficient benefits from you. But, isn't this the same idea that Myanmar Bank Group has? Get a loan first. Later harvest. Have a look. Isn't this the beginning? The project is in the hands of the Myanmar Bank Group. You can imagine how much money its companies can make, and it can also be used to sell favors to other countries. Like China. The order is given to China. Made money. China buys Burmese goods again, and the cycle continues to make huge profits. In essence, there is not much difference between us. Well, why are you scolding us and praising the Myanmar Bank Group to the sky? They said, I don't accept it. Immediately, capitalists began to guide public opinion. Joke. How can you still lose on your home court? Please calm down, everyone. The purpose of the Myanmar Bank Group's loans to Africa is not pure. I didn't know it before, but now it is obvious. The first step, loan to Africa, gain trust. The second step, city loans, attract attention. The third step, change the nature and reap the results. Look, this is the routine of the Myanmar Bank Group. It is not a good intention or a great love. It is just for profit, and it cannot be called a good intention at all. And these projects must be the same as Loy City in India. They adopt extremely unfair bidding methods and award the projects to their related interest companies. And we are excluded. Discrimination. This is discrimination against us. If the project is in our hands, we can at least create more than 100,000 jobs and benefit everyone. Capital believes. Employment. It's a very useful card. Please see the facts clearly. Don't be misled. Not long. However, they thoroughly analyzed the wolfish ambitions of the Myanmar Bank Group and almost described them as a typical conspirator. In short, they were right. To be wrong. Everyone is wrong too. Snort. Why are you just scolding us? As soon as public opinion comes out. Just started. The effect received is still good. You're right. The Myanmar Bank Group is not really kind. Otherwise, it should help Africa build cities for free and feed and clothe them for free. This is great love. Sour. To Myanmar. There are many dissatisfied people. Many Westerners cannot accept that an Asian country is better off than they are and think that the West is the center of the world. Elsewhere, it shouldn't be good. Poverty, chaos, difference. That's how it should be. Yes, why, for such a big project, we Western companies can hardly get it. Either Indian companies or Burmese companies. In China, what about us? We don't get any. It's unfair. This time, if the Myanmar Bank Group wins the project in Africa, we will definitely not get our share. This is not the point. The point is, there is insider operation. Unfair. Employment. The significance in Western countries is very important. Everyone has overdraft their consumption, has no savings, has lost their job, that is, their life, and is being called for debts every minute. Therefore, talking about it, there are many supporters. However, it didn't take long. How can you compare with the Myanmar Bank Group? They create the cake, and you divide it. They at least bring money in projects. How about you? Just think about making money. You have the ability. You invest hundreds of billions in Africa first, and then talk about the harvest. If this is a business, they will invest first and then produce output. And you, I just want to omit investment and get output. What is the difference between this kind of behavior and robbery? As for why you didn't win the bid, don't you have any idea? Disgusting. Garbage. Shit. Finally, don't forget to scold and send him to the third company. Then, overwhelming anger happened. For a while, the direction of public opinion reversed. In fact, most people were initially inclined towards the justice of Western companies, but after such an analysis, they still feel that it is. No more scolding, right? That's it. Who is right and who is wrong has no meaning in such a chaotic situation. After experiencing it several times, it is better not to get caught up in scolding and being scolded. The best strategy is eat the melon. Then, PR this time, a failure. Now, European and American capital are once again furious. Difficult people. Foolish people. How can we not distinguish between right and wrong? We are our own people. Do we have any IQ? No bottom line, and no sense of right and wrong. Damn it. Damn Myanmar Bank Group. I'm so angry. So far, none of them thought much about it. Is there any involvement of the Myanmar Bank Group behind this matter? Because the favorability of the Myanmar Bank Group in the world has always been too high. Demoning, cure cancer, cure fog, control sand, water control. The image of this company has been raised time and time again, getting bigger and bigger. A company whose products are positioned to benefit the world will naturally have many fans all over the world. Therefore, I can only curse and feel angry. Is this going to be pornographic? Is it possible that we can only watch the Myanmar Bank Group make money while they are the audience? How is this possible? But, so what? Public opinion. Public opinion is at a disadvantage. Invest. It's impossible. Their money didn't come from strong winds. Loans for infrastructure construction in Africa, as capital, are obviously extremely bad business. This should be a national act. However, this is another unsolvable problem. Loans to Africa are spent on taxpayers' money. If this is announced, the authorities will definitely face demonstrations. Therefore, no way. This leads to a dead end. The more I think about it, the more depressed I become. If labor and management had the technology and capital of the Myanmar Bank Group, would they still miss you? There's nothing we can do about it. Looking for the boss? Well, the financial groups have not yet reached a consensus on the attitude towards Myanmar. It is simply impossible to push for sanctions or actions against Myanmar. It is so heartbreaking. At this time, Africa, boycott. We will never vote. Get out. If you want to vote, build roads and bridges for us first. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Others at least know input-output, and Western capital only knows how to rob. The authorities who agreed are all lackeys. It's betrayal. Yes. Seeing that Western capital and some African authorities were also implicated in the scolding, and they were scolded together, they breathed a long sigh of relief when they did not agree. Fine. I was not impulsive before. Otherwise, I will also be scolded miserably. These capitals. I forgot the most important point, which is the people's will. If the authorities pay, it doesn't matter what capital it is, but if the people pay, the situation will be very different. Soon, they figure it out. Then, contact Western capital. Look, can you first set up some enterprises, schools, roads, hospitals, sponsor railways, dams, and other ports for us? Maybe, if the reputation is good, the business will be done. These words, it purely means fighting the wild autumn wind. One listen. Capital is like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Sorry, this, we still need. They all have the same attitude. Labor and management are not doing charity, and they have no money. Of course, the reply was quite tactful, just saying that it would be considered or reviewed by the board of directors. To this, countries have no hope. Hang up the phone. He sneered in his heart. Snort. I just want to make you sick, mud, for trying to get away with nothing. You think we are stupid and don't spend a penny, so you just want to come to my place to do some fundraising. Damn it. People are stupid. Cut. Go ahead and play, and go back to your Western world to play with your eggs. At this time, seeing Western capital hemming and hawing, those countries feel sick in their hearts. When benefits come, they come in droves and speak loudly. Reality, just a bunch of bad wolves. Eat dry, wipe clean, leave, all the time, dry. Isn't that what it is? In the past, when Westerners withdrew from Africa, it was nonsense to say that it was for humanitarian reasons. The main reason was because they felt that Africa was a drag. Some people say resources are valuable. But, do Western countries need it? People's infrastructure construction has been completed early, and the demand for various minerals and resources has almost reached a semi-stagnant stage. The resources it already controls are sufficient for its use. Therefore, if we continue to colonize, we must also consider their livelihood and development, as well as public opinion. Then, just go with the flow. Withdraw. Whatever you want, the market will solve it. Otherwise, Africa will ask them for money and welfare. There are a lot of troubles that I don't want to deal with. Therefore, Africa doesn't have a good impression of Europe. They abandon it like a shoe and don't care about Africa's development and future. History has proven this. Get out. Get out of here. A bunch of insincere guys. They still want to make money and make you your uncle. What do we think we are? Tools. Tools have dignity, too. Assholes. After the curse, everyone's eyes are on the Myanmar Bank Group. This time, those who talk about introducing Western capital are mostly from their kind and have not joined the WDO. Thoughts for a long time. Like, this thigh is getting more and more reliable. I hadn't joined before and wanted to take a look first, but I didn't expect that the hidden bureau in India would have such a big plan. It's time to think about it. Other side, various African member states of the World Organization have begun to think deeply. Although the Myanmar Bank Group also has the purpose of making money, it is really determined to develop Africa. It brings real benefits. Choose one of the two. They would rather believe in Myanmar. Then, the media began to exert efforts, revealing that they hope that the Myanmar Bank Group will enter the market. At this time, another news came. The Mozambican authorities announced that they will fully support the urban construction project of the Myanmar Bank Group. The specific location is to be determined and needs to be decided after inspection. The Myanmar Bank Group is allowed to raise funds in Mozambique. The Myanmar Bank Group is allowed to come to Mozambique to inspect the site. Not long, but the rich content makes Western capitals jealous to the point of heartache. Another one. Previously, the Democratic Republic of the Congo raised over $10 billion. How much is this time? I was so unwilling. Mozambique. As soon as the news came out, there was a lot of excitement. Finally, it's our turn. Okay, great. I wonder where the location will be. It should be about the same as the Democratic Republic of the Congo, not far from the capital. We are close to South Africa. Maybe we can attract some South African customers, which is very interesting. This is a good suggestion. I agree. South Africa is not a member of the World Organization, so I don't think it will agree to the Myanmar Bank Group, but it doesn't matter. This is the best. Come to our country to buy. Vote. That's it. After the Democratic Republic of the Congo, a new round of investment wave began. This time, the Myanmar Bank Group directly opened up the scope of investment, first come, first served. Starting from 100,000, 1 billion tops. Only raise money for 7 days. 7 days later, Project planning is carried out based on the amount of financing. For a while, the middle class and above in Mozambique have set off an investment craze. If you don't have enough money, you can borrow half of your savings. You don't want to miss these opportunities. Nothing can be lost, no matter what. You can still afford a house, just like buying a house in Roy City in India. When people buy this kind of house, they're buying a circle. At least those who can live here are property owners. Therefore, fundraising is extremely popular. Europe and America. Another country has fallen into the arms of the Myanmar Bank Group. Alas, our capital is gone. Yeah, it's useless to have a chance. In some high-tech projects, our market share can be guaranteed, but the technical content of city construction is not high. Therefore, if you compare the costs, you can't beat the Myanmar Bank Group. Behind it is a complete supply system in the third world and an efficient construction speed. It can't be compared. Let's go to sleep. Everyone was stimulated again, but this time, there was only envy and no scolding. There was no way. Those Burmese and Asian fans were too powerful. Greetings to ancestors every minute. Then, everyone has also begun to get used to eating melons. Love so-and-so. If anyone wants to scold you, go ahead and scold them. We won't get involved. Every time after scolding, there will be three questions about life. After asking, I feel stupid. Snort. We want to be a smart person. Certainly, not everyone will choose to attract the Myanmar Bank Group to come in. Some African countries will do it together, or the authorities will do it, which also has credibility. Anyway, we are not a member of the World Cooperation Organization. No pressure. A certain country. We will establish an urban development bureau, absorb private capital, finance part of the advance, build new modern cities, and introduce international bidding. In short, that is, the state takes the lead. After the announcement, the response was overwhelming. Pretty good. Not bad. More reliable than Western capital. Yeah. Come on. Everyone's reaction was pretty good, and there was no such resistance to Western countries. After all, some of them were just too disgusting and meant to collude. Now, the country takes the lead. Think about it. Still think about it. Truth. Everyone has an idea of how clean African countries are. They know their own affairs, but they're still skeptical about their credibility. Therefore, I feel uneasy. Are you going to vote? No. Why? How about the planning and design? I haven't seen the real thing, so I'm betting a penny. That's right. Isn't it true that Namibia Bank Group doesn't have one either? But you have to know that they have another successful case, Loy City, and the expanded Loy City. Their planning and design are very good. We have seen it. It's not bad. Anyway, except for the Myanmar Bank Group. If you don't come up with a map, don't expect me to invest a penny. Even if you come up with a map, I still have to think about it. That's right. People are the professionals in building cities. In short, not a penny was plucked. Suddenly, the authorities were frustrated. After all, we are orthodox, but we have no credibility at all, which is heartbreaking. And so far, no capital from the country has come to us and expressed willingness to invest. How does this work? Capital. Common people. If you don't participate, what's the point of playing? What's the fuss about? As for paying for it myself, obviously I didn't have it. After being depressed for a while, I decided not to do it myself. It's urgent, is to get the project off the ground. Otherwise, everything has been said, but the team cannot be organized. It is very embarrassing. If this continues, do you still want to lose face? Today, through the events of these days, many people finally recognize the reality. That is, not everyone can take the lead in this kind of project, and it is very troublesome. Take the lead. Fund it. Profit sharing. They cannot easily get along with each other. We lack the basic factor, trust, and there is no basis for everyone to feel at ease. Apparently, they're not qualified. It works. Only one with international credibility, huge capital, rich experience, good image, and good reputation can do it. For now, there's only one family. That is Myanmar Bank Group. Also, looking around, I can't see anyone. It's not that there aren't any, but that they don't have this business. After seeing it clearly, a phone call was made to Myanmar Bank Group. Okay. Thank you. We will definitely support you. After receiving the answer from the Myanmar Bank Group, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were very generous and had no grudges because of the previous incident. That's right. If you can make money, who wants too much? Africa is buzzing with activity in China, but it didn't cause much trouble because these days what countless people are concerned about is a major event that can affect the future of millions of students. The college entrance examination. On TV, on the web, mostly related to it. Qing City. It was June 8th. In the afternoon, with the sound of a bell, the last exam was completed and Tang Qing concluded her high school studies. Leave the classroom. Breathe, taking a breath of fresh air, stroking her hair and her beautiful face. The students who saw this scene were not calm, and their brains were almost empty. It was all a thought. So beautiful, but they could only take one more look. They were still students, and not many of them were bold. Those who didn't go up to strike up a conversation could only whisper in the distance. Who is this girl? She's so beautiful. I've never seen her before. Looking at the school uniform, it looks like she's from number 3 middle school. I really want to meet her. Where's Meng? Do you dare to strike up a conversation? Don't dare. Many people peeked at the beautiful figure. The college entrance examination is a decentralized examination across the city. Therefore, not many people knew Tang Qing. At this time, a person walked out of the class next to him. When he saw Tang Qing, his face lit up. He trotted up quickly and shouted with a smile, "Tang Qing, long time no see." He turned around. When Tang Qing saw the person coming, he immediately remembered Wu Lang, the child of a wealthy businessman in Qing City. As his name suggests, he is handsome and can be regarded as a handsome boy. But that is all, and he is far from Tang Qing. Although not familiar with it, Tang Qing still smiled politely. Wu Lang, hello. Hearing this, Tang Qing actually called out his name, and Wu Lang smiled from ear to ear. Hello. Although the Tang family's rise in Qing City is still short-lived, their strength cannot be underestimated. The energy of the richest man in China and the second richest man in the world is huge. To Tang Qing, in the upper circles of Qing City, one should not pursue too much. But she's just a good girl. She usually never even leaves the house. Invite? Almost all refused. Even if he agrees, he only invites them to the manor to play, which is rare once in several months. They are extremely suspicious that this is a courtesy. Later I was convinced. This is politeness. All right, admitted. Who calls someone cow? With a rich father and an even richer brother, the things he usually plays with are probably the same as children playing with mud in his eyes. Boring. That's right. When you stand high, you can naturally see far. 4 years ago, when Tang Qing was still in high school, he knew his eldest brother, Feng's son, the son of Feng Hai's family. Then, my father is already considered one of the top wealthy businessmen in Qing City. He was young, only in the 3rd grade of junior high school, and Feng's son took the college entrance examination and went to the capital not long after he came into contact with it. Same year, Feng Sen's father was transferred to a neighboring city. At this time, he thought of another person, Do Jiao. He is still managing the Tianyin group for Tang Qing. In total, the people he has come into contact with are the serious second generation, and he can only be considered a minor one. Think of this. Another depressing meal. Food, drink, to play. See, the Tang family's exposure was far beyond their imagination. In the end, they, the second generation, simply gave up and invited others to play in the mud. It would be strange for others to go. You must have done well in the exam. Not bad. I'm not that great. I'll be happy if I can pass one exam. Looking at Tang Qing and thinking of her rumored results, Wu Lang suddenly felt speechless. Tang Qing, god of learning. Tang Qing, academic tyrant. Self, average. A feeling of inferiority arises spontaneously. Where are you going to play after taking the exam? Everywhere. It's a good place, and he can walk around nearby. Facing a person with an extremely powerful family, he really has no confidence. That's all. There's a saying, not a word. Wu Lang usually didn't dare to speak out his words in front of girls. He had to think twice before speaking out every word. Status gap. Don't let him say anything nonsense. Chatting. come to the school gate. There were parents standing outside. When they saw their children coming out, they came up one by one to care and inquire. Those who did well in the exam were beaming with joy, while those who did not were grimacing. Door. Two big men in black stood, and people around them kept their distance. The parents didn't know it, but they were classmates in the same school as Tang Qing, but they were familiar with these two faces and knew their origins, which was amazing. As soon as Tang Qing went out, two bodyguards came forward. See this? Wu Lang was a little envious, so mighty. Son, front. Wu Lang's mother ran over, looked at her son, then looked at Tang Qing. Her face suddenly smiled from ear to ear. It's Qing, hello, hello. When bringing a family to a gathering, it is natural that a wife is indispensable. Tang Qing's face will never be forgotten by those who have seen it. How many mothers want such a daughter-in-law? Hello, Aunt. Tang Qing called sweetly. Suddenly, Wu Lang's mother's heart softened. Okay. Hello. At this time, Sister Qing. Behind her, a waxy female voice sounded. As good as a lark, Qin Shiyu came out, and the two were assigned to the same school. Seeing Qin Shiyu, Wu Lang's mother smiled even more happily. Say hello quickly. Qin Shiyu. If the second daughter of the Qin family or the two daughters of the Qin family were lucky enough to marry one of them, they would have to struggle for more than 30 years, no, for the rest of their lives. It is completely a life of lying down and winning. All right, I can only think about it in my heart. Tang family. He has already reached a very high level, but his background is a bit lacking and his rise has been too short, but the wealth he possesses can make up for this gap. Say it again. They are not rootless duckweeds. They know so many people. If they are willing, the Tang family can quickly make up for this shortcoming through marriage. But with the Tang family style, he may not be willing to do so. In front of it, my own home is too ordinary and I can't reach high places. Auntie, Wu Lang, we're leaving first. Okay. Watching the two women get into the car, Wu Lang didn't come back to his senses until the car disappeared from the end of his field of vision. At this time, he heard the mother next to him let out a long sigh. Alas, what are you sighing for? Wu Lang asked. What a good girl with good appearance and good character, not to mention her family background. Wu Lang's mother looked at the direction where the car disappeared with a look of pity on her face. If she were my daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Wu Lang turned around and left. What are you thinking about? Those who have thoughts about Tang Qing and the second daughter of the Qin family should not reveal too much, and those who are qualified to compete must start from a wealthy family. At least, in his opinion, he had no chance. Wait. Wu Lang's mother chased after him. Son, how did you do in the exam? Not bad. Where did they go to college? 2 sentences, again off track. Yintang. Such good grades, it's a pity. In Wu Lang's mother's mind, with good grades, of course, she can go to Tsinghua University, Peking University, or Fudan University. Yintang University. Although it was built by the Tang family, it is not loud enough after all. Hear the words. Wu Lang laughed. Mom, what are you thinking about? I go to school for a diploma. I'm not a boy. I want to go out and make friends and fit into any circle. I'm already in the top circles. As for gaining experience, to be honest, you think I don't have experience? I've seen, listened to, and been to things that ordinary rich and young second-generation people can't even match in this life. Just now, when I speak, I think twice for fear that what I say will be too low level, just like many peers who are far inferior to me do in front of me. Be careful, afraid of saying the wrong thing. How about, you also want to apply for Yintang University? Wu Lang's mother said suddenly. Forget it. Wu Lang shook his head. I'm not as knowledgeable as them. I need to go out and see the world. He is a rational person, coming from such a family. Assessing the situation is a basic skill. Probably, trying to do something that is almost impossible is a fool's errand. It's better to go out and experience it, otherwise the next time we meet, we still won't even be able to find a topic. That's embarrassing. Manner. Lakeside. Plop. A silly fish bit Tang Qing's straight hook. Because it swallowed it too fast, it got directly stuck in the throat. Therefore, Tang Qing's fishing record, silly fish +1. Have no choice. Pull ashore and remove the fish. needle, poof, and threw it back into the lake. This silly fish was caught for the second time in the past 2 days. This silly fish seemed to be the only one in the lake that swallowed the dates wholeheartedly. Next time I'll stew you. Tang Qing smiled. Suddenly, a message flashed before Tang Qing's eyes. Finished reading. Alas, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. The exam is over. That's it. The high school career of the two sisters is finally over, and they're about to enter the middle stage of their academic career college. Think about it. Time flies so fast. Previous life. He did not return to Qingyan City when his two sisters took the college entrance examination. He worked in the provincial capital during the summer vacation and only came back during the winter vacation. The number of meetings became less and less. That memory. Tang Qing didn't want to make any comments. He just knew that he should cherish the present. At this moment, rumble, the unique roaring sound of a sports car, came over. Look up. The other side. A streak of fiery red streaked through the forest. Soon, stayed not far from Tang Qing. Brother, Qin Shichi got off a red Ferrari, which was given by Wang Sa last month. When they returned to Qingyan City, the sports car was delivered to them. 3 cars, 3 colors. The 3 sisters each had a car. As for Lin Jiaxue, Wang Sa didn't give it to her. It wasn't because she was stingy, but because Lin Jiaxue had a different identity, just like Wang Sa gave her a car. Not suitable. Former. It's for the younger generation. The latter. It is treated as a normal person, like giving a gift to a child, which is very inappropriate. One is pink, one is red, and one is white. Qin Shichi chose the red color among them. Drive carefully, don't go too fast. Tang Qing warned. How can I not? Qin Shichi pouted. Hear the words. Tang Qing shook his phone and said with a smile, it's exceeded 120 kilometers 5 times. I think you have to find your aunt later and explain it carefully. At the beginning, as soon as the car arrived, Tang Qing asked the soldiers to recycle it and build a new one, using various advanced technologies to improve its driving safety. At the same time, in order to obtain the right to drive, Qin Shichi agreed to install a speed monitor. Once her driving speed exceeds the limited range, her aunt's mobile phone will receive it. Brother, he slowly moved over. Qin Shichi reached out and held the corner of Tang Qing's clothes, looking at him pitifully with watery eyes, with an expression of, can you carry this pot for me? No, please. No. Brother. Finally, this pot. Tang Qing only agreed to carry half of it. Although the speed, just now, was on the highway, if it exceeds 120, it is already a dangerous speed and cannot be coddled. What? This is already pampering. All right. Well, anyway, this car's technology is so advanced that even if Qin Shichi were to cause a car accident or hit someone, it would be difficult as the safety system would automatically take over. It's not good to drive fast. This education is needed. Education is still needed. I know. Qin Shichi smiled. Of course she knew. Isn't this more exciting? She had been busy for a month since she came back, taking final exams and working part-time as a sky eye. No time to come. After the college entrance examination, Yintang University also took a 2-day holiday, and Tianya's part-time job was not too busy, so she had a good time and drove directly to a neighboring city. Let's go. You and the others will be back soon. Yeah. Evening. Cheers. Living room. Several families raised glasses to celebrate the college entrance examination of 2 girls. According to their estimates, it is very likely that Tang Qing will regain the glory of the year, close to perfect scores. Now, the only question is whether Shiyu is number 1 or Nyener is number 1, but it doesn't matter. They're all from my own family. Ha ha ha. Tang Kai laughed heartily. Happy. He was extremely satisfied that a dragon was born in the Tang family, and his daughter was so outstanding. And he was the nephew at the table who was praised to the heavens by the outside world. That's right. Anyone can be first. Yes. Tang. How was the admissions process at Yintang University? Qin Yigong asked. Of course he would come back after his daughter finished the college entrance examination. It would not take more than an hour to fly back from the provincial capital. This time, The two sisters also went to Yintang University, one to study finance and the other to study music, especially the latter, which is a new major opened by Yintang University this year. Central Sound, Huyin, Alto. In fact, it was up to Tang Yin'er to choose, but who knew she had a monster brother, Tang Qing, who was proficient in playing chess, calligraphy, and painting, and was proficient in all kinds of musical instruments, both ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign. It seems that there is nothing he can't do. Not only that, still very refined, almost to the top. If that's the case, why go to those schools? Tang Yin'er even set a goal to help Tang Qing build Yan'an into a well-known music academy. Tang Kai certainly supports such a goal and is very confident. When it comes to playing music, Tang Qing, an amateur, is better than those top masters. What's impossible? My daughter has a pursuit. Good. Except playing. Arrangement. Lyrics. Although some of Tang Qingdu's works have not been published, Tang Kai knows that once they are published, they will definitely be phenomenal and shock the world. Plus capital push. Success is inevitable. It should be easier this year. Compared to last year, we don't have to go around recruiting people. The continuous publicity this year has had a good effect. Tang Qing replied with a smile. Now, Yintang University is no longer in the same situation as when it was first established last year. At that time, it had no reputation and no foundation, and everyone was very worried. Certainly, even now, some parents are worried. But, as long as it can change some people's minds, that's enough. After all, no matter what, only about 2,000 students are admitted a year. But what about the college entrance examination students? This year, it's 10.2 million. Proportionately, it's more than 1 in 5,000. Therefore, Tang Qing is not worried at all about this year's enrollment. Over the past year, various disguised marketing efforts have never stopped, greatly changing many people's impressions. That's good. Qin Yigong nodded. At this time, the second aunt said, since the three sisters are all at Yintang University, should we change the dormitory for them and live together so that they can take care of each other? After thinking about it, Tang Kai shook his head slightly. No way. That's not good. It's the first time to get along with strangers day and night before entering the society. Shichi is very good. She has grown very fast this year. Hearing the praise of himself, Qin Shichi couldn't help but smile. Indeed, this year, working part-time at Tianyin, from the beginning of customer service to later human resources, one comes into contact with all kinds of customers, and the other comes into contact with all kinds of talents. Soggy. I die. It can be said that he is well informed. That's right. Yuman nodded. Finished. She looked at Tang Qing and said, Tang, let's arrange for Yin'er and Shiyu to be placed in a better dormitory as roommates. The conditions don't matter. The key is good character. She made a bunch of requests. Motherhood. If you have the ability, you will naturally consider your children. She is not worried about the dormitory environment at Yintang University, but is more worried about the living atmosphere. Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled. Understood. I'll arrange it. That's it. Needless to say, he will also make arrangements. After all, we will live here for 4 years. The college entrance examination is over. Countless parents are beginning to worry about the next item, volunteering. At present, most provinces must register their volunteers before the scores are released. Evaluate points. Filter. There was a lot of excitement. Those who do well in the exam will naturally smile. Those who do not do well will find another way out. There are more than 10 million candidates, but only more than 6 million are recruited, which is not a low ratio. It's just that the quantity is a bit large. Online, the number of searches for volunteer application guides has skyrocketed exponentially, and under each guide, everyone found that there were many advertisements for Yintang University. Yintang University, the one opened by Tang Qing. That's right. How is it? I heard it's good. Although it was 3 times higher, last year's admission limit exceeded the second one. The first batch of students were given a lot of discounts for admission. Very quickly, Yintang University has appeared in everyone's field of vision. A year ago, many people were attracted by its panoramic game and grabbed a lot of coupons. This year, same thing. However, compared to last year, the popularity has declined, mainly due to changes in the business environment, the rise of various group buying websites, and various platforms issuing coupons. But there are still many people, mostly parents, who want to know more. Click Enter. The Fool-like operation allowed them to see the charm of Yintang University. It's so new. The area is not small. I like this dormitory. I only dare to think about it before. It's a pity that my son's grades are not good. Otherwise, he can have a different college career. Envy. In terms of dormitory environment, it is definitely the pinnacle of Chinese universities. The key is safety. Yes. The transparent cafeteria looks so clean. Wow. And a swimming pool. Everyone was surprised by the luxury of Yintang University, not to mention anything else, but the accommodation conditions. When compared with other places, many beauty addicts simply couldn't stand it. Parents want their children to live well, with air conditioning, water heaters, bathrooms, balconies, security, food and drink, and safety. Yintang University is already at the top. Trench again. The only option is to live in a villa and have a nanny. Also, students naturally like it too. If there is no comparison, there is no harm. Look at the dormitory environments posted by other schools. If you look around, you will immediately switch sides. I really want to go to college again. Some parents sighed. I feel the same way. Let my child apply here. Are the scores enough? Enough for all the important books. Awesome. My child can't do it. Both books are mysterious. I like it. Only if you can. Although Yintang University is a third-level university, no one would think that the score line is low. To say that last year, those who were not from the province and were not allowed to pass the exam. At least 2 scores. Therefore, everyone has to worry about whether they will be swiped. Of course, those who are worried about this are mostly those who are not confident about their scores. Those who really have high scores are not worried. How is the quality of teaching? Someone asked. Good. Very good. Awesome. Very good. Far better than ordinary universities, I won't lie to you. The basic courses are almost the same. What really makes the difference are the social practice courses and many teaching assistants. Can you make it clearer? At Yintang University, in addition to the basic courses, the elective courses are all very social practice oriented. We even arrange to go to the front lines of enterprises every month. Depending on different majors and different places, theory is connected with practice. Anyway, my children say that college is not easy every day, but they say they like it very much. What are teaching assistants? Many. Etiquette. Social networking. Freely attend training courses worth tens of thousands of yuan, or invite leaders from all walks of life to share their work and study experience. There are also many life skills that are taught free of charge in universities. Once you learn them well, you still have money to pay for them. For my children, all the subsidies and tuition fees last year are back. Gradually, as for the teaching quality of Yintang University, everyone keeps getting to know it. The more they get to know it, the balance in their hearts begins to tilt, because it is really very good. Many parents have gone to college. A comparison. Depend on, could it be that the university I went to was fake? Study. Practice. In class. Extracurricular. Yintang University trains students' abilities in many aspects. Many who have never cooked before went home and cooked a table, which really surprised some parents. Also, even with rich social contacts, many parents whose children attend Yintang University find that their children's experience and speech are very different from before. Ask around. The school provides free courses on etiquette and values guidance, most of which are positive, and there are also many specialized teachings on social experience. After listening, parents are extremely satisfied. Manner. Lakeside. Tang Qing sat quietly, with a pound of alloy straight hook hanging on the head of the fishing line, bending the fishing rod, as if a big fish had taken the bait. This way, there shouldn't be any stupid fish that can swallow it again and get stuck, right? While fishing, Tang Qing paid attention to the outside world. The popularity of Yintang University has once again been the top trending search. With this popularity, I believe it can attract some high-quality students. Certainly, offline enrollment also needs to be followed up. After all, even Tsinghua University and Peking University attach great importance to some extremely outstanding candidates and even compete for them. This does not mean a lack, but an emphasis. Therefore, the admissions process at Yintang University is just not as fierce as last year. Last year, it was really starting from scratch. It was a newly established 3-year university. It couldn't do anything without causing trouble. Now, once the image is established, just return to rationality. Soon, ring. The bell rang, and Tang Qing blinked his right eye. Connected. Old Tang. How did the arrangements go? It went very well this time. Thank you. Li Kai said sincerely that Tang Qing agreed to be the guest master of ceremonies at this wedding, which was completely to give him face. Hear the words. Tang Qing laughed. Thank you. I also saved gift money, even got red envelopes, and could have a meal, but I made a lot of money. Tang Qing had never been a master of ceremonies in his 2 lives. Get ready to experience it. This life of a person, not breaking the law. It's good to try more. Anyway, it's almost the same as a company meeting. If you master the process and add atmosphere creation at most, there will be no difficulty in speaking skills. Just treat it as a speech. From now on, if several sisters are getting married, they can also participate. Okay. Of course, Li Kai didn't believe in saving or making money. How could Tang Wani, the richest man in China and the 2nd richest man in the world, help by saving gift money? I've already sent you an email about the process. You shouldn't need it for the rehearsal. When the time comes, just arrive at the villa half an hour in advance. Li Kai said. He knew that Tang Qing had almost a photographic memory. Dress rehearsal? What is that? Say it again. Even if there is a mistake, the guests will only find it cute and joking. It is a golden Buddha. Standing there, it is the scenery. He is also looking forward to seeing how the guests will react after knowing that Tang Qing is hosting. If the guests are not restricted from taking photos, he will definitely become a hot search. This is the first show. Okay. Tang Qing agreed. What are you doing? Li Kai asked. Fishing. Li Kai smiled bitterly. This old classmate is really good enough. Self-discipline. My hobbies have always been very different from those of other wealthy people. Clean. The next day. Morning. Yintang University. It's just dawn. Ding bell. Alarm bells rang in many dormitories. Get up. Quickly. Don't sleep. You have to hurry up and get your seat. Tang Qing is coming. This is completely explosive news in Yintang University. I have been studying here for 1 year, and Tang Qing only came to last year's opening ceremony. After, no one was seen again. Certainly, everyone also understands that people are busy and have to take care of everything, including study and work. 5th degree, their legs trembled just thinking about it. They're tired of studying 1 major, and 5 majors are completely life-threatening. Because of this, their admiration for Tang Qing is almost increasing day by day. Also, Tang Qing still has a huge industry to manage. It is very busy for a single boss to manage a group, but Tang Qing owns no less than 10 companies. The prosperous Tang dynasty. Eye of Heaven, Qing Yuan, Hummingbird, Microcrystalline, Comet, Evergreen, Zhongyu Tui. It's shocking to count down. Each one of them is an industry leader with a market value of more than $100 billion. Tang Qing has 3 companies. If listed, there may be one more, Hummingbird. With hundreds of thousands of employees under his command, the students of Yintang became excited when they thought of this. Such a legendary existence can only be admired and not envied. Get up, wash up, go out, have a meal, rush to the auditorium. Hurry. There are so many early risers. Speed up. A large number of students flocked to the school auditorium. There was no need to skip class because there were no classes in the whole school this morning, so it was specially reserved for them. Usually, every month, the school will invite some celebrities and leaders from all walks of life to come and give speeches in the auditorium. Every time they come, they are rare people. Therefore, almost every venue was packed. Great hall. Those who came early immediately grabbed the front row and filled their seats from front to back. Every 10 meters or so in the aisle, there were what looked like burly and capable security guards. To this, everyone is used to it because it happens every time. The school security force is quite sufficient, and standing nearby gives people a sense of security. So excited. Look, there's also a live broadcast of Comet video. This is good. That is, I can go back and watch it again. They have benefited a lot from 1 year of study. At first, when they came, they felt that they could relax and finally escape the days of studying hard in the cold window. Skip class. Play. In love. Make the most of your college life. But after arriving, I discovered that this place is different from ordinary free-range universities. The requirements are very strict. The law of 60 years old does not apply here, because it is necessary to evaluate the overall performance. A to F. It is the internal academic year evaluation of Yintang University. If you get a total of 60 points, you will not even get a B grade, but a C or even a D at most. The grade line is very important. Once, they want to question it too. But I found that I couldn't say it, and the school was right. Just like high school, grades are everything. University is also a school, and there is nothing wrong with paying attention to grades. Tell, Suhum, parents, that's looking for a fight. Superior? It's strange that people would care about it. The rating of Yintang University is not related to the degree. Long live 60, you can still get a degree, but the rating is low. There is no violation of regulations. And later, no one said anything because the school's measures were very humane. Main course, 60 points, no reward. 70, 100. After, for every 5 points more, 50 more points will be awarded. In other words, if you get a perfect score on the exam, it will be 400. Of course, this is too difficult, and top academics usually only get 300. Then, no more objections. Depend on, isn't it just a matter of brushing up points? We have just graduated from high school and have a strong learning ability. Moreover, this is just a basic reward, not based on ranking. That is to say, there is no need to compete with others. As long as the score is reached, money will be given. Also, there are also ranking rewards. Class ranking, professional ranking. It's all there. First place, 1,000. Second place, 800. Third place, 500. It can be said that it is a wealthy school that takes full advantage of it. As for departments and schools, there is no ranking because the majors are different and it is inappropriate to compare scores. Last semester, the most outstanding student received more than 4,000 awards, including points awards, scholarships, grants, and other subsidies. Do the math. Easily over 10,000. Many, even more than 20,000, and with the hidden benefits, Yintang University will definitely suffer a huge loss. Even if the study in such a school is difficult, it is still worth it. Think back to the beginning. A year ago, we are still high school students, and we have never thought about making money by studying. As long as it's not too wasteful, you can earn back your college tuition in 1 semester and still have surplus. In this way, completely equivalent to buy piao. And it won't delay everyone's part-time job. So thoughtful. There's still a lot of time that can be squeezed out, and the school will also take the initiative to arrange some part-time jobs. Coupled with this part of the income, their lives are quite comfortable. Look at the deposit. For digits that have never been seen before. Happy. During the holidays. You can also buy some gifts for your family. If you want to travel, you don't need to ask your family for money. During the first summer vacation of freshman year, many people plan to travel together. First, use the money you earn. 9:30. The school gate. Chairman. Seeing Tang Qing get out of the car, President Su Hong walked up to him quickly, with a hint of excitement on his face. Yintang University was similar to a company. Done. I also hope the boss can see it. It has been 1 year since Yintang University was established, and he has implemented the concepts and rules set by Tang Qing and is on the right track. Thriving. Tang Qing is satisfied and is his first goal. Principal Su, you have worked hard over the past year. Thank you. Su Hong said modestly. Hear the words. This is not an award. If you do well, you do well. I also know how difficult it is to manage Yintang University. This is a challenge. Tang Qing said with a smile. You are already capable of controlling it. Tang Qing praised him. Su Hong couldn't help but feel relieved. Although the man in front of him was not very old, the capital behind him could make people look at him with authority. But Tang Qing changed the topic. This is just the beginning. After you have mastered the challenges of freshman year, there will be sophomores, juniors, and seniors. Their teaching will become more and more complex and diverse. You have to be prepared. Yes. Su Hong nodded quickly. We will use our best efforts to complete the teaching goals. The management and coordination difficulty of freshman year at Yantang is much higher than that of ordinary universities. But it will be higher starting in sophomore year. Practice. Work on your skills. Gain experience. Increase knowledge. The school will arrange a very complicated growth route, which is a challenge for the students and a huge mountain for the school. Now, it was completely a matter of crossing the river by feeling the stones, and Su Hong was also walking on thin ice. Everyone has a heart. Nothing is impossible. He finished. Tang Qing walked towards the campus. Didn't take a car. Instead, we walked step by step towards the auditorium. It was June, and the flowers were blooming. Yantang University's emphasis on greening made people feel like they were in a sea of flowers. Roadside, we can also see many students. Wow, Tang Qing. We've finally waited. Sure enough, Huang Tian paid off. They were also excited. Knowing that they couldn't get the front row in the auditorium, they simply tried their luck on the road. Unexpectedly, they actually saw Tang Qing. Take out your phone. Click, click, click. One photo. Tang Qing smiled at them and didn't stop them, just taking a photo. As long as they didn't come up and queue up for a photo, it was a common thing at Fudan University. So handsome. More and more mature. With that stubble, the charm is soaring. It's so good-looking. I really want to hug him. I think the same. A group of students followed behind and walked to the auditorium. Some students who were engaged in self-media even used headlines to make a live broadcast, which immediately attracted a lot of people. What? Tang Qing. Damn, it's true. Where is this? Yantang University. It's so beautiful. Seeing the number of people in the live broadcast room soaring, some students were overjoyed. At Yantang University, there is no restriction on students doing this, and many self-media. Photograph the school. Photographed eating and drinking. Photograph the internship. The school also regards this as a kind of school promotion, especially for marketing majors. In the second semester of freshman year, there is a media social practice. Self-media is an important part. Marketing, it has a strong correlation with this. To this, students like it very much. Boring textbooks are not as interesting as this. Theory is combined with practice. Many people earn thousands a month by relying on this. But if you want to do this, your grades must pass. If you fail in one subject, the school will take measures. It will not directly suspend you, but impose restrictions. Volume of posts. Video volume. Number of live broadcasts. Live broadcast time. Recommended weight. A bunch of restrictions. Anyway, as a student, learning comes first. Soon, a large group of people came to the auditorium. Wow, Tang Qing. Finally here. As soon as Tang Qing appeared, the hall suddenly became noisy, as if the roof of the auditorium was about to be lifted. Everyone looked at Tang Qing as if they were looking at a big star. This is also true. Tall, handsome, lots of gold, talented. Both the connotation and the connotation are far superior to those of celebrities. Celebrities like to sell their characters, but Tang Qing does not need to sell at all. Excellence is synonymous with it. It's also Tang Qing. This has made girls less enthusiastic about chasing male stars. After all, chasing stars is mostly about looks, and Tang Qing is the pinnacle. A comparison. I feel like celebrities don't look good anymore. Certainly, most of these people are girls, but social consumption mainly comes from women, which makes Tang Qing's products have their own traffic. In a flash of light, there was no introduction by the host. It was unnecessary. Tang Qing's resume was familiar to everyone present, and they understood it in detail. Now, comment video homepage. Moment. There's an additional live broadcast on the cover recommendation slot. Many people have set up live broadcast notifications. When they saw the message window reminder, they immediately clicked in and watched quickly. Long time no see. Yeah, the last live broadcast about Tang Qing was last year. Tang Qing did a live broadcast at the Davos Forum. Until the middle of the year, he has almost never shown his face. Lazy. Haha, who calls people rich? There's no need to go around to gain popularity. His name represents popularity. What he is troubled about is too much attention. That's right. Throughout the year, it is not easy to watch Tang Qing's live broadcast. This guy is too lazy. He almost doesn't accept any invitations and stays in the park doing research. I heard that Fudan also has an event for graduates, saying that Tang Qing will be there. When? On the 10th, I forgot. I guess it's for Yin Tang's enrollment. Nonsense. At this juncture, of course it's for enrollment. Everyone happily discussed that Fudan also arranged an event specifically for graduates June, the graduation season, and at the same time to promote it. Only, what left Fudan speechless was, before, Tang Qing wanted to come to his own university first, which he understood. After all, one was from his family, and the other was just his alma mater. It was not difficult to balance the balance. Is it live broadcast? It seems so. Then you must watch it then. Actually, I wanted to finish the book next month, but I found that there's still a lot left to write. Don't worry, I will definitely finish the book this year. Great hall, on stage, facing thousands of pairs of eyes and a huge audience watching the live broadcast. Tang Qing smiled slightly and said softly, "It's been almost a year and we meet again." During his freshman year. It's not that he has never been to Yintang University, but there was no such scene in front of all the teachers and students in the school. The last time he came, it was during the winter vacation. There were only school leaders, and the students had already gone home for the holidays. A year ago, Yintang was first established. At first, I think universities are just about gathering a bunch of people together to learn knowledge. However, after the project was established, I suddenly felt a heavy responsibility. Come here. It is trust. Therefore, the school must take responsibility and be responsible to the parents who trust Yintang University, and to you who trust Yintang and live up to these 4 years. 4 years. It's very long. It's also very short. Some people say that the most glorious time in life is only a few years, but I feel that the glorious time is not limited to being carefree. Chasing dreams, studying, life, marriage, they're all worth savoring. Of course, some people will think that I can stand up and talk without pain, and I have a lot of money, so I can do whatever I want, but I only believe that the glorious time is in my own hands. It is not given by society. Dawn, noon, dusk, dark night. Everything is beautiful. What Yintang University wants to do is to give you a stronger control over the future in your life, instead of just drifting with the tide and being helpless. 5 years, 10 years, even 20 years later, when looking back on the past, I hope that everyone will not have any regrets, but slowly become nostalgic and be proud of these 4 years. So, Yintang's unique teaching method has emerged. The scene. The more the students listened, the happier they became. They agreed with Tang Qing's philosophy that although they were the ones who suffered, the real society taught them. Bitter first and then sweet. Life. They have only reached the first half and haven't finished it yet, but they're thinking about the intermission, which is a bit irresponsible to themselves. They have changed a lot in 1 year. At least, so far, they are the beneficiaries. On stage, Tang Qing continued. The philosophy of Yintang University is very simple. That is, integrating theory with practice, making the transition from the ivory tower to society, and cultivating outstanding talents. What is excellence? Morality, achievements, ability. As for success, I leave it to everyone. Long live 60, you can graduate. 90 is naturally better. We have to reward those who work hard. Some people say, social ability is not just about working. Therefore, we provide various teaching aids, etiquette, social interaction, communication, emotional management, time management. A lot. You haven't come into contact with some of them as a freshman now, but during the 4 years in Yintang, you will come into contact with them one by one. I hope they will be useful to you. In addition, we have also arranged free teaching of various life skills, art skills, and rich and diverse hobbies. I hope everyone can like it. The audience, as well as those who watch the live broadcast, their admiration for Tang Qing suddenly became even greater. They listened to Tang Qing's simple words with care for the students. Be lenient? No. The words spoken by the second richest man in the world are called truth. Online, more and more people are seeing the live broadcast. A chorus of praise. Everyone is very supportive of the academic system of Yintang University. After all, who doesn't want their children to become talented, learn more experience and knowledge? We can't blame some colleges and universities for not doing well. No way. If the standards of Yintang University were followed, each school would simply not be able to afford it. The reward alone would allow all schools to pay for it. Can't afford it. Also, it's also too troublesome. The workload has more than doubled, and the expenditure has more than doubled. Adding the two together, it is impossible to do it. Everyone understood this and did not comment on it. But I feel better about Yintang University. Losing money, just to allow students to grow, such a school, even if it is strict, will not make many students hate it. Of course, there are also some who hate it. Why should we decide our college career? That's right. I just want to play games. High school is so hard, and college is still hard. Have you ever asked us? Freedom. We want freedom. Not everyone accepts this idea of, I am strict with you for your own good. They think this is a kind of ideological kidnapping, which is wrong. People, there should be freedom. But no one pays attention to such remarks. Very simple. You're overthinking. Ordinary universities can't handle it. Only Yintang University can do it. If you want to play, don't choose Yintang University. What the hell? Everyone saw that choosing Yintang University meant choosing high requirements. Since it was your choice, it was considered to be in compliance with the requirements of freedom. All right. White beep beep. Food on. Office. Chojia looked at the video calmly, his eyes full of admiration. This student had achieved one thing that he wanted to do, but could not do. Looking back, once, what it was like when I was in college, I cherished it so much. My thirst for knowledge and piety were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. On ability, college students are getting worse and worse than they were back then. Now, go to college. But for most people, it has become a place to be free and unrestrained. This is true. After being depressed for so long, it is good to be free and unrestrained, but after all, something feels wrong. 20 minutes later. Great Hall. I hope everyone will move forward together to make this country and the world a better place. I also hope that Yintang's efforts will make your life brilliant. Thank you. The opening ended. Suddenly. Wow, there was a round of applause. In the eyes of the students, Tang Qing and they were of the same age. They were a freshman and Tang Qing was a senior. For a 70-year-old, the situation would be different. And Tang Qing. They don't think there is a generation gap. The next step is to ask questions. I won't do anything imaginary. I will just randomly draw them. Everyone present will have a chance. Everyone can think about it silently. Of course, if you can't think of it, you can ask the person you designate. Start. The words fell. On the projection screen behind Tang Qing, some numbers flashed crazily. The switching was so fast that people couldn't see what they were. After a few seconds, Tang Qing shouted to stop. B19-35. Suddenly, as soon as the screen changed, it was a lens. It zoomed in quickly. When I got to this seat, I saw a beautiful girl wearing glasses. I was slightly startled. Ah, it's me. Shock flashed across her pretty face, and her face turned red at the thought of being seen by all the teachers and students in the school for the first time. Me. Where's the microphone? She finished. Then she realized that her voice was resounding throughout the auditorium. After being stunned for a moment, she realized that this was the radio equipment of Qingyang sound effect. Powerful functions, complete black technology. Huh, don't be nervous. If it were me, I would be confused, too happy. Everyone laughed kindly and directed the sound, so that this kind of host could almost say goodbye to the microphone. Thinking of this, everyone thought of Qingyang sound effects. Industry leader. Steady in first place. Its products. It sells well all over the world and beats countless established companies. On popularity, it is not as high as Tang Qing's other 3 listed companies, but no one doubts this company's ability to attract money. Some people calculate it based on the amount of taxes it pays. The annual net profit is at least tens of billions. Only, this company is not listed and no one can see its financial reports. Professionals predict that if this company is listed, it will not be difficult for its market value to exceed $50 billion US. Try harder. Hundreds of billions. It's not that I can't think about it. On the seat, the girl was nervous. Think about it. Then she said nervously, I would like to ask, why do you want to study for 5 undergraduate degrees and prepare to study 6 majors? Is it too tiring to have such a large amount of knowledge? She also thought of it on the spur of the moment and did not expect this at all. Finished. Then she saw Tang Qing smiling and nodding at her. Okay, please sit down. The answer to this question is very simple. I like it. Do what you like. Learning is lifelong. I am very lucky, which gives me the conditions to learn more. After graduation, working, everyone will be surrounded by various things, but there are always some mountains worth climbing in a lifetime, and I personally prefer technology. I like to create. I like to realize. I like to do things. Therefore, when it comes to moving forward in life, you can only move forward step by step and do what you like. I don't think it is noble, because I'm just doing what I love. Do your best. That's it. The audience once again burst into thunderous applause. Handsome. If you like it, just do it. The love of your life, I understand. That's so well said. I like it. It is a hard truth, and it fits their ideas too well. If you talk about serving the country and the people, these big principles will inevitably be called hypocrisy. I also have to find the love of my life as soon as possible. Enlightened. Incisive. I like it so much. The applause stopped. Then, next, it was a random draw. This time, the one chosen was a male classmate. When he saw his second one, he smiled from ear to ear and asked his own question. I want to ask, how do you think we should find the love of our lives? He also thought of it on the spur of the moment and was not prepared at all. Forehead. All right. Mainly because the question he just thought of was too vulgar. He actually wanted to ask how to achieve financial freedom, but if he asked it, the audience would watch it. May despise him. Therefore, taking over the previous girl's problem. Okay, please sit down. Tang Qing smiled. Well, it's hard to say what the secret is. People's understanding stages are different, and the things you like are different, just like when you were a child. When you were a child, a piece of candy can make you happy. A toy can keep you entertained for many days. Grow up. Slowly it will change. You will like new things such as games, basketball, reading, and painting. This is what you love. Therefore, for this matter, I think it is due to the level of cognition. As the level of cognition increases, you experience more things and your ideas become more mature. College. That's the key part. Ability. Cognition. Environment. It could be a lot of help, but it mainly depends on the individual. My concept is, if something is not illegal, even if it cannot bring you real benefits, you're willing to spend energy and time on it, even if it is playing games. Of course, you have to bear the consequences of such a choice. Don't take it out of context. The premise of everything is that you can support yourself and not become a burden to others. Yin Tang. Just let everyone have this premise. Bullshit. It's trivial. Tang Qing's ability to spread chicken soup has become extremely proficient. In the past, he once thought that how could big masters speak for so long and for so long? They were really able to deceive people. Found out later. One talk. As long as you have a foothold, you can really pull off a lot. The world is like this. There are actually only so many great principles. It mainly depends on who says it. Same. Wow. Thunderous applause. True. This is a bit of a trick, but everyone still sticks to it because Tang Qing practices it personally and proves the truth with successful cases. Ordinary people. Although I understand. But when outsiders look at it, now that you understand it, you haven't changed yourself. If you can't do it, even if you boast about it and talk about it to the sky, what's the use of every word of truth? There is no value in convincing yourself to practice it. Tang Qing is different. Wealth, almost to the extreme. Knowledge, beat up countless people of the same age. No matter what, on the road to success, at least part of such a person's success lies in practicing what he preaches. This is enough. This is authority. It can point the way. After, the third question. I heard that your company rarely works overtime. Does it also restrict overtime? This question also asked everyone's thoughts, and everyone looked at it. Please sit down. Tang Qing said. About this, it's very simple. That is to arrange the work reasonably. If a company wants to operate efficiently, they must have an excellent management system and integrate its forces. It can't be chaotic. It can't be vague. It can't be delayed. We require a precise execution plan for a job, which involves not only management, but also the working ability of employees. For example, a clerk, one day, assign her a table organizing job. Our assignment criteria are based on her proficiency in office software and an average intensity of 6 hours. That is to say, this job can be completed in 6 hours in normal time as long as the office software is mastered to a certain extent and there is still some time left. And this, to be honest, for most people, it is difficult or even impossible because many people don't know that a few functions can be done in minutes. So, we don't work overtime very much. It's not based on the small workload, but on the ability to work and the efficiency of process management. Of course, it is unrealistic to say that you will never work overtime. I am free. I am busy. Unexpected events can easily increase the working hours. But we try to concentrate the work during working hours to reduce the occupation of their personal time. I also hope that more companies will do this. Work, not all. At the same time, care more about the health of employees. After listening, on site, and on the live barrage, no one refuted it, and it received numerous likes. This was the first time Tang Qing responded to the fact that his company rarely works overtime, and he did not say any cliches for the good of his employees. It's about efficiency. Indeed, most of the reasons for a lot of overtime work do not come from sudden projects, but from internal management, communication, coordination, systems, and other constraints. Second, it's the employee's ability. A job, skilled worker. It takes half a day to finish. If you're not familiar with it, you'll have to work overtime for 3 days before it is almost finished. It cannot be said that the latter's overtime work is wrong. This makes no sense whatsoever. Insufficient ability. Is it a reason? No. To study hard and find a way, this is the only way for everyone. Just like studying, if others have a good foundation, they will get twice the result with half the effort. They can study 3 hours a day. Even those who don't have a good foundation will study for 3 hours, and they say it's unkind to study for 5 hours. Although it seems to make some sense, can this be considered for this question? Obviously not. Be able. Do you want logic anymore? Then, the fourth question. The fifth question. Time flies by. The last time I did this kind of question and answer was on CCTV. That was a long time ago, so it attracted more and more people. Looking back, rewatch, watch again and again. Since the video is in high definition, many girls directly download it, take screenshots, make it on their desktop, and look at the inspiring face on the screen. Life suddenly became full of sunshine. Make a fist. Come on. At the same time, major media also began to reprint Tang Qing's speech. Under the special top recommendation, the number of clicks skyrocketed, and it quickly became a hot search. And, at an extremely fast speed, the first news item, a certain star fell during a concert, was eliminated. Yantang University's reputation has increased again. Finished reading. Many people sighed. Now, I have no chance at all. Yeah. With such high attention, coupled with Yantang University's disguised self-media marketing over the past year, the doubts about the quality of teaching have disappeared. Last year, the average admission line is 2. This year, I can see it rushing to the first line. Exaggeration. But it's reasonable, isn't it? What parent doesn't want their children to become talented and live better? And Tang Qing is too good. The richest man, another top student, Fudan as an undergraduate, Tsinghua University and Peking University as a postgraduate, 6 majors, the ultimate version for other people's children, specialized in dealing with all kinds of doubts. This year, not a top student. The first choice is not to apply to Yintang. The risk is too great. For a while, this concept has begun to take root in the hearts of the people, and everyone still has a strong belief that Yintang must be an absolutely good school based on the potential it has shown. Environment, teachers, teaching, funds, they're all top-notch. Apart from their lack of background, they're not inferior to other universities. After all, the only difference between a double undergraduate and a third undergraduate is just a few things. Almost later, fighting. The only value left is the diploma, which is directly related to work issues and everyone's future livelihood. It is especially important for admission to some units. To this, many people raise questions. How is Yintang University? We can't just look at the quality of teaching. Is its diploma valuable in various units? Recruitment, promotion, professional title. There are many thresholds, and one of them has 3 copies. This is an unavoidable problem, especially for those who want to have an iron rice bowl. Yes, this problem is very big. Very quickly, someone responded. This issue cannot be ignored. However, as you said, yourself, it is useful for those who want to have an iron rice bowl. This is not a large proportion. Most of them will still be in non-state units. Therefore, whether to get admitted to Yintang University depends on what kind of life you want. Gradually, everyone calm down. Indeed, it is not advisable to blindly belittle or elevate someone. It all depends on the individual's future plans. For some jobs, a university degree is more important than workability. But, what's more, they can't enter public institutions. Some people don't like that kind of life. Choosing Yintang University is a good thing for them. That's right. It depends on the individual. Anyway, I like financial freedom. It's difficult to achieve this goal by entering a public institution. Yeah, I like Yintang. Support. More and more people express their support for Yintang. After all, working is mostly for a better life, and wanting to achieve financial freedom is what most people want. Nature, mostly inclined to Yintang. Compared with the former, most people who have not yet entered society prefer challenges. Of course, there are also many parents who want their sons to eat from the government. No conflict, because Yintang University recruits more than 2,000 people a year, so it doesn't need everyone's approval. As for diploma discrimination, you are overthinking it. Tang Qing's status in China's business community is far beyond your imagination. How many companies does it have? It is worth $300 billion US. But the total value of the companies it controls and holds shares in is double that number, and its upstream and downstream partners are terrifyingly numerous. Therefore, as long as they don't eat from the public, no private enterprise will discriminate. See this? Everyone nodded. Tang Qing's business territory is huge. In the Chinese business world, he is definitely a well-deserved giant. How many companies have to sell face? Discriminate? Doesn't exist. Even if there is, not much. At this time, someone else started to break the news. You may not know it well. Tianyin took a huge order last year, and it is the exclusive supplier of global corporate services of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce. Behind every enterprise is a rich man. After reading it, some are even speechless. The largest headhunting company found suitable jobs for more than 200,000 high-end talents every year. Also, directly or indirectly, it controls the human resources and other services of thousands of companies. They have heard about it before, but they don't understand it deeply. Now, seeing that the sky eye itself is not big, but the hidden network of connections is so huge that it is difficult to imagine, their hearts are extremely shocked. Thousands of homes, even, maybe tens of thousands in the future. This way, even if there are 10,000 graduates from Yintang University, if a company arranges one person, the employment problem can be easily solved as easily as drinking water. Depend on. That's awesome. Shocking. I didn't expect that Tang Qing's strength under the water is so amazing. He has thousands of companies all over the world and thousands of entrepreneurs behind him. This network of relationships, absolutely amazing. At this time, another person said, there is another company, Hummingbird. Its business model is not entirely commercial storage, but divided into three parts: commercial storage, e-commerce platform, and self-operation. Going hand in hand. Three businesses mean that it controls online channels to dozens of countries. In the past, most of China's domestic products relied on Tang Qing's enterprises. Think about it. What kind of power is that? In addition, you may not notice that one company, Wanqing Mining, has created a steel trade model that has formed a large network in recent years. It can be said, in the future, Tang Qing's influence in China, and even in the world's business, will be far greater than it is now, reaching a terrifying level. You think about it carefully. It's the end of the month, please vote. These words, it immediately aroused countless reveries. The more I think about it, the more excited. There was only one thought in my mind. Who else? As long as Tang Qing's business empire does not collapse, he does not enter the public sector, and he graduates from Yintang University, there's no need to worry. Discriminate? Dare. I really thought Tang Qing had no temper. Great Hall. Speech. It's almost coming to an end. Normally, the time for guests who come here is limited to less than 2 hours. After all, it's not a lecture, so there isn't that much to say. Mainly communication and interaction. Finished. Wow. The applause lasted for a full minute. These 2 hours have benefited them a lot, in terms of work life, the present, the past, and the future. All have some new understandings. Online. Today, these 2 hours were not wasted. I made a profit. Yes. I suggest that all business owners take a closer look, learn business management, and employees learn efficiency management, and don't always take unnecessary extra shifts. Yes. It's not a shame. The work pressure in Tang Qing's company should be quite high. Most of the workload is calculated based on skilled workers, and newcomers are very tired. Isn't this normal? That's right. When you don't understand, of course you have to work hard to improve yourself. The most important thing is that they also give you a matching salary, which is the best in the industry. I also have to find what I love, otherwise, life would be boring. What do you recommend? Fishing, mountain climbing, planting flowers, raising pigs. Tang Qing's words gave me a direction. Thank you. I will do it right away. I wish you success. The words of a super rich man and a super academic are regarded as classics and light up the road ahead for many people. Everyone believes it. What successful people say has at least great reference value. Although it is unlikely to be copied, it can be used as a benchmark to examine oneself. Provide motivation. Tired. Sleepy. Tired. Turn it out and take a look. The next day, it's enough to be able to smile, face the rising sun, and face this cruel world that still has some beauty and hope with a little thought in your heart. People live. Isn't it just a matter of thought? Off stage, Qin Shiqi looked at the stage with eyes filled with admiration. This was her brother, one of the best people in the world, a man who could do anything. World, on talent and learning. She felt that there was probably no one who could compare with her. That's very well said, aside. Roommate Su Xiaohong sighed. Of course, Qin Shiqi said proudly. To this, the two roommates didn't feel any difference. People who went to school here often looked like this when talking about Tang Qing. Only Feng Xiuxiu, who was her best friend in high school, knew. Qin Shiqi. But that person's cousin. Shiqi. I heard that you don't have a part-time job during the summer vacation. Su Xiaohong asked. Next year. Qin Shiqi shook her head. This year, her two younger sisters have finished their college entrance examinations and are going on a trip. She was deceived last year and was quite depressed as she was deceived along the way. This time, you must protect your two sisters. Beside, Feng Xiuxiu suddenly laughed out loud. Of course, she knew what Qin Shiqi was going to do. She couldn't help but think back to last year, when Qin Shiqi seemed to be possessed by bad luck. Wherever you go, where have you been tricked, lose money, cheated, being teased? detour, cheated. Some of them have been fooled several times, but they have never been able to do so. Why are you laughing? Lu Qing, another roommate, asked curiously. No, it's nothing. Feng Xiuxiu suppressed her laughter and couldn't help but feel happy when she saw Qin Shiqi's pouted lips. Do you need me to accompany you this time? No, I can handle it. Qin Shiqi clenched her fist. Besides, the two roommates didn't understand why the word done was used, but they didn't ask much. One of them was going home during the summer vacation, and the other was going to work part-time. No time. Su Xiaohong was very satisfied with the part-time job provided by the school. She majored in computer science, and the school arranged for her to do software testing in a relatively relevant way. Simple, easy, can still learn. The key is that the salary is also good. On a daily basis, it is 100 a day. After a summer vacation, it is 6,000, which is almost equivalent to the annual income of the family's farmland. At first, she was admitted to Yintang with excellent results. Many people in the village felt that it would increase the burden on her family. Unexpectedly, after finishing school this year and having no job, she sent nearly 20,000 yuan to her family. There are many faces in the family. Think about it. After the next final exam, plus part-time jobs, I should be able to collect another 10,000 before the start of school and send it back. After 4 years, I might be able to build a small building in the village. Think of this. Su Xiaohong felt happy. Learn this. Well worth it. And actively participating in professional-related part-time jobs is also a bonus. Her grades are excellent. In 4 years, there's a high probability that she will be able to join Tang Qing's company. By then, it will probably be better. The speech is over. Outside world, the popularity continues to grow. After all, only a few people can see the live broadcast. Other offline media channels, plus word of mouth, also take time. But Tang Qing no longer paid attention. This matter, it didn't need everyone's attention, and it couldn't recruit everyone. After leaving Yintang University, Tang Qing went directly to the Tianyin headquarters. Top floor, office, Sister Jiao Jiao. Privately, Tang Qing still uses this title. As for being afraid of being arrogant due to favor, well, that's pretty much what it means. Tang Qing is not worried at all. Arrogant? So what? Are you still afraid that she will ignore him? Are you kidding? Since the development of the heavenly eye, there's only one God in everyone's heart, and that is himself. Do Jiao poured a cup of tea for Tang Qing. Just now, I watched your speech. It was great. I believe there will be more people applying this time. Looking at this young face, Do Jiao was like a sister chasing a star, full of love. Certainly, not that kind of thing. Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled and took a sip of tea. I hope it won't hurt many people's hearts. He said that the college entrance examination is based on scores, which is full of malice for some people who don't have enough scores. 1 point. Brush a lot of people. As for this part of recruitment, Yintang University does not have a big say. Scores are given priority. Education and other relevant departments will review and will not let you mess around. Someone said, there is also independent enrollment. But, at present, the pilot reform of independent enrollment is mainly implemented in some key universities. Yintang University is not yet qualified to enroll students independently, but is currently applying. And, even with independent enrollment, there are limits to 5%. Moreover, admission is based on merit. In short, it is difficult for Yintang University to give preferential treatment to some students who have poor college entrance examination scores, but are very talented in certain aspects. But it's not completely impossible. After all, there's also a word called junior college to undergraduate degree. At the end of the month, please vote. If some students are indeed talented in certain aspects, but their results are really impressive. However, they can be trained in a targeted manner to give them one more chance in life. And this will be implemented soon. But in the short term, it is difficult to see results, because after completing a junior college, it will take 3 years plus follow-up education. 5 years, 10 years. Maybe you can really grow up. All right, talent training is indeed a long-term strategy. If I hadn't done it myself, Such a big family business would have suffered from a headache just because of the people. How many businesses fall here? People. After all, there is no limit. As the company gets bigger, it is too difficult to completely control everything within the company. But unlike me, I know each company well. Hilltop, bullying, court's position, greedy for ink, is almost impossible. Every penny must be earned and spent clearly. With the double audit of the eyes of the sky and the warriors behind him, no one can deceive him. After chatting for a while, Tang Qing came to the big office and listened to the report. There wasn't much to talk about. There was nothing much to say about general business, mostly new business. Early this year, after more than a year of hard work, we have obtained 11 trust financial licenses in countries including the United States, Germany, and the United Kingdom. Starting in March, continuously carrying out trust business. So far, the business scale has exceeded $13 billion, mainly from some old customers who have been interested in it for a long time. By the end of this year, it is expected to exceed $20 billion. Trust. This year's new business is mainly aimed at foreign customers. The trust licenses obtained are mainly foreign. As for domestic, it's too difficult. Now, distribution was even suspended. Want to? You can only buy them, but the price is second. The key is that you can't buy them. Most trust photography is in the hands of state-owned enterprises. They're quite scarce. Every one of them is a treasure. Why is it so expensive? Very simple. China's financial system mainly consists of banks, trusts, insurance, and securities. Except for trusts, the other three have business scope. It cannot be crossed casually. And trust. That exception is that, in addition to its own business, it can also run other businesses, which is almost equivalent to a full license, and few people sell it. But it's not that it doesn't work at all, but it takes time. After all, the purpose of the operation is to allow Tianyin to run the trust business at the same time, rather than to participate in shares. However, if you want Tianyin to run the trust business at the same time, the difficulty will increase many times. To this, Tang Qing was not in a hurry. If it cannot be done domestically, it will not affect the development of this business abroad. Slowly, the main purpose of doing trust is actually to enrich the Sky Eye business. The bulk of it is asset management. China's bosses are not used to this type of business yet. Even if they lose their fortune, they are willing to lose it to their children. Therefore, no rush. Slowly and steadily move forward. At the beginning of this month, the first phase of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce's integration was completed. A total of 736 new companies were registered and acquired in WCO member countries. Total entrustment amount, $228 million. Already received, $105 million. The second phase of the entrusted business will be completed within a month. The second item is the introduction of new orders. Last year, a large order from the Myanmar Asia Bank Group was obtained. This year, the World Cooperation Organization was established and investment was agreed. Then, another tens of billions of loans were given to members of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce to invest in these countries. Naturally, this order fell into the hands of Tianyin. Currently, globally, the total number of regulatory companies in Tianyin has exceeded 13,000. The business is running well, and the customers are very satisfied. At this point, the vice president looked at Tang Qing with admiration in his eyes. Tianyin's success in recent years is due to their efforts, but the most important thing is that he has a good boss. Otherwise, nor will it build a relationship with the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce and almost become its designated business provider. You know, those members themselves are rich. Not an ordinary person. After cooperation, take a look. Good. They work quickly and efficiently. Everything is kept in order, and financial and business supervision makes them feel the power of professionalism. Ever since, his original company also began to introduce Sky Eye. Since the beginning of the year, business volume has once again experienced a surge, forming a virtuous cycle. Future. With the expansion of Burmese Asian enterprises and the spread of word of mouth, they didn't know how big it would be. Thinking of this, they were even more excited. Report. Continue. The next time he comes, is probably the end of the year. In total, Tang Qing comes 3 times a year, at the beginning of the year, in the middle of the year, and at the end of the year. Tang Qing feels that this is quite a lot. If every company goes there 3 times a year, annual, it will take a month. Half an hour later, after listening, Tang Qing nodded. Not bad. Well done. Keep it up. Keep working hard. He gave a few words of encouragement in a nonchalant manner. Withdraw. Although the words are cliché, everyone is still very happy. Apart from money and life value, isn't it just to get recognition for working so hard? The boss's approval plays a very important role. Go out. When he came to Shengtang Group, as Tang Qing's first company and group, it actually did very well, but it was overshadowed by other companies. Now, almost to the bottom. Good thing. The boss had no intention of selling the company, which made everyone in the company feel relieved. Everyone worked very hard, and Tang Qing could not be made to feel useless. Chairman, the door. Yang Kai came down in person and said respectfully, "At first, entering the prosperous Tang dynasty, I doubted that the company would last more than a year. Unexpectedly, with the capital support of Tang Qing, it has developed step by step and is now the industry leader. It's a miracle. Go and see our new project." "Okay," Yang Kai said quickly. Speaking of which, there was even more of a smile on his face. He once thought that Shengtang would sell low-end products for a lifetime. After all, clothing, shoes, and hats were really not high-tech. Which material? Last month, Tang Qing ordered the establishment of a new project, constant temperature clothing. At first, he was speechless. What is the purpose of a constant temperature suit? The technology is there, but what about the market? How much money can be made in this niche market? However, after the sample is sent, he was stupid. He didn't fall asleep that night. He touched the silky material and felt the lasting coolness on it. He was not only shocked, but also shocked. He knows. The prosperous Tang dynasty. It's time to take off again. This material is definitely revolutionary for some people. After all, on hot days, some people have to wear at least 2 layers to go out. Once available, needless to say, it will definitely be snapped up. It is summer now, and the heat is extremely hot. Let's just say that the designers in the company have been wearing them for half a month, and they can't stop wearing them. Soon, come to the project floor. 13th floor. When the group headquarters was first built, it was quite generous and half of it was empty. Later, due to business expansion, the utilization rate gradually increased. But so far, not all of them are occupied because there are many branches in Shengtang, and not all of them are concentrated here. The 13th floor is always empty. Now, almost half of the designers from the headquarters have gathered. I haven't seen the chairman for a year. I miss you so much. A female designer with a voluptuous figure and a beautiful face looked longingly in the direction of the door. In some people's minds, she is a goddess. But in the heart of a goddess, there's also a male god. Tang Qing, almost the highest standard for male gods. A nymphomaniac. You're not yet. How many women can't be tempted by such an excellent chairman? Oh, why are you sighing? I can't get it. They were excited about Tang Qing's arrival for a while. They came on average 3 times a year, and only one of them was to inspect various departments. Therefore, one year, they could only see Tang Qing once. So how could they not be excited? Many of the designers here were recruited when the Tang dynasty was first established. He is a witness to the growth of the prosperous Tang dynasty to this day. At first, when I came in, like Yang Kai, I felt that I wouldn't be able to work for long before I might change companies and regard Shengtang as a toy for Tang Qing, a rich man. I found out later. That's right. Among Tang Qing's many enterprises, the little money Shengtang made was just drizzle. It was indeed just a business in Tang Qing's hands that was similar to a toy. But this is not derogatory. Rather, he is making fun of himself. Once, their vision constrained their thinking. Who could have expected that Tang Qing's business empire would grow to this extent in just 4 years? When he saw Tang Qing coming in. Hello, Chairman. This sound. Sweet. Most men will feel refreshed for a while after hearing this. Staring at Tang Qing, there's a lot of joy on the pretty faces, looking at the tall and handsome figure. In the past, When he was in high school, Tang Qing often came to the company to work as a clothes hanger. Now, I can only reminisce. Every month, every quarter, they all had the task of designing clothes for Tang Qing, and they could only work with one-to-one models. In 4 years, Tang Qing's figure was not out of shape at all. Think of that figure. TSK, TSK. No, be calm. Standing at the front was Qi Yin. Come quickly. He finished. She directly pulled Tang Qing and walked aside. Here, she was the only one who had the courage to touch Tang Qing. Tang Qing had no choice but to let him be pulled around, envious to many people. Truth. At first, when they entered the company, they saw that the vice president was a beautiful woman and the chairman was a handsome young man. They instinctively felt that something would happen between the two of them. Now, almost 5 years, facts have proved that they were overthinking it. Tang Qing was still walking on the ground at first, but later he soared into the sky like a dragon in the sky. Rich enough to rival a country. Wenxiu comes to the world. Unparalleled moral character. Simply, how could there be such a good man in the world? I really want to push him. A dozen steps. We came to an exhibition area, which was filled with all kinds of clothes, half of which were models of constant temperature materials, and half of which were filled clothes. Chairman, this is the first batch of finished products we have designed. They are mainly clothes-fitting styles, and the main design direction is women's clothing. Daily, travel, sleep, 3 main usage scenarios. On hot days, even if the temperature is 40 degrees outside, the constant temperature material can keep the body cool and maintain a healthy temperature for a long time. In the past half month, we have tested it all. Perfect. Qi Yin introduced excitedly. She joined the new project as soon as it was established. She was shocked by the powerful performance of this material and curious about where it came from. Just ask. R&D. Qi Yin was skeptical at the time. After all, the Smart Space Park was only established in December last year and officially started work at the beginning of this year. How many months has it been until now? How could it be so fast? I heard it later. It turned out to be a secret project invested a few years ago. It was very secret anyway. She didn't ask any questions and immediately immersed herself in this new material. When traveling in summer, you no longer have to worry about being too hot. You can also reduce your dependence on air conditioning when sleeping at night. Even if it is pure material, the texture can fully satisfy the comfort. It has good elasticity and can be treated as a new clothing material. Not easy to wear, stable performance, and safe. You said. Qi Yin became more and more excited. Texture, elasticity, durable, stabilize, safety, cost, processing difficulty. The various characteristics, when balanced, are definitely very marketable. In the summer, if you go out and bask in the sun, you will not feel the heat. Certainly, except for the face. If you want to cover your head, it's a hood. Among them, the positioning of our main product is X-Hood. After all, in terms of pain points, this clothing brings the greatest distress to women in summer. The cost advantage and performance can completely make it a necessity. She can already imagine the impact this will have on some clothing categories. It is not much, as long as 10 million women buy one per capita. So, it definitely exceeded Shengtang's total sales for the whole year last year. Oh my gosh, I want to send it. The prosperous Tang dynasty. Finally turning over. If it goes well, Shengtang will no longer be at the bottom, but will become a top-ranked, large enterprise and group under Tang Qing. As for profit, truth, Qi Yin didn't know either because it was divided into 2 parts. One was the material supply part. Tang Qing did not give this technology to Shengtang, but placed it on the research and development side. That factory, it also belongs to the R&D side. Therefore, making profits, she didn't know. The other part is the processing profit. I don't know a little bit about this. According to the predetermined selling price, Shengtang Group will have about 30% profit. Therefore, she really doesn't know how much Tang Qing earns in total, and she doesn't care. About 10 minutes later, after listening, Tang Qing nodded. Very good. Next, this will be one of our flagship products, positioned as high-end bulk consumer goods. Specific matters will be determined according to the company's plan. Yes. Understood. According to plan. At the end of this month, a large-scale exhibition will be held to promote it. It will be held in Shanghai, and the relevant production lines will be debugged this month. Start stocking up. It will officially go on sale on the 3rd day of next month. The price is not cheap, but it is not expensive either. It starts at 300 yuan, and the entire top costs at least 1,000 yuan. Whole body words. About 2,000. Therefore, it's completely a luxury product. Once they have enjoyed a 300 yuan one, many people will probably buy a 2,000 yuan one, because summer is really hot. It's hot to go out. It's hot at home. Air conditioner? It's not good to blow too much, but this one can keep you cool all day long without harming your body. Leave the prosperous Tang dynasty. Go home. I didn't go to Hummingbird. It's very busy there right now. The operation of domestic Hummingbird warehouses and the Hummingbird network in 39 countries can be said to be crazy busy. Next time, come back at the end of the year and go again. Manor. Lakeside. A fishing boy sat on the bus again. 2 days later. 13th day. The 21st day of the 5th lunar month is a good time to get married. Villa. The venue for Li Kai's wedding. Its name is called Villa, without a prefix. The specific reason is that the owner is too lazy and thinks this is good. Easy to remember. The villa is at the foot of Qingyan Mountain, not far from the Tang family's manor. Today, the area near the Tang family's manor has long been developed into high-end residential buildings. There are clusters of villas and rich people everywhere. Without it, first, the location is really good. Second, being close to the Tang family. The current Tang family has long been the existence that they look up to. The closer the property is, the more money it brings. Since the development, almost no one has sold it. And this, it's still Lu Qian's property, like a club, play ball, leisure, entertainment, not accessible to ordinary people. This is the first time to host a wedding banquet. Through Tang Qing, Li Jiangguo and Lu Qian are also acquaintances. Together, you are the best, and Lu Qian readily agreed. Early in the morning, the wedding car set off in a majestic manner. Street. Pedestrians stopped to watch. It's such a big pomp, and the worst part is that they are all Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Who is this wedding going to be? As he said that, he quickly took out his mobile phone and started taking pictures. Look, March 3, and a Rolls-Royce. Oh my God, isn't that Mr. Lu's car? There are several Rolls-Royces in Qingyan City, but the colors are different. This color is definitely Lu Qian's. As for marching, Qingyan City has quite a few, and most of them are black, with blessings on the license plates, and it's hard to tell whose family they belong to. Awesome. Envy. Is this fleet worth hundreds of millions? Yes. The Li family is not the Li family before. Now that they have money, they naturally want to make things more grand. It's not that they are panicking because of the money, but they follow the trend. Form. Many times it is necessary to prevent others from gossiping behind their backs or for not taking them seriously. In short, a certain amount of pomp and circumstance is a must. Mostly friends help, not rented. The first car on the march. Until now, I feel like I'm dreaming. Next to Li Kai, 2 peers in suits looked at Li Kai and kept sighing. They were struck by 3 things. First, Li Kai got married after graduating from college, but we were about to break up. Second, roommates for 4 years. I didn't know that Li Kai's family was so rich. Li Kai had always kept a low profile and even often went out to work part-time, just like them. Once asked, only, Li Kai said that his family does catering. One listened. They just thought it was a small restaurant and didn't ask any questions. Who would have expected that Li Kai was hiding so deeply? This is not a restaurant. There are so many restaurants. The family's assets exceed 100 million. Last month, Li Kai announced the news that he was getting married in the class. They were shocked, and then he said again, if you want, you can attend, and the room and board will be free. He pays for the air tickets. But it shocked everyone, and they initially understood how rich Li Kai's family was. No need to pay. The students were naturally willing, and almost the whole class came. The same goes for Chulan's class. 3 days ago, arriving gradually. Cool me. They were arranged to stay in a 5-star hotel, and someone took them around Qing City and had a lot of fun. It was a great pleasure. However, say important things 3 times. Li Kai, he actually knows Tang Qing and will be the host of this wedding. Hold the grass. When they heard the news, they only wanted to say this word, and their minds were buzzing. Who is Tang Qing? The richest man in China and the second richest man in the world. Tang Wani, the person they had never been able to catch up with in their entire lives, was now being told that they were their roommates, high school classmates, and very good friends. That moment, they were so messed up that I still find it unbelievable. Look at Li Kai. That envy. Having such friends will save you many years of hard work in this life. Although they may not give you money, but a little encouragement and support will be of great use. Keep dreaming. Just don't let the chain fall off later. Li Kai said with a smile. In high school, he only plays well with Tang Qing. Therefore, the best men were all roommates for 4 years in college. Li Taheo, if you don't give me more red envelopes, I won't agree. Okay, can I take a photo with Tang Qing? No, for fun. He doesn't like it. Li Kai was very direct. Oh, the person on the other side was disappointed for a while, but he didn't think anything of it, because Tang Qing had always been like this. He wouldn't accept photos from fans, and would only secretly share the same frame with him. Soon, arrive at the bride's house. A lot of fun. Finally got the bride into the car. Soon, the convoy arrived at the wedding house, a small villa that Li Jianguo bought specifically for Li Kai. Since it was a project developed by Liu Qian, he directly asked for the cost price. Less than 5 million. How luxurious. Envy. In this life, we have just started, and you are at the end. Several groomsmen praised. Although the villa is small, it is relatively small. This is not a first or a second-tier city. The cost price is 5 million, and it is not about cutting corners. Garden, swimming pool, attic, garage. Everything is ready, covering an area of nearly 1,000 square meters. Didn't stay long. Soon, we set off again and drove to the villa. It was getting late, and the guests were almost arriving. It's a little after 10. Guests arrived one after another in luxury cars, and distinguished guests got off. In the past few years, Li Jianguo had become quite familiar with the upper-class circles of Qingyan City. Mr. Li, congratulations. Thank you. Mr. Ma, please come inside. Li Kai called uncle countless times. I sighed. Getting married is so tiring. Except for the wealthy businessmen. There are also some small leaders in the city. He is also clear about it. After all, it is only a catering business, and its scale is limited. He is not too familiar with some big leaders. It's also clear. But whether they will come or not, I don't know. It didn't take long. Li Kai also saw an acquaintance. Sister Jing. He shouted happily. On the side, Li Jianguo also smiled. Zhang Jing was a girl that Tang Qing recruited when he opened the restaurant. He was very familiar with her. Now, it is already the middle level of Tianyan. Xiao Kai. Mr. Li. Lon Lon. Zhang Jing said with a smile. She had seen the bride, but she didn't expect that Li Kai, who used to come to the hotel every day to catch up on homework, would get married as soon as he graduated. It was incomparable. Congratulations. I wish you 2 eternal marriages. Hey, Sister Jing, you have to speed up and find a brother-in-law. Li Kai is the only child, and he feels like a sister to Zhang Jing. I will. Zhang Jing smiled. Although she started working early, she is still a few years older than Li Kai. She is only 25 now, so she is very young in Tianyan, a place where elites gather. How many people with master's degrees and PhDs came in who were older than her, but not yet married? Marriage? Zhang Jing is not in a hurry. Men are afraid of getting into the wrong profession, and women are afraid of marrying the wrong man. Fortunately, there are many outstanding young people in Tianyan, and the probability of meeting someone unkind is greatly reduced. Certainly, highly educated, good character, the two are not equivalent. Even, some are just the opposite, which requires screening. Lifelong matters cannot be taken carelessly. To this end, the company even provides free relevant training. Very thoughtful. Only, everyone is very busy, and the proportion of singles in Tianyan is quite high. As a global giant in enterprise services, although they don't work overtime, they can recharge their batteries. Study. Progress. Only in this way can we keep up with the times and not be eliminated. Inside the villa, in addition to college classmates, many high school classmates also came, or in other words, almost all of them came. In June, the defense or graduation project was coming to an end, just waiting for graduation. Therefore, no matter how far, they all rushed back. Anyway, Li Kai said in the group that the travel expenses would be reimbursed. As for food and lodging, my high school classmates are all from Qing City, so there is no need. So positive. Naturally, there are some realistic factors. Li Kai, they're almost the richest group among their classmates. Although, compared to Tang Qing, they're just a drop in a bucket, but for them, they have to look up to him. Not to mention, they knew that Tang Qing, who played best with Li Kai in high school, would definitely come. Who would have thought that 5 years ago, we would all be sitting in the same classroom? 5 years later. But there was one person who was as protruding as a disc in his waist. How are you? Has your job been settled? No. You are 211. Is it still difficult to find? I want to come back and develop. Where's your girlfriend? We broke up. Why? Her family doesn't agree. She thinks it's too far away and doesn't want her daughter to marry far away. Li Kai's wedding room is so domineering. It has a large villa, a garden balcony, and a swimming pool. When you get rich, you can get one too. Envy. Yeah, I don't even have 3 bedrooms and 1 living room now, so I can only slowly earn money to buy one. The students were communicating. Work, house, car, marriage. Issues that I didn't think much about before were suddenly placed in front of my eyes. If Tang Qing hadn't appeared in the class, my mentality would have collapsed when I saw that Li Kai had everything after graduation. Good thing. These few years, being stimulated by Tang Qing, his receptive ability improved a lot. They're here. To be honest, many of them want to see if they can have a chance to join Tang Qing's company. The salary is high. Welfare number. No overtime. Anyway, among all private enterprises in China, it is completely unique. Look, Wang Yin is here. Suddenly, someone whispered. Everyone looked over and saw a beautiful figure walking toward her. Compared to her youthful years, Wang Yan's appearance had grown even more. Think back to the beginning. That was the star of their class. Many male classmates remembered her, but none of them had the courage. Later, I saw Tang Qing deal with several suitors. Since then, no one dares to think about it anymore. Once, they thought Tang Qing would have something to do with Wang Yan. Which material? Tang Qing also had a childhood sweetheart, which surprised them for a while, and they could only sigh that they were destined to be together, and who could tell clearly about feelings. So beautiful, beautiful. I wonder if you have a boyfriend now. Even if you don't, you have no chance. Same. They only found out later that Wang Yan's family was engaged in real estate development. In recent years, with the real estate boom in Qing City, they had made a lot of money, richer than Li Kai's family. Several years ago, they thought Wang Yan was going to follow the idol route. However, in the end, he moved behind the scenes and made music. It can only be said that if ordinary people had resources like Tang Qing, they would have climbed up the ladder long ago if they were rich and willful. After getting closer, the male classmates started to cheer. She's getting more and more beautiful. Glorious. No, my eyes are so beautiful by you. For years, it's enough to make a shy high school student become bold. Hello. Looking at her former classmates, Wang Yin said hello and looked around. She didn't see Tang Qing. She thought it was normal. Important people always appear last. On the table, she also met her high school teacher. Wang Yin, I heard that you have been working for a long time. Yes, but after taking the postgraduate entrance examination, you still have to continue school. Wang Yin smiled and said that it would be okay to graduate directly, but she would also be happy to continue her studies. What's more, that person, I also took the postgraduate entrance examination and got a 6th degree. I don't have this ability. When the time comes, it will be enough to learn too. Although I know it is impossible, there is nothing wrong with becoming a better version of myself. Congratulations. The teacher smiled. They are very proud that the students they teach can be so outstanding, and it is even more proud to be able to teach a student like Tang Qing. Now, like an honor, saying that Tang Qing was his student immediately made people look up to him. Manner. Living room. Tang Qing changed into a suit. How is it? Handsome. Qin Shiqi took out her mobile phone and clicked. Good-looking aside, Do Jiao, who was holding her baby in her arms, smiled. She came to the manor early in the morning and was going to go with Tang Qing. She left early, and it was quite boring to just sit there. Look at the time. It's getting late. Let's go, the group said. He headed towards the villa in a mighty manner. Soon. Then we arrived. Seeing Tang Qing's motorcade, Li Jianguo couldn't help but straighten his body and lamented how lucky his family was that his son could become friends with Tang Qing. Strictly speaking, the current situation of the Li family stems from this relationship. Mr. Tang. Greetings. Tang Qing also knew the bride's father. Shulan's father was the one who came to see her off several times before when she took a ride to Shanghai, so he was not a stranger. Uncle, congratulations. Welcome, welcome. The bride's father couldn't help but be a little excited. When he learned that Tang Qing was hosting, he was also confused, and what followed was endless joy. To daughter's wedding. Satisfied. He was 10,000 satisfied. Satoko. Face. The Li family gave him enough. Please. Li Jianguo personally led the Tang family into the venue. When everyone saw the Tang family, the noisy chatter gradually stopped. It's like no man's land. No way. Tang Qing's identity is too special, and his status in the Chinese business community is too high. It is conceivable that a person whose net worth is the sum of the next few dozen people. How strong? Last year, China's annual fiscal revenue has just reached 6 trillion yuan, and Tang Qing's net worth has already exceeded 1/3 of this figure. Think of this. How many people feel like a dream? Pinch it. Pain. Showing that this is indeed the real world. But why is the gap between people so big? Even the economic crisis sweeping the world has not reduced Tang Qing's wealth. Extremely stable. There's still a small increase because the product sells so well that it is not affected at all. Bill Gates, Buffett, and others have seen their net worth shrink significantly. Only about 40 billion US dollars. It's not even a fraction of the first place ERV, not even a fraction of Tang Qing's. What a shame. Along the way, familiar. Those who were not familiar with it all stood up, their eyes full of joy. The upper echelons of Qinyan City were quite familiar with Tang Kai, but they had little contact with Tang Qing. Too far. One is worth. The second is distance. After Tang Qing became famous, he mostly worked in the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Even Tang Kai often goes to Burma. In his business, there is not much smaller than at home. Think of this. They are even more envious of the identity of the core members of the Tankanamiya Chamber of Commerce. Do they know how valuable this identity is? Last year alone, tens of billions of dollars were borrowed. This number, astonishing though, but what is even more shocking is that the liability for this fund is unheard of. As long as there is no deliberate loss, the bank that lent the loan will not forcefully pursue the loan. Losing money. Just owe it. And I will also think of ways to help turn around the situation, give orders, and give projects. Anyway, it is almost difficult to lose money. Also, basic loan, temporary quota, and other benefits, which are envied by countless people. This is much more awesome than those domestic chambers of commerce. There's a super capital group behind them. Myanmar Bank Group. Rich, powerful. They all want to join. Pity. The difficulty is not small. When the threshold was not high before, I missed it. It's difficult to join now, and Tang Kai's recommendation quota has been exhausted. You can only apply by yourself. Then, the Chamber of Commerce will inspect and evaluate. It has little to do with strength, but rather comprehensive aspects, such as assets and liabilities, integrity, and product quality. Comprehensive assessment. Super difficult. Like stars over the moon, the Tang family was watched by everyone in the room. When they came in, they were reminded by the security personnel that photography was not allowed. Otherwise, it must shine brightly. Can come. Whether they were friends or relatives, they all abided by this rule. Tang Qing's arrival more than doubled the security around them. Got caught. It's not easy to lose face either. Soon, come to the front table. Brother Tang, you are here. Sit here. Lu Gan laughed. This table. It was specially arranged for the Tang family, but there was actually no room for them, so Lu Qian took a seat. Here, apart from the Li family, he and the Tang family are the only ones who care most. And Tang Qing and Tang Kai all have business cooperation. These few years, I went to Myanmar to start a business and made a lot of money. Of course, the main profits still come from real estate development in China, but it is more stable there. By virtue of membership in the Chamber of Commerce, the orders never stopped. Soon, Tang Qing came to the area where his high school classmates were. The wedding hadn't started yet, so he didn't need to prepare anything. He would just go on stage when the time came. Tang Qing is here. Mr. Tang. Tang Qing. Seeing him coming, everyone stood up and shouted happily. Fortunately, Tang Qing did not forget them. Otherwise, this trip would have left regrets. Hello. Hello, teacher. Long time no see. Tang Qing looked at Wang Yin and smiled. Yes. Wang Yin smiled generously without showing any abnormality. For years ago, her acting skills were pretty good. No one among her high school classmates knew what she was thinking. After saying hello, sit down, I briefly chatted with my classmates. Talk about studies. Talk about the past. Later, then we talked about work, and many people were very interested in whether they could join your company. Tang Qing had actually expected this situation. Not surprising. If there are classmates with his ability, normal people will have ideas. There are classmates in high school. There are classmates in college, and they will be in graduate school in the future. Normal. Just get used to it. To this, Tang Qing was not disgusted. Resource. It is also a kind of productive force. Some people's parents are very good, and they can make them reach the sky with just one word. But we're their parents. It's still a relationship. Classmate, friend, lovers, relatives, teachers and students. It's all a relationship. Taking advantage of relationships, not being embarrassed, being too independent, and insisting on challenging the hard mode is also an option, but the thorns must be accepted. Just like himself. Previous life. Graduated from graduate school. Uncle Qin Yugong suggested many times that he should go back to Qingyan City to develop, so that he could at least take care of him, but he was stubborn and finally went to the streets to hand out cards. It's not that this path was wrong. Tang Qing didn't regret it. Only, there are always some people who don't want to go to such trouble. Okay. Tang Qing agreed. Hear the words. Everyone was happy. But, Tang Qing said again. One word. It brought their hearts back again. You can't just see the treatment of my employees, but also what they have put in. You should have heard my speech in Yintang. No Bertaung. That is based on the speed of processing work. If the total workload is considered, it may be several times that of ordinary enterprise employees, which is not easy. On the contrary, it's quite tiring. This tiring is not about work, but about growth. For example, as I said, some people need several days to organize a table, and some people only need a few lines of functions. And this study is hard work. You can understand that here, one person here is more like 2 or 3 people, so they have wages that are much higher than the market average. High benefits, high treatment, comes from extraordinary efforts, creating extraordinary value. You have to be prepared. Although we are classmates, the company also has rules. If you don't abide by it, so be it. Tang Qing said slowly. Collect them. Simple. Just a few dozen people. But you have to be vaccinated, thinking that you can easily make a lot of money if you go in. That is impossible. Of course, Tang Qing is not stupid and will not really arrange heavy posts. Only, eliminate some bad fantasies. After listening, many people were shocked. Front, they didn't pay much attention to it. It was just learning. Others could do it, so there was no reason why they couldn't. What they were afraid of was not tiredness, but tiredness in vain. Much more work. Earn more. As a matter of course, no one can find any advantage. But the last sentence is to let them understand that even if they are classmates, there is no preferential treatment. They can do whatever they want, and everything must be according to the company's articles of association. Okay, that's natural. Most people just want a stable job. It doesn't matter if it's tiring or if there are preferential treatment, as long as the treatment is worthy of the effort. Taking advantage? Never mind. If Tang Qing had been easy to take advantage of, he wouldn't be where he is today. Yeah. Tang Qing note that. Okay. After you graduate, take your graduation certificate and degree certificate and go to Tianjin for a competency assessment. It depends on what kind of positions are arranged. If you don't pass the competency test, you may need training or work experience in some cooperative companies. Do you accept all of this? After listening, everyone nodded. It would be weird if they didn't accept it. Training? Good thing. Experience? The meaning of this word is very clear. After completing the experience, you can enter Tang Qing Company. Although you may not enter directly, it doesn't matter. If you can, you will. For a while, the students were all excited. Certainly, not everyone will go. Some have already arranged work at home. They like it, or, for other reasons, they won't join the fun. Therefore, there are only about 30 people who really know how to go, and not the people who go. Some people asked if they could introduce someone, to which Tang Qing did not refuse. Yes, but only for one person, and only for this chance. Understood. The other party was very happy. One person. Enough. Who has no relatives or friends? Although, there's only one chance, and it can only be one person, it is already very good, and I can't help but think about who to give it to. You must have the ability. Be of good character. Otherwise, if you don't have the ability, it's just a chore and a waste. As for character, it must not be bad. If you are fired for this, your only chance will be gone and it will be embarrassing. Chatted for a while. Tang Qing left. The students were very satisfied with today's harvest. Suddenly, a classmate asked, Wang Yin, what is the ability assessment? Here, Wang Yin has been working in Tang Qing's comic group, and they don't understand it very well. At this time, Wang Yin came to her senses from Tang Qing's back. Smiled. A lot. The most basic thing is your professional ability. We will conduct relevant competitions and interviews based on your major to evaluate basic abilities. Secondly, it is the use of various office software. You must be proficient in using most of the functions and plugins, at least to be qualified. This is also the basic ability. After that, character, values, teamwork ability, communication, expression, event handling, relationship handling. The long list was as familiar to Wang Yin as if it were a family treasure. Everyone was speechless for a while. It was really strict enough, and it seemed that they had heard of it before. That's Tianjin's talent evaluation system. Anyone who wants to find a job through the sky, needs to do this. But as a college student, if he wants to participate in such an assessment, he can only do so after graduating from college. It's so complicated. Yeah. It makes me dizzy. The students' heads were buzzing. Feel. You're about to face a review from the inside out from head to toe. See this? Wang Yin smiled. Normal. What Tianjin does is corporate services. To provide suitable talents for the enterprises it serves, it is natural to conduct an evaluation before making recommendations. And this is also the value of Tianjin. Don't be afraid. Since you are allowed in, you will not be brushed off at this level. To address the shortcomings, Tianjin has a mature training and growth experience system. After hearing this, didn't Tang Qing just say that if the ability is not enough, he will be trained or sent abroad for experience and will not be brushed off directly? Thinking of this, everyone relaxed a little. Wang Yin, are there many rules? Someone asked again. More. Wang Yin nodded. Not much. Basic rules and regulations are not a big problem. The main thing is to impose strict requirements on some bad behaviors within the company, such as Shantou doctrine. This word, Wang Yin said emphatically. Kickback, greedy, Shantou. These are absolutely intolerable behaviors. Catch one and open another. You have a special status, but you must be careful not to let others take advantage of you. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. So strict. Wang Yin continued. The companies under its banner. You have Tianyin to control the whole process, including personnel, finance, operations, assessment, and evaluation. They're all supervising. They're like a sharp sword, hanging in the sky. Of course, as long as you don't have bad intentions, there is no need to be afraid. In short, most private companies will accumulate shortcomings. Among the companies under Tang Qing's banner, I cannot say that there are none, but they're definitely the least. So, work hard and work hard. It's best not to touch these lines. Once you do, even you, Tang Qing, will not tolerate it in order to convince the public. After all, he has more than 100,000 direct employees. In the future, even more. There is no set of ironclad discipline, but it is not easy to maintain. Wang Yan's words were almost threatening. There were some words that Tang Qing couldn't say. She said, after all, in modern enterprises, when relatives and friends join the company, most of them will have a bad impact internally. They think they are royal relatives and feel superior to others. Domineering and blessing. Eat and get cards. Passivity and sabotage. Seize power and merit. She didn't want these bad signs to appear in Tang Qing's company. Although Tang Qing would not tolerate them in the end, they were still disturbing. In the future, if someone violates these red lines and is punished, don't say that Tang Qing is unkind. Humanity is not a protection for exceeding the rules. Back to the table. Another guest came, a top leader from Qingyan City. Of course, Li Jianguo didn't know him, but Lu Gan did. So he called and said Tang Qing would come. One listened, nothing to say. He came right away. Anyway, today was Saturday, and he hadn't seen Tang Qing for a long time. The last time he saw her was at a banquet in Tang family manor during the Chinese New Year. Looking back, it seems like a long time. Next time, it is estimated that we will only see each other at the New Year's banquet. They are all acquaintances, and there is no restraint. They chatted about household matters casually, waiting for the wedding banquet to begin. Soon, time's up. Tang Qing walked onto the stage, and when he saw Tang Qing, the whole place became quiet, and everyone obeyed the rules. No one took pictures except the Li family's own cameraman. Distinguished guests, relatives, and friends. Hello, everyone. Here, on behalf of the newlyweds and their families, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks and warm welcome to everyone here. These newlyweds are both my classmates. I'm very happy seeing them achieve success, come together, start a family, and marriage is a sacred word that represents responsibility and is mutual. Obviously, there's a bit too much foreshadowing, but it would be boring to be like other hosts. Anyway, Tang Qing felt that since he was the host, it would be nice to add some drama to himself. Certainly, I only said about 10 more sentences. After all, you can't overwhelm the guest and take the lead. The next process will not be outstanding. Just follow the normal process. Otherwise, everyone came to see the wedding or his show. About 20 minutes later, the ceremony is over. Finally, on behalf of the two newcomers, I would like to express my gratitude to all the guests again for coming. I wish you all smooth sailing, the best of both worlds, the prosperity of the 3 sheeps, the peace of the 4 seasons, the 5 blessings, the 6 and 6 fortunes, the 7 stars shining brightly, the wealth from all sides, the long-term health, the perfect, the Pepsi-Cola, the good luck, and all the best. Eat well, drink well. Finally, Tang Qing's first wedding hosting was successfully completed. Below, a pair of eyes that never moved away during the whole process. Although the process was nothing new, the person standing on the stage was the richest man in China. Just standing there. It has its own halo. Dazzling. Eye-catching. After this, some people may never see each other again in their lifetime. Want to see? It can only be on television media. Also, to enhance the atmosphere, Tang Qing also performed to a very high level. After a wedding, everyone did not feel as boring as elsewhere. Perhaps it's a psychological effect. Anyway, this wedding will leave a deep mark in their memories. Many people are thinking in their hearts how to trick Tang Qing into hosting it for them. Such as, Qi Yan, walk off the stage. Brother, you are so awesome. Tang Yin looked at Tang Qing with admiration. She felt that in Tang Qing's hands, nothing was equally difficult. Not only could she do it, but she could also do it well. Very professional, Tang Kai said with a smile. Then I heard Tang's father ask curiously, Tang, how long have you been preparing these words? Tang Qing thought about it. 10 minutes. Suddenly, the table fell silent, and everyone looked speechless at the sight of a god. You were really efficient. In 10 minutes, I couldn't finish a cup of tea. Total feeling. Except for appearance, Tang Qing seems to be of a different species than them. All right, just get used to it. In fact, Tang Qing's 10 minutes was a bit more, so he asked the waiter to compile the most complete wedding hosting content, 5 minutes to read it, and 5 minutes to organize the words. Is it difficult? After coming back to his senses, brother, Qin Shichi suddenly said, can you behave normally? No. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed heartily. Normal? If it were normal, Tang Qing would not be where he is today. Only extraordinary people can achieve extraordinary achievements by doing extraordinary things. If he were normal, he wouldn't be Tang Qing. Next, it's time to eat, it's time to drink. It tastes really good. Yeah, it's probably the chef. No, someone immediately retorted. It's because the ingredients are excellent. Both the condiments and vegetables are grown in the prepared liquid. When added up, it's more than 1 + 1. Absolutely amazing. Delicious, therefore. Many people have tasted it and were instantly conquered. When they tried it again, they couldn't stop eating it. Fortunately, there were enough ingredients, and it was not eaten up in a few times. Some rich people looked at the Tang family. Envious. A few years ago, this kind of fruit and vegetable appeared on the market and caused a sensation. They only thought that the cultivation method was unique, and they could not find out about it no matter how much they asked. But who knows? This is prepared based on the original transcription solution. At that time, transcription stock solution is not yet available. Who could have expected it? Once released, it was such an earth-shattering, powerful medicine that saved millions of lives, shocked the whole world, and created a Fortune 500 company, as well as the rebirth of a country. 3 years. Only 3 years. GDP has increased more than 10 times, from the middle and lower levels in the world to the top 20. It is even expected to exceed $1 trillion this year and break into the top 20. How incredible this is. Period. Many people have been there. Take a walk. Have a look. In addition to shock, it is still shocking, especially the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, which was the earliest to develop. Every family has a small villa, and as long as they are not too lazy, they don't have to worry about food and drink. Xiamen City, a world-class tourist city. Dream Province, a world-class resort. Yangon, the construction of a new city is in full swing. It is conceivable that another large modern city will be built. This is no ordinary city. Brand new plan, brand new building, brand new package. Anyway, unless a city is rebuilt, it will take a long time for a city to develop into such a complete, beautiful, and modern city all at once. General city. Even in the central area, there may be places that are out of place. But new town. Not at all, less historical, but it doesn't feel inappropriate. At least the people living there are happy, and that's enough. After lunch, after the guests dispersed, everyone in the Tang family returned to the manor, followed by some friends, such as Do Jiao, Qi Yin, Zhang Jing, Zhang Dongqing, etc. As for the second uncle, I was having tea with Lu Qian, some friends and leaders at the villa. Also, Feng San is here too. This second generation, who once had a conflict with Tang Qing, later found out that he was Do Jiao's cousin. Later, they became friends and graduated this year. Prepare for graduate school. Soon, lakeside, there's an extra row of fishing kids. There are a lot of fish in the lake, and we can't eat them all. Come on, bring back whatever you catch. You can decide for yourself whether you want to eat it or give it away. These words, it made everyone happy. Pick up the boom. Prepare for a good harvest. Everyone will have this fish to eat. It is just for fun. Moreover, I have given it away before, and it tastes much better than what is on the market. I caught it. It's so big. Don't use brute force, just take a walk. Yes, that's it. Pull it in and out. and drag it to the shore. If you feel it's not safe, use a stick to knock it out. Do Jiao, who is very experienced, acted as the explanation. Bang! A fish. Dizzy. The Tang family is used to hanging with a straight hook. Even if they bite the hook, they are all released later. Gradually, the fish's vigilance is greatly reduced, thinking that it will be released this time. However, this was indeed their last bite. Plop! The shore. Without paying attention, Feng San was pulled into the water by the fish and had to let go. When he stood up, the fishing rod had already gone to the center of the lake, and Feng San smiled bitterly. Look back. He looked at Tang Qing on the shore. Is your fish too big? Tang Qing was helpless. I rarely eat them, and if I feed them well, I estimate that there are quite a few big fish weighing 50 or 60 pounds. 50 or 60 pounds is considered the limit, and any larger ones will be dealt with. Otherwise, all the small fish were eaten. No wonder. Feng San smiled bitterly again. So big. In addition, I didn't stand firm just now and lean forward. It was so sudden that I didn't fall into the water. Well, it's a small thing. On a hot day, it's quite cool to go into the water. Hello, sister. Can you please stop taking pictures? Not far. Do Jiao was happily taking photos with her cell phone. Go ashore. Feng San followed a bodyguard and went to change his clothes. The manor had guest rooms and a special clothes warehouse with various sizes and styles, so he could change quickly. Good thing. The Epic mobile phone has a good ability to drain water. It doesn't matter at all, just blow it dry. Return to shore. Continue. I must fish more today to balance it out. But an hour passed, and no big fish was encountered. Yes, this is an artificial lake. Someone feeds them every day. Not hungry. Fish generally don't bite the hook blindly. Before, it can only be said to be bad luck. Villa. Tea house. The upper echelons of Qingyan City are gathering. Although the leader and rich man were not very familiar with Li Jiangguo, who could still sit still when he learned that Tang Qing was going. Even if you rub it. I need to have a meal too. No invitation? No problem. Even if they couldn't drive them away, they all gave a large gift. They thought it was worth the price to see the wedding hosted by Tang Qing. Chatting and chatting. Mr. Tang, congratulations again. A rich man said enviously. What? Someone was puzzled. Immediately, the man explained, Africa, there are new city construction projects over there, one after another. After Congo's more than 70 billion, Mozambique has also raised tens of billions. Total, it has exceeded 100 billion. In addition, more and more countries allow the Myanmar Bank Group to take the lead in this project. I think, plus India, the projects that Mr. Tang has won are worth at least tens of billions. After that, I couldn't help but be shocked. Be good. When did Africa become so rich, raising tens of billions of dollars at every turn? Fortunately, India has a population of more than 1 billion, and raising more than 100 billion is still acceptable. But Africa, all right. After all, it is a country with a bottom class and a middle and upper class. Now, upon hearing tens of billions, the wealthy people could not help but breathe faster. This number was huge in 2009, and those who were present were worth a lot. But the distance is tens of billions. Most of them are still a little far behind. Among them, only Lu Qian and Tang Kai are worth more than this amount. 10 billions. Hearing this, Tang Kai smiled and shook his head. This matter, it still depends on the results of the bidding. Why say doesn't count? Whatever happened, Tang Kai always remained cautious to avoid being slapped in the face later. Certainly, in my heart, I still feel that the possibility is very high. The projects in India are worth more than 2 billion, and the projects in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Mozambique are worth more than 1 billion each. That adds up to about 5 billion. After, with a few more countries, it would not be difficult to raise 10 billion. I'm not running away. That's right. Mr. Tang is so humble. There's so many countries. Congratulations. How could everyone not see that this was humility? 10 billion, to them, is an astronomical figure, but to Tang Kai, who has embraced the Myanmar Bank Group, I guess average. Even, the account cannot be settled like this. To know, Tang Qing's business scope is not just a construction company, but also many ancillary industries. In the process of urban construction, there's also a part of the commodity profits. Therefore, absolutely a huge profit. Suddenly, someone suggested. You said, how about we also raise funds to build a similar small urban area in Qingyan City? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. Is it possible for us to build such a small urban area in Qingyan City? Real estate is becoming more and more popular now. If we improve it carefully, it may not be able to sell well. Good idea. I think it's quite reliable. Yes, he said. Everyone looked at Tang Qing. After all certifications, Tang Qing's exposure to this model is deeper than theirs. See everyone's eyes. Okay, Tang Qing nodded. But there are many issues that need to be considered comprehensively, including size, location, planning, supporting facilities, policies, quality after sales. Is not that easy. Everyone, if it is just a business, maximizing profits is meaningless. First of all, the planning can last for 10 years, and there is no need to build a new building. The area needs to be large. The location is suitable. Tang Qing kept talking. Previously, almost the entire city of its construction company participated in the construction of Loy City. They have studied the design of the Myanmar Bank Group and can only say that it is impeccable. Put livability first. Raise fewer tall buildings. Complete supporting facilities. Unique style. With a lot of advantages, he did not object to the establishment of a small town in Qingyan City. However, if it was not done well, it would be boring. Rather than messing up, it will be better not to do it. So, you can do it, but if you do it with the mentality of making a fortune, I think it's better to forget it. If you want to do it the best, otherwise, you will be scolded afterwards. After listening, everyone present was lost in thought. Indeed, if there were no successful cases, it would be easy to say, but now with Loy City and more projects, once they are completed, everyone will definitely compare. If you don't care, a comparison. If it's wrong, it would be weird not to be scolded behind your back. Certainly, it's not something to be afraid of when it comes to development, but the Tang family will definitely not invest in such a project. If so, they won't be able to handle it themselves. Money. Relation. If you want to run a small urban area, it's a bit off. Aside, as the largest real estate developer in Qingyan City, Lu Gan slapped the table and said loudly, okay, I think this project can be done. Standard. Just learn from them. Design. It must highlight the Chinese style. Land. It's good to make it small and do it according to the living scale of 5 to 100,000 people. It doesn't matter how much money you make. The key is to make the project a success. Just take it. Set a benchmark for China's future new city projects. These words, it's a bit big indeed. But this is what Lu Gan is thinking. His assets are now in the tens of billions and have entered a period of steady growth. In addition to making money, people also have other needs. Building hometown. Before. In fact, he is not so noble. Later, I went to Myanmar again and again. What he saw, heard, and felt gradually changed his mentality. He looked at other people's new cities and other people's rural areas. Years ago, too poor to take out a few hundred yuan from my pocket. Now, comparing the small villas and modern towns rising one after another, I always feel that we can do it too, and we're not bad at all. High-rise buildings, pointing straight to the sky. Okay, good. But wouldn't it be better if there was a quiet town not far away? Everyone is crowded into concrete buildings with dozens of floors, which really doesn't look good. Now, it's not just if people cultivate it themselves, but they also let it be repaired by foreign countries in Africa. This creates a small illusion that we can't even compare with Africa. Then, only then did we make this decision. Mr. Lu, count me in. And me. Lu Qian was willing to take the lead, and everyone was naturally willing to support him. In the end, everyone looked at one person, not Tang Qing, but the top leader of Qingyan City. Now, he was delighted. It seems. Another big project is coming to fruition. New town. What a great project. In the past few years, the development of Qingyan City can be considered a leap forward. For one more business card, it even won the first domestic title. He was very interested. Thank you for your support for the construction of Qingyan City. Our city will discuss the details and give you a reply as quickly as possible. Wen Yen. Everyone nodded. This matter. It's almost a done deal. Manor. Lakeside. After an afternoon of hard work, everyone returned home with a full load. Everyone had at least 20 fish, weighing hundreds of kilograms, in their fishing nets, ready to take them back to eat. Give it away? Of course give some away. But most will still stay. After all, who doesn't have a big refrigerator? The fish here are almost original and no feed is fed, which is better than those on the market. Take it back. Ingredients grown in prepared liquid. One word. Fragrant. It's just a little worse than what's on the Tang family's dinner plate. Evening. Li Kai's family. Living room. The coffee table is covered with bright red banknotes. This wedding included a lot of gift money. Seeing so much money, Li Kai was a little dumbfounded. Cash. Check. In total, it is more than 6 million yuan. The value of the villa is higher than that of the villa I live in, of course, after the discount, but not even before the discount. All of a sudden, become a little rich man yourself. There's a room. Have a car. Have a deposit. Have a wife. There will be a baby. A proper little winner in life. Are there any? Forget about the big winner. Tang Qing is the big winner, a super winner, almost on top of the world. Aside, the same is true for Chulan. 6 million. What a huge amount of money for a recent college graduate. At this time, Li Jianguo said, keep this money for yourselves. Whether it's investment or consumption, it's up to you. A few million is quite a lot, but it's nothing to be happy about. Give gifts. Return gift. This is the case with interpersonal relationships. How much will you take today? Tomorrow. When someone is happy, they have to give it back, and at least it can't be less than this. A lot of this money has been given away by me, which is normal. Thank you, Dad. Li Kai couldn't help but be happy. This money. But he has the most money in his life. And as for how to spend it, he also has a plan. Part of it is for raising children, part of it is investment, and part of it is deposited for a fixed term. As agreed, next month, he is going to work in Li Jianguo's company, inheriting his father's business. This word, I thought it was too unappreciated before, but time will change everything. Family, wife, child. When these new words appear in life, everything changes. On the one hand, it is a hellish difficulty to start a business, and on the other hand, it is a simple difficulty to continue a business. Apparently, the latter is more beneficial to his family. Yes, Li Jianguo nodded with satisfaction. At first, Li Kai wanted to learn from Tang Qing and create a career. As a father, of course he supported it, but more importantly, he wanted Li Kai to inherit the family business. Now, marriage and family made Li Kai change. Good. Future. Relying on the foundation he laid in Tang Qing's care, the Li family should not see the possibility of decline in this life, and he was relieved. 2 days later, on Monday morning, Qingyan Municipal Airport. Old Tang. Li Kai arrived early and was waiting for Tang Qing at the airport. Traveling for a wedding is, of course, indispensable. I didn't choose to go too far, only to neighboring countries. Domestic attractions? Never mind. For years of college. Summer vacation. May Day. 11. He didn't exactly work part-time during various festivals. The two of them had seen almost all the famous domestic attractions and cities, so there was no need to go there again. Then, I set abroad. USA? Europe? Never mind. Too far. It takes a long time to fly to an island country. It's not much fun to think about. Maldives? Thailand? It seemed that there was not much to see. After graduating from high school, Li Kai and the Tang family went to Thailand and basically saw it. The sea in the Maldives is pretty good, but recently it was crushed by the Myanmar province. Then, this country he had visited before became his first choice. The last time Li Kai went there, he was with Tang Qing, when Ling was still a local leader. That time, the qualification as a distributor of fruit, wine has been finalized. Until now, Li Kai was shocked. The man who had dinner with them by a small river has now achieved what he has today and is extremely wealthy. It has almost reached the limit of one person's achievements. After playing for a while, I came back. The school just handed me my graduation certificate. I took it back to Qingyan City and started working. On the plane, the super stability means that no one will feel any bumps. Except for Li Kai, the one who flies SF Express, and Wang Yin, she also has to go back to work. Old Tang, when will your yacht be ready? This matter. Li Kai has been thinking about it. One listen. Tang Qing rolled his eyes and said, Boy, can you calm down? It's almost time. I'll go into the water next month. He knew that Li Kai wanted to go up there and have fun. To this, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the ones lent to friends are exactly the same as the ones used by my family, but they are 2 yachts. There's already a finished yacht in the ocean in the training area. He drove it and played it several times. Okay, I don't have much time this year. I'll pick a time next year to spend some time on your super yacht. Li Kai was still a little bit interested. Wait until the Tang family has had enough fun. Rub again. Okay. At this time, Chu Lan, who was checking her cell phone, was surprised. Comic Group's new app. I saw. A message popped up. What? Li Kai asked curiously. What's it called, Douyin? Chu Lan was confused. When she heard the name, it was related to music. It was both Douyin and Yin, but did the group already exist? Comet Music. Always doing great. Hear the words. Wang Yin was the first to explain. This was launched the day before yesterday, the day of your wedding. It is mainly for users to upload some short music videos. Short videos? Yes. Wang Yin nodded. It's very short, only 15 seconds at most. Users or content providers must fully display attractive content within this time. As the number of fans increases, the time will be extended. After finishing, he couldn't help but glance at Tang Qing. Once, it was also on this plane that she proposed the trend of shorter and shorter videos. Tang Qing agreed. Later, Tushio was born. Now, the traffic has completely surpassed that of Comet Video. Of course, she also knew that this had little to do with her proposal. Tang Qing didn't say it, but he kept doing it. Before, the headlines are still minute-level videos. Now, Douyin can be downloaded in seconds. During her inner stage, she had been participating in and researching how to use music to empower content. At first, when her mind was still young, she thought it was nothing. It's nothing more than adding background music to a video. However, when she saw a few standard samples given by Tang Qing, her whole head was shocked, as if a new world had been opened. A video, paired with different music, it has completely different effects. I never thought that some excerpts of music, coupled with various videos, would be like a catalyst. It exploded directly. When inside, the company provided the material to the music production department and asked them to dub and score the music, and many excellent works were produced. All departments worked together. Finally, before publishing, 1,000 basic videos were produced and became the first batch of content on Douyin. The rest can only be left to the majority of users. This thing is really tiring. I watched what I did. I also read other people's final results. She came to a conclusion. TikTok. Poisonous. At first, headlines appear. Wang Yin feels that this will be the final version of the fragmented time consumer, allowing people to consume it as long as they have a little time. However, as soon as Douyin came out, she just found out. This is the ultimate. The headlines last for a few minutes, but Douyin counts seconds. A music video of about 10 seconds almost consumes people's most fragmented time. Broken again? It's no longer broken. 1 second? 3 seconds? No. In such a time period, there's too little content to express, and it is almost impossible to divide it. Although some videos are very impactful and can be achieved, they're few after all. So far. Seconds. Grading. Time level. The content layout of the 3 ladder times has been completed by Comic Group. A huge industry barrier and a closed loop of content services have been formed. One word. Powerful. Want to learn? Disaster. Just burning money can kill countless capitals. Especially with the existence of an industry leader, the advantage will become greater and greater due to the traffic concentration effect. Certainly, it's not that there is no room for survival in the second place. As long as the content provided by others is differentiated, it can survive, but it can't shake the leader. Such as TikTok. Its positioning. The group is very clear that it is a music video sharing community. This is definitely not the whole of this market segment, but the group says it only does this. Specific reasons. Unknown. But Wang Yin knew that Tang Qing's decision was free and reasonable. Think of this. Wang Yin looked at that familiar face with admiration on her face. Let me see. New software. Of course Li Kai wanted to give it a try. Turn up. Download. So fast. Li Kai sighed. More than 30 trillion. 2 seconds. He didn't know what to say about the internet speed here. Even the 2 seconds was partly due to the detection and visual delay of the software system. Theory of truth. Maybe just over a second. All right. Just get used to it. Not only the internet speed here, but also the internet speed in Tang Qing's villa and manor has always been like this. When others are still crawling at 1 megabit, others are flying at tens of megabits. Good next. Install. The new era took only 5 seconds. Click to open. As soon as it comes up, it is a very impactful picture. A beautiful woman is dancing. No, he was doing various gymnastic movements, and the bend was so big that he was absolutely professional. Certainly, that's not very attractive. Only, with dynamic music. The beauty moves. Play slow. Freeze frame. Flash. Special effects. Word. Music. Finished reading. He was a little dazed and had an idea in his mind. See next one. Swipe your finger to the left to log in. No. Swipe to the right. Homepage. Slide up. Moment. Another beautiful woman appeared. Now, she was singing. Obviously, she was not singing the song. She was just lip-syncing, which was okay. The most important thing was, this man has so many expressions. Charming for a while. Cute for a while. Cool for a while. Pure for a while. Evil for a while. That look. That smile. That. Hold the grass. It's poisonous, Li Kai shouted in his heart. Then, brush, brush, brush. 10 times. Except for the first 2 beauties, the other 8 are all of different types. Handsome guys, food, beautiful scenery, cute pets, animation, film and television, music and comedy. The 11th time. Please register, below. It is an authorized login, registration with mobile phone number, ERA's customized system. One-click registration function. Li Kai clicked to register without hesitation. Soon, he couldn't stop brushing. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 20 minutes passed. Look up. Old Tang. This software is amazing. Li Kai sighed. This mode is great for passing the little time, but there is not much content now. Brushing and brushing. Somewhat repetitive. Poisonous. Tang Qing rolled his eyes. All right, just think you were complimenting me. Is this the same as Tushio? Or does it count for clicks? Li Kai asked curiously. Tushio makes money based on clicks, but this time is short and depends on clicks. Deficit? No. Tang Qing shook his head. The traffic subsidy is not included. It is purely related to the platform, only rewards. The rest is similar to Tushio, which is monetized by traffic. Oh, Li Kai nodded. 2. The cost is too high. Re-subsidy. It will lose a lot of money. Comet Video, for example, has been losing money this year. Its content and copyright expenses remain high, and Tushio is a major traffic generator. Every video costs money. Now, if Douyin comes out again, the cost will definitely rise again. If you start a business, there will still be investors to support it. But now, it mainly depends on the group to subsidize it. Good thing. The tree has deep roots. In the short term, it won't be enough to be eaten up. Outside world, the popularity of Douyin is skyrocketing. 3 days. The number of downloads exceeded 6 million. When everyone opened Douyin, it was as if a new world had been opened. It turned out that such a short video was available. It turns out to be very beautiful. Under the video that Li Kai posted for the 2nd time. So beautiful. I've looked at this girl's eyes 10 times. 20 times. 50 times. 1 hour. Great. Who is this girl? Her homepage says she is a student of Yangyin University. Beautiful. How many otakus? I was attracted by the constantly changing eyes and expressions. Soon, everyone discovered that the quality of Douyin's official basic videos was very high. Handsome guy. Beauty. They're all 1 in a million. Moment. Many people feel that the world is more beautiful. A few seconds can bring them so much happiness that they can't even stop their fingers. Brush, brush, brush again. Couldn't stop at all. But soon, there are a lot of repetitions. That's it. It's gone in a few clicks. Be content. Just like Tushio, content takes time, and the requirements are different from Tushio. Tushio has a computer, and you can edit it yourself. But here, the requirements for content are different. For example, those beauties, without anyone, everything is empty, but I believe that soon the content will be supplemented. Look forward to it. Regarding the problem of low content, the most popular response is that there are 1,000 short videos. Among them, there are less than 50 that everyone likes to watch. 50. It was gone in a few seconds. Then, just repetitive and uninteresting. It seems pretty simple to make. Just use your mobile phone. Really? Yeah. I'll give it a try. It's easier to edit than headlines, but there are categories that require high photography. Of course, if you shoot it yourself and play with it, it's not a big problem. It took a while, and after many people learned how to make it, they started to learn to upload it. For a while, the reviewers in Douyin's backend were crazy busy. Pain, and be happy. Follow the rules. After uploading, it is not immediately visible, but needs to be approved by the platform before it will be displayed to customers. This is mainly to avoid some content with poor quality and non-compliance. Otherwise, little movie, leaky meat, vulgar content. Once it is published and seen, it is easy to be hit by the big stick of supervision. A stick. You may feel dizzy. True, Comic Group is doing big. However, it cannot resist the public opinion of Tao Tao and some people who set the pace. A big tree attracts the wind, so you must walk on thin ice. Therefore, Comic Group's content review has always been very strict, which also caused a problem. That means someone used their brains to survive through the gap. You are not allowed to post. I'll post it elsewhere. And it has also won the favor of many users who flocked to it and attracted many venture capital investors. The number of users is many in the millions, and the momentum is strong. To this, the group just doesn't care. The bigger, the more I pursue one word, stability. Walk slower, better than walking around. Otherwise, a piece of non-compliant content may ruin the efforts of most people, causing most people to pay for it personally and affecting the overall image of the group. Anyway, when value continues to accumulate. Okay, after all, it will be left at the end. For example, as soon as WeChat came out, there were so many scholars, many of whom were positioned as a social network with strangers, which attracted a lot of attention. However, after all, the status of WeChat cannot be shaken, mainly because of one reason. Are you willing to recommend this software to your wife and children? If you don't dare, no matter how big the momentum is, it can only be niche software. Comic Group, headquarters, Douyin Business Department, Content Review Department. I passed. The same video. Trial by 3 persons. Only if all votes are passed will it be allowed to be put into the warehouse. As long as 2 people think it cannot be passed, they will be sent back. If one fails, it will be reissued to the other 3. Retrial. If there is still one person who thinks there is a problem, it will be submitted to the next level. Anyway, there must be no content issues. In this way, this also results in low efficiency. But the good news is that the short video is very short, about 10 seconds, and does not take much time. 5 groups of people can work together, enough to ensure the freshness of some content. Say it again. This has a cumulative effect. Every day, the total amount of video libraries is increasing, so it is becoming increasingly impossible for the average person to finish them all. But, this person is so presumptuous that he dares to post such a video. After seeing another short movie, the reviewer was speechless. We were at work. Look at this. Very indecent. Ban the account forever. I agree. This is too exposed and dazzling, no way. The taste is so strong, it makes me sick, so ban it. This will scare the children, no way. There's no problem with this, let's get over it. Wait. Facial recognition shows that this is a female from an island country. One look, It's true. The company's recognition system includes face recognition, which has a recognition function for some sensitive people and pictures, so that there's nothing to hide. As for why not just use machine verification directly? Because experience tells them, never underestimate a person's ability to exploit loopholes, words, pictures, and hints. They're also considered old people. At this time, one person suddenly said, he sent a second video, which was also a screenshot from short movie. Wen Yen, no one hesitated. Eternal seal. This must be to tease them again, or even a competitor, sending people to cause trouble in a minute. It is difficult for the platform to react in time. Once it is broadcast, people may immediately go to the media to sell the news. Even just blackmail. To this, as people in the industry, they are very familiar with it. Many people do this specifically, which is very disgusting. Once is not enough, some do it multiple times, and they even change people to blackmail them. Good thing, the group has never made such mistakes and has avoided such risks by imposing strict audits. Review. Continue. But this number will be sealed forever. The reviewers were also helpless. Why are there always some people so out of tune? They feel like they are colleagues coming to make trouble. No matter how this works, everyone could see their anger. This fire, not that fire, but I feel like I'm being played. Joke. Many videos are definitely not going to pass, but they are still uploaded. What else are they doing if they are not trying to make fun of them? It's unimaginable to outsiders. As a content reviewer, there is a lower limit for the videos that can be seen. If these were released, Douyin would be taken down tomorrow. Then, each website short message was sent to those who uploaded it. Sorry, your work did not pass the review, reason, indecent. Please modify or re-edit or produce. Thank you for supporting Douyin. Sorry, your work did not pass the review, reason, vulgar. Sorry, because the work you uploaded seriously violated the platform regulations. Your account is now permanently banned. If you have any objections, please contact customer service. Various insight text messages that failed were sent to the original author. Although these were only a small number, when the threshold was lowered, the user base was huge. Somewhere, in a rental house. To be so strict. Garbage. A slovenly man smoking a cigarette cursed. His screen showed that his number had been permanently blocked. He just uploaded a clip from short movie. As for that, how dare you block my account? It's because you work hard in the review and got some benefits. You know, we have carefully selected this, and it is absolutely on point. Snort. Not afraid. Then again, immediately, he applied for another account. This time it was less exciting, just a small snippet. However, after uploading, the new account was once again permanently blocked. Not willing to give in. Come again. Once. Again. I kept testing Douyin's bottom line for review, and finally found that as long as people appear in short movies, they wouldn't be reviewed even if they didn't do anything. A long time. One sentence holds the grass. He said what he felt in his heart. If there were only real people conducting such an examination, he wouldn't believe it even to death. How must he be well informed to recognize this? It's obvious. They have facial recognition technology. Maid, you can recognize me as a very unpopular person. How special. The cow has been approved. Another place. Not given. A man was very dissatisfied. What he uploaded was a medical advertisement. Although it was a 3-no product, it would definitely not kill anyone. Not even that. Hint, you are not qualified to promote medicine. Obviously, the idea of selling fake medicine fell through. Another place. Damn it, that doesn't matter. Just now, he uploaded some of his works, but was prompted by the platform to be fictitious news and was rejected. In fact, he was even sent a set of content standards. Almost the same as the headlines. Finished reading. I can only be speechless. Except for some fun, some disgraceful things keep happening under the water. But, review this line, firmly identify the card owner, and prevent them from succeeding. In the end, I had to give up. I couldn't synthesize one myself, as the nature would be different. At this time, Jingying, girls' dormitory building. Sleep somewhere. Su Bei, you're so popular. Looking at Su Bei, who had just returned from Sanya, several roommates exclaimed and pounced on her with envy on their faces. The woman has a beautiful appearance. Big summer. Short skirts and navel-bearing tops are cool. The beginning of the month. Su Bei suddenly received an order, which was said to be a video shooting job. As a contract trainee of Comet Film and Television, the company would not refuse the job if it was offered. Nurturing students. The Comet Group just launched it a year ago. It selects potential students from freshman and sophomore performance students and signs a medium to long-term contract. Not long. Only 5 years. Period. The group will provide certain resources, and you can do special tasks such as running special missions. If you are lucky, you may play a supporting role. In short, even if he is hungry, he cannot survive. There is no way to reach the sky in one step. However, don't want too many people to sign. To know, this is the largest entertainment company in the country. Although it does not have many celebrities, the money it makes is more than half of that in the domestic entertainment industry. A civilization. 10 billion box office. But it shocked the Chinese film industry. That year, how much was the total box office of Chinese movies throughout the year? It's only a dozen or 2 billion. 10 billion. Countless people were stunned. Want to learn. But seeing the high cost, all investors would kneel down and shout, "I can't afford it." If the box office exceeds 100 million, it is a sky-high price, and the cost is 400 to 500 million. Can't even afford it. Therefore, to date, in addition to Comet Group, China's film and television companies are all playing simple capital games such as hits, big gains with small things, and dark horses at the box office. Truth. Quite boring. A comparison. Simply not a level player. Their goal is to go global, but those companies are still playing a three-party deception game, which is too far behind. Therefore, how many acting students want to join but can't? As long as you join, you may not become famous all of a sudden, but the resources of the group are too powerful. Invest. Make. Issued. Full coverage. There is no need to eat with any investors or drink with any directors. You only need to do one thing well, and that is to put your best foot forward. Show to the audience. Such thighs. Who doesn't want me hugged? Then, Su Bei was lucky enough to be selected and signed for 5 years. It has only been 1 year now. She sometimes followed the crew and participated in some film and television works, but she was not famous. This time, the company arranged to go to Sanya to shoot a video. At first, she only thought she was with some kind of crew, but when she arrived, she realized that she had suddenly achieved her dream goal, to be a heroine. Only, this heroine, too shabby. She was the only one the whole time. And, short, in terms of seconds. Such a film and television production left her speechless, but the company demanded that she be paid without violating the contract, and that she be given free air tickets and a few days' trip to Sanya. It's worth it. However, that night, after watching the edited video, she suddenly realized that it was not that simple. For more than 10 seconds, could this be a promotional video for the company to package itself? The more I think about it, the more similar it is. But later, as soon as the people from the group explained, she realized that she had only guessed part of it right. The main reason was that the group's new project came online and asked her to help. Certainly, there were reasons she thought too. It's a perk of signing a contract. First batch. It was still an officially recommended video. It could definitely be used to accumulate some fame. Strictly speaking, it could also be regarded as a provision of resources for the group, she realized. Then, the group explained in detail how to operate the Douyin account. When Su Bei heard this, she was even more delighted. If this was done well, it would be more famous than being a special agent. Well done. It's a perfect tool for applying powder. Do it. Then, I cooperated with the company and took some more photos. Really. Uploaded. She's on fire. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. In the early days when there were few videos, the number of followers quickly climbed to over 500,000. This morning, it even hit the 1 million mark. It's crazy. There are countless messages. Good thing. The company has arranged a special team to take videos for them. You can do it yourself, but Su Bei still chooses to let professionals do it. Now, during the formal consolidation period, video quality must be guaranteed. I also want to shoot. Can you follow me? Okay. What skills do you have? The style must be unified. Douyin's recommendation mechanism is based on preference recommendations, which is more accurate in attracting traffic. If you shoot everything, it will be easy to get confused. Oh, and what? Learn to edit. Douyin's editing is not difficult, but it requires learning. There are many additional functions, which are more convenient and save the trouble of finding someone to edit. Sube talked about some skills. Someone from the group told her, mainly because they were afraid that she would shoot some random things and upload them. The first batch of first release videos are of very high quality. Then, he also taught her how to edit, and she learned quickly because she had the basics. Like Sube, he took advantage of the starting bonus to earn a lot of attention. Most of these people or studios have certain cooperation with the Comet Group. Comet Video. Today's headlines. Both. We have accumulated a large number of third-party content providers, including individuals and groups. As long as they are suitable for introducing new platforms, the group has invited them. Make a request. They shoot. At last, the Douyin preparation department edits and scores the music. Otherwise, if you shoot everything yourself, this is not what Douyin should do. For the new platform, those content providers will naturally welcome it after Douyin goes online. Soon, they all also saw its potential, so they started to develop new common sense. With the arrival of the traffic era, they were the first to taste the benefits. Note deeply. Flow. It can be cashed out. Shenzhen Market. Penguin Headquarters. How? It's done. 3 days. In just 3 days, relying on its huge accumulation of technology, Penguin made the same version of Douyin, imitating cats and imitating tigers. For software design, it should not be too simple. But it's one thing to make it, but you have to wait for it to be released. It would be strange if you don't get scolded for such plagiarism. Moreover, they also think Douyin is a bit rough, positioned in the market segment of short music videos. Therefore, this leaves a lot of market space for them. Why is this? He's too specialized. Doesn't it seem difficult? Someone asked doubtfully. Tang Qing's work has always been confusing, but it's not wrong. I don't know. It's not a technical reason anyway. Maybe it's to be launched in the future. It's possible. Then we will aim at sharing with ordinary people and be more down to earth. There are not many fools in this world. It is not difficult to draw inferences from one example. Okay. Agreed. I hope Tang Qing won't want to take it all. Probably not. Someone shook his head. These few years. In some fields, Tang Qing almost finished everything, but he did not reach the level of taking it all. For example, in video, he did not refuse and cooperated with Penguin Video. WeChat. Tiny. Headlines. Although it is big, it still leaves some room for survival and is not very offensive. If you don't do anything, I will imitate you immediately. To this end, they couldn't help but think of what Tang Qing once said. Raise the muzzle of the gun a little. Higher. Perhaps this was Tang Qing practicing what he said. Only, people are too strong, which makes people feel breathless. Now, Tang Qing's business empire is like a majestic lion. What about yourself? Wolf. But he is a lone wolf. On his side, maybe just a turn of someone can make the lone wolf nervous for a long time, and every move affects the hearts of many people. At first, it's like facing a formidable enemy, until later. Tang Qing no longer regards Tang Qing as an opponent. No way. An unbeatable opponent or a rival. It was a mountain like Mount Everest. You couldn't climb it, so you had to find a smaller mountain to conquer. Find confidence. Cheer up and believe in yourself. That's right. As long as we don't compete head-on with Douyin, there should be room for us to play. Yeah. This comfort is still very effective. We all worked hard and started working. Relying on the experience of making social software, we can get the first product in half a month at most. Plus testing and modifications. 1 month. They can launch their own short video projects. Baidu. Headquarters. Learn. Penguin could see how Baidu could be seen, so he immediately ordered and made one. By now, Baidu's sense of crisis is getting stronger and stronger. In order to survive, flowers bloom on all sides. However, the effect is not good. Game, culture, entertainment. I am social contact, e-commerce. Various attempts have been made, and almost all of them have been thrown into the street, and most of them have failed to survive. Investment projects fail one after another, and if this continues, they may collapse overnight. Therefore, any straw has to be tried. Dry. 1. Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Lost. Come back and move the business, stick to the search business, and rest on your laurels. Coupled with the portal effect brought by the Good 123 website, you can still survive for a while and then seek development. Enhance social functions. Lower the content threshold. Reduce the difficulty of editing. Must be fast. This sound almost yelled. No way. Time waits for no one. With the popularity of smartphones, there are more and more new things in the mobile internet. Baidu is also dazzled by it and spends a lot of money to invest. Earn money. Subsidy. Anyway, we must maintain the number of users. Otherwise, we will really be in a coffin. As for digging deep into technology and seeking breakthroughs, Baidu has almost abandoned it in recent years. Too difficult. My peers are great. Big data, cloud computing, Internet of Things, face recognition. They're not just taking the lead, they're already standing at the end, looking back at him. This kind of psychological oppression makes Baidu feel full of crisis. Now, what Baidu is most afraid of is that Tang Qing also does searches. This will be a devastating blow, but it seems that they have no such plan, so they can relax. Therefore, this time's learning did not touch the Douyin market too much. Otherwise, if someone is unhappy and lights a fire in your backyard, it will be terrible. Ali, headquarters. Seeing the lively Douyin and the fuss of her former opponents, Ma Yun laughed in her heart. She had no intention of taking advantage of this opportunity. After all, Ali is now almost tied to Tang Qing, so he should stop joining the fun and do a good job in e-commerce, which is the serious thing to do. In the past, when the target is in China, it is possible to grab users. But now, Ali's goal is the world. The e-commerce market in 39 countries is in full swing, which almost involves most of Ali's energy. How can you have time to do anything else? Available. Learn from Tang Qing's calmness. To learn, just go make money from foreigners, do global business, fight with people to death in your own home, go into battle shirtless, and beat people's brains into dog brains. It's really not very elegant. But you still have to vote if you need to. Just like now. Take a taxi. Take out. Ali invested in one of these two types of projects that dealt with food and transportation. He had discussed it with Tang Qing, and Tang Qing gave a high evaluation to it. Then, he asked, "Why don't you vote?" However, Tang Qing's answer was simple. Alibaba's investment is similar to my investment, isn't it? Ma Yin agreed upon hearing this. Tang Qing is Alibaba's largest shareholder, although not a controlling shareholder, and no great power. But, after all, they are half family members. Even if these users belong to Alibaba, how can they kick out WeChat and other accounts? It cannot be used on the platform. It is impossible. Shake his head. Putting the Douyin incident behind her, Ma Yun looked to the documents. It was tiring to build channels in the 39 countries, even if she had to find a few more vice presidents. Manage. Decision-making. All day long. Speechless. He really wanted to learn from Tang Qing and only deal with key matters and hold a meeting once a month for each company. But in the end, he could only think about it, but he didn't want to delegate power. But I'm afraid of not being at ease. Truth. Tang Qing's model is based on having an eye in the sky, and Alibaba wants to form a similar company and change the management method. Disaster. Extremely difficult. Just like a tree, when it is a sapling, it can be modified at will, but when it grows up, it will become more and more difficult. Tang Qing's heavenly eye started to be cultivated from a young tree. Be opposed to? Oh, impossible. If we adopt that system from the beginning and then adapt to it, there will be no more objections. Another key issue is vision. Tang Qing grasped strategy. The people below executed. All this, it is all based on the correctness of the decision makers. Ma Yin believes that the biggest reason why Tang Qing's company can successfully reach today is Tang Qing's vision. Quick, allow, ruthless, never miss it. In this way, everyone is moving towards the same goal, and the efficiency is so high that it is enviable. But he made up his mind that after 5 years, he would never be so tired. TikTok is launched. Penguin, Baidu, as well as many large and small enterprises, they seem to have seen the smell of meat and are flocking to it. Whether they can do it is another matter. But if you don't give it a try, how can you be willing to do so? Anyway, gotta try it. And that very day, USA, ERV released an app of the same type, which made many foreign people who wanted to start a business collectively dumbfounded. Who would have expected that ERV would be so fast? But think about it. Normal again. Is famous for its technology. Its powerful network technology has been recognized and praised all over the world. It has almost no rivals in the internet field. Software, hardware, finance, entity, flowers bloom everywhere. The establishment of the YARV consortium has pushed it to the top. Due to its huge global users, it has received tens of millions of downloads as soon as it was launched. Much better than TikTok. For a while, people in Europe and America applauded. Take a look. Tang Qing. In the end, we will be crushed by our ERV. No matter how powerful you are, you can only jump around in China. If you leave that land, you can only tremble in the corner. Snort. No matter how awesome you are. After all, it can only be second. Domestic. There are not many reports on the pride of the European and American people. They're used to it. The ERV was released. In recent years, it has been used everywhere to make excuses and show off a sense of superiority. You show off again. I pretended not to be able to see it. They believed that Tang Qing, a man who had created such a miracle, might not be able to counterattack and bring down ERV. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Park. As soon as he came back, Tang Qing resumed his 9-to-5 life. Sometimes it was really interesting to think about it, but he actually liked going to work all over again. That's pretty good. First, being your own boss is called keeping your business. Second, the work content is what you like. Third, it seems that there is really nothing else to do. You can spend a lot of time reading books, have a photographic memory, traveling. You can reach anywhere in the world instantly. Do the math. Only by exploring the unknown can people not feel bored. Think, design, accomplish, revise, think, and so on. Quite happy. From time to time, I take a look at the turmoil in the outside world. My life is quite interesting. The sour words from abroad make people laugh. Who would know? This behemoth, with a market value of more than $1 trillion is controlled by him. Who knows that he is behind a series of major events? This feeling. Cool. Giant crocodile. It is safest to be shallower than the bottom of the water. This time, compared to Douyin, which only produces short music videos, the one released by YARV has much more complete functions. At home, there is no need for Tang Qing to kill them all. Say it again. You can't make much money. Even Douyin and Tushio 10 years later are still in a state of meager profit. The main thing is to consolidate the number of users. Therefore, that's enough. There's no need to do everything on Douyin plus Kuaishou. But abroad, there's not so much kindness. What YARV wants to do is to be the most comprehensive and occupy at least 90% of the user market, not to mention full. Who comes? Who do you want to do? June. In college. It's exam month. Countless students start a semester-long sprint to avoid failing the exam, which has become the pursuit of many people. One extra point is useless anyway. However, Yintang University, in the shade, playground, canteen, classroom, dormitory, library, there's still a learning atmosphere. From the outside, they think they are sprinting, but the students of Yintang University know that it is just a little more than normal. In Yintang, fraction, it is linked to rewards, and most people do not have generous families, credit rewards, ranking rewards, and overall ratings for the semester. Very important. Former. It's about the wallet. The latter. It's about the future. 60. Cut. What are you doing with this score? We can't afford to lose this person. Our main goal is to get above 80 points, preferably 90 points. This level of difficulty is still quite high, because the teacher doesn't focus on the key points. Certainly, it's not unimportant. When school starts, the school has issued a handbook which sets out the learning goals for this school year for each subject in very detail. This is the focus of the exam. Eat thoroughly. Get right. Learn. At least the score won't be low. Although I know this knowledge point, according to the results of the last final exam, the school will definitely conduct a comprehensive examination, and I have to understand it thoroughly. Fortunately, I have worked hard, otherwise, I would have to kneel down. I will work hard for my wonderful summer vacation. While reviewing hard, I thought that I have funds for summer vacation travel, and the fatigue is gone immediately, and my enthusiasm for learning is high. Thousands of dollars put there. It depends on whether you have the ability to take it. And at this moment, a student from Yintang was reviewing live. Anyway, the school has high-speed Wi-Fi covering the whole school, so you don't need to use it in vain, and you can earn some money for drinks by the way. What is this person doing? Someone was recommended by the platform and clicked in. Review. Ah, don't you look at the name? Yintang University, final review. What's the difference? Of course, there is money to be paid for the exam. If you do well in the exam, you'll get a lot of score bonuses. Top-notch ones may have thousands or tens of thousands, which is different from ordinary schools. Really? Of course. Why don't my children have it? It seems that you haven't been online for a long time. I didn't know this. This is unique to Yintang University. They don't make any money, but they still give out money. They lose tens of millions a year. Looking at the hard work, there was a comment below. Certainly. Mostly it is our Yintang system. After all, no one knows if the anchor will still have the motivation if long live 60, but generally speaking, as long as you study hard, it will be good. Isn't this school great? Yeah. Our school has nothing, and we don't care. If Yintang University has graduate students, I will definitely pass the exam, but I guess I won't be able to wait. Oh, so jealous. Look back. Take a look. Why can't my school do this? No money. Take the test once. Lose once. How many schools can afford it? In the whole of China, Yintang University is probably the only one who does this, hanging a donkey in front with a carrot to drive it forward. Woo! Won't be that donkey too. Certainly. It's also a bit sour. How can there be any fun in college like this? That's right. Freedom. We want freedom. Why should we grade people according to scores? I think other universities are pretty good, and universities shouldn't waste time on studying. In this regard, very few responded, not even interested in replying. Before, regarding this, there has been a lively discussion on the internet once. I felt that Yintang University has allowed college students to lose some freedom, and the hot discussion died out after a while. Very simple, boring. Later, I almost took off the pants of some universities. Many graduates used personal experience to tell them how high the price of freedom is. No regrets, though. Can do it again. Everyone is willing to make themselves better. At least, it is excellent in a general sense. This wave of public opinion came to an end. From then on, when someone mentioned it again, everyone simply ignored it. There's time. What's wrong with you? What nonsense are you talking about? Girls' dormitory. Sleep somewhere. Qin Shiqi is also working hard. Due to her part-time job, she doesn't have much time to study. But who is she? She is a top student with a score of almost 700 in the college entrance examination. Whenever you are free, then learn. Therefore, there was no delay. In the last final exam, her average score was 93, and none of the subjects was lower than 90. This time, she wanted to improve it again. At least, there could be no less than 80 points. Inside the dormitory, the three roommates are also studying hard. As Qin Shiqi's roommates, they feel a lot. People who are better than you work harder than you. Except for Feng Xiuxiu, the girl who knows Qin Shiqi's family background, the other two have a sense of urgency. Qin Shiqi has given them a lot of stimulation this year. Pretty, good grades, effort, rich. Also, still working part-time at Tianyin, they're almost so good that they stand out, and they look at others as a mirror. They feel that if they don't work hard, they will really feel ashamed. June 17th, morning, 9 o'clock, Tang Qing came to Fudan University and completed his graduation defense in design before returning to Qingyan City. I came here today to get my diploma from Tang Qing. Not so fast, but attending the graduation ceremony. By the way, take a graduation photo. Just got off the bus. I read that right. Tang Qing. A cry came out. Suddenly, the door was bustling. What? It's really Tang Qing. I haven't seen him for a long time. So handsome. Many people were stunned when they saw Tang Qing, and then there was a sensation. Since the end of last year, Tang Qing rarely came to school, which made many people uncomfortable. 3 years. No, 3.5 years. Tang Qing appeared at the school gate almost on time. His wealth was increasing day by day, and most people were afraid that he would lose his wealth. He played here, played there, and participated in various parties. Study? Cut. A few people are still studying. But Tang Qing is different. For more than 3 years, he has been working hard regardless of weather conditions. He has set an example for everyone and allowed everyone to see what positive energy is. Turn out to be. Not everyone becomes bad when they have money. Not everyone is lazy if they have money. On the contrary, Tang Qing is rich, even busier. The 5th degree is terrifying to think about. If this were not the highest limit set by the state, Tang Qing would probably be able to refresh their cognitive limits again. In a blink of an eye, it's been 4 years. Yes, I heard that at the beginning of the month, the school organized a defense group for Tang Qing. The average student defense takes about 10 minutes, but it took Tang Qing 4 hours. Hearing this, many people were surprised. What? Hearing this, there was a glimmer of admiration in man's eyes. Because of the high quality of his thesis and the excellence of his graduation project, many teachers were shocked. They said it was a defense, but it almost turned into a lecture. What? Now? Many people were shocked. Reply. Turn into teaching? This is so awesome. But when I thought of it being Tang Qing, it seemed to make sense. Don't talk about him personally, just talk about his subordinates. Tens of thousands of scientific researchers. Wait until the other 5 major parks are completed. This number, it will be doubled several times. Awesome, as expected of my idol. Student God. Taking pictures. Waving. Excited. The momentum of Tang Qing's entrance was spreading to the school at an extremely fast speed. Tang Qing walked along, smiling at those who greeted him. Like a star. But no one thinks it's inappropriate. Tang Qing's fans are almost of all ages. Love the face. Love money. Love talent. Everyone is chasing stars. Isn't it just chasing a few things? And Tang Qing's various indicators are almost at the top, killing almost all age groups. Even, Tang Qing is not only a star, but also the boss of the stars. As the largest entertainment media and cultural group in China, Comic Group is superior. In this way, is there any reason not to hang Tang Qing on the wall? Soon, Tang Qing came to the assembled class. Now, everyone put on bachelor's clothes. When Tang Qing came, almost all the classmates arrived. They looked at Tang Qing with a little excitement in their eyes. Think about it. I'm really lucky. Being able to be Tang Qing's classmate in college is not necessarily about practical benefits, but I learned a lot while getting along with him. Calm, excellent, kind, persistent, enough to last a lifetime. Certainly, in terms of practical benefits, it is not without them, such as discounts on era purchases, and when they go out and hear that they are Tang Qing's classmates, the other party can't help but look high. This time, stimulated by Tang Qing. 2/3 of the class had taken the postgraduate entrance examination, and all of them had passed. There was no way, although the graduate students were not in the same class as Tang Qing, at least their academic qualifications were not low. Undergraduate, already good, but why compare Tang Qing? I felt like I couldn't do anything. It would be right to simply go to school more. As for the remaining 1/3, some went home to take the civil service exam. I have other arrangements at home. At last, even for a small number of people who were in urgent need of work due to practical factors, Tang Qing also provided some help. For example, several people joined one of its companies. You're here. Hi. We were just talking about where to go after graduation. We're waiting for you to decide. At the beginning, everyone had agreed to find a place to hang out after graduation, and Tang Qing would treat him, but many people didn't forget it. Naturally, Tang Qing's memory didn't forget it either. Okay, 1 week after the graduation ceremony, go to Myanmar. For years, strictly speaking, this is the first time and probably the last time for the students to travel together as a class. It would not be good if Tang Qing was absent again. Next time, it is estimated that they will graduate from graduate school, but they will just have a meal together then. Tang Qing is not ready to agree to this kind of promise of traveling, revisiting old places. Boring? Nor. For a being whose thinking is beyond ordinary people, the body can do one thing and the brain can do 3 other things. The difference is only where it is done. Okay, I wanted to do it for a long time. I agree. Everyone was happy. Finally, looking forward to going out with Tang Qing. For years, the only time, they were afraid that Tang Qing would only pay and not go, which would be a big pity. In the midst of the excitement, Counselor Jing Xiang stepped in. For years, a lot happened. After graduating from graduate school, they were the first class that Jing Xiang took. Just last year, she got married to a classmate of hers who was in graduate school. My belly is now slightly swollen. Alas, Tang Qing sighed. Years. This knife. Too fast. The knife fell from the hand, and another year passed. Okay, classmates, gather downstairs and go to the gymnasium. Jing Xiang looked at everyone with a smile. In a blink of an eye, in 4 years, these little guys have all graduated. At first, I am only 25. Now, they were all tears. Looking at Tang Qing in the exclusive seat, she nodded slightly. She got married last year, and it was Tang Qing who helped to get a big discount on the wedding house. Want to refuse. But Tang Qing said, it's not a gift, it's just a discount. Then, I bought a house in a good location not far from the school. It has only been more than half a year, and the housing prices in the surrounding area have already started to rise. I have made money every time I come and go. Certainly, she didn't want to sell it either. That's home. Go downstairs. Line up. The group of people headed towards the Zhengda Gymnasium. Since its completion, graduation ceremonies have been held there almost every year and continue to do so. On the way, Jing Xiang asked, Tang Qing, are you familiar with the speech? Graduation ceremony. Of course, outstanding graduates are indispensable for giving speeches on stage. This time, aside from the best and the best, there is Tang Qing, a student worth $1 trillion. Such moments. If he doesn't go on stage, no one will obey him. To this end, the school made reservations 3 months in advance. Don't worry. It's okay. Tang Qing replied with a smile. Yes. Jing Xiang nodded with satisfaction. If Tang Qing said yes, it would be yes. He recalled the opening ceremony of his freshman year, when Tang Qing came on stage as the top pick, and he still vividly remembered it. That time, Tang Qing also made another shocking move, which was to publicly announce that he had a fiancée at the opening ceremony, which shocked the school leaders. But now that he thinks about it, is so cute. Soon, then we came to the gymnasium, where all classes were entering in an orderly manner. Looking at all this, Tang Qing couldn't help but smile. Strictly speaking, this was the second time. Only, school is different. And 3 years later, I will have another graduation ceremony. Not 1, but 3 universities: Fudan, Peking University, and Tsinghua. 3 universities, 6 degrees. Think about it. There is still a little bit of expectation, although of little use. But, just like a top student who wants to score points, if you like it, is the last word. Tang Qing is here. Where is it? The entrance, the class turning right, the first one. Tang Qing's appearance, even though he was far away, could not help but attract the attention of the classmates. As graduates of the same class, they felt a little melancholy. Look at people. When I graduated, I was already successful and famous. What about yourself? He is still on the road, and it is almost impossible to reach Tang Qing's height. The gap between people, at this moment, makes most people sigh. Same. The teachers also looked sideways frequently. The beginning of the month. Tang Qing's graduation defense shocked them. 5 degrees, 5 defenses, 1 hour, and he had to defend all morning. It was the teachers who should have asked, but Tang Qing answered humbly. However, in the end, teachers listened with humility. No way. The paper is too in-depth. Everyone, it is enough for a PhD thesis. If it had been someone else, they might have suspected that someone was ghostwriting it. But for Tang Qing, no one would doubt it. For years, test after test proved Tang Qing's IQ, and he had 5 degrees, which meant he had to learn several times more than the average college student. Full marks. Close to perfect score. It's achievements. To switch between these two gears. Therefore, there is no doubt that Tang Qing's current level may even have reached the level of a graduate student or a doctorate graduate. It is not an exaggeration at all. Postgraduate, PhD, compared with undergraduate courses, practical content accounts for a larger proportion. No more, no matter how difficult it is. The increase in new knowledge is not 5 times that of undergraduate students. With Tang Qing's IQ, 3 years of theory and nearly 1 year of immersed in scientific research practice, it is absolutely true. This time, many of the papers Tang Qing submitted were cutting-edge in nature. Even teachers in various subjects were not exposed to as many technologies as Tang Qing was. Even, not 1%. After all, the business of the Tiangong platform has increased the number of technologies that the park is exposed to several times. As a boss, he is naturally exposed to the cutting edge. Undergraduate thesis? Too basic. From the other party's perspective, the teachers understand very well that a person who is exposed to cutting-edge technology every day and even participates in research and development will write a general paper. Therefore, they accepted Tang Qing's teachings with an open mind. Be achiever. Be a teacher. Although this is not very popular in academia, where seniority plays an important factor in the face of a truly monstrous genius, everyone can let it go. After all, this is the only such monster. Soon, after everyone arrives, the graduation ceremony began, but there was nothing new. Review, grateful, outlook. Among the 3 major themes, there are even outstanding alumni who come to stay. However, most people have little interest. No matter how outstanding, how can a graduate like Tang Qing be outstanding? A comparison. It's not interesting at all. From now on, when everyone thinks of celebrities who came out of Fudan, the first person they probably think of is Tang Qing. So, after countless calls, it was finally Tang Qing's turn to take the stage. Suddenly, thousands of eyes watched. Calm down. Calm. Tang Qing walked onto the stage step by step. See this. The eyes of many people began to change, as if they had traveled through time. For years ago, Tang Qing was the same way. When he walked on stage, they met him for the first time. One lecture. Become famous. Everyone remembered the man in front of them who publicly announced at the school meeting that we had a master. In the past 4 years, I have witnessed with my own eyes what it means to be a monster. On stage, school leadership position, Qiu Jie is sitting in the middle. In April this year, he also completed what can be said to be the most important transition in his life. He became the principal from executive vice principal to Rongxing. Finish this job. It's time to retire. Now, he also looked at this boy with a smile on his face. The boy who helped him out in Thailand only felt that such people are not outstanding. Who is considered outstanding? Wealth, power, knowledge, appearance. No matter how outstanding he is, his character is not as important. Tang Qing is like God's favorite. He has everything, and his heart is like a bright light, blazing in the world. Every time I think of it, he sighed. People, how can you be so good? Its growth was as if it had gone crazy. Before anyone could react, it rushed to the top of the mountain. And, not just from the top of the mountain, they also quickly increased the height of the top of the mountain. Originally, it could be seen at 45 degrees, but now it can only be seen at 90 degrees. Neck pain. Tang Qing came to the podium. He said, "Dear everyone." This time, the content of the speech was quite normal. This was a graduation ceremony, and it was just a few things. Thank you to the school, to the teachers, and to the floor of our class. Ahem. Mainly encouragement and blessing. Graduated. Many people have to face a complicated society and are no longer as simple as before. It is necessary to force-feed some chicken soup, and everyone actually likes to hear it. The future. You will face a lot, including beauty, discomfort, hope, and even despair. But please remember, cherish it when the times go well. Be unyielding when times go against it. Even, you're likely to become someone you didn't like before, or even someone others didn't like, but please don't forget to be a kind person. As a classmate, we can only help you so far. Come on, do it in one go. You won't be confused on the way. Behind you, the school leaders are very satisfied. That's really good. The biggest mistake people make every day is to be too polite to strangers and too harsh to close people. Please cherish the purest kindness in the world. Life is for yourself. Please try your best to become a better self, valuable to others, society, and the world. Finally, I wish you all a happy life and a bright future. Thank you. Finally, with a blessing, the speech ended. Wow, the audience burst into applause. Chicken soup. Although it quenches the thirst a little, it doesn't matter if you are full, but it also depends on who feeds it. This soup fed by Tang Qing himself tastes more authentic than the soup fed by others. Although the taste is just psychological. But that's enough. It's so well said. It makes you feel powerful, as expected of the richest man. The visiting parents were also extremely satisfied. For the same reason, their children wouldn't listen if they said it themselves, but when Tang Qing said it, it was completely different. 11 o'clock, after the graduation ceremony, looking at the school leaders on the stage, Tang Qing suddenly felt a little sympathetic. As a student, he only attended the undergraduate graduation ceremony once. However, as a school, we have to hold it every year. No twice, because there is still a graduation ceremony for graduate students, which will be the day after tomorrow. Repeated things, similar drafts, twice a year, think about it, it is really helpless. Suddenly, that's wrong. Tang Qing remembered something. Yintang University. 3 years later, as the founder of each class of students graduates, it is obviously inappropriate not to show up. If Yintang University has the qualification to run a graduate school in the future. All right, if you have time to sympathize with others, it's better to sympathize with yourself. Fortunately, it takes at least 3 years, and it is not easy to qualify for a graduate school, despite the relationship. But don't ignore the rules too much. For undergraduates, it is not difficult to operate, but for graduate students, the state's control is quite strict. Too many worries. It's okay to say that public universities and colleges are not easy to cross. As for private universities, people have to be cautious. Tang Qing understands this very well. After all, for students who remain at the school, that's 7 years. 7 years of time, once turned into waste paper. The consequences are indeed too serious. Take your time. No rush. One day, he will let the world understand. Tang Qing. Impossible to fall. Then, just take pictures after taking pictures of the college. Then, take pictures of the class. After that, you can take photos however you want. Tang Qing felt like a tourist attraction, being brushed off in turns. Teacher, classmate, alumni, come up one by one and ask for a photo. Didn't refuse. This is your graduation photo, so don't spoil everyone's interest. Come on, have a smile. Zheng Ro took the whole class and ran over to brush them up. These were Lin Jiaxue's classmates, so Tang Qing naturally wouldn't refuse. Last night, Lin Jiaxue experienced dormitory life on her last night, so she didn't go to school with Tang Qing in the morning. The classmates in Lin Jiaxue's class are very enthusiastic, especially female classmates. Hey, you violated Tang Qing's hand. You're not allowed to hold Tang Qing's hand. I want it. I wanted to. It took a while. Just give up. They didn't do anything extraordinary. After all, Lin Jiaxue was on the side. Holding hands is the only moderate action between men and women. Around, the girls looked at Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue. Envious. Women want to marry into a good family. For an absolute diamond-level man like Tang Qing, it's a pity that he already has a wife, so he can only feel confused. Noon. As soon as we got out of the hotel, not far from the school, students from the two classes gathered together to eat and drink. It was Tang Qing who treated them, and several school leaders also came. The current principal, Qiu Jie, and the retired original principal. All are familiar. Of course, you can't leave it behind. Also, a few vice principals, teachers, and even Tang Qing's graduate school supervisors also came. Both of them were doctoral supervisors, but they also tutored ordinary graduate students. The two looked at Tang Qing. Very fortunate. Who wouldn't want such a student? Generally speaking, graduate students and PhD students mostly help their teachers, but this does not apply to Tang Qing. Project, technology, funds. Tang Qing has it all, so he can properly bring capital into the group. Therefore, contrary to the general situation, they were even willing to help Tang Qing. What they were exposed to was the big projects, and their own was at most a project. From now on, no matter what achievements Tang Qing made on the road of scientific research, they would all have a share of glory. Thinking of this, he looked at Tang Qing and became kinder. This is a mobile project library. Night. At home not far from Fudan University, another dinner party started. There were only 8 people from 2 dormitories. In total, it had been a long time since they had been together. Period. I learned that Tang Qing and his class were going to Myanmar. Add me one. Zheng Ro raised her hand excitedly. Okay, that's it. Tang Qing can still refuse. Then, Guman and Ning Jing took a look and raised their hands to sign up. Their class didn't have a group outing plan. And I have never been to Myanmar. Okay, 1 sheep is herded and 3 sheep are herded. Tang Qing doesn't care. Their internships are almost over. They have taken the postgraduate entrance examination, and they have nothing to do during the summer vacation. 2 days later, set off. Instead of flying directly to Myanmar, I first flew to Kunming City, Yin Province, got on the bus, and traveled all the way. The last stop was Delin Province. But Tang Qing was not in the car. After all, his reputation in the country was too great, and he would be mobbed when he went out, and his classmates couldn't play well, so he simply decided to go 2 days late and meet up in Xinan City. A week later, Shanghai Stock Exchange. After getting off the plane, the students still had a lot to say. This week, they visited some of Myanmar's famous attractions, eating the best and staying in the best. Had a lot of fun playing. Along the way, what you see, heard, they were all deeply shocked. They could not imagine that 5 years ago it was still backward, but now it is so modern. Tall buildings. Building. Not much though, but new, and the style is unique. Only some old buildings allowed them to see what they looked like in the past, which formed a sharp contrast with the new buildings, as if they had transcended eras. Everything. It can only be described as a miracle. On the day I came back, the results of the college entrance examination came down. Brother. Tang Yinner made a video call excitedly. Guess what's my score? Tang Qing, who was in the office, smiled. What's your score? I still don't know. He knew a week ago, and he could know it just by typing it in. 600. Tang Qing deliberately said a low number. Woo. Tang Yinner pouted and said softly, Brother, be serious. 700. That's low. 701. That's low. Full marks? I'm so embarrassed. 741. What do you think? It's awesome. Tang Yinner revealed. Although this number was lower than Tang Qing's, it was still exaggerated. Awesome. What else could Tang Qing say? Sister Shiyu is 1 point higher than me. Tang Yinner said again. Speaking of this, she was not surprised. Qin Shiqi had a gentle personality and especially liked to answer questions. I don't know if the obsessive-compulsive disorder of organizing things is spread, making her unable to bear even a red cross. No, at first sight, her essay points will be deducted. This is Qin Shiyu's shortcoming. Generally, the composition topics are centered on a more positive topic, which is seriously inconsistent with Qin Shiyu's character. Her compositions have always been a bit floating. Although it does not go off topic, it is not full of stimulating words like most people. Light, like poetry, full of literary and artistic style. Therefore, after evaluating the scores, I found that all the other questions were correct, except for the composition, which I was not sure about. Despite this, he also won the first place in the science subject of this national paper. Estimate. My uncle and aunt jumped for joy.